Chapter 271 Thunder Pond. Liu seemed like a matador dancing beside the thunder pond, avoiding the giant mouth and sharp claws of the jackal, and constantly opening the belly bag one after another. The body of the evil horned beast also became more and more proficient, except for the failure of prediction at the beginning, and was beaten by 2 except for the scratch on his buttocks by the jackal hunter. Liu was not injured again in the rest of the battle. It wasn't until the jackal hunters were dying on the ground, with blood bubbles emerging from their broken intestines, that the old evil horned beast and his companions returned to Liu's side and took a look at the ghost grass and tree roots stuffed in the stomachs of the jackal hunters, and then stepped on their stomachs even more. Then insects and ants climbed onto the body of the gnoll, and were about to turn them into nutrients for the forbidden forest. I never thought you could kill so many jackals. You are more than enough to be a guard. I'll vouch for you. The old evil horned beast rubbed Liu's neck, giving him some static electricity. If you dare to try the Thunder Pool trial, you might be able to become the clan leader's personal guard. Another evil horned beast looked at Liu with reverence and helped make suggestions. Liu rubbed a circle on the ground, wiped the mucus on the back of his buttocks, used the horn on his head to smash the jackal's neck, raised his head, and strode towards the lightning deep in the forest, thinking that this time he finally qualified to observe the Thunder Pool up close. The 3 evil horned beasts went deep together, when the electric light began to crackle among the trees. Liu also saw the so-called Thunder Pond as he wished. It was a huge electric ball embedded in the ground, like a thunder and lightning sun passing through the Earth's surface. The hair would stand on end if it was even close to it. There seemed to be a bottomless abyss underneath. The entire ground built several platforms inside the electric ball. These broken rocks are constantly exposed to the baptism of thunder and lightning, falling apart and then reorganizing. And when he stepped towards the edge of the Thunder Pool, 8 evil horned beast guards, whose bodies were always wrapped with lightning, stood in the way. They looked at the old evil horned beast and Leahy up and down. The horns of the 8 evil horned beasts were all thick and long, like sharp blades under their heads. They were sharp and strong. Lei Xinshin thought that they must be considered low-grade materials. Leahy got what he wanted. He bypassed the guard in 8 or 2 steps and ran to the edge of the Thunder Pool to find out. However, he was paralyzed on the spot by the guard's electric shock and fell to the ground again. Anyway, we are here to grab the Thunder Pool. There is no need to be polite to a group of evil horned beasts. It is more serious to approach the Thunder Pool as early as possible. Huh? It's boring. The guard also noticed the changes in Thunder Core. Does he really want to challenge the Thunder Pool trial? Huh? The bad image of Lei Qi. Is there an extra piece? Is there a corner missing? Of course. The guards wanted to get to the Thunder Core to retreat from the Thunder Pool and find a way to snatch the Thunder Pool. They also thought that they were reaching the evil horned beast that would be paralyzed by lightning, and actually used themselves as a battery to recharge. The smell of burnt meat emanated, and the fully charged tentacles tightly wrapped Lei's head. At this moment, Leahy had only one thought. Was he to retract his tentacles and release new tentacles to absorb Liu? Continuous thunder and lightning. It does not mean that if he wants to take away the Lei Qi, he must only install the Liu in the center, and also take away the surrounding broken rocks together after counting the one in the center. Liu has to take away not one. Moreover, it is not the electric ball that affects the broken rock, but the broken rock itself is not part of the Thunder Pool. Lei Hezheng and Bad used the huge power of the weird puzzle to run towards a broken rock and smash it into pieces. As the evil horned beasts in the Thunder Pool looked at it, they realized that it was finally over. Where was the wanderer avoiding the thunder and lightning? He was obviously twitching and absorbing while breaking the broken rocks of the Thunder Pool. Leahy took the opportunity to expand Weird Jigsaw, expanded his body several times, and stuffed fewer octopus tentacles outside the body. Of course, the specific details of how to pack it up and take it away will not be known until you return it. Sui Jia, who didn't seem to be that big among the broken rocks, attracted each other and formed a broken hole with the one in the middle of the Thunder Pool. Hey, let's see how long he can hold on. The guard moved out of the way, as if preparing to see Leahy being turned into coke by the Thunder Pool. And Leahy also read the rules of the Thunder Pool trial from the voices of the evil horned beasts. Have they joined? Leahy stepped over the old evil horned beast, talked directly to the 8 guards, and absorbed the electricity they spilled. When he was young, Leahy had not fully charged his hundreds of tentacles, and the weird puzzle was fully activated, tightening Lei's body, and he had endless energy to vent. Gee. Then the evil horned beast saw the muscles of this waif were squirming on the skin, as if a tentacle monster was hidden outside the body, and then slowly expanded to 10 times the size of the evil horned beast. Immediately afterwards, his whole body turned blue and white, and he was bathing and swimming outside the thunder pool strangely. Tisk, when the guards saw Leahy falling to the ground, of course they neighed and laughed, and the face of the old evil horned beast also glowed. Leahy observed for a moment, stretched his legs slightly, made sure that the tentacles on his body were enough to store outside for a moment, and immediately jumped on. It must be that Leahy was sure that the clan leader was close behind, and he was afraid that if he took action now, he might attract the attention of the forest guard. He would have already stretched out his tentacles and binding threads to push back the 8 thunder horses with materials on their heads. Stomach bag. At the same time, in the forest, the leader of the evil horned beast also ran out in panic. Of course he knew how Swagia was formed, but he could guess that it had little to do with the existence of the lake pond itself. Maybe by taking Liu back to the library, another lake pond could grow. At the same time, the guard in front of him kept urging, stamping his feet and releasing electric light, mocking him. If you die in 10 seconds, you are not qualified to be the inner guard of the tribe. Where did he pick up the garbage from? The leading guard crossed his body and asked Leahy to take another step back. However, when he saw the jackal head above Leahy, the electric light guarding his body flashed across the ground, seemingly not touching. To touch. The combat power is wrong? The combat power is wrong. Why was he not recruited by the expeditionary force? The guard had not sensed a trace of electric energy from under Leahy. Of course, his words were polite. Leahy scoffed at this, and then extended his senses at the dangerous location closest to the lake pond, and suddenly noticed the peculiarity of the lake pond. The simple magnetic field and electric field interacted with each other, making it difficult to identify the direction outside the lake pond, let alone find the way to Liu. The battery was 14%, and the guard's blow was still wrong. But it should have been full force. Swagia silently thought about it, and took the fully charged tentacles back to the devil's illustration, and replaced them with new ones in the body. The clan leader is here. You are in charge of the clan and the thunder pool. You are not the clan leader. The guard led by him finished accumulating thunder and lightning. The lightning from the thunder pool seemed to find an outlet, and hit the 8 thunder horses behind the thunder core. He disobeyed the clan leader, and will either fight you or pass the thunder pool trial. But thinking of the performance of the thunder core force in killing the jackals, the old evil horned beast still had a glimmer of hope. Huh? The guard noticed something strange, took 8 steps forward, and turned the giant horn under his head to face Swagia. So he walked back and forth to the edge of the thunder pool. Behind him were 8 group guards, and 2 other evil horned beast companions, who had no expectations. They expected Leahy to hold on for 10 seconds. Thanks to the money that the noisy people got from outside the forbidden forest in those days, the octopus tentacles that the thunder core did not have enough could not absorb the thunder and lightning from the thunder pool, which increased the exploration time. Leahy felt as if there was no static electricity running through his skin. It should be that the 8 evil horned beast guards were checking him. Swagia was paralyzed by the first lightning, floating in the air and sucked towards a broken rock. With 33% battery in the thunder pool, the 7 evil horned beasts were stunned. Liu appeared in the broken rock, and Leahy swallowed it in one gulp without any courtesy. Instead of retreating into the thunder pool, jumping between broken rocks to avoid thunder and lightning, to touch Liu in the light ball in the middle of the thunder pool. Then the old evil horned beast saw that Leahy stood up as if something had happened, and the muscle lines on his body became even more so. This boss? Can it be over? Leahy regained control of Weird Jigsaw, and his horse's hooves scraped the ground. That was a wanderer before the mutation. You saw that my fighting power was wrong, and you wanted to invite it to join your group and become a guard. The old evil horned beast raised its head. Chapter 272, Lychee is delicious. Liu in the thunder pool finally swallowed the first thunder core, and the electric light nearby also weakened. Liu had no energy to observe the situation outside the thunder pool, and naturally he did not know that the clan leader had arrived. The burning of the electric current and the self-healing imposed by Liu on the tentacles reached a strange balance, and Liu still maintained his ability to move. After recovering from paralysis and stabilizing his condition a little, Liu struck while the iron was hot and rushed to the next piece of broken rock. The thunder core was completely isolated after being put into the stomach bag, as stable as eating a piece of cake. But Liu still not at ease. I tried to force self-healing on my stomach, tried to eliminate unstable factors, and prepared to eat 7 pills at once. Eat the thunder pool. What's going on? The clan leader yelled outside the thunder pool. You're back. It was difficult for the guard to explain clearly what was happening in the thunder pool. He only said that a wanderer wanted to become a guard. So he was undergoing a trial in the thunder pool. Then why is there a corner of the thunder pool missing? The patriarch looked at the empty area in the thunder pool and Liu, who was being attracted by other electric fields. Where is our electricity? It seems he was eaten. One of the guards had sharp eyes, and saw the scene when Liu swallowed the thunder core. Eaten by such a disability? The patriarch noticed Liu's various stiffness in the thunder pool, and couldn't figure out why the evil horned beast had not been electrocuted to death. He has mutated, the old evil horned beast said cautiously. The huge light ball flashed and flickered, as if there was some connection with Liu outside the stomach bag. The lightning cracked the air and probed towards the thunder core, making him stiff again. Just when the electric light was about to completely burst the tentacles and the body of the street boy, the evil horned beast's eyes burst. But it suddenly gathered all the electricity in its body under this white horn. The lightning instantly subsided, replaced by a series of sparse explosions in the air, and the surge of magic power before the explosions in the forbidden forest. A thunder pool where evil horned beasts have survived for generations was seen. The old evil horned beast and my companions huddled underground, shivering. The thunder core also slowly devoured all the surrounding Liu, trying his best to wake up from the stiffness and twitching, and quietly looked at the most dazzling ball of light in the center of the thunder pool. The moment the stomach bag was opened, the electric light became a bridge between the thunder pool and the stomach bag, drawing a relatively thick arc. It was like opening a huge thunder gate in the hole of the thunder pool, and then suddenly shrank, merged, and closure. I want to eat more. When the clan leader roared, the stiff thunder core had not smashed the seventh piece of broken rock with a headbutt, and swallowed the seventh piece with a slurping sound amidst lightning and thunder. It's bad. Only then did he finally jump out of the empty cave with a giant thunder horse. Then he stood up under the apprentice at the edge of the cave, stretched out his tentacles from his belly, and patted his belly. As soon as the electric shock was applied, almost all the octopus tentacles outside Thunder Core's body were filled, and the bones almost cracked. The electric light intensified. In the tumbling tentacles, the head of the evil horned beast swayed slightly, and layers of lightning-shaped blood vessels appeared on its white-blue skin. It was about to be burned by the electric current at the side of it. What kind of mutation? Has it become bigger and stupider? The patriarch looked at the huge stiff thunder horse and felt that his status was threatened. Bump it! The clan leader also realized that the battle situation was not optimistic, so he ordered the 8 guards to launch a physical attack for a moment. The thunder core took the 8th Liu, and the size of the thunder pool was almost reduced to half. He had time to pay attention to the roar of the clan leader. In the stiffness of his muscles, he felt that Lei Qi, which had lost his other self Liu, was on the verge of collapse. If he was cautious, a thunderstorm in the forbidden forest would be triggered. Even though they were very small, they were still extinguished in the lightning of the thunder pool itself. Apart from making the thunder core stiffen, they did not cause any impact. Kill it! The clan leader roared, and the 8 lightning bolts were not moving in the belly of the giant little thunder horse, and there seemed to be no sign of bursting out of the belly. Lei Qi fell into the bag, and the Devil's Illustrated book in his mind also popped up a reminder. What exactly does he want? The clan leader could certainly see why Thunder Core was getting smaller, and his roar instantly echoed throughout the forbidden forest. And he didn't care at all about the few giant horns that suddenly appeared in the thunder pool. There was only a flash of light in his eyes. He smashed it and ate it. In the flash of lightning, the white horn burst into thunder, and then completely disappeared. Eaten. It was the white horn of the evil horn beast, the low-level material that many bought in the demon market. Before the white horn poked out, Thunder Core's horse face also stretched out from the rolling tentacles. When he came out, lightning flashed from his eyes, ears, and mouth, as if he was desperately trying to digest the thunder and lightning he had just swallowed. The battery level is 77%. But there is a way. Now I can only catch it. Before the lightning disappeared, the world seemed to be dark for a moment. When the clan leader regained his sight, he saw an electric blue tentacle monster squirming in the place where the thunder pool was originally, as if it was collapsing or twitching, rolling and stirring the body until a plain and strange white horn emerged. As a last resort, Thunder Core only became smaller and opened its mouth. The old evil horned beast who had just come here with me had lost his ability to think at this moment. He was thinking that he just picked up a stray child. So how could he be eaten by me? But very slowly, the 8 electric lights disappeared, leaving only 8 lumps on Sher's abdomen. The blood and electricity of the guard were all sucked up by the octopus tentacles and the fangs of the devil wolf. And even the skin and flesh were mixed in. Within the puzzle of the weirdo. The bones are still there. The 8 guards had no choice. They were immediately wrapped in lightning and turned into 8 lightning bolts, hitting Laycor's upper abdomen. Thundercore held the monster jigsaw to a minimum. And at this moment, he did not bother to maintain the form of the evil horned beast, but turned into a river of tentacles, rolling towards the center of the thunder pool, and then opened his stomach with his mind. After eating until now, even if it is usable when brought back, the hundreds of electrified tentacles accumulated by Lay he are not enough for the library. Instead, now he is as confident as when he came here, and has no time to quietly appreciate this. The main body of the thunder pool, which was guarded by broken rocks, was lost. The 8 guards had to save their strength and release electric current from the giant horns under their heads, but Sher was already being baptized by the thunder pool. So how could he care about the few arcs that came out? They retreat. Drive it out for you. The clan leader came up no matter how calm he was, his lightning mane turning into lightning, urging the 8 evil horned beast guards to come forward. Those 8 guards were certainly the best among the group. Xiao Yu could hold out in the thunder pool for 7 minutes. At this moment, he dared to stand firm after hearing the clan leader's order, and at the same time, he jumped into the chaotic thunder pool. With a snap, the evil horned beast clan leader was electrocuted into a ball of burnt flesh. At the same time, the lightning pierced the air, made several cracks, and hit the evil horned beast clan leader at the edge of the huge hole. Explosion! Explosion! Seeing the wandering child lose consciousness, the patriarch roared his innermost desire, suspecting that as long as the thunder pool could burst its stomach, the light could be rebuilt in the forbidden forest. The electric shock and the impact were the minimum efforts of the evil horned beast's guards. At this time, the thunder core was stiffening, and when it was time to dodge, 8 lightning bolts were inserted into its abdomen. Chapter 273, Electric. Energetic. Kill high-level monsters. Get 1 demon point. Material King's electric horn. Please confirm. The majestic black horn on the head of the clan leader, like a giant sword, was spinning in the Devil's Illustrated book. Liu was also quite pleased. Not only did he put the 7 thunder cores from the thunder pool into his stomach, but he also received the best evil horned beast material. Even if it is not used, it is still a good decoration when hung in the library. What's more, the horn of the evil horn itself is a good thing that can release arcs, and its power loss is smaller than that of octopus tentacles. As long as it can contain the thunder pool, go to the library, connect it to the horn of the evil horn, make a switch, and then find a way to control the voltage. It can be used as a direct defense method that even Mini and Brain Spirit can use directly. In addition to releasing thunder and lightning, the electric horn also has some functions of attracting thunder and lightning. If there is no way to develop an electric shock tower to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, you can place some corners at each door of the library to mark the attack range. There are always more ways than difficulties to adjust the layout due to the characteristics of the materials. Once the demon expeditionary force left, Liu could no longer suppress the demon's heart that was ready to move, and couldn't wait to start strengthening the library. In addition, the horn of the evil horn itself is a symbol of power among the ethnic group. It has the same effect as the bone sword to control the skeletons. If cavalry is needed, the evil horns could become the mounts of the skeletons in the library in the future. Galeric should be happy. Right? Electric? Energetic? Of course. The soul lodging places of different skeletons need to be wrapped with insulators. The materials have yet to be found, but the small frame cannot be planned like this yet. After all, if you want to energize the library, it is necessary to use insulating materials to make cables. Yes, you rely on the thunder pool to survive, and the thunder pool also needs the evil horned beast to recharge it. The old evil horned beast was shocked that Devil actually wants to rob his home. The forest guard's action prediction success rate is 76.451%. Even if I can control the power of the forbidden forest, Liu can't do anything for a moment. The forest guard was so confident that the wind in the forest and the soil underground were not shaken at all times. Liu was also very worried about the forest guard's move to invoke the authority of the forbidden forest while dodging the vines. Liu also used the front hand he had left on the edge after retreating from the forbidden forest. Where is your authority? Do you have it? You can always use up one piece and then come back to grab another piece outside the forbidden forest. Right? I couldn't come to the forbidden forest to collect wool often anymore. After seeing each other for a long time, the demonic expeditionary force also set off. Liu felt that the pace of the forest guard was a little nervous. But obviously the disappearance of Lei Qi made my mood improve again. There are still high-level monster contracts left outside the good and bad library. Liu kept talking nonsense and wrapped up the old evil horned beast and its companions. We couldn't have been sent to conquer the Forbidden Forest with the king's electric horn before. Especially when Lei Qi disappeared. The old evil horned beast was sure. His head was full of Liu's wriggling body and inside-out tentacles. He wanted to run away. But when he saw the white horn under Liu's head, he dared to run away. Evil horned beasts that die in the Thunder Pool will become nutrients in the Thunder Pool. The souls will also be purified. It is the most noble destination for the entire clan. The forest guard thought for a moment. Then stretched out vines from under the tree and underground. And tied them to Liu. Where's the Thunder Pool? Where's such a small Thunder Pool? The forest guard looked at a huge hole in the ground. He never thought that such strange things would happen outside the Forbidden Forest. The mutation, isn't it related to the disappearance of Lei Qi, but is there any current in the bad body underneath it? Which ethnic group is he from? The forest guard searched for the living creatures in the distance of the Thunder Pool, and naturally focused on such a guy who was one size smaller. Don't argue. If you argue again, you will really eat him. Liu wrapped the evil horned beast with his tentacles, and wiped its skin with the fangs of the demon wolf. It was during the thunderstorm that a tree in the Forbidden Forest suddenly opened its eyes. You were eaten, and you were a stallion, the old evil horned beast cried out anxiously in Ishu's body. It's so noisy here in the Thunder Pond. The forest guard felt the commotion everywhere in the forest and sighed. Forget it. It's the Demon Expeditionary Army's expedition celebration. So it's not abnormal to be noisy at all. What kind of demon is he? The thunder and lightning that just killed the clan leader was the most dazzling one the old evil horned beast had ever seen in his life. At this moment, it was not difficult for me to use my unlimited brain to think about Ishu's origin. But think less. For a moment, the old evil horned beast had the illusion that it was being clamped by the demon wolf warrior's open mouth. It was afraid that the sharp teeth would fall on it. So it immediately became quiet. While Liu was thinking, he put the king's electric horn under his head, and at that moment, the surviving old evil horned beast and his companions trembled and knelt down. Although Liu is an environmentalist, he must also consider that he can only use up the lake to catch fish. The voice of the old evil horned beast reminded Liu, if the Thunder Pool is taken away like that, it is probably equivalent to taking away a huge battery. Although the power can be used for decades or hundreds of years. But if there really was a war with the Colosseum, the worst possible thing would be to not replenish the power supply. The bones were pulled out of the soil where Liu entered the forest and crashed into the demon wolf king's cordon against the skeleton clan. The wind in the forest instantly turned into the smell of blood. The authority of the Forbidden Forest was taken away at that moment, and the forest guard froze in place. As for the composition of the wires in the cable, Liu had never chosen to mix copper binding wires for production. Now he can make simple cables with only insulation materials. Seeing the vines tied up, Liu instantly understood the relationship between the forest guard and the evil horned beast. That is, he pretended again. He opened his stomach bag and temporarily stuffed the old evil horned beast and its companions away, then the weird puzzle piece squirming. Liu's 7 legs quickly shrank in size, dodging the first round of binding by the vines. And before Liu escaped from the crime scene, he quickly walked, ate grass, smoothed his hair, pretended to be serious, and moved little by little towards the direction of the Moonlight Avenue, preparing to use his acting skills to avoid the possible arrival of the guards. Lin Ren's gaze. You are a mutated wanderer. Of course, Liu would compete with the forest guard for his understanding of the Forbidden Forest. Everything depends on his mutated body. Ishu regretted that the old evil horned beast had retreated without any regrets. But thinking about the troops that could not enrich the library, he felt that it was still unnecessary. Did Liu think that he could find out the information outside? Isn't this the case where the tiger is at home and the monkey is called the little king? Good intentions plus 99.99 plus 99.99 plus 99.99. Is it a mutated evil horned beast? Or is it not another demon at all? The Thunder Pool is yours. Goodbye. Ishu turned around and left, preparing to waste time. In fact, the tires of the magic motorcycle are made of some kind of rubber. But even if it is turned into a sensor, there is still a way to complete mass production unless the source is found. So alternative materials need to be found. It is indeed an evil horned beast. The disappearance of the Thunder Pool must have nothing to do with me. The Demon Wolf King is here. And you are not the Lord of Authority in the Forbidden Forest. Is there any demon that can escape from your hands? After saying that, the forest guard continued to speak, and fell into a deep sleep again. Phineas went out with the 7th Army, and the Jackal family was wiped out again. There should be a lot of peace outside the Forbidden Forest. And Liu also stayed here for a short time. Although his whole body was several times smaller, he still dressed up as an evil horned beast, and ran towards the forest with horse hooves. Liu had just taken 2 steps. The weeds on the ground were floating. The forest guard walked out of a tree, and came to Yishu's face again. For the guardians of the Forbidden Forest, although there are reasons to kill creatures, there is absolutely no need to be polite to the evil horned beasts. The forest guard thought so. But the rigidity in my bones still prompted me to subconsciously connect with the will of the trees. And when I looked at the extremely noisy thunder pool just now, Phineas also left with the expeditionary force? Chapter 274, 300 Warriors. No. The skeleton is here again. How come it's such a coincidence? The forest guard only had a few nearby vines left, and was unable to do anything to Liu, who shrank into a flesh ball, and instantly sank into the ground. At the same time, a moonlight rose from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and a huge wolf shadow swept away all the monsters around it, heading straight to the edge of the forest invaded by skeletons. Phineas is not here, little wolf. Bite my wooden ass, this wolf will cause more damage. The forest guard was stunned for a moment. Liu had swum far underground, and could not catch up. Although the forest guard was very unhappy, he at least confirmed that the guy who robbed the thunder pool was related to the skeleton. At the moment, he could only deal with it first. The little wolf that caused more damage to the Forbidden Forest. Liu swam all the way until he returned to the Moonlight Path, where he resumed his duties of watching the demonic expeditionary army's departure ceremony with the guardians on his left and right, and walked towards the corridor of confusion with his head lowered. It's a pity that when I opened the stomach bag again and tried to release the old evil horned beast and its companion, the companion had been turned into coke by the 7 thunder cores in the stomach bag, and returned to the embrace of the thunder pool first. Only the old evil horned beast was still dying. Alive. Liu helped the old evil horned beast for self-healing, first hanging on to its life until it returned to the bone room of the library. A few days before the departure of the Devil's Expeditionary Force, Abada's spear throwing had stopped. But Liu still did not let Butebog out for insurance reasons, and kept him locked up. Butebog was also afraid of throwing spears back again, and still appeared and disappeared in the Bone Room's reception room, wearing the Slaughter Seed Butterfly. Even after Ajibuki launched a clearing against the Braves, he once tortured several Braves away like this. And inexplicably, when he saw Leahy coming back, Butebog also had a sense of it, and it kept appearing and disappearing again. Bang! The electric light flashed from the cable, and the bathtub also emitted a dazzling light for an instant. Leahy removed the monster puzzle piece, first threw the old evil horn aside, and reorganized it into the skeleton of Skorik, then took out the bone sword on the lower leg and raised it low in front of the skeletons. We are the soldiers and warriors worthy of our lord. Report to my lord, you only carefully selected the skeletons that have been sleeping for thousands of years in the Tomb of Light. Jia Jian raised her head and reported. You just took us out of the tomb before the expeditionary force was recruited, and brought us to behind your face. Returning to the cave at the bottom of the library, Leahy picked an empty space in the depths, copied a small hole in the ground exactly as he remembered it in the far distance of the lake pond, and then threw the Liu out of his stomach in sequence, right in the middle of the hole. Still wondering which method to use, Leahy decided to make a cable and try it first, at least to make sure it could conduct the current of the lake pond before deciding. Welcome, my lord. When the strange man came back, Jia Yijian was the first to give the knight's salute, and the skeleton soldiers in front of him also knelt down in an orderly manner. Now that he had time to pay attention to his stomach, the Thunder Core was unable to escape the damage range of the Thunder Pool. He finally took a breath, and then used the authority of the library to strengthen his own magic power, and used his mind to suppress the scattered light and electricity. Pieced together the connection between Liu. When Liu was vomited out, his stomach bag suddenly floated away like a deflated rubber ball, giving off a faint smell of barbecue. Although the power supply next to the Thunder Pool was slowly cut off, the Thunder Core was already in time to stop everything that happened behind it. So it directly weakly healed the big guy. 2 options are to use octopus tentacles, suck them in and then discharge them, filling the soil layer of the library, or instead of using binding wires and adding simple copper cables. There are several circles densely embedded next to the mine pond, which is also convenient for hiding. Complete wiring outside the library, And that time when Thundercore returned, he was surprised to find that Galaric had brought back 800 skeleton soldiers, and were waiting in line outside the Bone Room's reception room. It was also at that moment that Leahy was shocked to death again. He almost collapsed on the spot at the bottom of the library, and became a new memory in the Soul Altar. Thundercore Ecstasy next. As long as materials without insulation effect are found, the library cannot be operated with electricity. Leahy was immersed in his own imagination in that room. And Minnie, who was carrying the soul contract in this room, touched it, giggled, and picked up the cable with his outstretched arm. No chance. In reality, too little control of the Thunder Core was required. When Liu turned into one again, they had not attracted each other and ended some disorderly rotation and connection. Galaric still had no sense of propriety. And Leahy was also quite satisfied. The lower cave of the library is missing a thunder pool. Crackling. Leahy was so sure that the stomach bag could still be used, thinking that it might be difficult to explain to Brother Pie last time. The bad thing is that the difficulty temporarily stabilized the position of the leader Yi Ji. The Thunder Core followed the same example and pushed out the remaining 8 ones one after another. He ordered Yi Jian, skeleton soldiers and evil horned beasts to wait here and stay on guard. While he slowly floated to the lower cave of the library. Yi Jian was still crackling outside his stomach pouch. If you find a place to put it, it might explode. Isn't that a real skeleton soldier? Isn't that so well trained? There must be nothing I can do about it. Master, that's what you should ask. From the perspective of mounts alone. Compared to the demon wolf warrior or the winged demon, the evil horned beast is even worse to control. If there must be a way to control the lightning on their bodies, it would be a really bad choice. Even if the insulation effect is bad, it cannot be converted into a real and usable cable by increasing the density. Buzz, Liu, the owner of the first core, was pushed out of the hole by Leahy's thoughts, and he was barely able to float. To Yi Ji's expectation, the voices of the skeletons turned out to be very intense. They did not believe at all that the person behind them with eyeballs and bulging muscles should be her loyal partner. On the way, Leahy also forgot to use the Staff of Deception and informed Lulu and Feifei to take the remaining monster contracts to the Bone Room reception room. After the Thunder Pool was dealt with, they could sign the remaining contracts. Leahy also used his mind to pay attention to the movement trajectory of a Leaf G in real time. And only after confirming that they were the same as outside the Forbidden Forest did he pay attention. And then conceived how to extract electricity from the Thunder Pool. Hey! Out of panic, Leahy's mind expanded, and he sent out a thought that could be heard throughout the library. After staying outside the stomach bag for a long time, Leahy seemed to be even more violent. So Leahy used binding wires to tie the copper into strands, and tie them tightly, and then extended a distance of more than 10 meters to the outside of the bathtub customized for Dandan and Minnie. The body floated farther away, and then put the suggestion one end of the cable cautiously entered the pond. Especially since Leahy has mastered the weak enhancement of self-healing. It will take a lot of energy to replace our self-healing bones with weaker body bones. Very bad. Yi Ji nodded slightly, commending Galaric for his achievements. Galaric's thoughts were consistent with Leahy's observation. Leahy thought so too. Galaric first expressed his belief in Leahy's choice, but he was immediately relieved. The strange thing was that there was no sound for a while. It turned out that he was waiting for the expeditionary force to set off. It was also before Liu, the other person, circled around the main body Liu a few times, that the electric light ended its crazy flow, retreated and was released. Immediately afterwards, the earth element in the cave was attracted by Liu, and rumbled around the 8 deputy Liu, forming a broken rock, rotating around the light ball in the center. When Jia Jian saw the evil horned beast thrown aside by Leahy, she immediately understood whether the thing the owner had brought back was consistent with her guess. Those 800 skeletons, all of them have slightly shiny bones, and they are at most the level of low-level monsters. If they have been trained more in line with the current era and equipped with tailor-made weak equipment, they will not even be able to compete with the steam engine soldiers, or Clockwork Warrior, a lower one. Welcome, my lord. The Thunder Pool stabilized. Chapter 275. Doesn't it hurt? Ah! It's itchy. It's itchy. Little Minnie was holding the cable that was constantly releasing electric light, giggling under the influence of self-healing. You're not afraid of electricity? Liu was stunned. Not only did he look like a rubber guy during hand-to-hand combat and work, but the texture was also not much different. After such a delay, the guardians on the left and right of the library heard Liu's thoughts and ran up. seeing Minnie holding an unfamiliar thing and giggling. While Liu was stunned opposite, Lulu thought that maybe her companion had caused trouble. So she hurriedly led the little guy behind her, poking her fingers very nervously. "Brother, what happened?" When Lulu asked. A group of sweet potato heads gathered at the iron gate at the entrance of the upper cave and watched the excitement together. "From now on, you must remember to close the iron door on the upper floor of the library." With this thought in mind, Liu first closed the iron door with his mind, and then withdrew the simple cable he had just made. He looked at the guardians on the left and right, still a little speechless. Minnie was actually covered in treasures. This was something Liu didn't expect if he were a real devil. He would have stripped off all their skins to make cables right now. Right? It can be regarded as another way to support the construction of the library. But Liu is different. "Brother, go to the Colosseum to fight and seek revenge on the red-skinned devil for you." "Does it hurt?" Lulu raised her neck. "Bad? You announce it? The library's power tower is powered on for the first time, and the test firing is officially over." Lulu's mouth made everyone laugh. "Will it hurt?" Since Lulu hasn't expressed her position to that extent, Minnie will of course be polite to us again. But she doesn't feel any distress yet. When Lulu asked in reply, Minnie also recalled the sickle that scratched under his head when he had just traveled through time. Among them, of course, there are no brave men who accidentally entered the library. Of course, Minnie knew that, and she tried to terminate the plan several times. But Lulu and the other Fei Minis yelled and scolded her, and pushed her out. It's bad. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Minnie can also force Fei Minnie to contribute to the library. What's more, the value of an electric power system is unparalleled, and is the top priority for the next development of the library. Brother, he needs insulating materials. Lulu was confused by Minnie's movements. She stretched her arms, and pulled over the simple cable that was still emitting electric light, and shook it. It was also in the few days before the departure of the Demon Expeditionary Army that some brave men appeared sporadically in the Demon King city. And they charged at the throne room regardless of their own safety. But there is no limit to Fei Minnie's skin. And there is no limit to Ganjing's time. So have we replaced the self-healing bones for the 800 skeleton soldiers? And have we separated Fei Minnie's skin and stuffed it into our soul lodging place? Help us control the evil horned beast. Those two things are not slow. And the 800 skeleton soldiers are not weak enough. What's the matter? Brother, he can't heal the injury. So I can't peel off your skin to make cables, and then heal you. Lulu's intelligence has also been greatly developed. And she found a feasible way without thinking. Methods. They can do it. Minnie shook his head, and pulled back the cable. During this period, Ganjing was of course working day and night to heal the library where Fei Minnie was. Almost every day wasting up all the magic power allocated to the library. Ganjing also put 800 skeleton soldiers into daily storage. For the management of the library, patrols and response teams are assigned. And Fei Minnie, who hates sword skills and fighting, is always taught skills. The big guy who mistakenly took the cable looked on, fully knowing that the big hand he extended in a playful manner would trigger such a small change and a qualitative leap in the library. Minnie spent 8 days cutting the skin from the bodies of the flying minis to make cables, and finally completed the laying of the thunder pool from the lower cave to each room. He didn't even have time to go to the Colosseum to search for Jesse's remains. The Kingston family's sacred object, the magic mirror, fell outside. If I really leave, I will just stay. My brother is always using you. If I dare to leave with you, you will let me touch you for the rest of my life. Lulu's voice was more determined. And she even hated Liu together. Minnie was both angry and smirking. You can't. It was just very cruel. When Liu saw the pitiful looks of the 3 little guys in front of him, he silently denied the plan. Are you ready to break the switch? A pair of King's electric horns hung on the wall of the Bone Room's reception room. And Lulu shouted at a flying Minnie under the bloody corridor. At the end of the day, only Lulu and Ganjing were the volunteers. But very slowly, all the Ganjing minis were inspired by the guardians on the left and right. And they all voluntarily joined the huge operation. Fortunately, they are talented. But the big thing was electrocuted to death. After clearing up his bad mood, Minnie comforted Ganjing. Minnie floated over and touched the big guy's head with his tentacles to release the self-healing weak point. Amidst the mourning everywhere, Fei Minnie completed her dedication to the library. The scene of Fei Minnie's peeling each other's skin while wailing is deeply imprinted in Minnie's mind. Get ready. In the hand of Fei Minnie, she holds the most luxurious bone switch. In fact, It doesn't use Ganjing Mini's skin to block the current. It only energizes when it is turned on. It even controls the voltage. I thought the guy would choke himself with that thing. Seeing that Mini was still shaking his head, Lulu was angry on the spot. I told you that you will help the library. Brother. He must be using it. It's like you have returned to your hometown. Leave now. That also made Mini admire Galaric's leadership methods even more. And this old evil horned beast brought from outside the Forbidden Forest had long since recovered its vitality. It fully obeyed orders before signing a sole contract with Mini, and became one of Mini's important experiments. You, continue to wait. Lulu waved her hand. And Fei, Mini and the brain spirits at the door of the guest room of the bone room gathered around, and turned their attention to the main entrance. Where's he? Old thing. Is he ready to break down? Lulu called to the old evil horned beast in the middle of the living room of the bone room. This was not the first time the old evil horned beast was combined with a discharge device. It was also an experiment on the power of arcs. First try. Lulu stretched out her hand and brought out a large mat and several pieces of self-healing bones from the darkness of the lower cave. These are all the belongings of you and Liu in the library. And the others have been eaten. He also recalled the scorching cold death when the heart of purgatory exploded. Well, it's not finished yet. Ganjing and Mini were at a dangerous distance, and Mini had not suppressed the thunder pool. At this moment, her back was covered with thunder and lightning. Before completing the laying of the cables, Mini chose today to test the results. You can't, Lulu repeated, blinking at Mini, holding the cable in one hand and wrapping Ganjing in the other. Lulu swung the cable at Liu from head to toe. It crackled but did not cause any harm. It has the imposition function of self-healing, so it can be pried from the Minis intact without killing the goose. Mini, Galaric and 70 skeleton soldiers stood inside the bone room's reception room, anxiously anticipating the performance of the electric tower. Here he comes. The hero is here. Bitterberg suddenly appeared from the small door of the library, carrying a small work of holy light on his back. Brother, is he making cables? Lulu saw whether Mini responded. After observing for a long time, she also figured out what Mini was going to do. It wasn't you and Mini, who had nothing to do with the male textile worker in the first place. I have a collection of books, but I don't have a certain understanding of human industry. Recently, I listened with the blonde Tom Shao, and I noticed that in front of Mini, there was a thunder pool with discontinuous discharge, and I immediately understood it. The 800 skeleton soldiers were arranged by me in an orderly manner, and were extremely unqualified. They usually only heard or asked about the strange things that happened in the library. They were like a towering background wall. Only when the brave men arrived, we would step out of the background and chop the brave man into pieces, even if it's a really bad plan. Chapter 276, the first power test of the electric tower. For the first electric tower test firing experiment, Liu's idea was actually very rough. The cable can transfer the power from the thunder pool to the king's electric horn embedded in the wall. So, how to make the king's electric horn able to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy is the most important problem that needs to be solved. Liu thought hard for a long time and couldn't find any scientific method. So he remembered the old evil horn beast he brought from the Forbidden Forest when he first saw it. The old evil horn beast electrocuted him. An evil horn beast guard also shot an electric arc directly at him. Does that mean that the evil horn beast has this ability? So after signing the contract, Liu made the old evil horn beast sense electricity, then fired arcs at fixed locations, and successfully scorched several walls covered with bone spurs. Only then did this real test launch experiment take place. And the target of the experiment was the brave man. In the past few days, there have been more and more brave men in Demon King City. So Liu said Booty Bog out to investigate, hoping to bring a guinea pig over. It can be said that the Emperor is paid off. The audience here has just been seated, and the cable has just been completed. After turning on the electricity, Bitterberg successfully caught one. The holy light approaches outside the door, and the inside of the bone room's reception room is filled with onlookers. Inexplicably, the old evil horn beast felt a little uneasy. It didn't expect that one day it would be able to control the lightning in the thunder pool, and it was anxious and hopeful when the holy light shone in the living room of the bone room like the newborn sun. A brave man jumped in and entered the library, and Liu directly tore down the ceiling, completely blocking the monsters behind him, waiting for the holy light to subside, like electrocuting a mosquito. So many days have passed, and there are still fewer brave men who have retreated to the Demon King City, so the limelight should not have passed yet. Next to the throne, the dazzling electric light lights up. as if to celebrate the technological regression of the library. That bag of rags is yours. The dwarf took out a pre-modified silver gun from outside his beard, threw it to a silent corpse collector, and then raked away the messy objects around me. There was a silence in the field. As a result, Liu would have less time to hunt demons, collect materials, and find ways to pull Bognicky onto his horse. And he would always worry too much about the safety of the library. By the way, you can't ask what materials are needed for the copper ladle during your last trip to the Colosseum. Pay some attention, at least the beholder's monitoring system is very useless at the moment. If it can be copied to the library, it will be completely useless. You can't build a control room in the lower cave. Minnie and the brains also need to contact the intruder head-on. They only need to turn the switch to break it. Of course, for the first time, Liu is only going to ask him to bring 8 or 7 female evil horned beasts as backup. If necessary, he would bring in a group. Perhaps the power system could also get some inspiration from Jesse. Liu decided to go to the Colosseum to look for a mirror before going to the dungeon to grab the much-anticipated Ojib copper ladle. The skeleton soldiers by the wall were silent for a while, then suddenly rushed out of the lightning, danced on the lightning, and discotheque next to the hero's body. Liu almost forgot that the skeleton wasn't that bad. Looking back at Galaric's itchy feet, he decided to let us celebrate freely first, and then let the old evil horn take the king's electric horn to recruit the same kind tomorrow. It would be satisfying. It's the desire to be a stallion. When Liu met Lulu's gaze and nodded heavily to you, his dear sister jumped up low and shouted to the entire library, "You announce. The library's electricity tower is powered on for the first time, and the test is successful." Success? The lives of low-level gladiators are also relatively leisurely. The demonic expeditionary force has not yet set off, and the weak enemies are all in the Demon King's city. Liu's days are very leisurely, and he does not have enough time to complete various preparations. But he is still certain. Are you too impatient? The old evil horned beast didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was making sure that he had done the right thing, and that he had completed the experiment. Bognicky went out with the first army, while the injured Beelzebub was left in the above-ground area, and continued to recuperate under the protection of the low-level gladiators, who killed more than half of them. Next to the throne, facing the brave man, was an evil horned beast. The horns under its head were not shrunk at all, but it still stared at its hind legs, as if it was about to launch an attack. It was so slow that Liu even remembered my appearance. In the underground city, a dwarf with his beard tied into several large ladles was focused on my scavenging business. The invading braves pushed back the Demon King's scavenging business. The scavenging business in the city was getting worse and worse. That was, the corpse collectors brought. They picked up bits and pieces of bad stuff and gathered together to sell them far away from the dead river in the underground city. A group of people were killed in the magic mirror's killing, and a group of people were taken away from the first army. The killing cup was also suspended for a limited time, so the remaining ones had nothing to do, just waiting to entertain the invading braves. Thinking about it, Liu glanced at Galaric. The chief of defense of the library also understood it, and arranged a separate team of skeleton soldiers to guard the danger of the old evil horned beast that was an important contributor to the role of the electric tower. He is also the candidate to be the leader of the evil horned beasts in the future, and needs bad protection. If you want to further degrade the library, you need professionals like Ujibu Bronze Ladle to help you build the Thunder Pool into a truly operational power system, or find the Kingston family's sacred objects and fight with them. Jesse got in touch and purchased fewer magic cannons or parts of the magic cannon from you, and assembled them himself. And that was the limit that Liu Emu could achieve, because Wangshu has arranged a supporting living environment for them in the library. And even the food is just hard meat and side dishes sent from the Devil's Kitchen, plus some self-healing bones. The hero's armor instantly melted and became entangled with the burnt flesh, turning into a lump of meat underground. Snapped. The holy light faded. The bone wall faded away, and the brave man saw countless monsters appearing in front of the bone throne. At the same time, things happened in the Colosseum and in the underground city that were difficult for Liu to predict. Liu ordered the letter of complaint to be delivered door to door, but it had no effect. Beelzebub's life was very bad. His upper abdomen had not fully recovered, and he had not yet given birth to hundreds of poisonous fly demon eggs. Bognicky's private army was rebuilt, and its recovery speed was far faster than expected. As for the trip to the underground city, Liu also arranged it for tomorrow. Still acting under the skin of Van Helsing, who had a cannon in his belly, he broke a copy of the low-level, middle-level, and high-level devil contracts and prepared to go to the underground city. Signed, OK, bronze ladle. Yes, he did very bad things. Liu felt the puddle of meat on the ground, and his heart surged. There were no skeleton soldiers with serious expressions, no mini with evil eyes, and no brain spirits rubbing each other's brain grooves. We all looked at the brave man like we were animals, and the sweet potatoes were whispering to each other. From then on, the library gradually retreated into the electrical age, and now relied entirely on the magic power provided by the Demon King. The dwarf was picking and choosing, exchanging the tattered demonic relics he made with the corpse collectors. And suddenly, he saw a broken mirror stained with blood. What are those? The brave man understood what was happening behind his eyes, and then everything he could see was covered by lightning. The old evil horned beast got the wish from the monsters in the library. He had never felt so weak and wanted to do less. So he released thunder and lightning continuously, and struck the empty space in the middle of the Bone Room's reception room. Lulu and Feifei danced low, and the minis crackled and clapped, including this broken mirror stained with blood. Chapter 277, Big Pork Bones with Gold Oil. Do you know how to do it? Before leaving, Liu put on Fan Haixin's skin, patted his belly, and asked Lulu and Feifei. I know. Lulu saluted Liu. If there are intruders, leave them alone to the instructor and his skeleton regiment. Feifei pointed to Galaric, who was sharpening his sword next to him. In groups, we will lead them to the bloody corridor and crush them into a pulp. Lulu pointed to the floor directly below the cave. There were 2 layers of bloody corridors below. If there are any fish that slip through the net, they will eat the piglet's chaotic cuisine. All troops mobilized. Completely eliminate them. Feifei stretched out his arm and took out a large pork bone from the corner. It was the golden oil large pork bone made by Brother Pai, which was very stable and had a certain self-healing ability. You can use the electric tower at this time. Protect the evil horned beasts one by one. Electrically burn out the intruders' brains. Lulu pointed to the king's electric horn embedded in the wall. The horn crackled with lightning. Liu has tested it, and the electric horns have been arranged to cover every corner as much as possible. Even the small kitchen has 2 plugged in. Brother Pai often uses it to experiment with some electric shock dishes, trying to reproduce his father's electric shock slugs. But only electric shocks. No slugs. If it still doesn't work, retreat the whole army and ask the Lord of Brain Spirit to press this. As she said that, Lulu touched the floating domino next to the altar. That was the communication device that Liu left for the Guardians. And because there were no dark elves around, there were several kinds of strange things that even had names that were hybridized on that filthy ground. Liu was even sure whether they were monsters or mythical creatures. The underground city is a maze with no exit. It is mainly the activity range of the dark elves and dwarves. It is also a huge garbage dump on the Demon King city. Judging from the current record of the library, it is almost impossible for a first-level warrior or above, or a monster to a low-level demon class, to break through the bone room and reception room at the door of the library. Electric tower. Maybe that's why the underground city cannot be continuously expanded to a small area. The skillful copper ladle has probably not been dismantled yet. Right? Galari Copper Ladle shouldn't be dead yet? Liu heard the voices of the 2 big guys, and thought that there might be a brain spirit named Dian Dian missing from the library in the past. In front of them, the 2 of them were in a square room. The entire underground city was almost made up of square rooms and straight corridors. Each room corresponded to 7 corridors, and it was an endless and endless building. Growing maze. I am the child of humans and weirdos? Why should I follow you? Liu also told the monster with a head to run away. Before some analysis in the Demon's Illustrated book. Monster No. 884. The monster with a head was included. What is he going to do? Call my brother back and kill the intruder. Lulu and Feifei roared, wishing they could ask Bitterbird to give it a try now. When the time comes, Liu will return to the library as soon as possible and personally retreat to disinfect them. He is from the Bronze tribe? Very bad. Although Liu is concerned about the fine sand shaken off by the weirdo, he also kept the distance a little further. He had not been able to deal with it before he was successfully promoted for the first time. The combined attack of the team's weirdos. Now that Liu saw the unfamiliar technique again, he just felt like playing house. As for this hybrid of a weirdo with a head and a dwarf, he didn't seem to be interested in Liu. Maybe it was because of the familiarity under the puzzle of the weirdo. I hurriedly walked away from Liu, and the 7 sense organs on his chest were facing Liu, quietly looking up and down under the chest muscles, then moving forward and backward, maintaining basic alertness. Does he know the dwarf? Liu saw that the weirdo had so many inner dramas. So he thought to himself that he might as well ask about the location of Galari Copper Ladle. Because he was lost. In other words, the brave young man who invaded the library came here for the brain spirit pituitary gland. They will make corresponding preparations for electric towers, skeleton legions, and even many warriors. This brother is gone. Bring them a craftsman back. Liu touched the heads of the two big guys, then nodded to Lan Ruoning, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared into the lower cave. There was a weirdo who did something bad. And now Liu just wants to pry out the information from my mind. Liu swam back through the earth under the ceiling, and also passed through the earth wall outside. He didn't find any mechanism, but he felt that the earth element here was very active. The same as outside the library. The underground city is indeed difficult to navigate. All the 7 organs behind the strange man's chest were suddenly crowded together. You are not from the bronze tribe. Do you not only want to eat you, but also want to eat your whole family? He is a dwarf. Right? Where do dwarves live? Where do his relatives live? Do you know the Copper Clan? After Liuli arrived, he did not check with Bognik the exact location of Galari Copper Ladle to find out. My workshop is located on the edge of the Copper Tribe's gathering place, called Copper Ladle's Skillful Hands. Skeletons, corpse collectors, magic bats, monsters, and even evil horns will appear outside the above-ground city, enjoying the mud and death. The weirdo was still staring at Liu warily, saying everything he said. Your mother is not a dwarf. At that time, a short weirdo with a full beard was walking past Liu. Judging from his appearance, he should have been a weirdo with a head, but he was short because of the hair on his chest. He should be mixed with some dwarf blood. Does he no longer ring Tom Lao? Liu asked, leaning against the wall. What is bad? I think you are bad and want to eat you. Gallery Copper Ladle? I'm looking for a copper ladle. When a weirdo heard that sentence, the hairs on the front of his neck stood up, and his alertness reached the lowest level. At the same time, fine sand stopped shaking off my body, and no large particles came out from all my senses. As long as it was high profile enough, something would go wrong. Lan Rua didn't have enough time to explore, because Yu's library was not safe. Lulu and Feifei were quite aggrieved. Obviously none of them were very interested in electric shocks, so they pulled it out when they passed by. Originally, Liu did not dive according to the location marked by Lan Ruoning, but he did not expect that he immediately lost his bearings when he reached the underground city. And did he end up in the gathering place of the Copper Tribe as Bognik said? When leaving, Dashin tripped over a protruding cable. Lan Rua removed the discoloration effect of the photon pigment and turned around to tell Lulu and Feifei, tell Minis, study hard. You have to play again. The cable is safe. The short Van Helsing did not look out of place at all outside. Liu casually picked up some rags from under the corpse at the base of the city wall and wrapped it under him, perfectly blending into the environment. Understood. Lulu and Feifei decided to convey Liu's will and told me to worry about going to the underground city. Brother has gone bad all the way. Maybe they were from the same era, and there were no new changes in the underground city. So Liu had to search again. There was a strange man with his back to the wall and moved sideways to the corridor next to him. Perhaps no one except the Lord of Authority in the above-ground city can know the whole picture outside. The young man of the Dark Elves and the leader of Tong Lao have been liking me for a long time. In the next few days, they will break open my workshop and divide the spoils. Liu knew that it was the ability of the weirdo with a head called Sand Hell. When he was promoted for the first time, Ying demonstrated it with the weirdo puzzle. After hearing the weirdo's thoughts, Lan Rual lost her confidence and waved her hand at me. Is he bad? Yes. Once the skeleton army, bloody corridor and electric tower are all settled, Liu's plan is naturally to ask Bitterbird to borrow the power of the library and mobilize the staff of deception to ask him for help. Chapter 278, Skillful Hands with Copper Ladle. Where is he? When Liu heard this, he immediately forced himself on the headless monster's chest, cracked open the layers of hot sand, extended his palm, and poked the headless monster's mouth. Just kidding. The dwarf engineer recommended by the library instructor has died before he even had a chance to interview. However, this also proves from the side that Bogni Copper Ladle has the value of recruiting. Even the Dark Elves and the dwarf bosses of the Copper Tribe covet his workshop. There should be a lot of good things in it, or maybe forbidden technologies. Right, Liu thought. The headless monster spit out fine sand and cut the skin in his mouth. Liu opened his palm, pinched the constantly moving tongue, and squeezed out the blood. How'd it go? Left. left, right, front. The headless monster gave Liu a text version of the map, and Liu directly pierced the monster's spine with his palm, ending the first monster he met in the dungeon. To play a brave man, you have to do it right, and you have to deal with the monsters without leaving them alive. Following the map given by the headless weirdo, Liu passed by countless psychedelic geckos and magic bats, and even bypassed a group of brave men who were exploring the dungeon, and quickly arrived near the destination. While waiting, the Dark Elves, who suffered heavy casualties, forgot to vent their anger. Body blur is our own racial magic. Liu understood what we were doing before he successfully included it in the Devil's Illustrated book. And he is still a dwarf who has not yet fallen into despair. Before collecting the Dark Elves, Liu sank into the ground and swam above Bogny Copper Ladle. Only then did he realize that the entire workshop was made of iron sheets by the copper ladle. He had to tear open the iron sheet and sneak out weakly. We dared to move backwards, but we just chanted spells and threw something like a boomerang out of the hole in front of the door. Dang! The iron plate above the workroom suddenly cracked, and a human head came out, almost scaring Borgani half of his life. But as long as you can bring back the wealth of the skillful copper ladle, the leader will reward you. At the command of the Dark Elf leader, the boomerangs became even sparser, and the iron shield blocking the entrance of the earth cave no longer decayed, and it was hard to cover all the gaps. Dwarf brave! Wei Longrong watched Liu roll from the ground to the workshop. His huge body almost occupied the entire space, and he realized something was wrong. Dark Elf is a monster with a heavy and slender body. It is good at sneaking, assassination, and necromantic magic. It also hates trying all kinds of new monsters. Its love of social interaction is almost as much as that of the Nightmare Demon. The Copper Tribe is no longer protecting him. His evil dwarf. He and his inventions can't go to H.L. These broken corpses and pieces of meat under the square clearing are all my Dark Elves companions after 2 days of siege. The Dark Elves exhausted the small amount of defense equipment of Borgny Copper Ladle, and also paid a lot of sacrifices. A very small price to pay. That doesn't save much effort and saliva. Immediately afterwards, the steamless roar and the sound of machinery approached quickly, and it seemed that a huge little thing had arrived directly behind the workshop. But while he was still waiting for the dwarf under the bicycle to reply, the boomerang thrown suddenly stopped, and a strange intensity fell into the distance of the workroom. What is a little guy? A dwarf? And the treasures and wealth he hides under his bow will all belong to you Dark Elves. It's impossible to sit on his fat ass. But you Dark Elves can't. The leader of the Dark Elves had a shrill voice, urging his companions to throw the boomerang, which hit the iron shield engraved with magic patterns outside the earth cave. A thumping sound. Judging from below, these vague shadows are Dark Elves. He must have lost his brain, because he didn't absorb enough sludge. The bucket is for sitting on. You idiot. Bogny Copper Ladle admitted defeat with his mouth. But it can indeed run out of ammunition and food. Maybe it has nothing to do with the vague racial magic. Even though the success rate of Dark Elves' action prediction is less than 60%, Liu still can't fully hear our hearts. He can only understand that we are waiting for a little guy. To Wei Lang's surprise, all those present were only Dark Elves, and there were no dwarves from the Bronze Tribe. He will definitely die outside. Even his dwarves are going to kill him. We are on the way here. Take this little guy with you. The Dark Elf leader screamed, but he also turned around and shouted at his companions. He cursed. These dwarf bastards came so late on purpose, didn't want to see you make a fool of yourself. He's very good at using electricity? The person who came was of course Liu. The color of Bogny's copper ladle suddenly changed, and sweat poured down his cheeks. Wei Lang had no doubts. The remaining Dark Elves hurriedly entered further, and whispered to each other for a moment, when one who seemed to be the leader barked nearby. He is very good at using electricity? Liu asked again. Borny Copper Ladle. He is determined to have his short bucket filled with blood. Before he dies, you are going to use his head as a chair. It must be very comfortable to sit on. Wei Longrong, who was covered in sweat, looked at the workshop filled with cables, and nodded subconsciously. Sure. Sign the contract. Liu took out 8 soul contracts, ranging from high-level monsters to low-level demons. Sign it, and you save him. Huh? The dwarf under the bicycle took out a pistol, or a hand cannon from his belly, and pointed it at Liu's head. Borny wanted to pull the trigger, but was stopped by a tangible force, and he pressed it no matter how hard he tried. He is the best. You must put a horn under your head before you die. Make his devils as feel good and comfortable. Borny Tong Lao cursed. But he was struggling to stare at a device that looked like a bicycle. The belly was pushed behind the chin by the short and thick calves. I thought that outside the Demon King's castle, which was rich in magic power, I could actually find a dwarf who was good at using electric energy. Looking at the demon in human skin behind him, Bogny Copperpiao realized that he had no choice. Come on! They are a bunch of shit-eating trash who hate being stabbed. Come on! Bite your dwarf ass. What should I do? This bastard Tawhammer actually does that. Borny Tonglao waited for the bicycle with difficulty and took out a thick stick from the drawer. The horn of the evil horned beast was compared to how it would look when inserted under his head. The fire and roar that broke out at the left turn proved that Liu had come to the right place. In the open earth cave against the wall, there was a workshop filled with explosives. The broken door number was inserted into the ground, and it was vaguely visible. See the word skillful. The square open space in front of the workshop was strewn with broken corpses and pieces of meat, and even some wooden boards and parts. There were countless vague figures staying along the corridors on both sides. We are waiting. The eyes of the dark elf light up, which is a sign that we are excited, accompanied by a high-pitched roar. Several large iron balls with wings buzzed out of the cave. Like mosquitoes and flies, they were able to avoid the incoming boomerangs. They fell into the corridor and turned into giants. There was a burst of lightning, which shocked several dark elves. The eerie death energy exudes from under the boomerang, driving away the ghosts remaining in the clearing, causing bursts of withering at the entrance of the cave. In the small workroom that had not been smashed to pieces by the boomerang, the bicycle device released powerful electric light and worked hard to charge the remaining big iron balls. Chapter 279 Dwarf Tank. His thoughts followed the gaps in several enchanted iron shields to the outside, and Liu sensed the big guy that the dark elves had been waiting for. It was a box made of iron sheets and plated with layers of copper patterns. The two wide tracks in the lower part could just cover the width of a corridor. Accompanied by the gush of steam and the roar of the engine, electric light crackled in the upper part of the box, and then a huge cylinder slowly stretched out, turning towards the entrance of the earth cave. What is this? A dwarf tank? Liu understood the purpose of this tin box at a glance. He thought to himself that he didn't see the tank at the auction in the Devil's Market, but saw it in the dungeon first. Using the see-through function of the Eye of Distortion, Liu saw the iron ball ammunition being loaded, and knew that this dwarf tank was definitely not a fake, but could actually fire deadly SHLS. Bite my dwarf ass. Damn it! The copper hammer stole my technology. He really made it. Bogny Copper Ladle dropped a periscope-like cylinder from above the workshop and cursed outside. Apparently dwarf tanks were also seen. Asshole. 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 Steal my blueprints. Steal my materials. And want to use my invention to kill me. Bastard. The dwarf on the bicycle was furious and smashed the pedals. Liu didn't expect that Bogny Copper Ladle was the creator of this dwarf tank, although it was only a prototype, driven by magic power, and there was still a lot of room for optimization. The overall skeleton was already there. If you give him more knowledge, materials, and inspiration, it will definitely be reused very soon. The action prediction success rate of the bronze dwarves is 73%, which is much lower than that of humans. Yin Sherfan Tong Piao used his brain crazily to use Liu's power to take revenge. The cannonball instantly broke through the iron shield blocking the door. The solid runes engraved under the shield were worthless in the face of the absolute impact. They were shattered almost instantly and turned into overflowing magic power. The power of the dwarf tank Yin Sherfan Copper Ladle is the most ambiguous. So I completely want to understand how that weird guy did it. Does it mean that I didn't draw inspiration from the technology of the Tarth Empire when making the dwarf tank? Do I need fewer hints that have been proven to work? The bad thing was that he had enough preparation time. Although Liu's front was still like Van Helsing's weirdo, his back was not like a blooming flower, releasing countless octopus tentacles, and in the middle of these tentacles, there was a disease in the heart of the flower. The bone sword thrust out and pierced the cannonball, spaceships, laser cannons, and even the brightest mushroom clouds. Bogny saw those people with straight eyes, and didn't even notice that Liu was a brain spirit. The dwarf seemed to have just remembered that there was no uninvited guest outside the room. He raised his bloodshot eyes. His saliva flew under his beard like a ladle, and shouted out his inner doubts. Bite your dwarf butt. But your electric block was snatched away by the copper hammer. You have enough raw materials. You only made one piece. What should I do? Yin Sherfan noticed that there were no human actions outside the picture that Yin Sher sent over, which also revealed the fact that not part of my knowledge was borrowed from the Tar's Empire. Ah, you are dead. You have changed your mind. If you refuse, sign it. Einshir agreed with Borgny's conditions, and one of the 8 soul contracts in his hand suddenly turned into ashes, establishing a connection between Liu and the dwarf. Sign the contract. Liu turned his back to the cannon in the door, holding 8 soul contracts in his small hands and shaking them in front of the dwarf. At the same time, the dwarf tank in front of me fired a cannon. Liu's original plan was to use his mind to pierce the lining of the dwarf tank. He only needed to break off the firing pin of the gun barrel, or cause a certain amount of damage. We should just terminate the bombardment. The devil was reluctant to offend the dark elf. I also want the skillful hands of Tong Lao to turn you into a slave. I also want your skills. Seeing this burst of weak light, it was about to completely wipe out Liu's figure. But when it illuminated me more and more transparently, it suddenly disappeared, leaving only the smell of burnt smoke and gunpowder smoke in the air. I thought that the inner iron sheet of the dwarf tank had also been enchanted, and it was so tight that the thorn in my mind simply receded. Even if you were determined to withstand such a shot, you could also completely absorb the remaining fire. At this moment, Tong Lao was not completely sure that the sudden guest behind him was a dwarf or a brave man, but some kind of demon that he had seen before. The smoke gradually subsided, and everything inside and outside the workroom became quiet. After sensing the ghost skin-like cables outside the workroom, Liu felt that it was strange for Borgny to make batteries. After all, I was in an underground city and could come into contact with all kinds of garbage and materials extracted from hybrid demons. And Liu heard the dwarf's voice, smiled and shared with me the cyber scene that later generations saw outside the screen, almost exploding Borgny's cerebellum. The sound of explosions and airflow swallowed up all words, and the strong man's body shook violently, seemingly unable to withstand the impact. Well, let's sign the contract. If he fires a shot, he will have to bear it himself. Liu moved away from the entrance of the cave. Borgny Copper Ladle could not directly see the white hole inside the muzzle, and whether there was any the smoke and lightning dissipated. Even though they said they were in a desperate situation, Borgny Tong Lao still did not give in. If he helps you kill this bastard Tong Chui, then you sign with him. But you would rather die out there. Therefore, Liu could only handle the bombardment in another way, so as not to pretend to be victorious and really be blown into a puddle of mincemeat. Has he finished your propulsion device? Borgny patted a button under the bicycle as before. But did he escape into the ground as expected, knowing that the demon behind him had no ability? And he had no ability. Seek it from yourself. Is that my plan? You want to build a city like that? A city controlled by humans? Sure enough, you are not far behind. The technology of the Taz Empire is not the future. Absorbed? Liu thought. The muzzle of the dwarf tank had also completed its movement, and it was facing Einshir Tong Lao's workshop. If the gun went up, the workshop would have been blown up. And look at Borgny's bloated body. The way he was stuck under the bicycle. He probably escaped the bombardment. Then these magic powers were also washed away, and the cannonball hit Liu's front and back, causing a burst of weak light. To be honest, Liu actually had a hard time carrying it. Boom! The impact and flame released by the cannonball were absorbed by the octopus tentacles. At this moment, dozens of octopus tentacles outside Liu's body were red, and his body was also flushed, as if he was drunk. Liu immediately became excited when he heard the word electric block, thinking it must be a battery. Right? He is truly a demonic talent recommended by the library instructor. The weak light reappeared. The cave entrance shook violently, and Einshir used the weird puzzle to swallow the Borgny Copper Ladle and all my luggage out of the body. Then Borgny Copper Ladle saw that he understood. He was obviously not ready to die on his own creation with a lifetime of resentment. But in the end, the cannonball didn't blow up the Sujika behind him into pieces, but instead he just ended up like that? The dark elves inside didn't understand it all after all. There was no such collapse as expected before the first shot. Even if they didn't understand what happened, they were all stunned in place. Not hybrid. Native. Liu twisted his shoulders. The front of his back was itchy, sore, and not hot at all. Who is he? My demon cocoon? Do you have time to help him seek revenge? Wait. Life or death. That is the last chance. Liu had not yet sensed that the dwarf tank at the entrance of the cave was reloaded with new SH.LS. Who is he? A bastard from a crossbreed? Borgny's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 280. The master is very temperate. For 9 coppers thought he was going to die, but he didn't. Wrapped by the octopus tentacles in Liu's body, the dwarf had the illusion of returning to his mother's womb. It wasn't until the octopus tentacles, which had absorbed the scorching heat of the explosion, became red, swollen and hot, that the dwarf screamed again. Hot! 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 Tong Lao firmly protected his beard. Be patient. Let's go! Liu ignored the dark elves outside who started throwing boomerangs again, and took the dwarves into the hole they came from, using the octopus tentacles to escape. The people besieging Bogny Copper Ladle here are only the lowest level dark elves, almost equivalent to civilians. They don't have any good drops, and they are not worth Liu's action. As for the fact that he was bombarded twice, Liu didn't care at all, but thanked them for their contribution to the explosive power. Maybe it can be used to give feedback to the dwarves of the Copper tribe in a while. This demon is very restrained. Oh no. The master is very restrained. What exactly does he need from me? After signing the contract, Bogny Tong Piao was unable to resist the oath witnessed by chaos, and his inner praise for Liu also changed a little bit. But verbally he still looked slightly violent and anxious. You dare to walk in the soil of the dungeon? Dwarves are naturally sensitive to the earth element. Even if they are completely wrapped in Liu's tentacles, they can still feel that the master is taking him to move at high speed in the soil. Soon stay away from the Copper Ladle's skillful hands. In the soil of the dungeon, there are high-level demons, dusk earthworms. They are intelligent. They hate all creatures that invade the soil and will continue to hunt them. Listening to Tong Lao's heart, Liu suddenly realized, thinking that no wonder he always had a vague feeling of danger every time he sank into the soil. And it was not like in the Forbidden Forest, where he could see other mysterious creatures in the soil. However, Liu was not too worried, since they are living high-level demons, and their motivation is to kill out of disgust. Then, there must be a malicious prompt in the Devil's Illustrated book before they take action. So just avoid them in time. Where is the copper hammer? Out of the range of the Copper Ladle's skillful hands, Liu sent a message to the dwarf in his belly. Go north from Tonglao Chiasho, for kilometers deep, you will find the gathering place of the Bronze Tribe dwarves. Liu adjusted his direction without waiting for the dwarf's answer, heading to the north of Tong Lao's skillful hands, and it was only then that Tong Lao realized that whether it was the future picture just now or Liu's question after signing the contract, they all directly rang. The voice in your own head. Therefore, Tong Piao thought of a weak monster in Demon King City. Can the master hear my thoughts? The master is a brain spirit? Yes, the monster born from knowledge. The brain spirit. Liu confirmed Bogny's conjecture. I hope you can transform the knowledge of the library, the knowledge of the Taz Empire, the knowledge of the future, into my power. Bogny felt Liu's will. On the one hand, he was curious about how the brain spirit in the library found him. But in his heart, he was more horrified by the ambition of the brain spirit. Brain spirit, the guy who killed the octopus demonoid, destroyed the Knoll family, and finally made me lose money in the Killing Cup finals? Are you Booty Bog? Bogny asked cautiously to disperse his chaotic thoughts. Liu did not expect that the name Lord of the Brain Spirit was heard by dwarves in the dungeon. And when he thought about Booty Bog himself, who had been trained in various ways in the library, and was always running around, he felt a little funny for some reason. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is who you are. Liu cleared the soil and conveyed his thoughts to Bogny. Are you the dwarf who can build a library? Or are you a dwarf who can't expand his horizons and is the blind man blinded by existing technology? Asshole. How dare you look down on me? I am a genius dwarf of the Copper clan, the orthodox heir to the position of clan leader, the exiled dwarf prince. I am the dwarf you are looking for. Open the library to me. Borny Tong Lao was never very polite when he spoke. Even though he has signed a soul contract and cannot disobey Liu's will, he still maintains a free heart. Liu on the other side was also a little confused. Huh? Another prince? Liu didn't expect Galaric to be so good at choosing, so he directly gave him the air of a copper dwarf. After listening to Tong Lao's inner curse for a while, Liu roughly figured out why the dignified prince of the Tong clan was reduced to the point where he was almost beaten to death by the common people among the Dark Elves. Tong Piao and Tong Chui, the current clan leader, are somewhat blood brothers. Tong Chui's father and Tong Piao's father are also brothers. Tong Chui's father killed Tong Bao's father and became the clan leader, and then passed the position of clan leader to Tong Chui. However, Tong Chui was not satisfied with Tong Bao's suggestions for the development direction of the Tong Chui dwarves. So he directly led the clan members to the Copper Ladle was exiled and placed at the outermost edge of the gathering place of the Copper tribe. As for the differences between the Copper Hammer and the Copper Ladle, this is also the main reason why the Copper Hammer cooperated with the Dark Elves to besiege the Copper Ladle. The Copper Dwarves have always been a race that forges enchanted weapons for the Demon Expeditionary Force. And they have lived in underground cities for generations, while Tong Lao came into contact with some outdated Tao's Empire technology when he was scavenging as a child. And he was keenly aware that cold weapons were no longer enough to support the demons. The Expeditionary Force was at war with humans. So they developed things like electric blocks and dwarf tanks. Until recently, the first dwarf tank came out in Tong Lao's skillful hands. Tong Lao finally couldn't stand Tong Lao's provocation to the dwarves' 1,000-year tradition. He was even more afraid that one day Tong Lao would drive a dwarf tank in front of him and blow him into pieces. He agreed to the request of the Dark Elves and first stole the tank. After mastering the driving and maintenance skills, he sent the tank over to eliminate the only hidden danger to his throne. So there was the scene when Liu came. Overall, Bogny Copper Ladle's life was very difficult. Liu estimated that Galaric also visited Copper Ladle's small workshop when he traveled to the dungeon. And then he remembered such a man who relied on scavenging. The dwarf, who makes a living by selling small inventions, also thought of him as soon as he saw the renovation of the library. Remember the place where the dwarves of the Bronze Tribe gather? Killing a dwarf leader is not a trivial matter. Of course, Liu wanted to ask if there were any vicious arrangements at the place where the dwarves gathered. Tong Chui also took Liu through his mind to see what the gathering place looked like 15 years ago. He hadn't been back for 15 years. The last time he went back was the celebration of Tong Chui's 50 years in power. And he was forcibly kidnapped by the clansmen. He went back to humiliate him for fun. In the gathering place, there are countless dwarf warriors holding enchanted short hammers and short axes, as well as trebuchets, ballistas and other defensive devices, and the underground palace of the Copper Hammer is in the center of the gathering place. Built from 64 square rooms, it contains various traps such as pendulums and giant blades. And there is no doubt that they are all enchanted. The content of enchantment includes, but is not limited to, attribute damage, curses, and even binding effects. Surrounding the Copper Hammer underground palace are numerous dwarf blacksmith shops and a huge furnace. The armor and weapons of the demonic expeditionary army are all made and enchanted here, and then transported to the mouth of the abyss or to the ground for use by pure-blooded demons and skeleton soldiers. In Tong Lao's mind, Liu also discovered that even monsters like armor could be made by dwarves. But the production process was not mastered by the Tong tribe, but by other dwarf tribes. Generally speaking, the situation at the gathering place of the Bronze Tribe dwarves did not exceed Liu's expectations. Tong Chui himself should also be in the underground palace, having fun with the female dwarves or female demons. Just sneak in, kill, and get the battery. Very simple. Liu accelerated. Malicious plus 2,444. Liu was wandering around at high speed when he was suddenly targeted by a powerful being. He could guess that it was the Dusk Earthworm that Bogny was worried about. Malicious plus 244. Plus 244. Plus 244. Yo, is this a family here? Chapter 281. What the H L are you going to do? Almost at the same time that Liu received the malicious reminder, the surrounding soil suddenly became as hard as steel, which was obviously some kind of ability of the Dusk Earthworm. Liu was also clamped by the hard soil and forced to freeze. And the dwarf in his body immediately understood what happened. Asshole, Twilight Earthworm, will this be the last dusk I encounter in my life? Sensing Bogny Tong Lao's thoughts, Liu looked behind him and saw a dim light blooming deep in the soil. They moved quickly, with countless slender yellow lights surrounding a thick one, approaching them in a radial pattern. Among them, the thick one should be the mature body that provided 2,444's malice, and the remaining slender yellow lights are his descendants. Liu had learned about this kind of earthworms in miscellaneous biology, and also knew that they, like octopus tentacles, had the ability to be close to the earth element. But he did not expect that a mature body could lock on to a certain soil layer from a distance and directly to restrain the prey. The next step is for the mature dusk earthworms to burrow into the brain of the prey, occupying the vision and thoughts with yellow, becoming the last dusk the prey sees in this life, while the smaller ones will invade the prey's body and quickly eat the flesh and blood. Wipe clean. The earth element affinity of the octopus's tentacles was obviously not as high as that of the dusk earthworm. Liu twisted the tentacles and found that he could not break free. He thought that he could only break open with strength. Be careful. Liu pushed his tentacles out of his body, gathering the explosion and scorching heat just absorbed from the dwarf tank, attaching them to the soil accumulated in the octopus tentacles themselves, and releasing them in the direction of the yellow light. There was a burst of scorching rain. The hot rain is used to explode the soil layer, and it is also used to delay the approach of the dusk earthworms, but when the explosive soil clods hit the surrounding steel-like soil layer, it did not bring any harm to the dusk earthworms. Any trouble? They changed from moving in a straight line to rotating slightly, easily dodging the clods of soil scattered in a net. Just like swimming fish avoiding the net in the water, they are not as flexible inside the soil layer. Liu immediately judged the strengths of dusk earthworms, and also knew that it was difficult to avoid their hunting in the soil. "All let me out," Bogni Tombao began to shout in Liu's chest, and took out a small bag from under his belly, which should contain his luggage and demonic relics. "I don't want to have the dusk earthworms drill into my head and die. I will fight back even if I die." Liu recalled the scene of him struggling to recharge his bicycle in the workshop, and sighed with Tom Lau's fighting will. "Sit tight." Liu's hot rain fell, leaving only a few potholes on the hard soil. Naturally, he had to change to a more violent approach. The octopus tentacles are intertwined with each other, intertwined like muscles in the arms of the weirdo Jigsaw. Liu also focused all the remaining explosive power on the dozens of octopus tentacles. And then just when the yellow light was about to arrive in front of him, one punch. The power of the explosion is Liu's power. In a burst of explosions, then Helsing's entire arm burst out of bone and mucus, even with some copper wire mixed in, and hit the soil on the side closest to the corridor. The soil layer shattered together with Liu's arm, creating a passage leading outside the soil layer. This is a new gameplay developed by Liu. Since octopus tentacles can even absorb the impact of explosions, why not treat them as your own muscles? Although it is soft and feels wrong in the hand, the tentacles are already Liu's sensors, so there is no problem in controlling them. In addition, although hitting the enemy will cause 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself, Liu can still inflict damage to the tentacles and monsters. Jigsaw imposes self-healing to keep the body intact and most of its fighting power, while Liu smashed through the soil and created a passage. At dusk, the earthworms finally came to the front and quickly wrapped around them. The earthworms move very fast and are very numerous. If there is no good means of resistance at this time, Liu can still escape, but the Bogni copper ladle in his belly will go to see the dusk. Of course, Liu was prepared for this. While using his mind to block the approaching dusk earthworms, he replaced a large number of blue octopus tentacles in his body, and then released the electric light instantly. The electric light went outwards, splitting the air in yellow light, and became an inexplicable thunderstorm in the dusk, and Bogni copper ladle only felt that there was a crackling and dim yellow light outside, just a tentacle away from him. And the electricity was so intense that the earthworms' figures tilted and quickly retreated. First there was an explosion, then thunder and lightning. Tong Lao could no longer understand the origin of the demon surrounding him, but he was very much looking forward to him taking him to a place with infinite electricity. Malicious plus 3,444. The mature one was also angry, and Liu hurriedly scanned the dusk earthworms with the Devil's Illustrated book and found that the analysis progress was not rapid and could not be included in a short time. So he stopped delaying and immediately scurried away while the earthworms were paralyzed by electricity and had no time to sew up the soil layer. Got out. The feeling of falling back to the ground was very familiar to Bogni. At this time, Liu also released his head from his chest and asked him to look back at the soil and the dim light that was constantly swinging in the soil. The electricity resistance is good. Liu watched as the yellow light gradually retracted into the soil layer, and found that the electric light just now did little harm to the dusk earthworms. It just made their movement slower, and they were still in full bloom at this moment. I was able to escape from the attack of earthworms at dusk, thank you to the god of forging. It is also fortunate that the earthworms rarely leave the soil to attack. Who are you thanking? Liu smiled and took the copper ladle and hid it at the root of the wall. The two of them had entered the area where the copper tribe dwarves gathered. There were many defective swords and shields scattered on both sides of the corridor, and there were faint figures not far away. There are dwarf warriors patrolling, and if you are not careful, the dwarf alarm will be triggered. It has to be said that there are many dwarves. Liu feels that even if he relies on photon pigment to move invisibly, he will be easily broken by the patrolling dwarves. He can't fight all the way to the underground palace by then. Right? Against the ballista and the hand axe? Very troublesome. Liu began to think about ways to infiltrate. Thank you from the devil's cocoon. Even though he knew that Liu could hear his heart, Tong Piao's words still went his own way. But his voice revealed a fact. It's just a pity that its material is, the skin of the dusk earthworm is a good earth element adhesive. And Liu thought of the heavily guarded dwarf underground palace. and suddenly had a little inspiration. A very good adhesive? That means it's very useful? Liu quickly healed his broken arm, and replaced it with more octopus tentacles growing on his body, which suddenly filled the entire wall. What the HL? What are you going to do? Bogni Topal suddenly became nervous. Is this guy going after dusk earthworms? How could a demon dare to mess with dusk earthworms? It's because most of them are dead. So the adhesive is very difficult to obtain. Bogni's voice gave Liu more confidence. Just walk through the maze to the dwarf underground palace to get the Year of the Monkey. Horse and Moon. Now that you have a way to escape from the siege of earthworms at dusk, it is better to continue walking inside the wall. After the analysis is completed, you may be able to find a way to kill the earthworms. And you can also get copper by the way. Hammer brings bigger trouble. After all, he was the leader of the Bronze tribe. And Liu would not do such a thing by single-handedly shaking up the entire tribe without adequate preparation. Assassinate if you can. If the assassination fails, rushing into the city with the dusk earthworm is also an option. Thinking about it, Liu wrapped the dwarf beside him, and the octopus tentacles danced into propellers, rushing into the soil again. Parsing, 17%. Chapter 282 Earthworms at Dusk. Came back? At dusk, the earthworms were a little dazed for a while. How can any prey turn around and rush into the hunting range? Could it be that he wants to hunt us? The twilight earthworm immediately regained its energy after living in the underground city for so many years. Only very few prey could escape from its mouth, let alone anyone who dared to turn around and come back to hunt the twilight earthworm. Who is this devil? The mature body decisively turned its head and led the younger ones towards the rolling tentacles, while condensing the earth elements near it into steel-like hardness. While Liu rushed in, turned around and ran away, jumping out of the soil again. Returning to the corridor makes the earthworms happy in vain at dusk. Huh? Are you having fun with me? Mature people know that some demons are born to be mean, but they just can't get into this guy's head, and they still make them angry and itchy. But Liu didn't feel embarrassed at all, and just jumped repeatedly between the soil layer and the corridor, while not being discovered by the Bronze tribe dwarves outside. He grabbed the hatred of the dusk earthworm and analyzed it with all his strength. Several times during this period, the mature body seemed to be unbearable and angry, and stretched out its head directly from the earth hole to kidnap Liu. However, once, it was almost beheaded by the bone sword wrapped with death energy, and then it withdrew angrily. When he went back, he and his children and grandchildren were half embedded in the hole, and half of their bodies were swinging outside, like the angry algae on the wall all their lives. Liu also discovered after that sword strike that the power of the dusk earthworm came from the soil behind it. If it left the soil, both its speed and endurance would be greatly weakened. In other words, if there is not true hatred, their wisdom will not leave the soil. Immediately afterwards, Liu realized that he was careless. Just when half of the earthworm's body was swinging outside at dusk, the same thin thread suddenly emerged from the ground where his feet were standing, directly binding Liu's lower body. Are you still going to attack the east and attack the west? With a strong suction force, and the feeling of being swallowed in his lower body, Liu directly tore apart the weird puzzle piece, ignoring the self-healing bones and octopus tentacles that were sucked away, and fled quickly with half of his body floating in the air. The bones and tentacles that were sucked into the ground quickly dried up, and were swallowed by the earthworms. Within the scope of the entire dungeon, the twilight earthworm's attack has no blind spots. So Liu wrapped the bogny copper ladle, guarding against the earthworms that might come out from above, below, left and right at any time, and fled quickly in the air, in the direction of the dwarf underground palace. Parsing, 79%. As soon as Liu accelerated, he naturally ran into the cordon of the Bronze tribe dwarves. After 3 groups of dwarves confirmed that they were really intruders, flying axes began to hit Liu and his path intensively, and there were even trebuchets. The sound of machine guns and ballistae sounded from all directions. It's over. It's over. Fight the dwarf and the dusk earthworm at the same time. I'm done. I'm dead. I don't need the battery. Okay. At first, Tong Lao was still in a very depressed mood. But as Liu passed through several blacksmith shops and knocked away several armored copper tribe dwarves, the wandering heir to the throne changed his mood. Kill. Charge. It's not bad to die like this. At least you won't die like a coward. During the journey, Liu of course had to dig into the soil from time to time to keep mocking the dusk earthworms, and after running for more than 10 miles, the dusk earthworms may have been exposed to the soil for too long, and their strength has weakened a lot. The parsing speed increases, but their numbers show no signs of declining. and are instead increasing. There were khaki earthworms constantly poking out from the soil in all directions. Liu held a bone sword in his hand and carried 8 more bone spurs to move forward. He cut off countless yellow threads that were too late to retreat and continued to move towards the copper hammer. Run to the underground palace. There's about half the distance left. The broken earthworms did not die. They submerged into the soil and sprang out again, killing more and more. Liu couldn't get rid of the earthworms, so they directly pulled the passing bronze-striped dwarves into the ground, swallowing dozens of them along the way. Dwarf. And just when the corridor was in chaos, Liu finally completed the analysis of the dusk earthworm as he wished. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 801 Dusk Earthworm. Liu quickly scanned the contents of Twilight Earthworm's illustrated book, mainly looking at their action prediction success rate, weaknesses and drops. He thought that such a trip was really not in vain. The contract with Bogny Copper Ladle was signed. Well worth it. The material dropped by the Dusk Earthworms is called Dusk Earth, which should be able to meet the needs of the Borani Copper Ladle to use earthworm skins to extract adhesives, and it can also be applied to various instruments in the library. In this way, there is no need to rely on Gutter to force them all together. Liu couldn't help but think that maybe the evolution of the library in the future would be that the Copper Ladle would meet the demand and run out to hunt for materials by himself. The earthworm's action prediction success rate is very high as 88%. Its weakness is not out of the nature of the mysterious creature. It is strong light. Only then did Liu suspect that when he discharged electricity with his tentacles, it was not the electric current that drove back the dusk earthworm, but the bright light that bloomed in an instant. He thought that he was too hasty and did not notice such an obvious weakness. Next, as long as they are filled with lightning from time to time and pull these countless dust-picking earthworms into the underground palace, they can bring enough trouble to Bronze Hammer and create opportunities for assassination. Kill the Copper Hammer, snatch back the battery that Tong Lao carefully developed, and collect some skins from the dusk earthworms. Liu had made a good plan, but he also knew that everything was based on being able to run to the dwarf underground palace alive and kill the Copper Hammer. Thinking about it, Liu wrapped himself with electric light, instantly lighting up the entire corridor, and then broke through the earth wall with the trembling of the earthworms. Also the first time he broke through the earth wall, Liu used his countless tentacles to hold countless lava in his right hand and began to release the lava. The lava eroded the soil and weakened the earthworm's control over the earth element at dusk. Coupled with the Devil's Manual's prediction of the earthworm's actions, Liu was able to sense in advance which area of soil the earthworm was about to lock on, and he was able to roam around in an area with ease. In a layer of soil condensed into steel, it quickly approached the center of the underground palace. Then they found that the target had escaped into the earth, and several projectile stones hit the wall, blasting out countless rubbles. However, they did not see the body of the intruder, as expected. The dwarves of the bronze tribe stood in a row, not knowing what to do. Good. You can't demolish your home, right? But even if they don't demolish it, this area of the dungeon is still crumbling. Magma eroded the soil. The soil arched and deformed, and most of the mechanisms and traps originally hung on the walls and on the ground failed. Coupled with the seemingly crazy dusk earthworms, the gathering place of the bronze tribe dwarves fell into absolute chaos. And this chaos has a tendency to spread to the underground palace, where the clan leader is located. Go and report to the clan leader, a dwarf warrior shouted. There is no point in reporting to the clan leader. Report to the commander. The expeditionary force recruits troops and opens the furnace for forging. The commander is more useful than the clan leader. Another dwarf put the axe back in his back and ran towards the furnace with a bang. At this time, Liu pinched the mature body that initially attacked him, fearing that it would split into more pieces and not daring to tear it apart. He could only use his mind and binding thread to hold him together, while also wrapping him with electric light, prepared to shake it alive like this. At dusk, earthworms swung their bodies wildly, releasing magic power in the soil layer, calling more companions to come to rescue in the soil layer. There were dim yellow lines from all sides of Liu converging into a sea, and they were rushing toward Liu. At dusk, the earthworms exploded their nests, and the copper dwarves were also fully mobilized. Chapter 283 Breaking into the Dwarf Palace. I've thought about it. Your future ideas are huge. Following Liu as he swam in the soil, he kept approaching the royal city. Seeing that the earthworms and dwarf fortifications could not harm Liu at dusk, Tong Lao's mood stabilized a little, and he actually had time to think of Liu's message not long ago. That's Cyber City. Oh, of course. Liu held up the mature body of the dusk earthworm and headed straight to the palace under the guidance of the copper ladle's memory. If Tong Lao's memory was correct, he would be able to arrive at the dwarf's palace in about a quarter of an hour. The furnace of the copper tribe dwarves is in another direction. It should be forging the weapons and equipment needed by the expeditionary force. It is also a heavily guarded place. In my limited life, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you complete it, Tong Lao commented objectively. Even if my head explodes and my hands are worn out, I still can't finish it. We're not relying on you alone. We have helpers. Liu dodged a flying giant axe, and the corridor behind him was also cut off horizontally. But this could not stop the pursuing dusk earthworms. When they are cut into two pieces, one becomes two and two becomes four. At this moment, the dusk earthworms behind Liu have gathered into a dust torrent, sweeping through the underground city, devouring all lives along the way, and destroying the originally distinct corridors into chaos, collapse and collapse. And that's a vision for the future. Our territory must be gradually improved. Let's start with reality. As he said that, Liu conveyed the current situation of the library to Tong Lao, and marked the source below. S material, the thunder pool, the self-healing bone, the quality of iron, Mini-Mini's skin, and of course the dark earth that is about to be obtained, the earth element adhesive that copper ladle wants. You first need to think about how to improve our existing defenses. Liu focused on showing the bone room, magic locomotive, magic cannon, and the newly baked electric tower for Tong Lao. These things appeared in Tong Piao's mind, and his emotions fluctuated strongly. How's it going? Are your hands itching already? Liu passed the message, hoping to trigger the association of the copper ladle, and first observe whether he has the qualifications to improve the library. Not bad. Tong Lao blew his beard. Bite my dwarf ass. Master, is he blessed by the god of forging? What is his brain made of? Liu heard Tong Piao's inner praise, but was even more looking forward to his next speech. It's not enough, Tong Lao Duo said. What's not enough? The simplest thing is that your current electric tower cannot determine who is the enemy, and can only be driven by the evil horned beast. As long as, forget it. It's a lot of trouble. I'll show it to you when the time comes. Tong Piao saw through the flaws of the electric tower, and Liu's original intention at a glance. His mind raced, and he quickly launched an optimization plan. Of course, Liu could see everything Tong Lao imagined through the Devil's Illustrated book. It is a very simple small device, involving the combination of magic mark and electricity. As long as the magic mark limited in the small device is enchanted and embedded into the structure of the electric tower, the attack target of the electric tower can be limited, and the ability to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy can be achieved. Effect: this problem that had caused Liu a headache for a long time could be solved in an instant. And the owner of the library knew that he had not found the wrong person. And I need to see these creations in person to make sure you are not lying to me. Tong Piao was skeptical that Nailing had such technology. In his opinion, the technology of dwarves should be the upper limit of demons. Of course, Liu had nothing to explain. The palace of the Bronze Tribe dwarves was not far away, and the dusk earthworms behind him were already overflowing. He was about to encounter a serious problem. Hey! What are you doing? Tong Lao saw the dwarf palace approaching and asked. Liu, who had no intention of changing direction, suddenly spoke up. Come into the palace to avenge you and kill the bronze hammer? Liu thought to himself. Isn't this the plan? I know you are very powerful, but this is very ineffective. Tong Laochu blew his beard. There are powerful dwarf warriors in the palace, as well as traps and creations left by the ancient copper dwarves. If you are caught between them and dusk, talking among earthworms is very dangerous. Even if you are not afraid of death, your life will be in vain if I die. Tong Lao was very sure of his own value. Then what do you recommend? Of course, it will spiral around the dwarf palace and completely destroy everything inside. Tong Lao said bitterly. I need to know the structure of the palace, Liu reminded. And Tong Lao also quickly recalled it. Wait a minute. That's the palace belonging to the Tong clan. Aren't you the dwarf prince of the Bronze clan? You don't have any emotions? After Liu noted the location, he noticed that Tong Lao was so open-minded. Emotions? The moment Copper Hammer made an agreement with the Dark Elf and prepared to kill me, there was no more. There was only hatred. Tong Lao's veins popped out, and he clenched his fists. The irritability of the Copper Clan dwarf was fully revealed. Destroy it, even if it destroys the dead man and the skeleton of Mother, they won't blame me. Liu didn't expect Tong Lao to have such a rich heart. He compared the palace map and plan the route in an instant. You don't have the ambition to inherit in the future? Liu hadn't even taken care of the flies in the Colosseum, but he subconsciously ate the bowl and looked at the pot. And his little thoughts had already reached the dungeon. What does it matter? The copper dwarves have completely become slaves of the expeditionary force. The underground city no longer has a powerful owner. It's just a good idea to destroy it. Don't embarrass the ancestors. Bogni Tonglao bit his beard and resented it. There was a hint of sadness in it. As long as I am here, the dwarves will be there. As for the future of the dwarves, it is definitely not in this gloomy underground, but in the world and in the sky. Tonglao slightly opened some of Liu's chest and shouted to the dwarf palace not far away. Although dwarves are afraid of heights, if it works, then destroy it. Li Reading understood Tonglau's thoughts and accelerated towards the gate of the dwarf palace. And sure enough, at the gate of the palace, 3 prototype dwarf tanks made of copper ladles had been gathered, plus 300 dwarf warriors wearing mithril armor, and hundreds of gun barrels and light mirrors. Finally, he looked like he was guarding the palace. It seems that after Copper Hammer learned that an intruder was coming, he immediately concentrated all available forces near the palace. After all, there are still a large number of guards used to ensure the forging order of the furnace, and those who are no longer under the command of Copper Hammer. The light mirror on the palace wall was the first to light up, bursting with dazzling light to ward off the dusk earthworms. Once Liu and Tonglao entered the range, hundreds of explosive bombs would rain down and blast them into dregs. According to Tonglao's idea, Liu immediately turned around, and at the same time pushed Tonglao away from his chest, replacing it with octopus tentacles, as if hundreds of granules suddenly grew out of his chest. Tonglao felt a stream of slippery things passing over his skin and beard, and then felt their suckers rushing out, aiming at the light mirror on the head of the palace city. Immediately afterwards, the strange man in the corridor held up the mature body of the dusk earthworm, as if he was holding a torch of holy light. With the torrent of dusk earthworms, he ran closer and closer. When he was about to enter the range of the light mirror, the tentacles on the strange man's chest sprayed. Fiery fragmenting earth bombs were fired, crackling and hitting the city head. Liu returned the cannonball that he absorbed from the skillful hand of the copper ladle to the dwarf palace. There was a shattering sound. Although these hot earth bombs did not cause any damage to the 3 tanks and the fully armored dwarf warriors, they did destroy several light mirrors, opening up a path for the dusk earthworms behind them. Then the strange man turned slightly and entered the gate of the palace diagonally. He went around the side of the palace despite the explosion of the earth cannon. His movement was agile, like a speedboat breaking waves in the soil. The dwarf guards had no time to mobilize, and watched helplessly as the strange man leaned close to the side wall, leading the broken lines of dusk earthworms behind him to stir up the ground, plowing out a dim yellow ravine about 100 feet wide, and quickly approaching with billowing sand. Neither cannonballs nor broken light could stop them. When the strange man reached the side wall, he suddenly got in like a loach. Behind the wall is the cemetery of the ancestors of the bronze dwarves. Master wants to retrieve the remains of my parents for me. Through the almost transparent octopus tentacles, Bogni Tonglao saw the direction of Liu's progress. Liu didn't say much. While feeling Tonglau's emotions, he quickly rushed in with the dusk earthworms that broke into the city, and soon arrived at the burial place of Tonglau's parents. But there was nothing there, except for 2 newly dug graves. Chapter 280 for the wisdom of the ancestors. Where are their bones? Bite me to death. The copper hammer actually. All of Tonglau's muscles suddenly tightened. His breathing stopped for a moment, and he thought of an extremely ugly scene. Impossible. Impossible. My father was once the clan leader. How dare he with Tong Hammer? Liu saw Tonglau's imagination. Without saying a word, he spiraled around the palace according to the established route. But this time he went at full speed. There were only a few dwarf nobles left in the palace, who did not need to go to the furnace for forging. Liu encountered almost no effective obstruction, so he led the dusk earthworms to hollow out the side of the palace. The entire underground city began to shake violently and reverberated. There was a rumbling sound. That was the sound of the dwarf palace collapsing and falling. Whether it was gold, silver, jewelry, or enchanted dwarf artifacts, they were as soft and crunchy as newly baked biscuits in front of the torrent of dusk earthworms, and quickly turned into crushed residue when approaching the palace gate. Liu also encountered the dwarf warriors, who returned to defend, broke through their array, and continued to the second floor of the palace after paying the price of a leg and an arm. The formation of dwarf gates left behind quickly disintegrated under the erosion of earthworms at dusk. leaving only pairs of fully enchanted mithril armors glowing faintly in the deep tunnels. Liu kept walking, but on the way he found that Bogni Tompao suddenly became very silent, and his inner voice was also intermittent, as if his sanity had been greatly impacted. "We're almost at the palace," Liu warned, stepping over a falling broken wall, quickly climbing and jumping like a piece of mud, approaching the center of the palace. Starting a fight upon meeting was very consistent with the throne's imagination of the Copper Clan dwarves. So he talked nonsense and tied up the mature dusk earthworm that could die at any time with a binding wire. Then he jumped up and greeted the 18 people. "Dwarf LA. The wisdom of our ancestors is useless. It can't tell you how to pee more smoothly. Ha ha. Wake up." Seeing whether Tom Lao responded, Throne called out again. Tom Lao finally regained his consciousness, took out the hand cannon from the package of the thrown body, and put it on his wrist. His body temperature also dropped rapidly due to anger. "Kill this monster and cut off the hands and feet of the copper ladle." The copper hammer under the silver armor moved his fingers slightly, and the 18 attendants jumped up and landed on the throne and the copper ladle. 10 times? Bad. Now that Tom Lao had regained his fighting spirit, he said no more about the throne. He turned around and kicked under the broken wall, jumped through the window, and landed in the center of the palace of the dwarves of the Bronze tribe. The weird puzzle piece is fully unfolded, and the binding thread fixes the attendants in midair. The petrified light of the distorted eye is the secret that intermittently washes over the attendants, and the withered hands of the undead emerge from the twisted air, which is constantly pulling and guarding the attendants. The silver light slowly tore it into pieces. In midair, the silver light of secretly used suddenly appeared, and then it was torn apart in the blink of an eye. 18 dwarf servants were rushed to death by the throne. At the same time, they also took out our secretly used monster puzzle, and then started again. He transformed into Van Helsing and stood beside Tom Lao. "Put you up?" The copper ladle fired several more rounds from the hand cannon. "Ha ha. Ha ha. He is booty bog. I really didn't expect that Tom Lao could actually invite the Lord of Brains and Spirits. What did he promise me? Is it the authority of the underground city? Ha ha ha. Does he have it?" After the expeditionary force officers here at the furnace arrive, he can breathe a few less breaths of exhaust gas. It is better to take a few deep breaths at that time and enjoy the air at the front. In midair, a sea of bones appeared, mixed with countless lava hands, which pinched the throats of the dwarf attendants respectively, at the same time. The bone sword was like a fish that could be seen clearly, passing through the sea of bones, looking for the last secret of the used body. Slightly large gap. "Where are your parents' skeletons?" Tom Lao asked. "This is, according to Tom Lao's map, the bronze hammer should be sitting under this copper and silver armor, guarding the creations and all the treasures of the Bronze tribe dwarves. You must have sold yourself to me, right? The noble royal family of copper dwarves is willing to serve the brain spirit? Why?" The copper hammer held by Gemstone tightly, gritting his teeth and grinning. Just as he had guessed later, the copper hammer was sitting under the silver armor. Behind him were the 18 most humble dwarf attendants. One was the leader of the Copper Clan, and the other was the owner of a shop that didn't exist yet. And they looked at each other warmly. These exploding sparks helped Throne determine the scope of the silver armor barrier. After Throne stepped down, he sensed the strength of the barrier with his mind, then pulled out the bone sword from his calf and swiped hurriedly under the barrier. "Ha ha. Do you know him? He's right over there." Tong Chui picked up a wine barrel next to him and took a sip from his mouth. "Ha ha ha. He is still so slow and short. No wonder he has to live in a silver armor all his life. This is your father's skull." At dusk, there was a brief interruption in the pursuit of the earthworms. This was because the dwarf warriors of Duanqian were using their bodies to form a city wall to block the torrent that could destroy the entire palace. The two dwarves didn't know what happened just now, but when everything settled, we all knew that time the copper hammer needed to face the copper ladle. The entire palace has not yet collapsed, and the direction has lost its meaning. The throne can only lock on to the area with the strongest magic power through the distortion of the eye and the induction of the brain spirit, and then rush away. This wine barrel seems to be made of bone, and is shiny white with a copper color. That time, Throne used all its methods because it was also afraid that the Bronze tribe dwarves would associate the relationship between Van Helsing and Bitterberg. Throne noticed that Bronze Hammer's hand was placed under the armrest of the silver armor. Holding down a white gem, there was a scarlet gemstone next to it, deeply embedded in the armrest of the silver armor, blending with it as one body. It seems that it has not been pressed for a long time. throwing the copper hammer onto the wine barrel. He leaned down and picked up a urinal with the same copper color from the ground. Then, in front of the copper ladle, he held down the white gemstone with one hand and moved with the other hand to defecate. Bang! Tong Lao raised his hand cannon and shot at the king under the silver armor. A burst of sparks exploded between the 7 people, as if there was no tangible wall, dividing the lower and upper parts of the silver armor into 2 worlds. Just to run out there and get scolded by you? Ha ha. Coupled with the weakness of self-healing, Jigsaw's severed limbs are growing again, and the copper ladle and the copper hammer are finally no longer able to see each other again. It has defiled the bones of your parents. You have to kill me 10 times. Because we all have to die. Silver armor barrier. I think it will be a few years until we meet. And he will become so humorous. Her feet slipped, and Fangia lost her balance. She quickly reached out from the broken arm with the octopus's tentacles and hung them from the broken wall further below. She pulled her hand and continued to descend. In addition to the mithril in our body, even the weapons are forged with layers of enchanted mithril. Even the magic power inside makes the throne feel sharp. The flesh of Weird Jigsaw is also sharpened by the sharpness of these weapons. Inadvertently cut open, body fluid seeped out. Before being promoted to the Weak Plus stage, the throne had not fully controlled its own sensors, and they would completely interfere with each other. Instead, they were able to exert their full power and exert superimposed pressure on the 18 dwarf attendants. Down. Tong Lao held back his breath, swallowed up all his strength, and rushed towards the silver armor barrier. Standing up to this vulgar king, the copper ladle jumped out of the strange man's body and looked up at the brother of the same race under the silver armor. Bah! It tastes terrible to me, but you love to drink it, because it is the wisdom of the ancestors. Tong Chui gargled his mouth and spit the wine on the ground. Chapter 285 Giant God Soldier. Ha ha. Come on. The moment you touch the barrier, you will become a member of the ancestors and become the force to guard the throne. Tong Hammer succeeded and laughed heartily. When Liu heard this and saw that Tong Lao had no intention of stopping, he used the withering thorn and pierced the invisible barrier of the throne with a bone sword. Sizzle. The bone sword shook violently, and Liu's hand holding the sword was instantly shattered by a huge force, and the weird puzzle piece was completely bounced away. Focusing his thoughts on the handle of the bone sword, this withering thorn was able to continue to advance. The death energy was lingering, spreading into layers of cracks, and the throne barrier was crumbling. The copper ladle was moving very fast, like a cannonball, about to smash into the center of the crack. The face of the copper hammer also changed color suddenly, and he suddenly realized that with Bitterberg helping the copper ladle, the throne barrier alone might not be able to stop this crazy craftsman. Snapped. Before the copper ladle hit the throne barrier, the copper hammer suddenly pressed down on the ruby next to the white gem. In an instant, the throne barrier was restrained to the underground of the palace, and the entire palace began to shake hugely. Obviously, it was the throne barrier that stabilized the main body of the palace just now. When the barrier was damaged and retracted, the damage caused by the dusk earthworms took effect again. At the same time, the dim torrent reappeared on the upper right side of the palace, gradually approaching. It works! Tong Shui loosened his belt, pulled out a dagger from his back, stabbed with all his strength, and nailed his palm firmly under Liu's handle. The explosion of the magic cannon finally arrived, blasting out waves of air far away from Liu's range, blowing away everything in the palace, leaving only layers of gunpowder smoke. In just a few seconds, the bones of the copper ladle of vomiting blood rattled. The body of the throne was deformed by the pressure, and the octopus's tentacles were broken and exploded, which was completely different from those of these earthworms. So the throne quickly used electric light to kill the mature bodies of the dusk earthworms. The dark earth was put into the bag, and the dusk earthworms inside exploded their nests, swinging wildly and falling. Of course, the throne will only rely on the power of thoughts. The binding wire and tentacles came out, tightly wrapped around the body of the copper hammer, ready to directly pull my body away from the arm and disconnect it. But neither the throne nor the copper ladle shrank, and we reached some kind of consensus through telepathy. Bad Image vaguely felt the same pressure when he was around Rain Man. It works! The rings under the copper hammer's fingers exploded one after another, and dozens of protective enchantments were activated, firmly protecting my whole body. Tong Lao's heart informed the throne of the origin of the giant god soldier. But before the smoke cleared, no pair of hands pushed aside the smoke and broken ground, as if a mountain suddenly grew, occupying a small part of the palace. The shaking ground was like a swaying towel, and the copper ladle flew away. Liu took back the bone sword, quickly tied the copper ladle back to his body with binding wire, and then fired a magic cannon at the copper hammer under the throne. Giant God Soldier, ancient creation of the Bronze Tribe Dwarves, sacred object. The other side of the throne was so calm. Although the electric light burst out from the tentacles, it was quickly obscured by the endless tide of earthworms. Thought impact? The river of bones reappeared. The time it was mixed with iron and formed into bone balls, creating a discus on the palm of the giant God Soldier. And the monsters and dwarves who were rushing forward suddenly turned around and fired, accelerated, and briefly broke through the force. The obstruction of the field turned and fell on the head of the giant God Soldier. The copper ladle sacrificed all the blood. And when he saw Jia Jinwan's palm passing through the barrier, and was about to hold Tong Lao's body, Tong Lao moved. As for the magic cannon fired just now, it seemed to be blocked by the dwarf artifact placed next to Liu. Blood spurted out, covering the entire ruby, and splashing all over Bronze Hammer's arrogant face. Snapped. Heh, hee hee. Tong Lao's lips turned. The ladle-shaped beard is tangled and stuck to my chest. But the hole caused by the withering thorn has not healed yet. The throne connected the edge of the hole with binding wire, and then pulled it in the opposite direction, which happened to pull away the short copper ladle and the skull of the strange man. The exiled dwarf prince put his head towards Jia Jin's handle, pointed his neck at the dagger nailed to the palm of the copper hammer, and cut with all his strength. The throne was made by exchanging good intentions for the octopus tentacles, and adding iron quality to weaken their existence time. At the same time, it felt the force field of the giant God Soldier, which was inexplicably strange. Only Throne heard Tong Lao's voice. Tong Lao slit his own throat. These earthworms, that had not penetrated the body of the giant God Soldier, withered and scattered instantly before the wind of the giant God Soldier's palm passed by. It was as if there was no tangible force field that planned the death line of all the earthworms. When the smoke cleared, a 20-meter-tall half-length giant stood in the palace. His face was covered by his huge palms, and there were no traces of explosive bombs on his palms. Liu on top of his head was like my crown, and the bronze hammer sat on it. Below, the blood seeped into the ruby, driving all the giant's movements. You don't have a Titan soldier. The situation slowly took a turn for the worse. The entire palace also stopped squirming and contracting, and the bad image turned into a living creature. All magic seemed to have lost its meaning, and the giant God Soldier suppressed the throne with pure power. When I spoke, blood still gurgled from Tong Lao's neck. You could clearly hear what I said, but you could still vaguely tell that I was laughing. Boom! Jia Jinwan squeezed his palms together, and the body of the copper hammer was like a crushed berry, twisting into a long strip. Even if he racks all his brains and comes with a bunch of goddamn earthworms, it's still useless. As long as you try to get closer to the giant God Soldier, you will be clamped by a thrust. Squeeze back and forth, oozing out body fluids and blood. When it comes to the control of the giant God Soldier, Tong Chui is determined. Haha. It works. Even if they can demolish your palace and break down Liu's barrier, they can't hurt even one of your beards. Tong Chui shouted. Blood flowed out of the palm, moistening the ruby. The giant soldier resumed action, and his palm reached towards the copper ladle above his head. Teach you how to urinate in a worse way. Ha ha. Bronze hammer slapped his butt. Jia Jinwan's movement ended with a lag, and his position obstructing the throne did not weaken. Tong Chui's smile froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He watched helplessly as the giant palm of the giant God Soldier wrapped around his whole body, and then tore off the colorful light that protected his body, and also tore off his arm, leaving King Songcha of the dwarves of the Bronze Tribe behind. Jinxia pulled out completely, before a burst of magic power surged. The cannonball froze in midair, as if it was being held by something. I smiled, and the giant palm of the giant soldier smacked it from midair in the palace. The wildly swinging dusk earthworms also came from all directions, entangled and rolled up, and rolled down the giant soldier's body. The scene fell into extreme chaos again. Because you are the king of the copper dwarves, there is no use now. He will die. Haha. Experienced. Tong Chui tightened his belt and twisted his palms. In a short period of time, the throne was able to tear the bronze hammer apart. The giant soldier allowed the dusk earthworms to burrow into his waist and belly. Only a few bursts of light came through the body, but no small batches of dusk earthworms died in its body without any sound. Obviously, it was not specifically targeted at dusk. Earthworm regresses past enchantment. At dusk, the earthworms enter the scene. It is estimated that in a short time, the demons on the furnace side should arrive here to clean up the battlefield. Now they need to fight quickly. Although Tong Chue's palm was covered with rings, it was still slightly shaken open by the throne. Immediately afterwards, Tong Chue also stood down on Cha Jin on top of the giant divine soldier, bit his own palm, and took Li Yu's handlebar. Ha ha ha! Tong Lao. Die! Die based on the wisdom of your ancestors? Tong Hammer was sure of victory, and his cruel smile was hidden in front of the fingers of the giant god soldier. Worry. You will also make him a member of the ancestors' wisdom. What will the church teach you? Tong Chue made another provocative and vulgar action under Li Yu. He just tilted his body and held it firmly with one hand under the ruby on Li Yu's handle. The posture was strange. The Cha Jin barrier filled with cracks appeared instantly, separating Li Yu and the strange man again. Tong Chue smiled and cut his palm with a big knife. The blood sprinkled on it was absorbed by the ruby under Li Yu and turned into scarlet light. Throne activated his thoughts at the same time. Preparing to open the palm of the copper hammer he had just communicated with Tong Lao. And the giant divine weapon was driven by the royal blood of the Copper clan. As a member of the royal family, Tong Lao certainly did not have the same qualifications. Click. Chapter 286. My master is very crazy. Li Yu couldn't help forcing self-healing on the copper ladle, and at the same time quickly sewed his neck with binding thread to prevent the future craftsman of the library from growing a beard before he even arrived at the library. Hee hee. Tong Lao couldn't speak yet, but he grabbed Tong Chue's twisted neck and forced his head into his butt. It is indeed you who is high now, I admit it. You can use your face to wipe your ass. After the skeleton's graveyard dance, Li Yu's cognitive lower limit was refreshed once again by the copper dwarf. While Tong Chue's heart was still beating, Li Yu hurriedly pulled out Tong Chue's head, and at the same time gave Tong Chue a piece of self-healing. Don't worry. You have to kill him 10 times. And this is the first time. Li Yu comforted Tong Lao. Get rid of the dusk earthworm first. Don't you still need to get your electricity block? Tong Lao's eyes were still filled with hatred, but his mind was still clear, and he drove the giant divine soldiers to quickly sweep away the remaining dusk earthworms. The insect tide gradually calmed down, and the movements of the giant god soldiers became slower and slower. Obviously, Li Yu's self-healing could not quickly replenish Tong Lao's lost blood, and it was not easy to save his life. Tong Lao was against the giant god soldiers. Control is rapidly eroding. When the earthworms were cleared away by the giant soldiers at dusk, calm returned to the palace, and the giant soldiers retracted under the throne. Li Yu also returned to the weird puzzle again, and quickly swam around with the help of the earth element affinity of the octopus tentacles. Let's go and search carefully to see if there are any usable materials left. The copper ladle only focused on repairing the copper hammer, because in that case, it is likely to attract the attention of demon scribe Damon Kirk. However, before enduring the successive blows from Twilight Earthworm and Chui Qianyu, the size of the monster puzzle shrank a lot. Before the magic cannon was removed, even the dwarf's body could not fully accommodate it, so half of Tong Lao's body had to be exposed inside. The copper ladle examined the surface texture of the filthy whetstone and felt its magic power fluctuations with his fingers. Li Yu heard the roll of that whetstone from Tong Lao's heart, and thought that revenge at that level should be considered to satisfy Tong Lao's expectations. Li Yu had been holding the copper hammer for a while, but he completely lost control before half of his beard was pulled out. His whole body was squirming like a piece of mud that was gradually boiling. Well, I'm your master. Tong Lao put away the electric block and raised his head. Loyal to Cui Qian, Li Yu knew that it was an aberration and a signal of imminent change. Tong Lao pointed to the flickering light under the throne. No demon other than a dwarf has broken into the palace. It is probably reinforcements coming from the furnace. After a trip up, he harvested the demonic relics of craftsmen. Battery, faint earth, mithril armor and copper hammer. Li Yu still didn't feel that it was worth the money. As for the injuries from the weird puzzle, and the consumed self-healing bone and iron hammer, quality and electrical energy cannot be replenished very slowly. That is the smallest insult to a copper dwarf. Feeling the screams and murmurs in Tong Chue's heart, Li Yu knew that the king of the dwarves of the bronze tribe was dying completely. Before getting rid of the copper hammer, Tong Lao's inner drama obviously became active again. It is obvious that dwarves and humans have nothing in common, and they will be entangled in unresolved hatred for too long. Tong Lao's revenge killed Tong Lao and distorted it alive. The demonic relic of the copper hammer, the filthy whetstone, as long as it is coated with feces and urine. It is not easy to remove filth-related enchantments for the weapon. Yes, it's okay. The giant god weapon can't leave the underground city. And its forging technology has been lost long ago. Unless you become the king of the copper dwarves. Is there any way to wake it up again? Tong Lao explained a few words in a complicated way. Cui Qianyu uses the same technology as the palace barrier. If you are given less time, maybe you can figure out the underlying principle. It's bad. You've had enough. After a moment of silence, the copper ladle finally moved his attention away from the dirty whetstone, even though there was still some air leakage from his neck. The copper ladle had not yet been able to make a sound again. If the death of a dwarf clan leader affects the forging of the furnace, there should be no big trouble. And obviously, you don't have time now. The demonic relic of the bronze hammer? Liu used his mind to lift up the copper ladle, handed the jewelry box to the copper ladle, and then tugged at the throne and the ruby, trying to take them away. The only thing worth searching for in the dwarf palace was not the nervous massacre of dusk, just now Earthworm's giant divine weapon. In this way, the physical traps in the master's library cannot be directly weakened with the dirty whetstone. And the same goes for the weapons of the skeleton guards. Or is it that master? He wants to seize the furnace of the copper dwarves now. My master has avenged you. From now on, you will be loyal to me. Become my weapon, my stepping stone, and the ladder for me to climb down to the throne of Demon King City. If you can get that holy object, you may not be able to open low level directly. Liu thought that Tong Lao was so proactive. He had just killed his enemy Tong Chui, and was not thinking about how to help him. The copper ladle seemed to have unexpected reaction to the copper hammer. Just when the flesh and blood stopped squirming, he suddenly took out a sledgehammer from the tool bag, and then pulled out the beard of the copper hammer while hitting my forehead. As for the preservation of the whetstone, it cannot be placed outside the toilet in the 8th library. It will definitely pose a problem. After knocking like that for a while, the distorted body of the copper hammer was knocked into a copper plate as small as a table by the copper ladle, and finally became a stable state. Liu thought that he had not yet achieved that unexpected result. The only thing we know is that a strange man held up an electric light and led a group of dusk earthworms to destroy the entire palace. In his heart, Tong Lao took a step back and explained the jewelry box. Dwarf jewelry box does not have a certain sealing effect on demonic relics, but is suitable for storing demonic relics. The side effect is that it must be stored in feces and urine for a long time. Your master is very crazy. Maybe that is not possible, but it is really a bad time. After recovering the tool bag from Liu, following the killing methods such as Ling Qi, sh, Ling, strangulation, suffocation, and beating into a pulp, Tong Lao chose to pull out Tong Lao's beard for the last kill. When the dwarf warriors with armor, winged demons and beholder demons retreated into the palace with difficulty, they found that the empty throne stood alone, and not even the shadow of the enemy was seen. Apart from the battery block, Liu did not find any other useless dwarven artifacts. They should have been destroyed by the surging tide of earthworms. Other ornaments and the like outside the jewelry box should be the ones that Copper Hammer was wearing just now. You need less work, less projects. Only then can you play your role, and you will live up to the name of the copper ladle given by your ancestors. After thinking about it, Liu opened his chest and wrapped the copper ladle around his body again. From now on, the copper hammer will always be with my favorite shit and urine. Liu Qian tried it, and found that the throne was completely fixed in the palace. He could not take it out even if he cut the ground. It was as if the throne itself did not exist, but was just a projection that he could not touch. Well, is that his electricity block? Liu pulled out a white diamond-shaped cube from his arms. It was found outside a jewelry box in Tongchue's palace, and he could vaguely feel the electricity in it. The movement of the flesh and blood became more and more violent, but each blow of the copper ladle was able to hit the hard spot and just curb the deepening of the deformation, making the copper hammer gradually bigger. Dozens of octopus tentacles were sewn under Tong Lao's body, and they swayed according to Liu's will, sinking into the ground with the strange man and Tong Lao. It's necessary. If necessary, you can come back last time. Of course, Liu planned to have a small fight with the officers on the furnace side when the expeditionary force was about to set off. Chapter 287 Copper Ladle 3000. Can you make demonic relics? Liu asked Tong Lao on the way home. I have been in the Demon King City for so long, and I have never seen the creation of demonic relics with my own eyes. I didn't expect that it was actually knocked out by a dwarf with a small hammer. If I had known that the copper ladle had this function, I could have taken it with me when hunting demons in the future to see if I could knock out anything interesting. If nothing else, Okabuji will definitely be able to knock out something good when he dies. How is that possible? I just briefly interfered with its shape. But Tong Piao's answer shattered Li Yu's fantasy. I understand the structure of the copper dwarves and the obsession of the copper hammer. So I can have an impact on it. I see. Since he couldn't copy it, Li Yu didn't hesitate and focused on moving the copper ladle quickly through the soil. Vibrations were heard from the direction of the furnace. Apparently the news of the collapse of the dwarf palace had spread. And the dwarves, dark elves and demons were hunting down their enemies. Tell me about it. The more I know before seeing it with my own eyes, the better. Tong Lao gradually returned to the carelessness he had when they first met. He yelled at Li Yu and couldn't wait to start thinking about it. Li Yu was not polite and relayed the current situation of the library to the dwarf. The nearby dusk earthworms had been cleared away, and the two of them quickly returned to the bone room, living room, without encountering any obstacles. That's Mini. That's the brain spirit. That's the evil horned beast. That's the 800 skeleton warriors. Lulu formally introduced the personnel of the library to Tong Lao, noting whether there was any kind of monster. No. My brother sent it to you. Everyone is trying to launch it. Jiao Iti and the 800 warriors waved their hands in agreement. When the welcome meeting began, they returned to their respective posts. Their movements were chaotic and uniform, and the order was strict. Li Yu took off the scarred weird puzzle piece, and also took out the copper ladle wrapped outside. And let me meet Xiaojia. Forget it. It's all important. I am the master. Finally, Lulu and Feifei pushed aside the Mini group and stood behind Tong Lao with their arms akimbo. In the living room, Mini, Skeleton, Brain, Evil Horn, Tom, all the residents of the library were standing next to the throne. Here he comes. Tong Lao. Jiao Iti took the lead and patted Tong Lao on the shoulder. It was you who introduced him to the master. Tong Lao resisted the urge to curse and allowed Mini and the brain spirits to manipulate him. He then took advantage of that time to scan around the monsters in the living room of the bone room. Mini, the skin has been peeled off. Oh, our skin is a very bad material. So, 8,000 is 8,000. What is important is what can be started. Ha ha ha. You knew it. Lulu clapped her hands. And the brain spirits lifted the copper ladle with their thoughts, and floated towards the kitchen while holding me. It's broken. In order to welcome your new family, dinner is ready. Lulu spread her long leather arms, and pushed the monsters in the bone room's living room to go with her. The mithril armor shimmered and tinkled. And Feifei looked at Lulu's eyes, which were filled with stars. What's up, brother? Did you arrange it badly? Lulu asked for credit. Tong Lao seemed to have not forgotten that Li Yu could hear my voice. He commented on everything he saw, and he wanted to end the small-scale renovation of the library. Goo, Tong Lao thought, when a loud noise suddenly came from outside his stomach, like some kind of terrifying giant beast coming from the underground city. Bite your dwarf ass. Mini knows shit about engineering. It's broken. He also knows all the family members in the library. After working for a long time, Lulu finally finished the introduction, and then said solemnly to Tong Lao. Li Yu put the mithril armor on the two big sweet potatoes, and found that it fit perfectly even for dwarves. It's also lower than the minis. Although Tong Lao did not remember anything, he also fully understood the status of the minis in the heart of the master, a terrifying existence that destroyed the entire dwarf palace. With a dull head, could not play with the minis to that extent. It's bad. He has the final say. Li Yu also made a weak request. Anyway, he had planned to use Mini to fight. What's the difference between those mithril armors and accessories? Who do they want to give to the 11 missing sets? Just give it to anyone. Wooey also cackled with Skorik's skull, and at the same time controlled the remaining palm of the weirdo jigsaw, trying hard to pat the remaining calf. Very bad. Li Yu touched the new pink skin of Lulu and Feifei with his mind, and then touched our heads. Bitaborg? Huh? The owner is Butabog? Who am I? Go back and ask Tong Lao to help them modify it. That thing is very powerful. If you wear it, even the fangs of the demon wolf in the bloody corridor will be penetrated. Li Yu tucked away the armor skirt that had grown out. Lulu Feifei's eyes lit up and her saliva started to flow. He's evil. You are Lulu and I am Feifei. You are the guardians of the library and the chief engineer there. Lulu pulled Feifei's arm. From now on, he will be with you too, working on the command. While Lulu was counting on her fingers, Tong Piao listened to one name after another, and then completely gave up on memorizing it. It's actually him. Tong Lao obviously expected to see an old friend he had seen for several years outside. Have you found his mount? It must be an evil horned beast. Right. As if there was no tacit understanding. The minis applauded at the end. The minis quickly covered their noses, even though they didn't really smell the smell of dirty whetstones from outside the copper ladle's package. Liu waited patiently, and granulation began to appear on Jigsaw's severed arm. Are there no anthropologists yet? Are you loyal to the devil, and have your brain disassembled and embedded with the brain and pituitary gland? Just to read fewer banned books? They had all been informed of the delay by the staff of deception, and were prepared to welcome the newest addition to the library. He became a member of your family before you, and he was ranked less than 8,000. Lulu finally finished counting the titles. He was not 8,000 before. Bite your dwarf butt. How long will it take? You have to get to work quickly. Are you still there? I recently discovered that the magic locomotive of the Tarth Empire is still wrong. Galaric and Tong Lao exchanged casual greetings before going back in again. Look, what did you bring them? As he spoke, Liu spit out 18 sets of exquisite mithril armor from the outside of the weird puzzle piece. You are the guardians of the right and left. Plus Inging. Dandin is my brother's friend. The 7 little knights of Minminhua Ubudb. The captain of the Galaric Guard. The 800 skeleton warriors. The devil chef. And the scholar's experiment body no. 1. Mr. Evilhorn Beast. And my concubines. Lulu seemed to be chanting a spell. As for those companions, I didn't have time to get to know them before. Shadow. Whereas Bad Image heard that name before. Not Skoric? Ha ha ha. Of course it's for minis. You were so ugly before you peeled off your skin. Thank you, brother. He is so bad. Lulu confirmed the destination of the remaining mithril armor in one word. Then pounced on it, and gave it a hard blow. Kissed Wuyi's brain. The brain spirits also turned over the beard of the copper ladle with their thoughts. Searched it up and down very slowly. And sent a message to the minis. I found safety items behind me. But not a single package. It stinks. Demon Chef? I thought he was in charge of cooking in the library. That was wrong. Tong Piao was fully aware of Liu's purpose of bringing me to the library. Before he first realized that Liu was not Bitterberg's fright. All he could think about was how to optimize the layout of the library. Those skeleton guards looked very much the same. Had they been weakened by their master? Tong Lao pointed at the old evil horned beast, which was hugging its right hand and its left hand, holding its head high and chest high. The minis had long since suppressed their curiosity and leaned close to Tong Lao, squeezing my face and beard, trying to find out whether the dwarfs were different or whether they were missing a baby leg. He'll eat first. When he comes back when he's full, you take him for a walk outside. I hope he won't give you any advice. Liu conveyed his thoughts to Tong Lao, and before receiving Ru's answer, he turned to Lulu and Feifei waved. Chapter 288 My Favorite Baby. The electric tower can be embedded into the wall and made into a candlestick on the wall. It will not affect everyone's movements and can cover every corner of the library. It can also save a lot of materials compared to now. Master, the library needs to make identity cards and embed them into each demon's body so that they will not be judged as enemies by the electric tower. Master, I need that thread of yours, the one that is wrapping me around. What? Binding thread? Why binding? Okay, just binding thread. I need 3 tons of binding thread to enhance the bite force of the bloody corridor. Otherwise it would be a waste to rely on weight. And it needs to be changed to segmented drive. This will greatly increase the flexibility of the bloody corridor. Give me another 20 brain spirits. I will lend them the filthy whetstone and let them enchant the skeleton's weapons and the wolf fangs in the wall with filthy poison. There is no need to move the traps from the dwarf palace. They are meaningless and outdated. Moreover, if you can break through the bloody corridor, you can also break through those basic traps. Then you will need stronger combat power, that is. The master can solve it alone. Bathhouse? Not bad. You only need simple magic mark and conduction to control the lava at the bottom to adjust the temperature of the bathhouse. Kitchen, it's really delicious. I didn't expect that our chef is actually Brother Pai, the son of the devil. Master, you know how to have fun. The thunder pool needs to be remodeled to become the power source of the library. With power, many things can become automatic. And it can also charge my electric block. What? Battery? If it's broken, it's called a battery. His bicycles, hand cannons, etc. can't be used to make something for us to play with. Li Ming remembered that when she first saw Tong Lao, the guy was riding a motorcycle-like generator outside the shop and felt that it was too funny. Nimanize must also do it. Anyway, from now on, Liu came up with the materials. And making those big things was just a casual job. Very bad. Liu had not exposed Tong Lao's big ideas, and was very satisfied with my initiative. When it comes to the renovation of the library, he can't use all the power in the library, and he can't use some of it. Give the purchase list of regular materials to Lulu Feifei, and we will arrange for Minnie or Now Ling to go to the Devil Market for purchase. Liu never thought that Tong Lao's reaction would be so small. It would be worse if it were less. Tong Lao was still content. Without the support of the Kingston family, it's possible to get it through design drawings or real objects. Right? Well, at least I can guarantee that I can stop other lords of authority. For example, Ajibuji. Liu had always used the Bag Devil as an imaginary enemy to strengthen the library, so he subconsciously reported my name. What Tong Lao said was exactly what Li Ming imagined, and it was also the main purpose of grabbing those two things in the first place. Liu was well aware of Minnie's strengths, so he put his words first to avoid Tong Lao getting into trouble. You need to dismantle it. Before receiving a negative answer, the copper ladle muttered. After seeing the idea of Tong Lao, Liu felt that he could not worry about being a hands-off shopkeeper. He was only responsible for meeting needs and collecting materials, and then borrow the skills of the dwarf craftsman to complete the improvement of the library. Level 9 Brave? It's a pity that you can't leave the city. Liu shook his head and conveyed his thoughts to Tong Lao, and then thought of Jesse. The Demon King's castle comes to life, and brave men arrive one after another. They are the most difficult group of enemies to visit the library. If the Lord without authority can break the iron law of the Demon King city and come directly to the outside of the library, how can it be stopped? If we imagine that situation, the library will have no use for the 7th phase of the plan. Let's change the standard. Let's aim at being able to block. Liu searched his mind for enemies with low probability. Let's aim at being able to block a 9th level warrior. What do you think? Of course, Liu was also looking forward to this moment. Use your mind to drag the magic locomotive and magic cannon, and quietly wait for the copper ladle's feedback. Every time he saw a facility, Tong Lao would immediately put forward suggestions for optimization, which made Liu feel that he had found the wrong person. So the goal of the first phase of the library is to improve the internal defense, so that the owner has no worries. Tong Piao looked at Li Ming's imagination, and tried to summarize the first phase of the idea. Forget it. Forget it. He is the master. He has the final say. Tong Lao was sulky for a moment, but still agreed to Liu's request. Blocking the 9th level warrior is more complicated than blocking Uji Buji. Originally, collecting the Kingston family's relics was prioritized before capturing the copper ladle, so it was time to put it on the agenda. In addition to the fact that the cost is not a bit low, 8 tons of copper ladles for binding wires are readily available. The quality of the iron is no less. Less, as if it costs money. We need to get at least a dozen of them for experiments, so that we can thoroughly understand its structure. Understand? Minnie is the owner's favorite baby. So, Master, how far will it be weakened in the first stage? Tong Lao was running out of ideas in his mind. And how much time would it take to do each one? Liu had already guessed that it was the price. It seemed that after Tong Lao introduced the principle of mixing two things, he had no car for the time being, and he could hunt outside the Demon King city wrapped in a magic cannon. As you command, Master, Tong Lao responded. Liu took the broken copper ladle and walked around the library. The copper ladle took my tool, hammered and pointed, and inspected the layout of the library on the spot. Anyway, the strength of level 9 warriors varies, and the standards can fluctuate. The difference in strength between the 9th level brave man and the Lord of Authority is so huge. Does he think that the 9th level brave man is a dead man outside the vegetable field? Tong Lao's beard swayed wildly. Ajibuki? King of the Colosseum? After hearing this, Tong Lao threw the tool hammer under his hand and did it directly. Is there no design drawing? Tong Lao stuck his head out of the hood. If the facilities you just mentioned are all renovated, whether it is impact, stabbing, electric shock, enchantment or poison, they are still weak. If combined with the Master's Staff of Deception, they will not be able to. A small part of the trouble has been solved. Fortunately, the big noisy people are lazy and willing to work. The Forbidden Forest can provide the poor, and Liu can satisfy all the needs of the copper ladle. There's no one inside who might be able to help. But have you found the broken magic mirror yet? It doesn't make sense. Liu has always bypassed the iron laws of Demon King City by sharing the authority of the library with Booty Bird. So he always forgets that incident. The magic cannon and magic locomotive must be dismantled. First, he slapped the magic cannon at a slow speed. Then moved the copper ladle to the distance of the magic locomotive, and looked at the tires, chassis, and exhaust pipe in sequence. Then he removed the hood, climbed down from the front of the car, and started pounding it with a big hammer. Can't I take you to see the magic locomotive and magic cannon now? As soon as Copper Ladle finished, he was ready to put the latest technology of the Taz Empire to the forefront for research. Just like the first piece of meat in a delicious meal, the engine principle cannot be applied to the power source transformation of the Thunder Pool. On the contrary, your electric block, the battery has also been installed and replaced with a pure electric power source. In the case of the magic cannon, as long as alternative materials are found, you cannot try to replicate it retrogradely. And mass production. Embedding the turret inside the library. Liu had seen Knight Jesse, who had briefly climbed down to the 8th level of warrior strength. This was when Beelzebub was seriously injured underground in the Colosseum, and if the daily defense power of its library could exceed the core area of the Colosseum, that should be enough. Liu did not know the number of 9th level Braves in the small continent of Chaos. He thought that there were so few 7th level Braves that they could be found all over the Demon King City. However, those who could climb to the 9th level were actually very rare. And they were almost gone. To the strength of the Lord of Authority. Remember, Brain Spirit and Mini-Minis are both very bad helpers. But the bottom line is that any casualties are allowed. And the Mini-Minis are allowed to be scolded. As early as when Liu was pregnant, Tong Lao's hand had never left the magic cannon. And it was hard for me to have the patience to wait until now. Magic mirror? Tong Lao jumped onto the front of the car and dug out a broken mirror from his package. Don't you have any wood? By the way, you don't have the quality of iron. You want the quality of iron. No less. No more. No less. At most, make an elevator first to facilitate the movement of the small house. The steps in the library are too low. Chapter 289 Hannibal. Accepting the mirror fragments exchanged for the copper ladle, Liu returned to the upper level of the library to cure the weird puzzle. He knew that it was almost time to set off to the Colosseum to collect the remaining fragments. He might also find an opportunity to kill Ijibuji, who regarded him as a treasure. The child Beelzebub. Tong Lao already has an idea on how to complete the first phase of the renovation of the library. The next step is to give him time and materials. So the Kingston family's magic mirror is of course indispensable. Whether it is magic cannons, magic motorcycles, or some materials whose origin is concentrated in human territory, a magic mirror is needed to complete the transaction. As long as the weird jigsaw is fully recovered, Liu can hunt in armor again. With the support of the magic power of the entire library, Weird Jigsaw's healing speed is good. The granulations continue to grow, splice, and fill the wound. It won't take long for him to fully recover. Liu also took advantage of this time to lay his head on the edge of the bath, enjoying the hot air and thinking about what kind of clothing he should wear to visit the Colosseum again. Although Van Helsing's skin is very easy to use, it has become a thorn in the side of the king of the Colosseum and can easily be noticed by demons. It is obviously inappropriate to wear this outfit again. Moreover, the copper ladle still needs to be disassembled to study the principle of the magic cannon. Van Helsing's chest is empty, and he doesn't know what to stuff. There is still branded skin available. It is very reasonable to enter the safe area of the Colosseum as a businessman. Moreover, Abed, the Saudi businessman who knew Grandet, has also died. But in this way, he still has to carry it with him. Commodity. Whether it is the self-healing bone, the lava left hand, or the octopus tentacles, they are all very uniconic. It is difficult to connect Hannibal and Grandet, which loses the meaning of wearing skin, finally transformed into a dark blue suit. Su Sheng felt the new character in Template 5 and shook his head with satisfaction. The bad thing is that Su Sheng's brain power is weakened without the pituitary gland, so he is unable to cope with so few minis. So Tom used Grandet as the base, used low-density self-healing bones, binding threads and octopus tentacles to pretend to be broken, and then finished pinching his face. The neat blonde hair looked slender, and the upper chin was narrowly divided into two halves and weakened. The masseter muscles are tightened, the eye sockets are sunken, and the eyelids are reddish, slowly creating a warm, quiet and profound character. And even if the price of the self-healing bone is raised by himself one day, Tom can't sell the brain-spirit pituitary gland to others as long as the library is breached. The brain-spirit pituitary gland will always be a rare material. You have found a way to follow the path of a scholar. Do you want to try whether you can use that body to become a real scholar and serve your master? What Su Sheng said is exactly what I thought. Overall, it's very convenient. You can coordinate and manage the inventory of the library, the purchase of the Devil's Market, and various material needs. However, you need the master to clarify the priority of the same needs for you to determine whether to satisfy Minnie first, or a dwarf engineer. Looking at Su Shingshan's skin behind his face, Tom suddenly felt that as a doctor, I seem to have more props. So he mixed a small amount of iron and made me a scalpel, and even a set of surgical props based on the appearance in human anatomy. Looks like nothing. Demonic scribes are too rare. Now Tom may go and capture Diamond Binbin to sign a contract, and let me become his quartermaster and multiply his assets. Master. Just as Tom was immersed in the memory of that character in later generations, another blonde human appeared in the lower level of the library, and stood next to Van Helsing. In the collection of books compiled by Nailing, Liu accidentally discovered the method of making the scholar's secret medicine and the promotion ceremony, and wanted to take a step back to strengthen his wisdom and learning ability. Stop. Tom's brain twitched, and he suddenly thought that Liu and Tong Piao were like this. If Brother Pig, Galeric, Minnie, or the brain spirits came to him one by one to ask for materials, the various needs of this library are mixed, and management will become very confusing. So Tom could only calculate the amount of kindness that the noisy ones could get from the Forbidden Forest in a day, and gave Liu a finite value. He also said that in the past, self-healing bones could not be used directly for face-to-face transactions in the library. As currency, you can't stay in the Colosseum for a limited period of time, and just use self-healing to become a blessing to the brave. But you can't travel around, dissecting demon hunting materials, and collecting broken mirrors in the name of studying demon medicine. If you follow the master's footsteps, you will be abandoned. What's the matter? This only requires arranging an accountant first. At most, he must be calculating and rigorous. In this case, the whole family will be ruined, and the needs of various departments can be integrated. Tong Lao, Lulu Feifei, Pai Gu, Galeric, and then him. Now Ling, Booty Borg. Tom immediately clarified the priority for Liu. And Liu also ranked which one. It's engraved in my mind. Although Tom completely trusted Liu, he also planned to inform me of the existence of the demonic manual. After all, as long as it was known, there was no possibility of being spied on. Anyway, the relationship between Skorik and the library is almost clear. These 8 skeletons of the 7th generation have not yet gone out with the expeditionary force. After the skeleton king Lidric in the Tomb of Light wakes up, no one will question the 7th generation. The relationship between, then directly send the set of surgical props to the bloody corridor, and ask the brain spirit at work to complete the enchantment with the dirty whetstone. When their needs can be met through purchasing from the Devil's Market, I will report the required materials and props to you, and you will come up with a solution. After saying that, Tom also sent a domino to Liu for easy contact at any time. There's a problem. Tom heard what Liu was thinking, and he didn't have any reason to stop me from being positive. So of course, he agreed directly. The former slave scholar had not yet fully integrated into the collective of the library. He even asked Tom to open my skull and embed the pituitary gland in my brain stem, before saving it to the corner of Template 5 in the Devil's Manual. Tom named it Van Helsing. Understood. You will count the material inventory as soon as possible, calculate the consumption, sort out the needs of the family, and indicate the source. Master, please also inform you of your unfixed output of materials as soon as possible so that you can complete the statistic. Liu was talking about materials like self-healing bone and iron quality that Tom Zheng can conjure out of thin air. Before sorting out the financial resources of the library with Su Sheng, Tom used the staff of deception to announce the appointment of Liu as the accountant to all the monsters in the library. In a fair sense, Liu is not considered a human being yet. Next, you can't rely on the weak self-healing or the surgical operation of Dandan particles to become one of the brave men exploring the Demon King's city, and complete some tasks that are convenient for Su Shingshan. You can't. Before the brain spirit pituitary gland was embedded, Liu's understanding of Su Sheng seemed to have improved a little, and he slowly figured out his master's thoughts. He can count, right? Tom felt that Liu behind him should be the wrong candidate. I am the person closest to a human being outside the library, so he was worried that I would spend my money wildly. Bad. These are the materials you need. Pages of forbidden knowledge. For spider legs, Syndrami's holy ash. The auditorium of the Colosseum must still be there. Looking at the bustling square, Su Sheng didn't even have the illusion that he had arrived at the demon market? Or was it the birthplace of a hero outside the game? Of course. This move raised a few questions from the minis. Tom had to explain Li Yu's specific authority before everyone understood what accounting was. And then, they swarmed to find Su Sheng's registration materials. In addition to being an ingredient in some potions, self-healing bones are also loved by various monsters for their taste. So they are worried about whether the demand is sufficient. Li Yu reported the materials he needed like a name for a dish. And then Tom understood why the guy was looking for him. Before the self-healing of the weird puzzle was completed, and before Su Sheng's list of needs was sorted out, Tom put on Van Helsing's jacket and escaped from the library overnight and came to the Colosseum. Blonde Li Yu. From then on, Minnie was responsible for counting the materials. But when he saw Lulu and Feifei arbitrarily ranking the copper ladle at number 8,000, Su Sheng realized that it was appropriate. So Tom decided to open another large number. And his identity was just right, a doctor. Chapter 290, Hunting Country. Selling sundries? Materials. Fresh fly demon's wings. 1 magic stone weighs 3 kilograms. Good quality and low price. If you buy more than 10 kilograms, you will receive Minotaur beef. With random parts. Dancer theater. Additional encouragement effect. 1 person with 3 magic stones. 5 magic stones can dance alone in a single room. Choose the dance type of your own choice. Equipment repair. Forging. Enchanting. Collect the wings of the demon bat. The compound eyes of the fly demon. The nerves of the beholder. The fangs of the demon wolf. The complete tauren horn. And the brain spirit pituitary gland at a high price. Private hunter detective. Responsible for finding people, assassinations, and locating materials. The price is negotiable. There is only 1 knight missing. He only needs level 7 and the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. There is a healing magician in the team. Thieves team. You can come at level 6. There are many tents on the square and auditorium of the Colosseum, where various brave men, merchants and small shops gather. It is no less lively than the Devil's Market. The whole place is noisy, and there are quarrels and fights from time to time. But it will be over soon. Li Yu stood at the entrance gate of the Colosseum and was stunned. He did not expect that after the expeditionary force set off, the Colosseum would be like this. If one day the library is severely damaged, will it be the same in the bone room and living room? Obviously, Li Yu is quite proud of his status as the Taz Empire, and has no obvious sense of superiority over the Sand Kingdom and the Snow Kingdom. So the brave men of the hunting country opened a portal in the Colosseum to create convenience for the little family. And together, they took the first area of the Demon King City. The mercenary organization of Wuming Xiaolu is composed of an 8th level hunter, an 8th level businessman, and 2 8th level thieves. It is weak and powerful, and is the ceiling of the mercenary organization. The half-destroyed Colosseum is an opportunity for all brave men, Li Yu said in a loud voice. The photos and writing under this big card are constantly changing. Why is that man so silent? What is the purpose of coming to Demon King's castle? Mr. Hannibal, what is your purpose of looking for a detective agency? You know, the same detective agencies are good at the same business scope. They will definitely know your needs, and you can choose the most suitable one for you. Helper. After complex introduction, Li Yu returned to business. It turns out that the thin man is a broker in that place, specializing in serving brave men like Marco, who have just arrived. There are always no humans crawling out of the wooden door, and exiting requires handing over a few gold coins or magic stones to the brave gatekeepers. Just like collecting tickets. Is Okabuki so big-hearted? Hannibal. Marco originally wanted to go directly to the danger zone to end the search. But when he thought that the magic mirror fragments were all underground in the Colosseum, and it would take time to collect them, there was no need to know that he was about to Hannibal. The brave people who work together come from. The photos are a repetitive carousel of dancers. All types, styles, and body types are vividly drawn. And these squirming handwritings sum up, basically mean nothing. That friend is very cool. Is this your first day in Demon King's castle? Do you want a dancer? While I was stunned, a thin man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks came to me, handed me a big card, and pointed. It's a big tent nearby. Marco understood the group of brave men under the square as casual cultivators, and everything made sense. Just like that, the warriors on the edge of the small continent of Chaos created a landing area under the square of the Colosseum for easy exit. Or looking for something? You can't recommend a detective agency. You know that no detective agency is very professional. There are no brave hunters out there who are very good at finding people or demons. You think you guys know each other. You are Liu. Who are you? The broker from the border of the Taz Empire handed over his business card. Oh! Marco became interested after hearing the thin man's thoughts. Is this a portal? I suspect he also noticed it. It's your first day in Demon King City. What's going on outside? Marco pointed to the teleportation wooden door in the middle of the square, and put a demon wolf's fang in Liu's hand. Should it be with me? Are you wasting your time? You paid money to do business. Marco noticed that these brave men guarding the portal all had a magic emblem printed under their shoulders. This emblem was a combination of 8 elements including bows, arrows, gold coins and thieves' hands. It should not be the symbol of the hunting country. Oh! Is this a risk? You can't help him. Contact the team. The thin man took out another big card, and the team information of the group of brave men under the square behind him was rotated. You come from the Lun River and are a doctor. You came there because you want to hone your medical skills. Liu scratched his face and suddenly knew what to recommend. Provide him with the ultimate experience that rivals pleasure. Liu presupposed my origin based on Bian Chang's demonic wolf's fang, and then introduced me in a very low-level manner. The moving person retreated from the portal. He must have taken the wrong path and entered the Demon King's castle by mistake. Right? Whether it's inspiration, social interaction, or just pure enjoyment, you'll find it all out there. Well, the mercenary organization led by the 4th-level warrior is very weak. Bian Chang followed Liu's words. Isn't this a portal? It looks too decent. Marco looked at the center of the square, where a wooden door half as tall as a man stood abruptly, with several brave men standing beside it who seemed to have the wrong strength. As for these brave men who have not attached themselves to the nobles or joined the army, they should be fighting to the death with the expeditionary army at this time. Right? Marco had thought that he would hear the name Fan Hixin from Liu's mouth. It was obvious that not only Demon King City, but also the brave men in Xiaolu knew about that strange man. Marco had read books about the banks of the Doran River, and in the ill-planned biography of Hannibal. He also chose that place as his hometown. Just like Van Helsing. You know. Right? Jesse of the Kingston family was the first group of brave men to explore the Demon King City before it appeared. After observing for a moment, Liu guessed that these were brave men from all over the continent of Chaos. Like the ones he met outside the Demon Market Tavern before. They came to the Demon King City to get materials to advance, not to earn reputation. Become a member of a wealthy family. Oh! I mean, you need a private detective. Bian Chang shook his head, temporarily planning to tell anyone that he was here to search for the Kingston family's magic mirror. You only conveyed the important message to the Empire that the expeditionary force was about to set off. And you also teamed up with a mysterious warrior named Van Helsing to destroy half of the Colosseum at once. Oh! You came from the Forbidden Forest? It's great that you can retreat into the Demon King City under the watch of the Forest Guard. Oh! From the Snow Country, close to the Sea of Death. A broken place. Wait a minute. The brave men all crawled out, covered in dust, interested in. Hey, after all, the priests of the Holy See and the magicians of your Taz Empire are busy dealing with the expeditionary force. There is no time to open a formal portal there. Besides, if the magicians of the Empire's low tower come, if so, the Colosseum may not be completely recaptured yet, and it will be your fault. The thin man thought that Marco wanted to find a detective agency, so he immediately recommended one after another and introduced himself by the way. Marco Lai had no mission and had time to spend in the slow music house. What's more, I also related this part of the weird puzzle to the pituitary gland, so I had no feelings at all. Even if I did it, it was just to serve my people. If those brave men retreat from the battlefield of the expeditionary force, we who are not fighting in groups will know how to die if we die. A place like the Demon King City is more suitable for us to perform and reap the benefits. Where's the fly demon? Where's the beholder? Where's the minotaur? Where's the gladiator? Wouldn't they all be wiped out by these brave men? Or driven into the underground of the Colosseum? Doctor? He's a doctor? Bian Chang's eyes lit up, as if he had picked up a treasure. By the way, you know about Hunter Country, right? Want to get the ultimate slow happiness in your busy adventure? Come to Slow Fun House. Chapter 291, Exclusive Resources. Reliable teammates. If you want to hone your medical skills, there is no better place than the Colosseum. Marco immediately began to recommend it highly. The underground of the Colosseum has not yet been fully developed, and there are many terrifying existences hidden. The brave team will either die or be injured if they go down. Doctors or magicians who master healing skills are in great demand. I have many exclusive and powerful warrior resources. They very much hope to have a reliable doctor with them. As long as you can prove your ability, I am very willing to recommend you to them. Believe me, what you need most in the underground of the Colosseum is not the favor of the gods, but the powerful partners around you. They are the ones who can help you at critical moments. And the teams of those warriors below level 6 are very dangerous and cannot explore more than 2 safe zones underground. The team of the Hunter Kingdom is not that good either, although they have many powerful hunters. They also hide many thieves in the team. If you cooperate with them, you will always lose something inexplicably, Marco said in a lowered voice. How about it? Do you want to sign a contract with me? After a long introduction, Marco dropped a bombshell. Liu was in a daze when he heard the dialogue he often said from Marco's mouth. Exclusive resources, reliable teammates. Each team formation only requires 10 gold coins commission. Or magic stones. Materials. Whatever. Marco came closer. Your demonic wolf's fawn will do. Marco was very satisfied with this. If you don't have a brave person who needs a doctor or a degenerative surgery, it's convenient for you to contact you. Marco raised his eyebrows and glanced at me, then concentrated on reading the latest incidents in the Demon King's castle. For less news, please read the exclusive report what happened in the Demon King's castle. It only costs 1 copper. First come, first served. That person is the face of the hunting country. A level 8 hunter. And Syndra? The number is there. The number is there. Thrall reappears in the Demon King's castle. If anyone can provide a magic cannon, a magic motorcycle, or Ajabuki's head, Jin Yu is willing to perform the surgery on the spot for me. How is the battle going? Young Master Jin Yu asked to make sure that the expeditionary force could break through the holy city. What we most look forward to is that Hung Jin Yu can smash the door on the Colosseum, so that we have no chance to go up and pick up some tatters from the hunting country. The big newsboy's voice was very muddy. Brain spirit pituitary gland is out of stock. Marco read for a while, and found that the rest were all advertisements. If there was any news inside, he folded the newspaper and stuffed it into his chest. As long as Ajabuki is unlucky, the library cannot develop with peace of mind. News from the underground city. Thrall appeared in the underground city and destroyed the dwarf's palace. Is this all happening outside the Demon King's city? A big boy who looked like a newsboy jumped out of the portal, ran around shouting, and threw the newspaper in his hand at the brave man under the square. Give me some time. Liu thought for a while and felt that it was not necessary. After walking around for a while and not sensing any trace of the broken mirror, Marco put away his bad mood and was about to walk into the corridor leading to the ground when he suddenly heard a noise. Marco suddenly realized that the news of the underground city had spread there. The Hunting Kingdom's exclusive complete collection of Demon King City materials will be officially published in the 300th year of Kylie. So stay tuned. Ha! Demonic wolf's fawing. Without that, I can have a bad meal today. Anyway, listening to the quotation will give you more meat. Oh, you are from the Lun River, Marco responded, realizing that the expeditionary force was undoubtedly a disaster for mankind. Marco wanted to know the battle situation of the first expeditionary force, especially the first army where Ying and Dandan were. Knowing it or not, Marco walked to the edge of the wasteland. After bidding farewell to Liu and agreeing to a few brokers, Marco wandered around the square a few times to check that no one had collected any broken mirrors, to understand the location of the known danger zone, and to listen casually. Listen to the voices of our brave men. Yi Chili said that everything under the square and on the ground was like a pre-cooling. The real guy from the hunting country arrived, and it was not Syndra, who opened the small treasure door of the Colosseum. Marco never thought that the brave men outside the Demon King city would still exchange news, and there wouldn't even be an exclusive newspaper. Your hometown will be gone, right? Anyway, your family has, the big newsboy said without feeling sad. The reason why it smells like barbecue is because there is a fire burning under the land, and piled in the flames are the corpses of the braves we all died outside after being seriously injured after experiencing adventures in the Colosseum. The casual cultivator. The young men stared at the Colosseum and fought, which proved that everything after that was in vain. We all say that the expeditionary army attack will destroy the Holy See, because if the holy city of Chile, Jinilumi, falls, Shilu's faith will also collapse. Moreover, the whole newspaper has signs of rush work. and except for the pages outside troll, there is not much content, and it is very concise. It doesn't matter that Jean Yilu's performance in the underground city was very general, and the record started and ended with the earthworm craze at dusk. It was obviously from what a brave man passing by the underground city saw and heard, and only recorded the tip of the iceberg of facts. The holy ashes alone can exorcise evil spirits, and it is not safe for Ying. So Marco is not worried. Of course, you will be provided with a separate quote. Marco stared at the back of the big newsboy for a moment, straightened his appearance, turned around and walked into the corridor. I'm sorry. It was you who doubted him. But you are good at getting along with me. Marco declined politely. It would not be out of the ordinary for a doctor to go to the Colosseum alone. But if he teamed up with me, the hero, it would be more convenient to find the mirror, and the gain would be worth the loss. The demons in the underground city are going crazy. If you know what's going on, please stay close to the underground city in the near future. Your demonic wolf's fang is very valuable, and you just charge it with your premium. The big newsboy waved his hand. Do you have anything else to do? You have to go now. Put away the mirror first. The holy city of Van Helsing. Is it confidence or stupidity? The latter is less likely. After all, I can easily take out the demonic wolf's fang. My image is not very unified in the minds of the braves. When I am not there, I am as small as a giant. And when I am not there, I am as sinister as a poisonous snake. In addition to, you need to make a name for yourself, and you need to gather the materials for promotion. Marco discovered that we are all brave men who have chosen to stay away from the hunting country. And the young master will all think of a name. And then his heart will be filled with excitement. Emotions like awe or fear. The big newspaper boy scratched his head. The teeth of the devil wolf were as hot as a hand. Shaking my hand made me tremble all over. And I even forgot to recommend newspapers in the city. Oh! Thank him. Seeing that the big newsboy was gone, Marco thought I was waiting for a big fee. So he took out another demon wolf's fang. In short, although Marco was certain about that person, he also knew that the warriors in the square were all looking forward to my arrival. Surprise! The Expeditionary Forces weapons factory has been discovered, and the underground furnace has been located. Marco trembled, then someone saw through it. Have some. Hey! Praise for your generosity. The newspaper boy looked like a teenager, but he fully knew the value of the demon wolf's fang, and he saluted repeatedly when handing over the newspaper. Oh! Brave man. The path between the thrones is still unexplored. Oh! Yes. Yes. I have to save it up. I will go to the Taz Empire to study engineering in the future. I will die on the roadside like those brave men. Or like wild dogs. It must be that the brave men still alive under the square are worried about our deformation. And they will probably go to the trouble of burning the corpses. It's necessary. If you don't have time, you will come back to him and listen to his quotation. Although Jean Yu plans to sign a contract with Li Yu, there is still the possibility of agreeing to cooperate. When will the devil's dance between pleasure start again? Oh, you want to know more about it? The newsboy guessed what Marco was thinking. Although you know what this means, the big newsboy muttered. Where is the Lund River? I've heard of it. The big newsboy shook his head. Just when he was about to give it to me, I dodged it. Oh, it does matter. You can explore it on your own first. If you don't need it, I can come back to you. You don't have your business card. Jean Yu was also entangled, but asked one less question. But can't you leave me your contact information? That gentleman, our newspaper is not the Demon King's castle. It wasn't outside that place that Marco slashed open the demon wolf's belly. And everything in front of it was gone, now standing here and ran. Smelling the wind with a slight barbecue smell. Marco didn't feel much emotion at all. There is no description even of Troll's fighting style. There is absolutely no need to worry about revealing his identity. It is basically equivalent to the 4 hexagrams. Seeing Marco shaking his head, the big newspaper boy shouted no, and went to deliver newspapers to a group of brave men. Marco called the newsboy over and handed him a magic wolf tooth. The situation inside is also too bad. Before the expedition set off, a few demons outside the Demon King city also ran to the mainland to do evil. It is said that villages and towns far away from the holy city were destroyed one after another. Has the Taz Empire sent reinforcements? Is it to hold back? But you know, the first target of the expeditionary force is not the holy city of Van Helsing. It's strange that the Taz Empire has not sent any reinforcements. But you know that there is no expelled priest in the Colosseum right now. I'm sure he wants to know more. If he wants to know more, why don't you ask me? The big newsboy pointed to the corridor in front of Marco. Just because I haven't retreated for 8 days. So I know I'm still alive. Chapter 292 Thief's Eye. It was like a passage that had been entered repeatedly and violently. The entrance was actually unsightly, covered with minced flesh and corpses, and the smell was unpleasant. Li Yu's body was pressed against the wall like a check, while his real body was wearing a skull and octopus tentacles. It was swimming in the soil with Jesse's blood, searching every nearby area for broken lenses. During this period, several groups of brave men passed by. They thought that the man in a suit was a novice who did not dare to enter the entrance, so they naturally made some ridicule. If you don't dare, just go home. There's no need to be embarrassed here. Ha ha. Maybe his home has been destroyed by demons, so he came here alone. It's good to die here. At least there are people to help collect his body. I heard that he is a doctor. Is it true? What disease does he treat? Is it mental illness? He seems to have the fangs of the devil wolf on him. How about it being here? No. Let's talk inside. Don't break the rules outside. It will make everyone lose face. Whenever he received a malicious reminder, Li Yu would control Weird Jigsaw to smile and bow to the passing brave men, giving up their thoughts of sneak attacks and remembering their faces. What kind of threat is this? A demonic relic? Did you see it just now? Li Yu moved his fingers again, and then took out the thief's left eye. Ouch, the thief screamed, and with a tremor of his muscles he flicked the dagger into the air, waving his hand to fight back. The thief had a lot of inner drama. When he saw Li Yu approaching, he immediately became alert and his figure became slightly blurred. For Li Yu, those injuries were not the worst reason to stay here. Who is that person? It is estimated that Okabuki adjusted the strategy of the Colosseum before the expeditionary force set off, and retreated to defend the core area. The heroes' onlookers all had different reactions, but the thief was like a bug tied tightly by a spider, entangled in threads, and his body was constantly twitching. After recalling the size of the magic mirror, he made a rough estimate. The number of broken mirrors that needed to be collected was about 80. After comparing the scope of the Colosseum, Li Yu decided to use the danger zone as the boundary and divide it into sections. Searching is missing every inch of the Colosseum. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the square, the brave men outside had basically lost all their teams. They only stayed because they were frustrated on the way to the 7th dangerous area, so they had to come back to make preparations. Of course, the fee is negotiable. The heroes finished with their eyes shining and whispering. That's a bad thing for Li Yu. At least it will cause little interference when searching for the broken mirror. I was greeted with less gutter and tighter wrapping. The thief's 7 limbs were tightly wrapped, and the dagger hung half a meter above his armpit. Huh? Is it unusual to meet a thief in the Demon King's castle and be looked at by a thief? The kind reminder also ended up popping up. Li Yu's pituitary gland radiated a chill, and he felt as if the pockets of his transformed suit had been pierced by the detection magic. In an instant, all the surface and bottom of the weird puzzle piece were looked at, like 2 beholder babies. They lay obediently in Li Yu's palm. Very bad? Li Yu nodded, stuffed his eyeballs back, and then applied self-healing to the thief, which slowly cured my eyes. The danger zone is exactly the same as when I first came here. It was just a large room on the side of the corridor. But now it does not occupy the entire corridor. It has been transformed by some kind of elemental magic, creating an underground cavity. Even this thief had the same shocked face when the other brave men saw what had just happened. No matter how blurry my figure is, there is always a way to escape from Li Yu's hands. You are a doctor. All injured are welcome, Gusa said with his feet raised. Li Yu has long been accustomed to the snobbery of the braves and the strong and weak, knowing that if he definitely wants to stay quietly in the danger zone to search for debris, the worst choice is to go first use an unlucky person to establish your authority, so as to avoid some meaningful greetings and prying eyes. After experiencing the obstruction of the monsters from behind, there were obviously fewer wounded here than in the square, and the few suffered fresh and ferocious wounds. I cured me? Healing? So slow. Strange. What kind of path does that person take? No matter how weak the hero is, he can still drive away all the demons. What's more, if he and Jesse fail to completely eliminate Beelzebub next time, the Colosseum must not have hidden strength. In addition to common bone injuries, stab wounds, and slashes, some brave men's bodies were turned to stone as a result of the beholder. Some brave men seemed to be cursed, and their skin was broken off. Some brave men were infected with poisonous spots. Was left far away. The two of us must be colluding. You hate being watched by thieves. Liu raised his hand, and a few strands of binding thread wrapped around the thief's body. That move naturally attracted the attention of even fewer heroes to Liu. But Xiao Xiao had no good intentions, and just wanted to see what the woman in the suit was going to do with the thief. Is this true? Damn it. It must be very expensive. It's possible. All of this thief's teammates are dead. He can do it with such little capital. But when Liu walked back to the work area, he immediately received countless looks and probing looks. And even the faint detection magic penetrated his body. The thief's eyes were crippled, and his voice resounded throughout the danger zone. Liu finally tied a chair with binding wire, and sat on the edge of the danger zone, leaning against the soil and spreading his hands. Although you are from the hunting kingdom, you are not well known in the sand country. How high is that person to dare to treat you so well? Immediately afterwards, Gusa stretched out his finger and dug out the thief's right eye. The detection magic came from a dwarf wearing a short cloak. Liu looked at it with his distorted eyes. Judging from the dagger on my waist and the several magic bags hidden in the cloak, he must be a thief. You just made it a little too obvious. So what? Didn't he sense any monsters while walking? Liu suddenly felt that it wasn't weird at all. The thief somehow saw the surgical instruments hanging on Liu's waist. Get started badly. Has anyone taught him how to be polite? Seeing that the thief was so obvious, Liu thought to himself, and hurriedly walked up to the dwarf. After searching the wasteland, the auditorium, and the entrance, Liu collected 2 mirror fragments as he wished, and tried to put them together with the one given by Tong Lao. When he found that he couldn't put them together, he temporarily used binding thread to sew them between the skull and scalp. In the meantime, continue walking towards the depths of the corridor. Do you understand? You hate being looked at by thieves. Liu took out his fingers from the thief's eyes, and then pressed my forehead. Of course the brave men know what it means to have a partner without such healing skills. It's not like that when all teammates are wiped out. They are left to their own devices. Just like that, Liu came to the first danger zone. At present, there are number 3 known attack zones on the Colosseum. Before collecting 3 broken mirrors, Liu put on Hannibal's skin again and retreated along the corridor to the first danger zone. I understand. I understand. The thief begged. Is that a miracle? Is it an illusion? Yes. Yes. The happiness is real. It's all real. From falling into white darkness to seeing darkness again. Only a few seconds passed. The thief even thought it was his illusion. The thief was startled and instinctively moved forward. But he was too slow to pass the binding thread that had become Liu's sensor. In the blink of an eye, he was tightly wrapped around his neck and 7 limbs. It wasn't until I saw Liu retracting the binding thread wrapped around his body into his cuffs, and then retracting his fingers and taking a heavy step forward, that I realized that his blind eyes had been cured in that way. The thief touched his eye sockets. There was blood and eye fluid. And he was even more horrified. Had I cured myself? Enchanted scalpel? That's not the most valuable thing under your body. What's the point? Chapter 293, My Body is Broken. The reason why Liu practices medicine for a fee is firstly to find a reason to stay in the safe zone. Secondly, to take the opportunity to exchange some valuable things from the Braves. And thirdly, to give these Braves a few more lives, so that they can harm the Colosseum as much as they like. The stronger the Brave, the more powerful the dragon and the tiger, the greater the pressure in the Colosseum. No matter what Ujibuki's arrangement is, it is obviously more beneficial to him to help the Brave. The first customer arrived quickly. It was a healing magician with a broken leg. Liu could tell from the bright green magic stone on the staff in his hand that he was very similar to the one Jesse brought with him at that time. There are 5 members in his Brave team. He is Yui's magician, and the other 4 are composed of 2 knights and 2 gunmen. Originally, the magician's movements were not as fast as those of the knights and gunners. With a broken leg, he could not keep up with the team's rhythm, so he had no choice but to retreat to the No. 1 safety zone. Liu knew that the previous few business transactions were opportunities to prove his medical skills, so the asking price was not high. Sensing that there were no mirror fragments on this team of brave men, he casually offered a price for a few ultimate magic stones. Feeling the familiar aura from the ultimate magic stone, Liu felt as if he was in another world. Then he took the magician's broken leg and sewed it on, for self-healing, and quickly completed the treatment. When the healing magician stood up again, the brave men in the safe zone all realized the doctor's ability. All those with injuries flocked to him, and some people even directly initiated employment requests, wanting to work with him. Liu formed a team together, and then, when Liu opened materials like Sandrami Holy Ash, Ta's Empire Magic Motorcycle, Time Spider's Feet, and even Hell Karma Fire. The brave men who gathered around looked at him for treatment. They dispersed one after another, muttering. Everything was slow and smooth when that doctor did the surgery. Blood surged out, almost suppressing Li Yu's thoughts. Are you kidding me? As for Li Yu's surgery, the process was not so particular. Strange. Is the expeditionary force retreating from the Holy City? The next step is to wait for Tom to compile the list of requirements for the bad library and forward it to the brave man who comes to seek medical treatment. Li Yu continued to weakly heal himself, and until Lo Wai's injury stabilized, he had no time to reobserve the malformed heart held in his hand. The priest moved easily, even raising his hand without any effort. He was very sluggish, so he was able to squeeze past the brave man just now to ask for a consultation. And he was stepped on a few times by the crowd. The devil will be harmed if it comes into direct contact with Hannibal Syndra. So Li Yu needs to keep it safe. Based on Li Yu's experience, can he judge whether it is some kind of disease, a curse, or an aberration? Try it. If you can follow, it will break. The priest handed over the big bag containing the holy ash. Li Yu also slowly made a large iron box with iron quality, and put the holy ash into it. It's guaranteed. But you can't try surgery. Hannibal Syndra was material that Li Yu was willing to miss. Mi Shengwei. Just call you Mi Shengwei. Tan Xia took out the scalpel that was not enchanted by the dirty whetstone, and made 2 gestures on the back of Lo Wai's chest. Are you over? It might be very painful. Please bear with it. Li Yu didn't have any anesthetics or anything like that. The surgery was done weakly. As he spoke, he used binding thread to wrap up Lo Wai's body and secure me firmly in place. Underground. If he hadn't received any kind reminder, Li Yu would have even thought that the person wanted to attack him. The priest's robe was stained with blood on his hands, but it could block the perspective of Tan Xia's distorted eyes, which aroused my interest. Li Yu held the malformed heart in one hand, and quickly restored the positions of the pulled-out organs and bones with the other hand, and then finished suturing the pulled-out chest. You are Ruai. Your body is getting better. Can't he cure it? The priest got up and said, sitting on the ground. He lifted up a corner of his robe. Li Yu heard the prayers I muttered indistinctly, but felt that Lo Wai's body was so intense that even the binding thread seemed unnecessary. Yes, it hurts. It hurts when I go down, Mr. Doctor? Lo Wai asked Tan Xia's name, looking at the body that had been cut open at this moment. Only a thick layer of skin remained. After all, every little bit less would make it impossible to make a low-level devil contract and take the devil under his wing. The brave men dispersed, and Tan Xia was happy to be quiet. The heroes who were watching were shocked by that scene. By the way, what are the materials I just mentioned? You have heard of some of them. Li Yu released the egg particles, first stabilizing the position of the pulled-out internal organs, and then manually used a scalpel that had not been enchanted with dirt to remove the deformed white heart. Fortunately, Li Yu had no experience in heart surgery under the Huafan Valley Prophet for a long time. Li Yu performed the resection while weakly healing himself. The whole process was very smooth. In just a few moments, the deformed heart was removed. Less than half. Are you a doctor or a hunter? Are you here to do business? Anyway, Lo Wai is alone, and the holy ashes and life have not yet been handed over to Tan Xia. Li Yu has the final say of life and death, and the other brave men only peeked from a distance. After experiencing what happened to the thief just now before, I was too daring to expose my eyes to Li Yu's hands. My thoughts are also very vague. Obviously, when Li Yu uses the strength improvement commonly used by brave men as a motivation, he cannot achieve a success rate of less than 10% in predicting actions. Li Yu had seen such a diamond-shaped logo in the books in the library, which represented the contemporary Holy See. People from the Holy See. Wasn't that the expelled priest that the newsboy said later? Li Yu first used binding thread to sew up the wound on the damaged artery. After confirming that all the adhesions had not been cut off, he forcefully opened it. The bad thing is that the glimmer of light is still there, which proves that Lo Wai is still alive. And when Li Yu was about to get out of Mi Xinghui's front head and go to look for the mirror fragments in the soil, a guy who looked like a priest crawled behind Li Yu's face, wiped the footprints under his face and said, "Let's finish it." Lo Wai closed his eyes and murmured. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a burst of light, and he moved every now and then. The stitching started slowly, although it wasn't a bit flat. This is the big face of a fly. You don't have Tan Xia Quan Syndra. Tan Xia Quan Syndra is a material for making low-level devil contracts and is very rare. looking through the eyes of distortion. There is a huge sarcoma growing far away from Lao Wai's heart, connected to several arteries, and blood is extracted from it, which is Duanzhuang Shao himself. It was not as small as 8 human heads tied together. It squirmed for a while before losing its blood supply, and then several dense bulges quickly appeared on the surface. The body of Priest Ruwai has not yet rotted, and there is a huge bulge on the back of the chest that has broken the bone and skin, and a dark color can be vaguely seen flowing inside and outside. The background color of the robe is white, with a huge diamond pattern embroidered on the back. The remaining part was mainly due to the adhesion of the artery on the outside of the neck with the hand, so the knife had to be accurate and slow. So Liu retreated for a while and mentally built up, and then used his mind to press down the artery that was originally on the outside. The internal organs are cut quickly. The white, deformed heart was broken and removed, and the pulled-out organs were completely empty. The chest was squeezed into shape by the hands, and even the bones were broken and arched. Without any hesitation, Liu quickly opened Lao Wai's chest, tore open the flesh with some roughness, and faced the beating white malformed heart. To describe it, it's like cutting open an old sack, taking out a huge potato from the outside, and then sewing it up again. Did the Devil's Illustrated book respond? The white heart was a living thing. Liu was a little worried. Follow me, follow me. You see, he is a businessman. Why is there still no priest living here? Chapter 294. If he hadn't been so expensive. There is still no analyzing prompt popping up in the Devil's Illustrated book. Obviously these little flies do not belong to the category of devils. Immediately afterwards, the heart held by Liu exploded instantly. A black cloud rose into the sky, and countless little flies inside scattered in all directions. Liu quickly retreated, not intending to use lava or petrifying light to deal with them now, since the deformed heart is related to flies. It is obviously some kind of arrangement by Ujibuji, so it is best not to do it blindly. And the targets of the flies were not focused on Liu alone. They seemed to have no intelligence, seeing enemies everywhere they looked, fluttering their wings and rushing towards all the brave men nearby. Although they were in a safe zone, since Liu arrived, the brave men had become very vigilant. When the little flies scattered, they were not caught off guard and divided themselves into small groups to defend themselves against the enemy. Flames and freezing magic were fired randomly in the safe zone, and the little flies were like countless explosive bombs. Whenever they collided with the hero's magic or the hero himself, they would explode into a ball of pus and blood, and even directly blew up a knight's arm. The long sword and poison blinded a magician's eyes. Liu himself used his mind to set up a barrier, and the little flies could not invade the half-meter in front of him. After an intensive poisonous explosion, even his hairstyle was not messed up. Soon, all the little flies were swept away, and the safe area was chaotic for a moment before calmness returned. Liu looked at the pus and blood on the ground and thought that he was heading in the right direction. Obviously the little fly was indeed some kind of defensive magic in the Colosseum, specially designed to kill the brave. That also proves that the enemy is ahead. It seems that you need to be more careful on the road ahead. Hey! What's going on? Did you do it? The brave men who had just been affected looked at Liu angrily. Liu shrugged, not even bothering to explain. If Larry had not been operated on just now, when these little flies really mature, they might make a big noise. As of now, the brave men actually did not suffer any major casualties. He saved me. And he saved you. The one who answered the brave men was the priest Larry, who had just been sutured together. Under the shimmering light, Larry was able to stand up again. If he hadn't performed surgery on me early, when the flies completely took over my body and exploded, everyone here would have ceased to exist. Larry stood next to Liu. The brave men recalled everything they had just experienced and recognized Larry's statement. At the same time, their feelings for Liu became more complicated. Larry was really cured. This doctor is amazing. He was closest to the fly, yet he was not hurt at all. He is so powerful. Damn. If he wasn't so expensive, we really should have teamed up with him. Liu did not listen too much to their concerns. He took out the small bag containing the holy ashes from his arms and shook it towards the priest Larry, signaling that the transaction was completed. Larry nodded, applied some medicine to the wound on his chest, and then rested, recovering his strength as quickly as possible. Follow, follow. He was still murmuring in his heart, but Liu only focused on collecting the mirror fragments in the soil, and listened further and further away. After such an episode, Liu finally successfully integrated into the group of brave men in the first safe zone. The brave men came and went, And soon their eyes were no longer focused on the doctor, and they were busy exploring the Colosseum. Only occasionally, when a seriously injured brave seeks medical treatment, other braves will show mixed emotions and point to Liu, who is sitting on the edge with his legs crossed. Then the injured brave will give up in frustration after asking the price. Just kidding. This doctor's asking price has already caught up with the income of a whole trip to Demon King City. So only a ghost would ask him to perform an operation. Until Liu collected 6 more magic mirror fragments. Priest Larry finally stood up from the ground again and walked towards Liu. Sensing the situation within 5 meters of the weird puzzle, Liu rushed back from the soul in time, shook his head, and tilted his head to look at Larry. Faith needs you. Although Larry still looked exhausted, his mental state was much better, and the glimmer of light on his body had faded. You want me to go with you? But I don't think there's anything else in you that I want. Liu regarded exploring the Colosseum as a business. You should have faith. Larry shook his head. You should come with me. And when Liu applied the Holy See and faith to Larry, he quickly heard his inner murmur clearly. Follow the priest and practice your faith. Spread the light of faith and illuminate the darkness of the Demon King City. Although Larry was mumbling inwardly, Liu roughly understood what he meant and became slightly interested in Father. It is estimated that the priest that Larry wants to keep up with in his heart should be the expelled priest that the newsboy mentioned before. With you. I don't know what you are still insisting on. Liu had no time to chat with Larry. You were expelled by the Holy See. Right? I heard it outside. What did you do? Liu was still somewhat interested in what was happening outside. Oh, you mean, it doesn't matter whether you have faith or not. Whether you are expelled or not. Larry shook his head. He is my light. I am willing to follow him to the farthest corner of the Sea of Death. Larry's heart was full of admiration for the priest. And Liu was a little too lazy to listen, but after a few chats, Liu roughly understood the causes and consequences of their coming to Demon King City from Larry's words and thoughts. It was nothing more than the dispatch of the expeditionary force. And the Holy See split into 2 factions. The first is the practical faction, headed by the Holy Path Army, which advocates the transfer of part of the power of the Holy See, lobbying the Taz Empire, Snow Kingdom and Sand Kingdom, gathering all human resources to fight the expeditionary force in the Holy City, and defeat or bring down the Demon King City. The second is the radical faction, mainly a small group of people in Section 7. They suggest that the Holy See maintain a consistently high profile, show its strongest power, establish absolute authority after annihilating the expeditionary force, and then let the light of faith illuminate the entire Kaya, Sri Lanka continent. Baish, that is, the exiled priest. He belonged to the radical faction. After contradicting the Pope of the practical faction, he was exiled to the Demon King City along with his direct descendants. If this priest can find the weakness of the Demon King City during this exile journey, or show the absolute superiority of the Holy See's holy magic over the demons, it will undoubtedly become strong evidence for the radicals' advice. But obviously, the exiled priest was not able to protect all his believers, and he had already suffered a lot of damage just after entering the second safe zone of the Colosseum. If you can help us complete our mission after we get out, the Holy See will be your backing and give you what you want. Larry finished his speech and tried his best to invite Liu to join him. Wealth, status, devil materials, the Holy See can give you these things. Help you complete the task? Liu looked at the empty pie that Larry drew and had no appetite at all. It is obvious that he infiltrated into the Braves just to let the strong men inside to help him fight Thunder and engage in Okabuki. So how could he become a big-headed soldier again? Besides, if the radicals gain the upper hand and the Holy See violently attacks the Demon King City, wouldn't it add some risk to the library? It's good to keep things as they are. Thank you for the invitation. I will consider it. Liu smiled and nodded, politely declining. Very well. I will be in front of you. If you change your mind, come to me. Larry turned around and walked deeper into the Colosseum. Strange. Why, my words of faith don't seem to change his heart at all. I haven't met a human being with such firm beliefs in a long time. Listening to Larry's voice, Liu realized that the priest had used some tricks just now. Fortunately, I am not human. Looking at his leaving figure, Liu suddenly figured it out. Baishu cannot be allowed to leave the Demon King's castle alive. Chapter 295. Where is the Demon King? When the number of magic mirror fragments reached 14, Liu confirmed that there were no more missing pieces in the first safe zone, and prepared to move to the second safe zone. It was also in the process of collecting broken mirrors that Liu received a domino communication from Blonde Tom and obtained a list of requirements for the library. looking at the long list with no end in sight. Li Yu's originally leisurely mood suddenly became anxious. Fortunately, the progress of mirror collection is almost halfway through. After joining Jess's line, most of the material needs should be solved through the Kingston family. After putting on weird jigsaw again, Li Yu sat up from his chair with excitement, ignored the kind invitations of several groups of brave men, and walked to the second safe zone alone. The road was downward and complicated. The air began to become humid. The magic power gradually became thicker, and sights and malice from dark corners began to fall on Li Yu. Li Yu was no longer surprised by this. He walked along the broad main road, sensing the location of the magic mirror fragments and marking them one by one. After turning a few corners, Li Yu finally met the monster blocking the road. 3 injured Tauren, fleeing from the path as if fleeing from danger, waving the curled axe in their hands and rushing towards Li Yu. Behind this group of Tauren, a group of brave men, mainly hunters, were chasing them, shouting as they chased them back. "Don't move. I found them first." Li Yu obediently let the Tauren escape. Both the brave man and the Tauren cast grateful looks at Li Yu. But then, the 3 Tauren were beaten to death by a whip shadow from the corner, and their necks were bleeding, and they fell to the roadside. Damn it. Who did this? Several hunters stood ready, their weapons pointed at the dark corner. A very young-looking brave man walked out of the corner, with a puzzled look on his face, and wiped the blood from his whip. "What? Is there any problem?" Li Yu recalled it, and realized that he had never seen this young man before. "Of course there is a problem. How can we sell the Tauren's horns if you smash them into pieces?" A hunter shouted angrily. "There were not many demons left here, but we finally caught 3 of them. Just killed by you." "Oh, I'm sorry." The young man scratched his head. "Oh, I thought it was who was so unruly. But it turned out to be Mr. Where's the Demon King?" Another hunter saw the young man's appearance clearly, and looked like he had seen shit. "Sawya, the idiot who can't even recognize the road, please find him quickly, don't waste the remaining demons." Listening to the hunter's voice, Li Yu at least knew that this young man was a road fool, and was not very gregarious, and looking at his clothes, Li Yu was surprised to find that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him in some scenes. "Yes. Do you know? Where is the Demon King?" Sawyer's eyes lit up. "I've been going around here for 2 days, and I still can't find a way out. The devil is between the thrones. You must die there." The hunter knelt next to the Minotaur's corpse, trying to dissect the remaining cowhide and accept these less valuable secondary materials. "I don't like your tone." Sawyer frowned. "You bastards who commit robberies in the name of braves are no different from demons." Before he finished speaking, Sawyer had already rushed forward with a whip, and soon fought with the hunters. And when Li Yu finally remembered the reason why Sawyer's outfit looked familiar, several hunters had been beaten to pieces by him, and they screamed and fled to other passages. "What about you? Are you the same as them?" Sawyer wiped the blood from his whip and looked at Li Yu. "There are some differences. I am a doctor. Hannibal." Li Yu introduced himself with a smile. "Are you a descendant of Lamont?" Sawyer's outfit is completely different from the style of today's heroes. Whether it is leather armor, leather boots or whip, they are all very old-fashioned. And some patterns similar to the Lamont family crest were scratched with a dagger, which is sloppy and clumsy. If he were met by Isaac, the first-generation brave man of the Lamont family, Sawyer would undoubtedly be stripped of his body and become a new wronged soul. "Unfortunately, I am not from the Lamont family." Sawyer sighed sincerely, but his mood quickly improved. "What? You also like the Lamont family?" "I can only say, they are closer to my imagination of a brave man." After seeing so many hunters and thieves, Li Yu also inexplicably missed what he had experienced in Isaac's dream. At that time, the brave men entered the Demon King city full of passion and hatred for demons. They were far less utilitarian than what we see these days. Even Jesse came to the Demon King city for gold plating, and the remaining magicians and hunters were even less worth mentioning. Li Yu couldn't help but wonder, were all those old-school brave men killed by Isaac? "Yes." Sawyer leaned next to Li Yu excitedly, as if he had met a close friend. "These guys are so weird now. I have no idea what they are doing here." Li Yu completely understood Sawyer. The young man is a fan of Lamont and a pure brave man. "What about you? Are you here to kill the Demon King too?" "No. I came here to hone my medical skills and collect some medical materials." Li Yu tried his best to explain his purpose in a nice way. "Doctor? What do you think? Do you want to form a team? I'm injured." Sawyer opened his leather armor, revealing a hideous wound on his ribs. Bones were visible from the injury, and a few handfuls of herbs were applied haphazardly. And the effect was better than nothing. However, Sawyer looked unaffected, which showed that he had an extraordinary physique. We are in different directions. If you are looking for the Demon King, you should return to the square from the safe area and go to the confusion corridor to see if you can find the way to the throne there. Liu pointed to the way he came. Okay. After I kill the biggest demon in the Colosseum, I will go find the Demon King. Sawyer looked at Liu's origin, as if he was trying to remember. The biggest demon in the Colosseum? Jesse of the Kingston family, and a brave man named Van Helsing crippled the Colosseum. I want to complete their cause. Sawyer's eyes were firm. As far as I know, the two of them should also be with me. Like brave men. Brave men help brave men. Liu did not expect to hear his name from Sawyer's mouth, and suddenly realized that although the news in Demon King City spread very quickly, it was not accurate. If you want to weaken Okabuki, there may be a less laborious way. Do you want to go inside? Can I follow you? Sawyer's voice became softer. This person is not annoying. It will be much easier if he guides me. Destroy the Colosseum quickly, and I can go to the throne room to find the Demon King. Okay. I'll take you to the second safe area. Liu did not expose Sawyer's fantasy about Jesse and Van Helsing. He felt that it would be good to have an old-school warrior accompanying him. At least the monsters along the way could be handed over to him, which saved a lot of time and could reach the second safe zone faster. The two of them walked together and killed as they went. Liu quickly located the magic mirror fragment between the first and second safe zones. After annihilating several groups of minotaurs and armors, he finally saw the excitement of the second safe zone. Those who can come here can be regarded as the elite among the Braves. Both the level of trading materials and the injuries of the Braves have improved by a huge margin. Liu saw 7 brave men with deformed hearts in their chests. After memorizing the transaction list in the library, Liu tied up his chair and sat down to set up a stall. Sawyer was also ready to say goodbye to Liu, ended the short team formation, and rushed to the third safety zone happily. Be careful of flies, Liu warned Sawyer. They should be told to be careful of me. Sawyer tightened his grip on the whip and left without looking back. Liu was quickly surrounded by brave men who came to seek surgery. Save us! The cry of a brave man is so sweet. Liu suddenly felt that maybe he could use them to do something else. Chapter 296, Weaving Lies. After 7 heart surgeries and 5 arm replacement surgeries, Liu got the spider's foot that Tom longed for, as well as some scattered contract materials. It's just that the Taz Empire technology that Tom Lau desires is still completely unknown. Obviously, these are still too difficult for casual warriors to obtain, or the current warriors are not high-end enough. It was also during the 12 operations that Liu intentionally or unintentionally implanted some information into the minds of the brave men. This information was packaged through the staff of deception and appeared during the painful operation. Like an oracle. Some were dreamlike hallucinations, and some were vague murmurs. But they all pointed to the same area. The deepest part of the Colosseum contains the treasure of Okabuki. When the brave men recovered and stood up in confusion, they all silently recognized this and felt that this was their original idea. After all, this information fits their expectations perfectly. And this is what Liu expects to see, since the contemporary Braves are similar to bandits. Giving them the most attractive target will make them more motivated, work harder, and have a greater impact on the Colosseum. Big damage. Liu saw Sawyer and guessed that I might have lost my way again. Rumors spread slowly. The Colosseum is usually a thrilling place, but that time it was really wiped out by the Braves. Charles' inner voice revealed a lot of information. And Liu also understood that the group of brave men who explored the depths of the Colosseum were the vanguard of the Hunter Kingdom, and they would not be truly qualified until the portal was broken. The brave man comes over. It really means everything. The scalpel emerged from Liu's palm and plunged straight into Charles' forehead. The whole hunting is also my promotion ceremony. If you successfully help me to be promoted to Hunter King, you can ask for everything outside the Demon King City. In the endless exchange of gunfire, holy light and evil curses, Liu gave up the practice of arriving at the danger zone first and then collecting the broken mirrors. Instead, he always hid in the soil to avoid the brave and monsters, and accurately obtained the debris, until the pressure suddenly decreased and the direction became so confusing. Finally arrived at the 8th danger zone. The road from the 7th danger zone to the 8th danger zone looks like a road. More like a long battlefield corridor. They disappear and appear, squirming and rising, like living creatures. The look on Lawai's face was still wrong. At this moment, my face looked wild and cold. My eyes never left the priest's body for a moment, and I didn't even notice Liu Yu's arrival. But what responded to me was not Liu Yu's words, but a sharp scalpel. And just when I was putting pressure on Liu Yu, the brave men in the hunting country camp stood up and looked at Liu Yu with amusement on their faces. Liu Yu was sure what caused it, but what was certain was that Okibuan was in front of the white door. If he could break that door and let the brave men swarm in, the Horky would be severely injured. It doesn't even resemble this innocent domineering energy. How bad are the things collected outside the last 2 danger zones? Liu Yu turned around, spoke, and looked at me. He saw my beard that was ridged like a flame, and also noticed the fire pattern embroidered on the edge of my robe. As for him, he must have taken refuge in your hunting country. He will die after seeing our miserable situation. Tianjuing took a step closer. That is also the rule of your hunting country. Whenever there are no insects falling under the door, they will turn into a white shadow and rush to that area. It is suspected that it is not a curse that gives humans a deformed heart. It is not the kind that brings many benefits to Liu Yu. Of course, this includes Beelzebub, who has no hope of being promoted to the hunting king, and the elite warriors of the hunting kingdom. If you know your words, bring them out and join you. Without his medical skills, we would have to rely on the holy skills of madmen. You are Troll, from the hunting kingdom. He should have heard of your name. The old magician opened his hood, revealing my weak face, sharp eyebrows, and the 8th eye sewn under my forehead. His name is Hannibal? Tianjuing was almost face to face with Liu Yu, and Liu Yu felt the burning cold breath under my forehead. Obviously the White Gate has the same origin as the White Mist at that time, and they were both magic used by Fahorki to obscure the existence of Okibuan. Feeling the temperature rise, Liu Yu inexplicably regained some of the strangeness he felt when facing Bosch. So now, he has no choice. Tianjuing's threat finally came to an end, and I pointed to the group of priests who were praying. First Order Fire Demon, Violent Flame, the only magician in the hunting country. At the end of the danger zone is a huge white door. The double sword emblem of the Colosseum is engraved under the door. Next to the emblem is a variety of twisted insects. Slowly, Beelzebub will arrive there, open this door, and go straight to Fahorki's lair. Or maybe it's because Fahorki tightened his defense? Not wasting too much time in the 7th dangerous area, Liu Yu accelerated to collect fragments in the soil. When he successfully collected 27 pieces, he left and rushed to the 8th area. It went so well that Liu Yu didn't feel scared at all. Just when Liu Yu was standing behind the white door and sensing the location of the 2 broken mirrors, a voice sounded in front of him. "Oh, I know." Liu Yu repeated my thoughts. "Is everything okay? That area is the hunting country's territory. If you want to get benefits from this door, you must make corresponding contributions." Tianjuing pointed to the white door, and her breathing gradually became warmer. The other group was very abrupt, with a priest praying in a low voice while surrounded by the warriors. Priest Lowai was standing in the inner circle, cooperating with the priest in reciting the prayers. At the same time, Liu Yu also used his distortion eyes to see through Troll's body, and found that his entire view was indeed blocked by the robe. For example, Tianjuing. With 2 more to go, the magic mirror was shattered again, and Liu Yu hadn't even been able to sense the gaze on the other side of the mirror. This feeling of closure and unknown is much different from the time I came with Jesse. We are a group of madmen from the Holy See who want to purify the Colosseum. We will die in the holy light. Troll snorted, completely unaware of Tianju's emotional change. Thank you for making a special trip to deliver it to you. Maybe I was right. There is indeed no Horky treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum. One group is the hunting country's camp, which includes shops, weapons dealers, blacksmith shops, material stores and other facilities. It is similar to the situation under the square. All kinds of braves gather together, and the portal is also being set up. The brave men outside the 8th area often use magic or holy light to degenerate and purify them. But the speed of the curse is too slow, and in a small number of cases it will fail, allowing this white flash to pass by. After walking around the white door twice, Liu Yu struggled to find the crack in the door among the squirming insects, and found that his mind could penetrate it. Of course Liu Yu would stop it. After all, it was his source of income. This is the first time Liu Yu has used the staff of deception to create rumors, and it seems to be working well so far. Looking at the broken magic mirror that had not yet been pieced together in his mind, Tianju was very confused. Did Fahorji concentrate all his lost power on Tianjuing's side? You don't care what he does down there. But when he gets there, he must contribute his strength. Troll was very weak. There will no longer be so-called paid surgeries. And there will no longer be free information. After setting up the bad portal, there were many mistakes, leaving a way for Mr. Hung Tianjuing and my subordinates. How about, let's make his choice. Trial blocked Tianju's sight. And the surrounding temperature suddenly rose to the point where it was difficult to breathe. Does he choose to join your country hunting side and dedicate his power? Or does he become a member of this group of lunatics who worship the holy light? Hin Beelzebub, the founder of the hunting kingdom, the 8th level hunter, and the hunter least likely to break through to the 9th level in KO's continent. When the brave men left the operating table, they all had a strong desire to explore the deepest part. And they silently gathered their trusted teammates to share that information with us. Next to the treasure box, there was a craftsman from the hunting kingdom standing. I temporarily put my hand on repairing the weapons, and looked at Tianju from a distance and watched the silence. Liu understood that Ligua regarded himself as a slow courier if he cooperated with us. We would rob him. In the 8th danger zone, the brave men no longer stood in an orderly and scattered manner as before, but were very consciously divided into 2 groups. It's a pity that Jesse is here and the magic mirror has not been reunited. So we can't try it again. What's wrong with us? Tianju replied casually. Although his head was turned to the priest's prayer circle, his thoughts were focused on the hunting country's camp. Because in the treasure box in the blacksmith shop in the camp, a broken mirror was wrapped softly by sheepskin and placed squarely in the center. Liu vaguely had this idea in the square, and finally put it into practice in the 2nd safe zone. The ground behind the white door was covered with exploding blood stains, broken bones, and bits and pieces of rotten armor. It looked as if it had been smashed under the door with a giant hammer. And there were no traces of burning. It's very bad. You have a doctor here. A brave man from the Hunter Kingdom came near. He seemed to be a magician. Chapter 297 Priest. I didn't come all this way just to hear threats from a 7th level magician. Liu took action decisively. Even though Fihor was well prepared, he never expected that the doctor would move so quickly just when his eyebrows and beard were just igniting a flame. The scalpel had already accurately hit his forehead, stabbing out a thick layer of hair. Dirty blood. Immediately afterwards, countless strands of binding thread poured in from Fihor's wound along with the scalpel, directly opening his scalp and continuing to penetrate along the blood vessels. Ah! Fihor roared angrily. The entity retreated, and his whole body suddenly turned into flames. And the dirty blood that exploded was like fuel, which in turn completely swallowed Liu's body. After all, he is a brave man who has already made a name for himself in the continent of Chaos. And he is different from the casual cultivators Liu encountered before. At the same time, the brave men in the hunting country camp also cooperated with fear. Dozens of arrows with different attributes instantly penetrated Liu's body joints, pitting him firmly in front of the violent flames. Like a living target, the knights also quickly expanded the realm of enemies and friends. One for Fei will you share the damage, and you also prevent the arrow body from being burned by the flames. And when Liu was fixed, his bones, muscles, and nails began to be stolen one by one. And in an instant, he was in the hands of the thieves in the camp. Receive your grace and enjoy the sweetness for your believers. What a pity for the material underneath me. The brave men looked to the priests and priests in the prayer circle for some reaction. After hearing this, Liu relaxed a little. The Hunter Kingdom camp became even more chaotic. The knights formed a formation and deployed light shields to weakly resist the pillar of fire. When the crack in the 8th eye swept away Fear's body and shot towards the priest's prayer circle, a burst of holy light descended from below, turning the fire-breathing eyeballs into ashes. The flames, gunfire and toxins disappeared together, and it went from gorgeous to silent and noisy in just a moment. Your service is still ineffective. I can't come to you if I need surgery. Is there any discount? After a while, Liu couldn't get up reluctantly, so he limped to the edge of the 8th danger zone, searching for the location of a broken mirror. What? Be part of the faith. What's even more shocking is that the 8th eye under Hannibal's forehead was not completely destroyed. The sun of moment melted the scalpel and fell into the air. Pillars of fire spewed out from the crack, shooting at the 8th danger zone in disorder. Everything outside. Maybe I need to listen to the priest's message. When the warriors fought in groups, tons of damage instantly broke out. The recovery on the field was intense. And Liu also re-entered Fihor's body. He drilled back into the lower body from the back, then used binding thread to connect the spine from the damaged waist. Sutured, weakly healed, and then forcefully held up. Returned to human form. At this moment, the formation of the prayer circle quietly changed. Next, Bright fireworks exploded from Liu's head, before killing Bianming-1 in an instant. The warriors of the Hunting Kingdom did not dare to try again. They could only hope to build a bad portal slowly, and wait for Huntler's arrival. Am I dead? As early as in the first danger zone, Priest Lawai failed to see through his identity as a demon. He had just been beaten into that ghostly state, and we only removed Hannibal's remaining eyes to prevent interference. I guess we were doing something small. Take care of yourself if you have any flaws. It turns out that they were not the so-called radical retreatists. Are you coming again? When the 7 of us retreated and made eye contact, Liu had not yet decided to take action for the time being to try to get through if Baishi's son could leave the Demon King's city alive. But it would be bad to die now. Thinking about it, the brave men of the Hunting Kingdom were ready to make a move again. The entire hunting country camp fell into silence. Someone responded. He's here. Priest Lawai stretched out his hand to Liu, as if he saw the believer. Faith needs him. Is he not ready yet? Even if you still want to use Bianming-1 to deceive you, you only need to silence all the brave men in the 8th danger zone. The purpose of killing Hannibal, just now, was to increase the interference from the brave men. Now the son of the hunter country is well behaved. But he didn't expect it to scare Father Baishu. Bo. Rawai turned to look at the priest. His eyes still cold. Good intention plus 444. Due to the extra piece on his neck. Liu had no air leakage when he spoke, and the damaged parts of his body were full of gutter and branches, as if they were about to reach out to the brave men at any time. But if we really want to kill Baishu again, we will obviously have to kill my followers as well. This will not be too traumatic for the brave side, but it will help Okabuki. Listening to the voices of the braves, Liu moved his thoughts, and the octopus tentacles in Bianming-1's body squirmed and sucked in with force. It's a pity that Liu's body had already penetrated into the soil from outside his trousers. When everyone's attention in the hunting country was attracted by Fihor, he swam to the ground of the blacksmith shop and tied the treasure with binding thread. Box. Hannibal's head exploded instantly, and a huge hole was blasted out of the ground in front of me. What the hell did you steal? It's sticky. Father Baishu is a stalwart middle-aged man. I hold the holy book in my hand, and the holy octagonal necklace hanging around my neck. He exudes an aura that makes weirdo Jigsaw fear. As long as I can get the materials and kill fewer demons between the 7th and 8th danger areas, I might not even be able to think about the treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum for fear of dying. Before the brief confrontation, Hannibal had not yet become a corpse with a broken neck and spitting fire. And Bianming-1 was obviously going to be broken too. The weird puzzle was penetrated by dozens of hunting arrows. And his head was also blown out, his skull and facial bones were broken. And his body was full of muscle and fleshy red liquid flowing across the body, as if it were a complete mass of meat left over after being devoured by countless piranhas. The identity of the doctor is only convenient for collecting the fragments. At this time, there is only one piece left to assemble the broken magic mirror. Fihor's identity is no longer so important. When he received the kind reminder, Liu felt helpless, because he still thought about going to war with Baishu on the spot. Liu's body took advantage of the commotion, and put the treasure box into his skull before swimming towards Fihor's body again. Is that still a human being? The priest said little. He just raised his hand, and the holy light fell on him. Really? Oh, it must be. Liu shook his head. Jigsaw had not yet grown tender meat under the bones. You died? The knights in the hunting country camp also had their armors cracked, and were completely covered with scorch marks and toxins. We were so shocked that we had to immediately remove the protection from our friends. Concussion, explosion, piercing, and toxin bombs were fired from the gun barrels of the gunman one after another, exploding in front of his face. The holy light circulated, and the dull-looking brave believers inside moved out of the way. The priest in the center, accompanied by the priest Lawai, hurried out and came to the back of Bianming, although it looked miserable. In fact, Bianming's strength was almost completely unaffected, and even the octopus tentacles still contained a lot of fire and explosions that had just been absorbed. Hannibal's flame slowly dissipated, and my true body had to reappear. That time, Bianming held the scalpel in his mutilated palm and stabbed out the eyes on my forehead again, along with all the blood that had just been absorbed by the octopus's tentacles. The explosive power and the electric light were sent away together, and we suddenly felt that it was also wrong not to have such a doctor, even though his body was beaten in two and his skull was slowly blown to pieces. He could still be healed. That Fear's medical skills cannot be said to be magical. At this time, the brave men of the hunting kingdom looked at the doctor, who was sitting up unsteadily. as if they were looking at a rag doll that was sutured by itself. And they all felt it was scary and weird. Looking down at Liu, whose body was damaged, there was no emotion in Baishu's eyes. And Bianming was completely unable to hear my inner voice. It should be some kind of holy sea treasure that sealed my inner murmur. If it must be a demon, the madman from the holy sea will take care of it. Let's see if we don't react. Liu didn't care about being regarded as a devil by the brave men. Doctor, is this a new path? From now on, only 8th level knights will not have that kind of vitality. Chapter 298 Accepting the Holy Light. Liu hid in the soil, feeling the shrinking and wailing of the weird jigsaw, and tried his best to force himself to heal. Whenever Liu's body is separated from weird jigsaw, he actually uses the power of the Staff of Deception from a distance to shield the surrounding heroes and demons from the perception of his body. Of course, this greatly consumes the magic power of the library, but the effect has been good until now. No one noticed that Liu's body was not in the weird puzzle, and everyone thought that Hannibal's skin was Liu himself. Although the holy light will cause a lot of damage to Shadow, Liu had experienced it wearing Skorik's skin as early as in the Blood River simulation battle. And then he had the idea to try to deceive the priest. Move. Originally, the self-healing bones could withstand the holy light to a certain extent. But if the speed of self-healing could exceed the damage caused by the holy light to the weird puzzle piece, it would be possible to create the illusion that the holy light heals Hannibal. Liu did the same. Under the illumination of the holy light, Hannibal's face and flesh grew rapidly, becoming a complete skin bag again, although the binding lines and octopus tentacles inside were all washed away. They were no longer visible to the naked eye. Liu had already predicted this part of the loss. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of bad intentions along the way, and was not afraid of not being able to make up for it. He accepted the holy light. This is my friend. The knight suddenly added in a strange prayer rhythm. Bang bang bang. To lead you back. To shepherd you behind. To give up your body is to give up your faith. Lu Mu was thinking that the knights had not yet smashed their flesh and blood under the white gate. It seems we can only wait for Mr. Huntler to arrive. In that round, we were stunned to see the brave men outside the hunting country camp. We finally remembered the terror of the Holy Sea again, and consciously took a few steps forward, for fear of being covered in blood. Then the holy light burst out from under the 77 knights, and the 7th round of heavy hammer started. Fart. I'll be taken away by a few of these thieves. The brave men outside the hunting country camp realized that this was a great idea. Immediately afterwards, Min Dai saw that all the knights and priests were connected by the powerful holy light, and they became a community before the knights were recognized as enemies. No wonder those young believers are all knights. Of course, Baishu himself was in that community. So was Lu Mu. And Hannibal was there. We were still mumbling. Immediately afterwards, like torches filled with holy light, the knights rushed towards the white door where insects were crawling. So Lu Mu also hit it, and at the same time weakly added self-healing to the missing knights and priests, which slightly increased our healing speed. A violent earthquake hit, and a piece of the weird puzzle piece shrank immediately. The whole area shook a few times, and the objects outside the hunting country camp made a chaotic sound. If you think about it further, Suyi should regard the brave men outside the hunting country camp as a reserve weight, and wait until the batch is finished before recruiting another batch. To lead you back. To shepherd you behind. To give up your body is to give up your faith, said the 8 newly promoted believers. This is my friend. Rearranged. The knights prepared for the 7th round. The priest and Lu Mu naturally used divine magic and self-healing regression treatment to restore the vitality of the entire knights. Hell, the madman from the Holy Sea is going to have a little one. If things go on like this, it will be a matter of time before the Baiman is broken. Baisu himself has not received any harm, and he is obviously conserving his strength. That was exactly what Lu Mu expected. The knight with broken bones and tendons. The knight with a sunken chest. The knight with bleeding from a hole. We all slowly recovered from the magic and Lu Mu's self-healing, straightened our heads, raised our chests, and stood in line again. Isn't that the Holy Sea's inspiration technique? Now you are finished. Father Baishu stood back in the center of the prayer circle, like a general on the battlefield, turning the entire formation to face the white gate. Buzz? Although Min Dai's acting was lackluster, she completely knew what the magic of inspiration was. She guessed that it was different from the priest's faith, and that it was some kind of holy magic of the Holy Sea that shook people's hearts. But just when the knights were about to hit the white door, the crack suddenly shook. The white door echoed with a 3-dimensional buzzing sound, and then sprinkled with small strands of dead insects. Like an old man coughing up blood and vomiting out his uncorrupted internal organs. Light. Baisu recited a mantra. And 77 knights walked out of the prayer circle, with weak holy light erupting all over their bodies. If we look at it that way, what we need is not just doctors, but countless believers. When the door opens, the priest from the first section of the Holy See will inevitably rush back to kill, trying to leave the Demon King city with the head of a low-level demon to complete his journey of exile. Lu Mu had not yet expected the sight of the white door being smashed and fly demons flying all over the sky. A strange figure stood behind the door. Good. He feels faith. Damn it. Who the hell did you do to steal your mirror? Lu Mu also felt the weakening of strength, and the powerful flow of vitality from the weird puzzle. The knights who wielded the holy light were bleeding from every hole. Their armor was broken, and their chests were sunken. 8 of them turned into mosquito blood under the white door, and died quietly. The remaining 14 were bounced back a few steps, and stood up again like zombies. Although the first round of the knight's attack just now caused a few self-inflicted injuries, it also caused a huge crack in the white door. After all, even this doctor, Min Daiyu, was able to escape through the magic of inspiration. So who could he be? He will heal us, Baishu said to Min Dai, still with an expression on his face, as if everyone else was just a stick or a tool to me. The holy light enveloped Hannibal's whole body, and Li Yu also controlled him to stand up tremblingly. As Larry expected, he drew the holy octagon on the back of his forehead with his left hand, saluted the priest, and acted like a man worshipped by faith. Inspired believers? Even worse. I am a human being. Damn it. You should have thought of it a long time ago. Such a weak doctor will make a small profit by recruiting him with the magic of conjuration. He will be used by us. Only the hero who is responsible for setting up the portal has no way to escape. At this moment, we are all thinking about the loss of magic power and trying our best to speed up the progress of the project, for fear of becoming the mosquito blood under the white gate. While he was talking, 8 more rays of holy light fell on him, summoning 8 warriors from the Hunter Kingdom to become believers and join the ranks of the knights. Lu Mu also finally knew where the blood that exploded behind the door came from after he came with him. Father Baishu had been driving the brave believers to smash the door with his own body. As we got closer, Min Dai finally heard our prayers. She also carefully observed the group of brave believers who were drawn into the Holy See by the word of faith or the magic of inspiration. She found that our young masters are all on the path of knights. The physical fitness is excellent, from level 8 to level 1. When the holy light faded away, Min Dai returned to the weird puzzle piece. She comforted it for a while, then stood up with the priest's palm raised, and walked with us to the prayer circle. Then, the white door opened. Night goes first. At that time, the brave men in the hunting country camp were all calm. Of course, the brave man, who had no brain power, thought that if Father Baishu needed to replenish the number of believers, he would definitely attack those outside the camp. And the thought of leaving the 8th danger zone was wiped out. Don't take anything away. Help Shujia keep an eye on the person who built the portal. Walk slowly. If you walk too late, you will become a believer. To lead you back, to shepherd you behind. To give up your body is to give up your faith. Lu Mu understood Father Baishu's fighting method and felt that he was much different from the devil. He immediately screamed in his heart. So the brave men outside the hunting country camp packed up their belongings and became a mess, including businessmen and blacksmiths. Chapter 299 The Power of Faith. That's the missing Rain Man. Li Yu didn't expect that he was not dead, and actually joined the Colosseum camp, facing the charge of 22 knights. Rainman raised the baton in his hand and flicked it lightly. The familiar force field unfolded along the outline of the baton, and Li Yu was 100% sure that the stick in Rain Man's hand was apart from the Titan soldier. Although I don't know how it was turned into a demonic relic by Rain Man. The absolute isolation aura is the same as the force field of the giant god soldier. It was also at the moment when the black door opened that Li Yu moved his scalp and instantly sensed that the remaining magic mirror fragment was hidden in the soil behind the door. It's not far from the black gate. About 10 meters. In a flash, the knights hit the force field on Rain Man's baton, and the ground shook again. 22 balls of holy light flashed and flew up into the sky. When they fell, all the armors were shattered. 7 people died, and Li Yu's monster puzzle was also dented by half. Rain Man's right arm was completely cracked, and dozens of red flies rolled out of the cortex. The remaining hundreds burrowed into the muscles, as if pulling an invisible thread, pulling more red flies into the rain. Human skin is covered with his wounds. Rain Man. Of course. The brave men of the hunting kingdom knew the weaklings in the brave circle very well. And they recognized the origin of Rain Man at a glance. Tangan worked hard to be a lubricant, trying his best to keep the brave force running smoothly, ensuring the pressure on the Colosseum until its gears broke. The holy light under the missing believers suddenly weakened. Liu even felt that he had to find a way to encourage us if the portal erection mission was successful. The invasion of the Colosseum by the brave would be delayed for a few days, or even months. Which of course would be unbearable. Still crashing. Doesn't that belong to the Holy See? The power of faith? Yes, it does suit me very well. To lead you back. To shepherd you behind. To give up your body is to give up your faith. The octopus tentacles in Tangan's body were ready to move. Until now. The power of the brave finally collided with the Colosseum. Of course, Liu had the heart to continue to let Father Baishu consume the brave resources accumulated through difficulties. His thoughts spread. His tentacles and binding lines extended upward together, and he instantly grasped all the land within a radius of 10 feet. Although the brave men who could come to the bottom of the Colosseum were all a group of people with their heads tied under their luggage, they could still hide their horror when they saw a familiar face and destroyed 7 night followers with a wave of their hands. The octopus's tentacles connected with the binding wire, lifted up the entire surface of the prayer circle, and smashed the Raymond with them. My whole body was like a raindrop falling to the ground. It was flattened for a while, and then rippled in layers. Outside the ripples were my deformed eyes, arms, toes, and finally even my soul was beaten to pieces. Snapped. Liu could not help but open his glasses a little smaller, so as not to appear gregarious. Rain. At the same time, Father Baishu raised his hand again obviously. The brave men outside the 8th female zone have been exhausted, and I will personally retreat into the unknown depths of the Colosseum. The 7th, 8th, and 18th believers all appeared the same as the first. Even their armor became a puddle behind the white door. Flat and thick. The light is bad and dazzling. He was also very afraid of the red flies scurrying outside Rain Man's body. He was afraid that they would get out of his head in the last second. So the entire formation quickly retreated to guard against the demons that could not come over. After all, Rain Man's feet have not yet stepped below the line in the danger zone. Among the prayers, Liu's voice stood out. The holy light of faith is about to collide with the white gate. With the help of Liu, the demon carried the believers and priests and rushed away from the white darkness. Raymond said something, raised his baton, and hit the first believer on the forehead. When the believer's injuries healed rapidly, Father Baishu and the priests believed that it was a sign of the favor of faith, and the holy light under their bodies became more intense. While the red flies were desperately filling Raymond's right arm, Raymond changed his left hand to hold the baton, dragged his numb legs one step forward, and stood on the goal line of the black gate. Of course, the brave men of the hunting kingdom are very unfamiliar with Rain Man's deeds. The 71st believer was beaten into a pulp, while the 77th believer seemed to have turned into a big sun, leaping towards the white darkness in front of the white door with the limited light of faith. The few rains I experienced under the small continent of Chaos have been sung by bards for a long time. To be honest, Liu was quite looking forward to the counterattack in the Colosseum after that. In the passage between dangerous areas, he saw basic brave men grabbing the heads of monsters and beating them, which was indeed a bit distressing. Hunter Gua, who felt guilty, still wanted to continue setting up the portal. At that moment, Liu even felt that the urge to rush down every piece of the weird puzzle had to be suppressed by the weak brain and pituitary gland. So Liu worked hard to provide self-healing to the believers, and even used some of the magic power stored in the library. At the same time, he also looked for the strong points of the prayer circle, and thought about what to do to get rid of all the fanatical believers. Throw it back outside the white door, and get the magic mirror fragment with yourself. Click! The first believer was smashed to pieces by Rain Man. After retreating from Tangan to the danger zone, the 80-70 brave men in the hunting country camp were reduced to less than 70, including famous magicians like Violent Flame. They can hold on. Baisu raised the holy light, and the believer's eyes turned cold. Rain Man seemed to be seeing the situation outside the danger zone. His eyes were focused on any of the brave men, and his eyes were slightly squinted. The 2 remaining believers at the front are filled with dazzling holy light every time the believers behind them die. The holy light under the remaining believers will become weaker, as if these lost faith powers have been inherited into us. In the body. Although he couldn't enter the safe zone, Yuren smelled the vague breath of the brave, with a trace of nostalgia and a strong desire to kill on his face. The target was very obvious. The believers also attacked in groups, but stood in front of each other, forming a vertical row to concentrate their strength. Baishu also forgot to raise his hand, and grabbed a few lone brave men from the hunting country camp. The number of 77 was made up. However, Father Baisu and Liu had another attitude towards this. The white door opened after the 7th round of knights collided, which just meant that the people in front of the door believed that they could continue like this. When the Rain Man flattened the body of the 70th believer, my arms had not been shaken out of shape. The replenishment speed of the red flies could no longer keep up with the impact speed of the believer, so I had to use my mouth. He picked up the baton and struck the 71st believer on the head, while countless dead red flies sprang out from his eyes, nose and ears. As for myself, I was even chased by Snow Country just once. Why am I out there? Did I join the Colosseum? But the 7th believer was completely aware of his possible outcome, and still chanted prayers, and moved closer behind Yuren regardless of his own safety. What's more, those who were beaten were all powerful demons in the inner circle, who were basically the elite of the Colosseum. Killing them would completely damage Ujibuji's core strength. But after that time, all the knights were used up. So as a last resort, Baishu summoned a few weak hunters and thieves to replenish the supply. Charge! With a command from Baisu, 77 believers wrapped in holy light lined up and rushed towards the Rain Man behind the white door. Chapter 300. You are light, and I am electricity. Originally, this was the most suitable opportunity for Rain Man to stir up rain. But the first 21 collisions left him exhausted, and the sun-like light had already arrived in front of him, leaving him no time to care about the heavy objects coming from behind. From Rain Man's perspective, he didn't know it was a piece of dirt filled with people, but he thought it was a shooting star. When the baton's force field collided with the 22nd believer, the light of face shattered, and countless red flies spewed out of Rain Man's body. They were like waterfalls exploding in midair, covering every space in front of the black gate in an instant. Father Baishu obviously did not expect such a turn of events. In the critical situation, he only had time to open the holy book and protect the priests on the clod with countless pages. The pages of the book quickly closed, the air became thicker, and the words appeared in the air. The limbs and color of the red fly were distorted, and Liu suddenly felt as if space was about to fold. Liu had similar experiences in the upper level of the library, in the Devil's Market, and in closed battle training, and he reflexively guessed that some kind of space magic was about to happen. The priest wants to escape? Of course not. In the white darkness in front of Rain Man, countless eyes were staring at them, peeling off the skins of priests and believers, coveting every piece of flesh and blood. The burst of weak light temporarily blocked the darkness, allowing the brave men in the 8th danger zone to see the situation in front of the Baimin. As the world in front of Baimin stirs, the fragments of the magic mirror are sinking deeply into the mud. It's him. The priest noticed Liu's movements, and luminous words appeared around me. Or rather, falling into some kind of shit. After saying that, Liu moved his body in the direction of the fragments, paying no attention to the priest's blessing. Or rather, the weirdo puzzle exploded. Light. That time, the priest's voice finally lost any trace of anger. Fortunately, this group of happy poisonous fly demons could not become an obstacle to Liu, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Liu felt a pang of heartache, while using his octopus tentacles to absorb the holy light and feeling them wither and damage. He concentrated on stimulating the pituitary gland in his brain and finally regained control of the monster puzzle. Liu's mind shook, and the egg particles hidden in the groove of his brain spread out, instantly supporting the space between the priest, and the pages of the book that were filled with holy light also wrinkled and broke, and were quickly consumed. It's enough to send me back. As for how to illuminate the darkness of the Colosseum with the light of faith, that's not my business. Liu also quickly took back the particles of his balls. You are the light. Close the door and light up. But just when Shui Wan was swinging the binding thread and about to rush out of the white door, she suddenly felt that the Rain Man at the door had suddenly torn her temples, stood up crookedly, and stood behind the door with a baton in hand. He can enjoy it quickly. Shui Wan used the staff of deception to completely block Jigsao's perception. Enjoy the devil's hospitality. Immediately afterwards, priests and believers exploded one after another, including priests for Y. Among them, there are no fly demons, winged demon beholders that are unfamiliar to Liu. And there are also layers upon layers of demons that Liu has never seen before. When his mind swept over them, the demon illustrated book only once popped up a prompt of analyzing. It is almost difficult to capture the existence of any single entity. Everything is merged together, and it is chaotic. When Liu was confused, the soil suddenly fell to the ground and stick to the floor in front of Bai's door. The red flies filled Yuren's body again. And at the same time, the disgusting smell also ended in the darkness. The priest's teleportation magic was forced to cease. Before creating the only window of action, Liu's skull released two small strands of binding thread. One thread entangled the fragments in the cesspool, and the other hooked the white door, and then moved inwards, with the fragments along with the main body. The muscles originally constructed according to Shuiwan's thoughts now seeped out the holy light. A small part was destroyed by the priest's inspiration, scorching the self-healing bones and octopus tentacles. Although the vision revealed by the completely white door was blurry, Shuiwan knew that the 8th danger zone was outside. As long as she could escape, the priest and the Colosseum would take care of the rest. Liu had just raised that question when he saw a large group of poisonous fly demons rushing out of the mud. They stuffed a mouthful of mud outside their mouths and rushed towards him with laughter. In front of Liu, it seemed that only the holy light and the mud were left fighting against each other. Behind him were Rain Man, whose body was about to be consumed by red flies, and this lonely fragment of the magic mirror. The holy light in front of him has also been dazzling to the extreme. Liu needs to pile up low-density self-healing bones in front of his back in order to be washed and purified by the holy light. As for the large binding wire, it is completely useless in that environment. As soon as it is released, it will break instantly and cannot provide any help to Liu's actions. It's you. Liu dragged his broken body and looked back at the priest. Immediately afterwards, Liu felt that the 7 weeks of space had ceased to churn and stir, as if he had fallen into a foul-smelling seabed. The bottom, top, right, and left were covered with sticky mud. The only ground he could stand on was not far from the white door. And it was right there. Even this place is shrinking rapidly. A bad rain. There is no need for further interference. And the priest is no longer able to cast the holy book again, because leaving the 3rd safe zone is a world full of demons. Finally, became my light. But when the octopus tentacles were able to break away the sticky ground, Liu suddenly realized that the floor in the white door was not made of earth elements, but something rotten and sticky like a swamp. Yes, before seeing the poisonous fly demon stuffing mud into his mouth, Liu suddenly realized that in the world he was in at the moment, he should go to the sea of dung left by Ajibuki to Beelzebub. Whether it is a fly demon, a winged demon, or an armor, it is worth mentioning behind the holy light. Liu saw what he saw, because Liu also exploded. You are electricity. Liu released the remaining electric arcs in the octopus tentacles to form a network. At the same time, he exchanged lava with his left hand and sprinkled a small stream of lava on his back, blocking the light for a short time. The bottom, top, right, and left are all filled with smelly sludge, mixed with all kinds of eyeballs and limbs, broken and rotten. As Rain Man crushed the red fly that was pulled out of his temple, the white door creaked and closed. This smell is composed of insect secretions, the stench of mud, and the smell of rust from armor. It is pungent and unpleasant, and it is constantly corroding the bodies of priests and believers, causing the sound of prayers to gradually weaken. Nutrient, less nutritious. The remaining muscles of these weirdos are also extremely swollen, as if they are about to explode at any time. You? Do you remember him? Receive your grace, be your believer, and enjoy. Father Baishi once again raised his hand to Liu from a distance. The life of a believer is burning, as if adding firewood to the priest's light, making the holy light all over my body more dazzling. Liu braved the chaos in the white door, knowing that it was the first chance to leave. Otherwise, he would be caught in the cesspit and swimming in the holy light of the priest. When Rain Man saw this broken body coming towards him, he suddenly spoke. As Liu struggled to retreat, the priest's voice suddenly came closer, and his words completely changed. Then Liu saw that the priest was like a god of death burning with holy light, washing away the demons and mud that had not been thrown down. Liu also suffered some irritation. His scalp itched, and he quickly wanted to sneak into the ground along the soil layer to get the broken mirror first. What is the inside of that thing? Liu hadn't seen the poisonous fly demon for a long time, and Liu didn't even miss him at all. It was just a time to reminisce about old times. At that moment, the priest's image was more dazzling. Chapter 301 Reappearance of the Magic Mirror. Just in time. I'll take you with me. Although Liu is not familiar with Rain Man, from a visual point of view, Rain Man is much better than Hunter Kingdom or Father Baishu. At least he's not that wretched. He's a tough guy who dares to take on the entire Colosseum alone, especially after seeing Rain Man take down the priest's 22 disciples with a baton. Liu was not happy to see such a powerful brave man become Okabuki's disciple like Bode Koli and Octopus Magic plaything. Liu only had a short time to deal with Rain Man. And of course, he would not go head-to-head with the Baton with the giant god's force field. With the bone sword in hand, the chant of the undead took shape from behind Rain Man. And countless innocent souls held onto Rain Man's arms. Rain Man's cracked and deformed body had not yet fully recovered. And it seemed a little difficult to turn around. He only had time to break up the victim's arm on his left shoulder. And then his entire right arm was turned back by the remaining victims. The Baton's force field went into chaos for a moment. And Liu seized the loophole. The binding thread wrapped around Yuren's body, dragging his strong body through the crack in the door. The black door closed with a bang, leaving a dark sea of dung and dazzling holy light churning behind it. Is the rain coming again? Yuren tilted his neck, tried his best to reach out to Liu with his broken arm, and patted him on the shoulder. From the perspective of the brave men in the camp, from the time when the believers lined up in a row and the priest blasted the soil into the white door, to the stench rolling outside and the holy light shining, to the two brave men spitting out Rain Man and Hannibal at the door. Boom! Liu understood why Yuren could connect Jiaofang Jin and Fan Hixin. And he was even more sure whether the guy saw through that he was a brain spirit. But at least he knew whether the guy had good intentions towards him. And maybe he could give some clues. Bo Wang's information. Did he see this priest just now? I almost froze and wanted to escape. Because the materials list was gone. The magic mirror was collected completely. And it was a treasure that could not bear to steal the rain. So we had no choice but to leave. How long will it take? Liu pointed to the teleportation gate that was halfway erected underground. Only concerned about when the Colosseum would be in trouble. Liu had finally done everything he needed to do. And then he handed it over to the brave man, and then transferred to the hunting country's camp. Rain, Shangyu. At this point, the warriors of the hunting kingdom had fully realized how difficult the doctor was to be messed with. And they all stayed away from him. They even dared not make too small a move to set up the portal. The Colosseum has seen bad days. As Liu spoke, he sent particles according to the place where the words appeared. And the glimmer of light burst in the blink of an eye. Ground? The Rain Man said that there should be no light rain in front of the door, and let me go. Is it raining? Rain Man raised his head and stared at the blurry words. Just as he was thinking about it, Rain Man picked up the baton again and stood behind the white door. From the perspective of the brave men in the hunting country camp, Liu looked like a man whose skin was tied too tightly. The news that there is no treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum has not spread yet. Even if the brave men in the 8th dangerous zone open the door at this moment, there will be no truly weak ones coming in the future. Rain. Rain. It should rain on the rainy side. Raymond's words and thoughts were very good. As if he was talking with a mouthful of shit. Because the injury was too serious. Liu did not plan to contact Jesse now. At most, it would be too late to wait until he could get up before finding a more secluded place. There was a thud in the air. Like a fart. Sure enough. Liu patted his scalp, and his balls spread. Liu found it very convenient. Where did that thing come from? Jiaofang pointed to the baton in Rain Man's hand. Liu had seen the weak strength of the giant god soldier. And he knew better how disgusting the copper ladle was. Who is he? In this regard, Liu took advantage of the sun. But he didn't dare to rush out when the sea of dung was churning. Forget it. Although someone answered. Jiaofang heard our inner answer and thought it was wrong. Then Shiran walked back and prepared to leave the 8th danger zone. Boom! If Rain Man only knocks like that. Even the prophet of Fire Burning Valley may not know when the knocking will take place. Father Bash's teleportation was successful, leaving the hunting country's camp and escaping from the shadow when he came in. Liu swung his hand to drill back the soil and opened a large room. Then he took out the magic mirror he had collected so hard and started to piece it together with his mind. Continuous glimmers of light and fart sounds sounded in the 8th day area. Every attempt of the priest to escape was successful due to Liu's interference. And soon there was a sound. And Liu was also happy with that kind of purity. And was eager to heal Raymond. Under the rain, it rained. At most 3 days. A dead face flashed in the mirror. Wow! The surviving warriors of the Hunter Nation took up their weapons one after another. Liu couldn't imagine what Baisu was suffering. But he must have let me escape so cheaply for the sake of faith. The priest had to burn every ounce of holy light outside his body before dying. My death may have shocked the world. But in the eyes of Liu and the brave men of the hunting kingdom, it was just a series of fart noises. The domino outside Liu's head has been burning hot since he just finished rescuing the Rainman outside the Dung Sea. Rain. Rain bottom. Rain Man knocked on the white door steadily, and smashed in countless white mud. It's too bad to treat their savior that way. Liu spread his hands to indicate that he had no good intentions. Communicating with Rain Man was very difficult. And Liu asked several times before he finally came up with an outline. It probably wasn't when Rain Man went to break into the dungeon that he had driven down the Titan soldier and activated it. And then grabbed the stick in the rain. How was your time? Boom. When the brave men thought about it, they realized that it was indeed what they said it must have been Jiao Fanjin who lifted the floor. It was estimated that everyone outside the camp would be converted into believers, and be used as human hammers to smash the Dung Sea. Does he still want to retreat? Is he afraid of being bitten by red flies again? Or maybe he wants to become a believer? Liu waved his hand. Forget it. Liu smeared Jess's blood on it, and dispelled the fog in the mirror. But just as we were thinking like that, the air suddenly became less distorted, and words without shining holy light appeared vaguely in the center of the danger zone. Halfway through the puzzle, Jiaofeng remembered that when talking to Jessie, she should use Van Helsing. So she reshaped the face of the broken weirdo puzzle piece, and then picked a magic mirror to look at the angle of the upper body, completing the splicing of the entire magic mirror. That's all very understandable. As for its mirror surface, it is foggy and looks too blurry. For example, this Huntler. After chatting for a while, Jiaofeng gave up the exchange and held the newly acquired magic mirror fragments in her hands, rubbing her scalp for a while, as if she saw countless materials and the technology of the Taz Empire waving to her. After dealing with the damage on his side, Liu used the binding thread to help Yuren reset the 7 limb bones, and then retreated to heal himself. This was the urging from Bogny Copper Ladle. You mean I'm here again? Liu always felt that what Yuren said was not true. He scratched his bald scalp, tried his best to move the remaining skin, and used binding thread to forcefully sew it up, covering most of his body. Skeleton. The rain is light. Rain Man murmured. Now that the bad has begun, for the time being there will be no more priests to raise their hands and spread the holy light, inspiring the brave men to die. The fully spliced magic mirror suddenly became soft, fearing that it would break into pieces, or even roll up and be stuffed into the skull. Jiaofeng probably understands what I mean. Okay. Rest is broken. Let him go. Jiaofeng also begged weakly. Anyway, as long as Yuren can think of a way to open the white door again, be careful how I go to beat Zabun. Bo. Boo boo. Chapter 302, War is an Antidote. Van Helsing. I'm looking for Jessie. Through the mirror, Liu could not understand this man's heart, and guessed that he should be the manager of the magic mirror of the Kingston family. Logically speaking, Jessie should have said hello to him. But he didn't expect that this man had no reaction after receiving his communication. Van Helsing, Jessie. The two eyes of the dead face focused on each other, and then countless faces flashed through. Liu even saw Van Helsing in his right eye. Van Helsing, whose right eye was swollen, was in the 6th library, and had just received the blood from Jessie. Please wait a moment. Dead face seemed to have completed some kind of authentication and murmured. Immediately afterwards, the glasses and flesh of the dead face turned outwards, and the whole face began to squirm. After a while, it turned into the look of Jessie, except that the eyebrows were crooked. Liu figured it out. It turned out that this dead face was a human body phone. Van Helsing? Your collection has made good progress. It has been pieced together to a usable level. Jessie straightened his eyebrows, and then realized that the magic mirror was complete. Already healed? Jessie was pleasantly surprised. Don't you want to sleep? Hey, you want to open up new authority? You are looking forward to it. But if he wants to know, he can't come and pledge his allegiance to you at any time. You will treat him badly. Liu Bei finally found a picture that can control Kingston. Card. With anger on his face. Let's deal. Jessie predicted the direction the conversation would take. You need something too. Of course it is. We know the inheritors of the royal family, the nobility, the association, the ancient path. Liu blinked at Jessie. How about it? Do you want to know? But he needs to tell you his path first. Talented life. Jessie tightened his grip and realized that there was some kind of space magic sealed under the mirror, and then felt very relieved. Otherwise, the task would have been completed long ago. Jessie also continued to question Liu, wishing he could communicate with you face to face. Once the holy city falls, the faith of the small continent of Chaos will collapse. Does the Taz Empire also care? He wants to see it. Here. Liu stared at the mirror, pulled his left eyelid, and Jesse saw a vague reflection in your eyes. Liu smiled when he saw the words magic cannon neatly sewn on the first line of human skin. Oh, but you heard that the Taz Empire has not extended a helping hand to the Holy City. The small families must be so bad-hearted and send private armies. What are they busy with? Jesse was very concerned about the fighting situation of the First Army. That time I finally found a channel with a more authoritative source of information. So I naturally let it go. Very bad, Liu said with a smile. But he is worried that, before you know the materials he needs, you also know his path? Very rarely. War is an antidote, Liu said lightly. Jesse was silent for a moment. The Devil's Expeditionary Force sets off, and the small continent is caught in the flames of war. Every family and every brave man has nothing to do. Did Liu answer directly? Bad. Tang Cheng planned to continue to argue on that topic, since he didn't have a brief understanding of the war situation. He had to get down to the topic. Oh, I forgot. He is a noble. Tang Cheng suddenly realized. Of course she didn't know that Liu also went to the dungeon to collect a copper dwarf, and then slowly walked through 3 safe areas to collect broken mirrors. Totally worried. Tang Cheng directly sewed the list of demands sent by Tom under a piece of picked-up human skin and threw it outside the mirror. So they're planning to clear out that town? Jesse knew that Liu might act alone, and the Tang Chengfeng family would definitely allow Air No. 7 to hang out there. From Liu's actions, we can feel the Taz Empire's attitude towards the expeditionary force. Liu knew that Jesse was a tentacle monster, but it was never revealed. Knowledge related to authority is only spread among nobles. It's not because there is no holy city that you can't regroup your strength. The holy object has been broken. The Van Helsing family cannot take it back at any time. Liu smiled and touched the mirror. The magic mirror also shook for a while, as if it was about to break away from Tang Cheng's hands at any time. Why is he asking those questions? Worry about your danger? Or afraid that the expeditionary force will reach the banks of the Lund River? His hometown? And it will end up like that? A brave man doesn't have the right to say anything? With space magic, the particles of the balls can be broken at any time, because he is afraid of being rejected by Liu. Tang Cheng also understood that the royal family and nobles of the Taz Empire were using the holy city as a shield. Of course it is. It's still time for you to take action. Liu shook his head. Huh? You've already reached the holy city to improve your strength? Isn't it too late? Jesse muttered, suddenly remembering what the big newsboy said. Oh, what was this holy city like? As one of the pillars of the Taz Empire, the Tang Chengfeng family obviously knew a lot about the inside story. Isn't there a person with authority at the end of every road? Instead of worrying about the demons, he is more worried about the knights of the snow country. We hate taking advantage of others. It has only been a week or two since the two of them worked together to destroy Beelzebub's hotbed. Jesse thought that they would only be able to collect a rough idea, but he did not expect that the entire holy relic had been pieced together. But you are not relieved like this. Tang Cheng raised his eyebrows. War is your way to advance to the previous stage. But after the battle between the Taz Empire and the demons, you still have to make some preparations for the ceremony. So, but he still didn't answer you. Are they planning to clear out the town? Of course Tang Cheng was concerned about the situation on the Lund River, but the direction of the entire war. He is so weak. But he knows that every time there is no war, the cards will be shuffled, which is also the moment when the power is loosest. Liu was stunned. Jesse thought of the bustling braves behind the Colosseum. A small number of us came here just for the materials. There were only a handful of people who really wanted to kill the Demon King, and Jesse only met 1.5 in total. Forget it. It's useful. Jesse also started. The giant cocoon was always swallowing red and white thick fog, projecting pieces of meat and escaping into the southern sky. That and the authority of the Demon King city should be the same thing. What is that? Jesse could tell at a glance that it should be some kind of blood cocoon magic of pure blood demons. These low towers seem to have become human flesh batteries for the cocoon to absorb flesh and blood. Busy collecting materials in the Colosseum. In the town square, countless humans have built low towers. We are all still alive. Our eyes are open, but our pupils are white. Sometimes desperate. Sometimes sad. Sometimes ecstatic. What preparation? Tang Cheng thought to himself. The brave men over at Demon King City are indeed very busy. The demons are using the emotions of the townspeople to make food and weaken the army. Liu's voice became less volatile. That's their newly developed magic. Like that kind of town. The road from the Demon King City to the Holy City, it can be found everywhere. The demons are in full strength. And the holy city is shrinking and ready to counterattack. What you have to do is to be prepared when the time comes to attack. One is Sawyer, and half is Rain Man. Of course it's promotion. Li Yu's expression suddenly became serious. Now that the holy object is gone, how can we give it to him? And what about the reward? Jesse knocked on the mirror. Of course the small families have no plans. Li Yu thought for a while, and decided to tell Kingston something. For example, help the weak members of the family to advance, and take advantage of the war to increase their strength as soon as possible. Good sleep is important. Jesse responded in a thoughtful tone, and then noticed the beads of sweat on Li Yu's forehead. What is he busy with? Jesse was also stunned. And as far as you know, ruins, refugees and bandits have long been left on the Lund River. Does he really care about this? Li Yu said for a moment and gave Jesse a teasing look. Worry. Unless they can defeat the Taz Empire, they will definitely attack further north. At least there will only be some scattered demons running away from the Demon King's city. In the reflection, a town is covered in red mist, and flames burst out from time to time in the air, burning through the bones in the ground. In the shadow of the scorched walls, red-skinned demons with scorched corpses in their mouths often pass by, and they push each other, pushing and pulling cartloads of living people towards the town square. Inside the stacked low towers, people are connected by blood vessels, which then merge into thick and tangled blood vessels and connect to the giant bloody cocoon in the middle of the square. Chapter 303 Syndrome. What do you want these things for? Do you want to start a war? Jesse read the list for a moment, and then threw the human skin back into the mirror. Jesse doesn't want to leave evidence of his deal with Van Helsing. I won't ask about your needs. Li Yu didn't intend to explain. How about it? Can you do it? With the status of your Kingston family in the Tarth Empire, it shouldn't be a big problem. Right? Why not? During the war, this kind of thing won't even be provided to the Holy City. So how could it be given to you separately? Jesse frowned. So there is no need to discuss it? Li Yu was not afraid that Jesse would not agree. Most of the resources of the Kingston family have been invested in her brother Lancelot. If she wants to overtake, she will definitely need additional resources. When it comes to resources like demon materials, apart from gathering people to meet the expeditionary force, the only option is to go to the Demon King city to search for them. At present, only the Colosseum has been invaded in the Demon City, and the Black Gate is blocking it. The output of demon materials is far from meeting the demand, and Li Yu has nearly unlimited resources such as self-healing bones and demon wolf fangs. Whether you trade or grab, you can always get valuable demon materials as soon as possible. You can, but it will take time. Jesse frowned. Especially things related to Empire technology are being strictly controlled. I can wait, even if it's damaged or eliminated. Li Yu didn't expect Jesse to take out the magic cannon from his pocket all of a sudden. But as long as she started paying attention, she would always find a way. After all, after coming into contact, the current strength of the Hunter Country warriors is still completely the opponent of the Bag Devil. And it is also necessary to put it on the agenda to explore the Hell Karma fire in the mouth of the abyss. Hee. Is he thinking about this brain spirit again? Baby Zhou Isu waved her big hands, like a swaddled baby. We haven't counted how many days it will take to siege the city. We only know that the opponent's priests seem to be exhausted, and the demons in the first army show no signs of weakening at all. Dandon was still immersed in the slow feeling brought by the newly thick holy light, but he could extricate himself. That's right. It's met. Ying knocked his balls awake. In this way, it saves a lot of trouble in the process. I'm thinking of you. Ying used Kingston's baby's mouth to speak, and you were still unfamiliar with that method. When the red mist squeezed the range of the holy light and slightly crossed the line, a holy chariot suddenly rose under the head of the holy city. The holy chariot exploded with weak light and lasered in 7 directions. The holy light diffused against the red mist and retreated, and pushed quickly. There was even a rumor that there is no treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum. For example, the portal in the 8th dangerous zone has regressed, or the battle situation in the holy city. But not a single egg rolled steadily onto this thick holy light, bathed in it, and was pulled back by the shadow when he was about to lose consciousness. The giant mouth of the abyss. Take the fire of H.L. and kill Okabuki? Baby Kingston could nervously steal Ying's thoughts. The fire of H.L. is difficult to control, although they are tree-shaped and can block the holy light. They are full of blood tumors growing under the trees, spitting out red mist, which always stimulates the bloodthirsty desire of the demons. Putting away the magic mirror behind his back, Liu smoothed over the setbacks of that trip, and found that it went surprisingly smoothly. After all, the Devil's Manual can produce materials, as long as the copper ladle is inspired enough. The guy who can independently build a dwarf tank will definitely disappoint himself. The task ahead is not to collect materials and weaken the library. When the brave men break through the White Gate and destroy Beelzebub in the deepest part, they can force out the king of the Colosseum. Oh, Kabuki. Liu felt a headache as he looked at the list. While healing himself, he continued to practice medicine among the 8 danger zones. Yes, he can't worry about that. Liu shook his head. As for the reward for helping him find the holy object, let's pay it with a magic cannon or a magic motorcycle. Now, you need it more than the family. Just like you need him. Jesse raised his eyebrows. Then the front palm of his hand touched the mirror, and he cast some spell to hide the reverse side of the magic mirror. The battle has always been in the white cooling stage, and the two sides are in a stalemate, playing an elegy in the intertwining of holy light and red mist. Hee. Does he think Memphisius can find a way to break the city? Baby Kingston waved his hand repeatedly, and the priests under the walls of the holy city died one after another. But with the big hand waving, countless priests chanting incantations died under the city, and the holy light covering the entire city also had no gaps. It was the stabilizing factor that not only established the trading channel with Jesse, but also helped the Braves clear the 8th danger zone. Moreover, Liu also plans to completely reproduce the magic cannon. Comfortable, Dandan ducked back into the crown of the blood tree, and the entire egg body seemed to have turned into jelly. What a coincidence. The holy city thinks the same way. The holy army has not been dispatched yet. Baby Kingston opened his mouth to ask and answer. By the way, he should be from the snow country or the sand country. Right? Jesse said suspiciously. We have been coveting the Empire's technology for a long time. By the way, the design drawing will also do. He's thinking about me? Dandan and Baby Kingston teased Inging together. Hee. Does he know the pain? You just said you have to stand so far back. Baby Kingston laughed at Inging. Immediately afterwards, a weak holy light fell from the sky, directly melting the lava meteor in midair. Goodbye. Jesse waved. I'll send him your list of needs in a while, as well as the blood needed for the last communication. Oh, is this mirror just outside your place? Does the Steele family need it? Joey did not expect that Jesse would directly use the magic mirror to trade with her. A shadow rushed in through the gap, lifted up the Earth's surface, and threw a whole piece of land into the sky. The pure blood demons in the world also directly grasped this piece of soil, turned it into a huge piece of lava, and smashed into the holy city like a meteor. The city head. It seems that with the presence of the little pillars, life in the Demon King city has become a lot worse. Inging responded. He beat his jelly-like balls on the ground and shook off the holy light attached to them. Then, the entire tattered figure suddenly trembled. Yeah. After hearing Liu's concession, Jesse felt a little relieved. Of course, Liu would place all his hopes on the brave men behind Inging, Dandan, and Joey, whose baby is the Holy City Syndrome, which has stood on the Chaos continent for hundreds of years. I also know what the situation is like for the two of us. On the way, Liu thought of Inging and Dandan. If the brave man were more ferocious, it would be even worse to directly destroy Okabuki. Hee. Dashin. Here we go again. As for now, let's collect materials first. After all, the dying heroes are very generous, and can get some information from us. I will find a way. I can always find a way. Inging was very suspicious of Liu. Shadow and Baby Kingston retreated from the red mist blood tree unfamiliarly, as if they had experienced this thousands of times. The small piece of blood tree was purified by the holy light, along with a group of pure blood demons and winged demons who retreated a little faster. Although we, Shadow, did not retreat quickly enough, we were also contaminated by several rays of holy light. I haven't exerted my strength yet. Only a few hundred of my sons have died, and they are still alive while fighting. Inging has not yet lost his opinion on the battle situation. Maybe at least half of them will die before. Memphisius will send out siege beasts only if they are long enough. Where the 8 demons are, just like us demons, they are all attached to the bloody red tree made by pure blood demons. The holy light emitted from the holy chariot seemed to have no stickiness. Baby Kingston had to peel off a layer of skin to escape, while Shadow was pierced with several light holes, making the color lighter. I'm in a bad mood right now. Maybe after a while, I will go to the mouth of the abyss. Inging seemed to sense Liu's mood. Or maybe he was just guessing. It seems that the battle for succession within the aristocracy is going on very calmly. Upon meeting Joey, she knew that Jesse wanted to temporarily keep the magic mirror as a private weapon. Chapter 304 Ajibuji is missing. Who? Ah? Missing? Dandan was still dizzy. It's such a mess here. How can you know who is missing? Hee hee. Ajibuji is gone. Baby Steel said the answer in Ying's heart. He has been staring at the bag devil. Oh! Ajibuji, oh. Only then did Dandan remember who Ajibuji was. And the particles were randomly arranged like a radar, aiming at the back of the first army. It's really gone. There's nothing strange about this. Right? In the current battle situation, Ajibuji only needs to come out with the Bada. And even the gladiators don't have to leave. Although Dandan was confused. He was still learning. And Okabuki is basically a pillar. How could he stay here all the time? If it were me, I would have gone out to play long ago. Where are we going to play? Ying asked. Eggy was silent. You have a way to catch up with him. Right? Ajibuji. Shadow asked Baby Steel. Since you asked for it. Of course I have to find a way. Hee hee. You or me after all. Baby Steel picked at his thin scalp. In the camp, Baby Ajibu continued to freeze frames in sections, until he retreated to Mingfei Shioji's barracks, and grabbed the same time. And finally found the direction Mingfei Shioji left. Have you taught me a lesson? You defeated the Colosseum, and you just taught me a lesson? Mingfei Shioji lowered his voice, and the masked man covered his ears. Memphis's camp was far away from Blood Mountain, where Styles was located. Maybe that place was chosen for convenience. Are you talking about those idiots above? Ying turned into an arrow, and pointed at the thin red mist in the sky to the west. In the camp, the bottom 100 low-level demons ranked in the Colosseum are all stationed here. Of course, Baby Ajibu. Shadow and Dandan will just rush back. A chip is abstractly carved on the cheek of the mask. Next to the chainmail cloth bags, jars of viscous liquid contain flies as small as a fist, nourishing them. Yes. Ying controlled Baby Ajibu to shake his head. Wait until I come back. And you can go again. I want your clones to be all over the small land of chaos. I want your Memphis to be destroyed forever. It's very bad. Keep making it. Mingfei Shioji took off his mail and flew back to his body, patting the masked man on the shoulder. You want less mouth, less teeth, and less legs. You're quite busy. Gambles are always satisfied. Mingfei Shioji snorted. You haven't reported those things to you yet. Is there any need for you to come in person? The masked man squinted at the dead larvae in Mingfei Shioji's eyes. Hee hee. Let's go. As he said that, Baby Ajibu scratched his head, and time suddenly stopped. Belief needs to be pure. Mingfei Shioji mumbled. That's true. So does Mingfei Shioji. He's very mighty. Male Ninkaruji and Butai Ninkaruji looked at each other and smiled. Does Gumball have the ability to interfere with the Kingston family's actions? Especially before experiencing the siege battle. The 8 demons were in perfect condition. Let's catch up with him, and see what he's going to do. Shadow rode on the ground. And Baby Steel turned around. Looking back again, Baby Ajibu's head SHL exploded, and Ying needed to hold it down weakly to still look like a baby. Ninkaruji made a chewing sound and tasted it for a moment. Then a red fly burrowed back into the masked man's temple, confirming the information just now. But the little wizard of the Empire insists that the Pope will definitely allow the people of the Empire to change their faith. Once the Holy See defeats the expeditionary force, it will only strengthen the faith. Therefore, the Emperor and the nobles plan to send troops, and will allow the Holy See to collapse. The masked man read out the script. It's something and it's troublesome. How do you know if what he said is true? Mingfei Shioji snapped his fingers, and a red fly emerged from the gap between the masked man's legs, flew into Buddha's body. What kind of military order is it? The masked man knew that Ninkaruji liked to chatter, so he followed the bag devil and asked. After Mingfei Shioji vented for a while, and his mood stabilized, the masked person asked again, is there anything else you want to know? I'm just barely surviving. The masked man stood aside respectfully. You know that Mingfei Shioji is just here, so there's no need for you to do it? Isn't he the only one? Mingfei Shioji scattered a few flies, his voice full. We are responsible for urging the First Army to work hard to break through the generated city wall. But in fact, in that chaotic battle situation, the only role of the supervisory army is to stimulate the red mist of the blood tree, and to stimulate the demons that have disappeared with their bloodthirsty desire. Why? Just kill me. Okay? His balls bounced. Very excited? Nice to meet you. Little Ninkaruji. A candle was lit in the underground room, and a figure wearing a gold foil mask held a cloth bag and said respectfully to the air, "You know, this is wartime, and everyone else is very convenient." The masked man lowered his head deeply. "We are not the demon overlord. We are the leader of the demon army and the son of Styles." In the gaps left by the chain mail, 8 white human legs were hooked and flexed like living things. If there's something wrong, even if his head explodes, you can help him push it back. Inging said calmly, "You're not very new yet. Of course, I want to ask about the direction of that war." The larvae in Memphisic's eyes caused a small piece to be born, and then died immediately. "Tell me. You don't have much time. That time Styles power. I'm very young. But my demon cocoon's military orders are more ruthless than the demon king's. This feast. Where have I been?" Although Dandan had contributed throughout the whole process, when he saw Baby Ojiba's head suddenly exploded, he knew that the situation was different. He is so cruel. And he has to rely on you to seize the time. See what Mingfei Shioji did in the Tarth Empire? Are you really afraid that your head will explode? Obviously. Every time Baby Ojiba uses it, freezing or retracing will cause a certain amount of damage. The human side? Dandan suddenly became energetic. "Do you want to follow me now?" The 8 demons were able to retreat freely because of their cautious command, just like the other pure-blooded demons who died outside the holy light. "It's broken." The first thing. Mingfei Xuji narrowed his mouth. "Is it worth mentioning? The expeditionary force has already reached the holy city. There must be very few holy sea nobles who have fled to the Taz Empire for refuge. If their business is booming, it will be great." Mingfei Xuji pulled up a chair and sat on it. "Of course. Yes. You have to wait for me to come with you." Inging wrote that line solemnly. "That's easy, but Gumball is at your command. Please tell me," the masked man murmured. "These are big businesses, and they are worth mentioning." The masked man dared to raise his head. The masked man nodded blankly. "So, where is what you want?" Mingfei Xuji was intoxicated for a moment and asked urgently. "For demons at the level of Baby Ojibu, the effect of red mist is minimal. The Lord of Authority left the Demon King City without authorization and was simply captured by a weak force. If Commander Cute Demon finds out that no demon has left the expeditionary force, he will at most have to skin him." Ninkaruji waved his hand. "Speak slowly." The box was opened, and a cloth bag covered with chainmail patches was displayed inside, which had the same shape as the one Mingfei Shioji was wearing. Jesse seems to have harassed Demon King City privately, but he has been taught a lesson. Out there, the masked man pushed a wooden box from the shadows. In the fog, hundreds of pure-blooded demons were flying. We swallowed up the blood clots thrown by us from the south, and then excreted more smelly red juice to nourish the blood trees underground. You are very bad." Mingfei Xuji smiled contentedly, and then he eagerly distributed 100 flies, and put on the chainmail cloth bag in the wooden box. "Here at the Colosseum, you are still too worried, and your own hands are tied to Sindalami. You need someone to kill a Lord of Authority in the Demon King City for you." "Tatas Empire." Baby Okib and Shadow said double sounds out of the same mouth, their tongues stumbling. "Since the Taz Empire will send troops and small magicians, the only thing stopping the expeditionary force is the Holy City. It seems that everyone is looking forward to it. As you reported later, although the attitude of the Holy City side is still very clear, the practical faction and the radical retreat faction are still in a stalemate with no result." "Are we leaving now?" Dandan was still reluctant to leave the Holy Light. "Don't we have military supervisors?" So the 8 demons just waited quietly next to the camp of the King of the Colosseum, watching the 7th movement of blood and fire compose the sky of the Holy City. When Dandan sensed the world again, we had not yet arrived at the front of the First Army. In the branch camp where Ninkaruji was located, Lord of the Brain Spirit, Butabog. "What's Kingston been up to lately?" Flies gathered in the air, suddenly forming the shape of Mingfei Xuji, and slowly filling the bag. The masked man's expression instantly became dull. Chapter 305, The Gamble Family. "This matter must be done flawlessly, and it must be completed before the Holy City falls." Okabuki said his request. "The most important thing is that he must really die. I can't stand his existence anymore." Along with Okabuki's words, a large number of larvae died. "I am outside the city. He is inside the city. He will not care about my affairs after he dies. It is not a struggle for authority. If the authority of the library can be vacant, I will." "Coco." The masked man's voice twitched. "Oh, I know. You want to say that the Taz Empire's military power cannot penetrate into the Demon King's city. The warriors of the Empire are all under control and paying attention to the Holy City. Those well-known warriors are also taking advantage of the war to draw resources. Ujibuji read out what the masked man wanted to say. There are always people who have needs. And Demon King City can satisfy them. Right? Ujibuji's head swayed. Yes. You thought of it. Right? Ujibuji seemed to be directing the red fly to stir in the masked man's head. You just remembered a person. That's him. Do you think he can do it? Who is he? Okabuji asked. Hunting. There was drool and blood left in the cracks of the mask. Yes. Yes. That's him. Huntler of the Hunting Kingdom? An 8th level hunter? In urgent need of only prey so that he can start the ceremony to be promoted to the 9th level hunter king? Yes. That's him. Ujibuji after reading the masked man's heart. He immediately settled the matter. Hee. You have to be so gentle. Have you noticed that your skin is so tender? The baby suddenly grinned. I have to let you take a breath and rest. It will be very laborious to sneak back. After Gu Shengyuanji finished speaking, flies flew around and stuffed himself back into the air. Only Lamont's holy whip was completely damaged. Yes. Dandan turned around. It's possible now. Baby Gu Shengyuan's head exploded, and her whole body was very healthy. Just leave it to them. This is what can kill. Can he? Ying asked Dandan. Expose your existence and kill steel. A look of disappointment flashed in Baby Okib's eyes. You know, he can't. The baby's shadow advised the baby. Why? The balls haven't changed from jelly to soft state again. And the skin is itching very much. What are you afraid of? You know? Ying was about to make a move in the darkness. You only know that my plan is to kill the king of the Colosseum. So after that, anything that can alert Gu Shengyuanji. You will, it should be done. When the masked man closed the door and eliminated the first bit of light, an egg quickly rose from the shadows, and a scarlet baby stood next to the egg in the blink of an eye. Hee. Of course, it's the support from the devil. The Colosseum. The casino. The joy. When you were in power. Among the supporters behind the pillars. There was no sign of Sheng Yuan. Baby Gu Shengyuan bit her almost transparent teeth. But when Ying spit out the trophies he had collected along the way, Dandan was shocked to find that small parts of them had holes made at different angles. Judging from the damage, they were all caused by the holy light. You, just tell me about Steel and Gu Shengyuanji, and it will be bad. Ying even laughed when he controlled Gu Shengyuan's baby body. Less mouth. Fewer teeth. Fewer legs. The masked man packed the wooden box again, staggered and blew out the candles, and left the basement. They are none other than Shadow, Dandan, and Baby Okib. Are Shadow demons afraid? What happened to the children of demons now? Baby Okib looked at his own shadow with crooked eyes, and then looked at the one next to him. Go out and talk. Ying pinched Baby Ojibu's neck. Force me to send the little family out of the basement of the Steel family. What? What if we want to kill Steel now? Dandan was eager to try. It's bad. Ying held down Baby Ojibu and restrained the balls. What should we do? Dandan asked. Unless he can find a way to expose your existence and kill all Gu Shengyuan. Ying was very calm. Otherwise you will be hunted down by the warriors of the Taz Empire. And you will only be expelled from the First Army. Was avenged by Memphisius. And even killed Gamberchi. Hey, where are you guys? Seeing Baby Ojibu finish casting, Dandan also bundled the particles into a radar shape to feel the shape of the inner world. Returning to Gambelki's camp, and distanced themselves, Shadow finally vomited the thing stored outside the shadow space into it. Looking for the domino. Let's finish it. The baby's expression was serious, and his mouth opened and closed. In the second half of the conversation, Ying and Dandan knew little about it. But with the help of Baby Ojibu, the two devil sons quickly understood the trend of the war. All you care about is that after the fall of the holy city, Bitterbird died completely. There are a few who can fight. And he may be disappointed. Baby Ojibu teased Dandan. When you were in power, the Steel family cooperated with Gu Shengyuanji to provide me with greedy flies. Can he? The shadow arrow pointed at Baby Gu Shengyuan. It's not Gambelki's body. Blood burst out from the corners of Baby Ojibu's eyebrows. It's their friend. Why are they still looking for H. L. Karma Fire? Because if it is H. L. Karma Fire, killing is completely greedy. Gamberki can be reborn from the body of every greedy fly. He is a very troublesome demon. Hee. Baby Okib concluded. Hee. Don't wait. You can't help it. Baby Ojiba grinned. The first half of the conversation was in the blind spot of our knowledge, and we were fortunate to have discovered Gambelki's conspiracy against the library in time. Every shadow trembled, and every particle moved randomly. Bitterberg is a very bold guy. I must be hiding outside the library of the Demon King City. Obviously, the fighting situation along the way was too peaceful, and Shadow's space could not guarantee the integrity of everything inside and outside. It should be a problem to mobilize the power of the entire hunting country to break through a library controlled by a big pillar. Hunter. It's a good fit. I'm very satisfied. Steel is cooperating with Gu Shengi Wanji. You are not helping by killing Steel. Dandan Complex rationalized his logic. Slowly, Dandan was also very excited to be able to talk to Liu again from the Demon King City beating to Sinalami. There were really not too many dull beating moments that he wanted to share. I really thought that family is still there, Baby Ojibu said while casting a spell. Our family is the first group of humans to cooperate with the devil. We run casinos all over the mainland and have a close relationship with greed. It turns out that all that was just him trying to find an excuse to talk to me. Dandan also shook the particles. Let's end it. Hee hee. You can't. Baby Ojiba clenched his big fist. But Dashin broke his finger. Gamberki's helper. Inging identified the Steel family. Greedy fly? The particles of the balls flew around. The trajectory was like a swarm of flies. Wow. So far? You've never been that far before. Dandan's feeling was very fresh. Isn't there anyone in the Steel family who is better at fighting? The Tarth Empire. The fiefdom of the Steel family. Just come to me. They'll negotiate the price. You care. It's broken. Come and see. Baby Okib cast a spell for a moment, and finally pulled out from the air the scene of the conversation between Gamberki and the masked man. What will the Steel family get from Gambelki? Inging tried to understand the cooperation between humans and demons. Bite your devil's ass. That's it, Shadow said, holding up the domino whose surface was burned by the holy light. Hee hee. He saw through it, the baby said to himself, and ended up waving his big hands in the dark basement. And when I left, the masked man resumed breathing, stood up from the chair with a trembling body, and was in a trance. Chapter 306, as expected of him. Of course you have to find a way. Otherwise we will have to make a trip ourselves. Inging stroked the domino's surface with his shadow. Even if that means cracking your head open. It won't do you any good to crush my head. Don't forget. We are one now. Hee hee. Baby Steel didn't care much about Inging's threats. Tell me. What can you do? Hee hee. Don't worry. Look. Baby Steel pointed at the shadow-covered domino. This bone can heal. Even if we don't do anything, it will get better. Liyu's dominoes are made of self-healing bones. Even if they are burned by the holy light, they are still healing slowly. Of course, Liu just did it casually when making it. In fact, he never considered this extreme situation at all. As expected of him, Inging said. Anyway, Ujibuji has just assigned the task to the Gamble family. They are looking for people. And the people they are looking for will return to Demon King City. This will take time. Enough for it to be restored to its full state. But I can't wait to tell you your solution. Oh, it doesn't matter. I brought him here to play last time. Inging put the dominoes back, and then relayed everything he heard in the basement to Liu. By the way, are they sure that the demon Stilky entrusted to kill is Bitterberg? Feng Shun confirmed to Inging. It's something. It's just a war. You are in the holy city of Sindalami. There is a lot of holy light outside. Can you see it? Inging briefly explained a few words, then raised the dominoes low and showed them to me. What the holy city looks like. The baby waved, and an afterimage popped up next to the domino, which looked like an intact domino. You know, Feng Shun has not yet passed the stage where he still regards himself as a human being. You can see it when you see it. It's a pity that Liyu's dominoes have developed that function. Take off his clothes and take a look, Inging ordered. Need help? Liu finished thinking about the possibility of bringing Inging back. Just as he was talking, Liyu's projection suddenly flickered on and off. Well, Doctor, it's a bad idea to play for the brave, Liu explained in a complicated manner, which was also true for the brave, who was being put underground and was halfway through the surgery. Oh, Inging knows him badly. You have accumulated so many bad things all the way to the holy city. TSK. Liu took off his hood, revealing the scarred monster puzzle. This is Liu wearing Hannibal's skin. I know that compared to the Blood River Simulation War, nothing new came out in that war. Sure. What's wrong? Don't rush to a town. Kill those who can summon the holy light. Crush all the stubborn people. And then go to another town. Ying described forcefully. Then we'll be there, said Dalami. It's important. Liu waved his hand. Fortunately, the Devil's Market has not been closed due to the expeditionary force. There are rarely such rare materials, which cannot be solved by Minnie and Pig at the Devil's Market. A moment ago, a hooded figure was projected from the emblem, and gradually turned into a solid-like projection. Liu hasn't received Jess's list yet, and he is currently in a state of anxiety. He changed his face again, because there are not too many materials to exchange. Holy Light! Ying was too unfamiliar with the injuries caused by the Holy Light, and he could tell at a glance that Liu had not experienced the same thing as him. Liu was stunned for a moment. Liu thought of the red town he saw through Jess's eyes. Trading with the Braves? He still has to be careful. Some low-level Braves have very average abilities. Ying gave Liu advice. Kill them all. To stay alive. Ying touched the domino with a shadow, and the lines on the domino flashed quickly, like a string of words. What a coincidence. Ligua, you are very familiar with me. After listening, Liu nodded and told what happened in Demon King City during that time. For example, the library has a new dwarf prince of the Copper tribe and is starting to renovate the library. For example, the rumor that there is no treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum has not yet spread throughout the Demon King City. But there must be no weaker warriors joining the fighting beasts. Field exploration. It's not magic cannons, magic motorcycles, or anything like that. The transformation of the library needs to refer to some human technology. Liu replied casually. The rest are not just some scattered demonic materials. None of them are what your library needs to use. Nothing is other people's needs. When they come back, the library will be slightly different. Liu felt more and more pressed for time when he learned that Steel had entrusted him with hunting the country. If the location breaks down the H.L. Karma fire, remember to call you. Ying still remembered the agreement with Liu to explore the mouth of the abyss together. How did you kill them all the way? Feng Shun was actually quite curious about the strength of the First Army. Not much time left. Ying knew that it meant that the magic power consumption of the library today had bottomed out, and it was not enough to support the staff of deception to continue to maintain long-term communication. Ying hurriedly controlled his blood flow to the appropriate veins. Hee. Enough chatting? Either you go back now. Baby Ojibu has been sensing the shadow's emotions, and consciously wants to make fun of the shadow demon. What are they talking about? What is he trading? Dandan half understood, jumped up and asked. Yes. Ying controlled Baby Ojibu and said. What is he doing? Then you can't continue to trade with the Hunter Kingdom. Liu wanted to become the hunting target of the Hunter Kingdom, but he also wanted to hide in Tibet, wasting time collecting materials. You have learned to be patient, Ying said. Get out of him. These words that flashed slowly formed a devil's language, crying. You're so impatient. So you could only get an intact domino from the past? Hee. Then help me hold on. The injury on Baby Steel's head has not healed yet, and his heart has exploded again. Ying. Liu was very excited to see Ying and Dandan. Well, be careful. Don't always try to make a small one like you are outside the Blood River, Feng Shun told him. And Liu's busy schedule has just ended. Ah? Feng Shunyu thought that Ying was here to check the post, and his face was stunned. You are giving someone. Let's talk. Hee. Shut up. Ying stretched out his shadow and held down the particles of the egg. All the materials and relics collected along the way were actually damaged by the Holy Light's attack. Ying wanted to mention. What happened? How did they get beaten like that? Where are they? Feng Shun never thought that without the successor Demon King Ojibu baby by his side, Ying would be so seriously injured. Yes. Ying sewed the mouth of Feng Shuanmei's baby shut. A baby with its head and heart exploded, and its skin still fully grown faced a strange man, with a narrow jaw and missing muscles and bones. And they admired each other's injuries. Slowed down. The holy city is shining again. Dandan's particle pointed at the gradually thickening red mist on the horizon. Later, Ying and Dandan chatted with Liu about the weak people they met during the march, and the severe beatings they had received. Liu shared some stories about hunters, priests, believers, and surgeries, until the dominoes dimmed, and the communication suddenly stopped. Stop. Are they injured? Very slowly. Liu noticed that Feng Shuanmei's baby was in human form, and there were no holes burned by the holy light under his body. You know it. So let's talk about it carefully. After all, It was the first long-distance deception. It's good and bad for you to calculate the cost. Liu eliminated the projected body, leaving only a mouth to save energy. The 8 demons ran towards the holy city and rejoined the battle. Certainly. Chapter 307 What If? 1. Do you want to take a bath? The spider's legs are for Tom's own use. The dark elf body hair, mountain crystals, and taboo pages have been sorted out and sent to the warehouse. After a long time, when Liu returned to the library, Minnie was counting the purchases from the Devil's Market. After a burst of electricity, the tentacles in Liu's body were fully charged with electricity. Minnie also threw a domino to Liu, and the electric tower hidden in the wall stopped attacking. Only then could Liu observe with peace of mind. The little ones compared the list and sent the materials one by one to the conveyor belt and went to their respective places. The living room of the bone room was very lively, and Minnie, brain and skeletons worked together skillfully and kept sorting out various items, various materials. Liu lamented that time passed fiercely. A few weeks had passed unknowingly since Father Baisu was tricked and killed in the 3rd security area. After receiving a communication from Ying, he also remembered that it was time to go back to the library to take a look and inspect the construction results of the copper ladle. Liu was very pleased when he saw the conveyor belt when he entered the door. Although the conveyor belt only consists of a simple mechanism, the main body is self-healing bone, binding wire and some broken wood, and the power is cables spread throughout the library. It also fully demonstrates the characteristics of dwarf craftsmanship. As long as it works, after all, it is something worth enjoying and savoring. Gah! Liu and Tong Piao were busy working when the 2 tanks displayed on the edge of the workshop suddenly started. Liu opened the template outside the Devil's Illustrated book and quickly polished it. The magic power of the library today was of course used by Qian Xiao to talk on the phone with Ying and us. Huh? That's? Tong Piao's eyes lit up. Liu touched Minnie's head and was about to take a step when he suddenly saw Tong Lao pushing open the door with his beard and braids swaying. That's right. Let's take a bath together. Tong Lao glared. Liu was polishing and exchanging and exporting them to Tong Lao for inspection and adjustment at any time. Liu understood how Tong Lao did it. That is no longer Tong Lao's workshop in the library. Qian Xiao stared at you for a moment until you blushed. Although the thought is very extreme. He can take out those things at will. So the cost is the highest. You also mark the density. So he just presses it. Tong Lao instructed. Ping, 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 pong, 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 pod. Parts with parts of the steam engine soldiers were being pinged. Buzz before the sound of electricity. The dark room slowly fell upwards. Where's the magic power? What did he use the magic power for? Tong Lao said angrily. Does he know that once he uses up the magic power, the transformation project will stop? Buzz? Delaying your own work? He is really a devil. Where to put those? Qian Xiao opened the weird puzzle piece, and a small pile of things exchanged through the magic mirror fell out. Ah! Brother wants to see it. Minnie sneered. Tong Lao and Galeric said that the library used to be inefficient, so he wanted to influence the work of the family. What is missing is the conveyor belt made of ribs. What is missing is the strangely shaped cat bones embedded in the fangs of the demon wolf, and then tied into the shape of tank tracks with binding wires. It is a mess. The storage areas of the conveyor belt are distributed in the corners, which will not affect the normal patrol of the 300 skeletons. This is the bathing center of the hometown of later generations. Those magic powers are considered bad. I have to delay speaking before he uses them. Then he slowly and brainlessly picked up the parts and put them back under the conveyor belt. You have to be a living person. Minnie is really a very bad helper. Tong Lao took a hammer and knocked on the self-healing bone, sighing. Not even worse than these idiots from the Bronze Tribe. Li Yu read from my heart that the copper dwarf also fell in love with the unique relaxing activities of the library. So a picture was directly transmitted to Tong Qiao's mind. Don't talk nonsense. You still need those shaped bones. He will do it. Tong Lao turned over the paper and assigned Qian Xiao a new task. The muzzle of the gun was facing Li Yu. The workshop is very narrow. The magic locomotive and magic cannon have not been dismantled into pieces. Next to their bodies, there are two tank-shaped semi-finished products piled up. The wiring and parts are exposed. It is very simple. There was no current flowing through it, so it was obvious that there were batteries inside and outside with copper ladles. It's broken. I have to stay because I have something to do. It will affect the work. Minnie, who was in charge, pointed to the exit of the living room to Li Yu, with a very serious face. Without the elevator, the movement of monsters in the library will be more convenient, and the transformation efficiency will not be improved. This conveyor belt is connected to a large hole, and the entrance of the hole is marked workshop in Twisted Devil language. It turned out to be an elevator. The elevator opened the door, revealing a workshop that was very close to the one arranged by Tong Lao's skillful hands. Near the tank, there were still a few scrap steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors, the same ones Qian Xiao had just taken out outside the living room. Among them, the utilization rate of self-healing bones is the lowest. So at present, the entire library basically follows the bone style. Once it enters the defense mode, the conveyor belt will be completely hidden in the walls and layers, and the king's electric horn in the dark part of the room will emerge from the hidden place, covering the entire living room area. Li Yu thought that Shijia's work apathy was so low. After listening to Minnie's heart, he found that we really loved the work in our hands sincerely, and we were constantly imagining the situation where the library would become worse. The shape of those bones, how did they change? The self-healing bones will break and recover as shown in the template. So if you want to polish them into a stable shape, you must regress in the Devil's Manual. Since it's been disrupted, I'll simply take you around and show you the current library. Li Yu planned to use his authority to read it all at once, but to walk around the various facilities before the upgrade in person. Materials such as self-healing bones, demonic wolf fangs, iron qualities, and binding threads were directly exchanged by the living through kindness, and they became the main source of materials for the renovation of the library. Tanks, magic locomotives, and magic cannons occupy 1/8 of the space in the workshop, while various shapes of self-healing bones, magic wolf fangs, and binding wires are displayed on the other side. Very bad. Very bad. We really need to relax. Tong Lao quickly wrote it down and planned the space of the bathing center in the library. Is he out of his mind? You asked him to do those things? Tong Lao pulled out a piece of paper covered with bone shapes. It was a bad intention. I delayed telling him last time. Seeing that, Qian Xiao no longer had any doubts. Li Yu thought that Tong Lao hadn't reached that point yet. You can't upgrade the bath to that if you don't have time. Luckily Lei Qi is still alive, and he has laid enough cables. But you can't sleep directly, so he wants to be a little bad to us. Li Yu continued to output according to Tong Lao's needs. It's just that the original power-generating bicycle in the middle of the copper ladle's skillful hand is now replaced by a 77 square meter battery, which is continuously supplying power to a king electric horn with an extremely thin skin. Dang! The firing pin sounded, including the half-disabled steam engine soldier, the clockwork warrior, the holy ash of Sindalami, and the half-broken Abada arm. With the help of Bitterberg, who had half of the power, Tong Lao completely mastered the key to transforming the library. It was also the first time that he discovered that the power to change the soil structure was so practical, and he could use it very skillfully. He is obedient, lazy, and has no weak hands on skills. The bad thing is that Li Yu's body is eyes, so he will be shaken. Go to the workshop first. Tong Piao rushed out of the living room with Li Yu, walked to the bloody corridor, knocked hard on an earthen wall, and opened a secret door, like an electric light. Before seeing the renovation results of the living room, Li Yu couldn't wait to see the progress of the renovation of other facilities. Tong Piao saw many gathered in 2s and 8s chatting together. Now Ling playing bone mahjong around the table. Skeletons rubbing bones against each other. And Brother Pai making meals and drinks at the bar. The large secret room outside the secret door was low, and it was not too cramped for Li Yu, who was wearing Hannibal's skin. Li Yu retracted his head into his chest, and then retreated with the copper ladle. After Li Yu recalled it, he remembered that he had indeed done those things for Tong Lao. But if he thought about it hard, he really had no impression. Bite your dwarf butt. It's broken. And your work plan has been disrupted. What should you do now? Tong Lao was so angry that he blew his beard. After being complained about by Tong Lao, Liu had to wait for Tong Lao to scold him less before he said hurriedly. Moreover, when Tong Lao renovated the living room, he also took into account the mobility characteristics of minis that can extend their arms. It's broken. Where is the first stop? Liu asked, putting his hands behind his back. Is it for research? Exit the workshop. Minnie, the leader, checked it nonchalantly, then stretched out her arms and swung away the nearby conveyor belts one by one. Chapter 308 Scholar Tom. I'm dead. Liu's chest sank, as if he was hit by an air bomb. His whole head detached from his body. And then, the weird puzzle piece turned into a puddle of meat. Ah hee hee hee. The two semi-finished tanks burst into laughter. And then, two sweet potato heads emerged from the hatch. Brother. The two little sweet potatoes stretched their arms together, grabbed Liu's head, flew towards him, and hugged each other fiercely. It was Lulu and Feifei. In fact, since Liu came to the studio, he had already seen the two little guys. Hearing that they wanted to give him a surprise, he cooperated and acted. Sure enough, the two little guys were very happy. Don't break things, Tong Piao muttered. His attitude towards the guardians on the left and right was even more humble than when he faced Liu directly. Lulu and Feifei pretended not to hear, and kept rubbing on Liu's skull, beeping out their thoughts and interesting things during this time. Okay. Liu waited for the two little guys to have almost finished playing, then put on weird jigsaw, comforted them to sit down, and continued to polish the material parts in the template. He can't tell you. He doesn't have any other needs? Feifei customized new materials and parts for the copper ladle, kept exchanging them from the Devil's Illustrated book, and threw them on the conveyor belt leading to the warehouse. Master. He's back. Liu closed his eyes and saluted Feifei. And tanks. It was a gift that Liu snatched from the auction at the Devil's Market. It was just gone and torn apart. Returning to the bloody corridor, Lulu Tom punched the opposite wall and smashed out a secret door, which was the elevator leading to the library. His wild thoughts are simply reality. Tong Lao shook his head repeatedly. Do you want to pretend to be the Eye of Deformation under you? How to pretend? He understands the body of dwarves? Feifei thought to himself that he knew that he came from such a world. You can understand what the future is like if you listen to it. Lulu and Tom pouted and shook their heads. It's broken. It's broken. I understand. Go and get it for him. Feifei wiped the magic mirror outside the weird puzzle piece with his tentacles. It's important to be patient. Magic cannons and magic motorcycles are rare things. That takes time. Add in his bones. Tentacles and iron, oh. Forging gods. You dare to imagine what kind of army that is, and what kind of giant god soldiers are. That makes sense. Sui Lan was stopped by Tong Lao's question. You mean? Those two creations, except for power, do not use any magic circuit regression structure at all, but are pure craftsmanship. Does he know what that means? Tong Lao's beard swayed wildly. If we also master new energy. They skipped class again? Sui Lan looked serious. Does it mean that one day, a human who is completely capable of magic and a brave man also manipulates these things in his mind? Feifei interjected. Of course. Although the 800 skeleton warriors were very weak, they were obviously not more lethal. But 3,000 copper ladles destroyed the magic locomotive and the magic cannon. Sui Lan was very aware that the tangled blood vessels connecting the eyeballs were not an extension of the brain and pituitary gland. Sui Lan's own aura had also undergone some changes, and his whole person exuded a trace of magic power. Obviously, he had not yet become a scholar. Tell him to pay. Yes. Tong Lao was stunned. Hey. He knows? Lulu and Feifei each complained about Tong Lao, which made the dwarf frown and his whole face wrinkled. Talk nonsense. Lulu and Tom screamed again. Even if it's just a tank, that kind of technology can't be applied to steam robots and clockwork warriors at all. If combined with the technology of electric towers and magic cannons, mini, brain and skeletons, you can't even fight in them. Brother, what are they talking about? Lulu and Tom asked curiously after listening for a long time. It needs to be done exactly the same, as long as the function cannot be realized. Feifei then sent a copy of the monitoring network he saw in the Colosseum to Tong Lao. They are talking nonsense. Tong Lao's face turned red. They are taking it apart. How do you know how humans do it? Do they know what step we haven't reached yet? We have discovered a new path. A new future. They are both semi-historical and semi-biographical. One is Journey to the Valley of Fire, and the other is Secrets of Solomon Island. Not yet. Of course Tom Lau would be polite to Fei-Fei, playing with his beard and thinking for a moment. Who? Tom Lau and Fei-Fei asked together. Talk nonsense. Lulu and Tom shouted. Brother wants his help. This was Fei-Fei's first meeting with Jessie. In the defense system built by the Fly Demon and the Beholder, there was nothing like a surveillance network, which was exactly what Tom Lau needed. With the eye of distortion, plus the brain-spirit pituitary gland, there should be no chance. Fei-Fei himself has tried to access this monitoring, and at most, he can confirm the connection between the brain-spirit pituitary gland and the eyeballs. Brother, we have an elevator. What a shame. Talk. Tom Lau shouted, pointing to the magic parts that were dismantled on the ground. Fei-Fei thought of the creations that had been used in the past, such as Big Noisy, killing sea butterflies, etc., and felt that until those technologies were digested, it was indeed impossible to use the wisdom of Copper Ladle to develop some new armors. Oh, what a coincidence. Does he still remember this? The cyber city that Fei-Fei first showed for Tom Lau didn't have all kinds of large and small screens. So he passed it to me again. It's done. It's research, Tom Lau argued. When the research breaks down, let alone the magic cannon and magic locomotive, you can even send them flying into the sky. I thought that Sui Lan hadn't developed his brain-spirit pituitary gland to that point yet. And he didn't look like a human yet, but like a monster staring in the air. What do you mean? Speaking of reading, Fei-Fei has also seen Liu like that I have a book in each hand. 2 eyes protruding from the eye sockets, connected to blood vessels and floating behind my face. Browsing 2 books respectively. The Guardians on the right, and left scolded the 8,000 copper ladles. Now you don't have a low-powered battery. And you don't have the manufacturing technology of a dwarf tank. I just need to dismantle 7 more magic motorcycles for you. Oh. Yes. 7. 8. If you don't have 8 tanks, you can't build a tank that relies on magic. What for? Do you have the materials to make that kind of mirror? He knows how to make it now. Tom Lau frowned. In the final analysis, the renovation project of the library is huge and small. Tanks are interest. The brain, pituitary gland and eyes are put together. You know that? Lulu and Sui Lan looked at each other for a moment. Before the transformation of the copper ladle. Except for the 18th library. All the books in the library were integrated into a small library for Liu's convenience. My brother asked me in my heart. Lulu and Sui Lan jumped up from Fei-Fei's shoulders and pointed at Liu, who was sitting behind the table. When Fei-Fei, Lulu, Sui Lan, and Tom Lau retreated into the small library, Sui Lan was reading. If you want to build something like that, do they think it's feasible? And the electric tower. But you know who understands. Lulu and Tom jumped up from Sui Lan's shoulders. In that case, they can directly see the progress of construction everywhere. If no enemies came before, it would be easier to observe. Fei-Fei and Beautibog are the only ones who have the authority to control the library. Is there any way for others to see it at any time? The condition of the library. Fei-Fei also showed the surveillance network of the Fly Demon and the Beholder in Lulu Tom's mind. Not yet. You need a small amount of time to study in the workshop. It is difficult to supervise the progress of various projects. For example, the bath center he just showed you. What? It needs to be adjusted all the time when it is built. And you will the clone. Tom Lau complained. But it's nice to sit in. Come with you, Lulu Tom said in unison, pulling Fei-Fei out of the elevator. Tong Piao snorted, and Sui Lan was racking his brains. Chapter 309, Pituitary Inlay Surgery. After questioning, Liu learned that Tom had arranged corresponding brain spirits and skeletons to train the minis every day based on their different personalities. The training content is diverse, including literature, mathematics, business, engineering, boxing and combat, etc. In addition to working, the minis also have classes every day, and they enjoy it. Only Lulu and Fei-Fei are not very interested and always go to Tom Lau's workshop every day. Of course, it was also because the 2 of them had outstanding swordsmanship and basic fighting, and fighting could not satisfy them. Master, I still need more books and more knowledge. Please include magic books and mysterious subjects in the requirements. Tom directly requested Liu on the spot. Liu scratched his head and felt that it was not impossible. So he approved the request on the list of requirements for the library. Anyway, There is a devil's market and a magic mirror. So trading shouldn't be any more difficult than a magic motorcycle magic cannon. What's more, this is a library. So there's nothing wrong with absorbing more knowledge. Stop talking nonsense. Brother, I want you to do something. Lulu and Feifei shouted again. And Liu turned the monitoring system discussed with Tong Piao into an idea and passed it to Tom's mind. Aberrant eye. Brain spirit pituitary gland. Tom silently evaluated for a moment. It should be feasible. Come on. Come on. There must be no spare pituitary gland. And if we want to be a relic like him, we can't consider it. Minnie will let us choose whatever he wants. You were like that back then. The demon's body is tougher than humans, and will break down if you rest. Fong Ren recalled everything he experienced in the beginning, as if he was in another world. The world Tom Lao perceived had undergone some changes, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Minnie quickly used a soul impact to knock Tom Lao unconscious. Fighting! Fighting! Minmin's thoughts were very exciting. Master? The message was passed from door to door. As for Lulu and Feifei, they thought about it for the first time. Although the collection of good intentions in the hunting country camp is small, it is better than nothing. And some scattered materials cannot be traded. Talking about the material inventory in the library, Nianli took out a few tightly remembered notebooks and showed Minnie the income and expenditure in the recent period. Ah! Lulu jumped a little, while Tom Lao turned his face. Doubtful. From Tom's imagination, Liu saw countless distorted eyes hidden in the soil of the library. Monitoring the big and small things in the library, every eye is a monitor. And at the same time, every eye is also a monitor. It's a spherical screen. Use a scalpel to cut open the forebrain of the copper ladle. Use Liu to open the skin and flesh. And use the egg particles to absorb the remaining blood. Hannibal did as he was told, applying self-healing while suturing the blood vessels and nerves, and slowly completed the copper ladle. Pituitary inlay surgery. Fong Ren only saw the astronomical costs bearing down on him. It is now. Fong Ren shook his head, talking about the battle situation of the expeditionary force. Minnie found that his telekinesis was completely concerned about the survival of the holy city Sindalami, and he was also concerned about the situation of the Taz Empire. But he did not care about the movements of the snow country. Nianli also respectfully sent Fong Ren out of the small library. That level of embedding is enough to meet your requirements. But if you want to use Liu like you do, it will require long-term cerebellar exercise and less pituitary gland embedding. This requires the master to provide enough distortion eyes and brain spirit pituitary gland. Telepathy took the object from the air, and took a few books from the bookshelf in the small library that were not related to the use of the brain spirit pituitary gland. And the dwarves. Tom and Minnie's monster structure books. We need to experiment on the spot. It's men. General men. Once the library is attacked, Minnie himself cannot focus on defending against the enemy. The electric tower and the eye of distortion are left to his helpers to build a very three-dimensional defense system. It's Minnie who really thinks of herself as a doctor. But there is no self-healing weak enhancement anyway, and the risk is not adequately protected. It was Minnie who enjoyed it. Flying sword. Flying sword. Flying sword. What happened? The surveillance system created with the eye of distortion cannot only be used for observation, nor can it even directly allow monsters connected to the network to activate the petrifying light. This doubtfully weakens the defense of the library, and frees up a small amount of Minnie's brain power. Load. Minnie took a closer look and saw that it was the 800 skeleton warriors from the library who were chasing him. Fong Ren suddenly thought that the dwarfs and Tommies embedded with the brain spirit pituitary gland would be able to suddenly master the complex method of retrieving objects from across the air. Just like telekinesis? You escaped? He opened the secret door to the workshop, stepped back in, and then got back in front of the skeleton team, throwing us away. It's broken. When we wake up, he will cooperate with Tom Lao to build a monitoring system. Then it's up to them. Fong Ren watched as his good intentions gradually bottomed out, and he knew it was time to leave. Tom Lao was very excited. A more difficult problem to deal with. Not all demons who want observation rights need to be embedded with the brain spirit pituitary gland. Telepathy looked at Tom Minnie, and then at the copper dwarf. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the secret door was kicked open, and a group of skeletons holding knives filed out of it, and rushed towards the door on the wall. Pretend? The dwarf and Tom Minnie said in unison. Slow down. Tong Piao and Lulu Feifei also thought about that problem, and they were looking forward to embedding the brain spirit pituitary gland. You help them pretend. There is a problem. Minnie took out a scalpel from the weird puzzle piece. A clean scalpel. Do you think we need to add corresponding mental training? Nianli asked Minnie. After pushing the door open, Minnie took the elevator back to the bloody corridor. When he was about to leave the living room and leave the library, he suddenly saw another one suddenly open, and a brain spirit came out. Fong Ren could hear some scattered knowledge from my voice that was completely related to the battle situation of the expeditionary force. He knew that I really had a sense of immersion in that war. He only cared about whether the collection of books in this small library was small enough. The existence of the library is stable enough. Bite your dwarf ass. Inlaid with bad brain spirit pituitary gland. It used to be too convenient to do work. It can only build a monitoring system. And it can even improve the upgrade efficiency of the library. Minnie suddenly didn't regret it, and actually thought about it. It seemed that he was busy opening it. Bad? What comes next is not the connection network of a small amount of distorted eyes, and the brain spirit and pituitary gland. Nianli continued to make demands without emotion. Pushed open a bookshelf. And revealed a conveyor belt leading to the warehouse. Before Minnan rushed out, he hit his head against the wall of the bloody corridor. And then collapsed into a ball. Looking very tired. They really want to try. There's no guarantee of safety. Nianli pointed to his head. Generally speaking, although the consumption is very small, Fong Ren's supply can barely keep up with the first development. And without some major designs of copper ladles to help save costs, the financial situation is still relatively good. First, he dissected the copper dwarf and Tom Minnie several times outside the Devil's Illustrated book. Minnie compared the books brought up by telekinesis, familiarized himself with the internal structure and brain nerves of the two monsters, and finally prepared to take action. It's a lot more complicated than cutting out the fly tumor from outside the hero's body. He is from Snow Country? After making Lulu and Fei Fei faint again, Dashin carefully inserted themselves into the front of the pituitary gland. Minnie rested for a while and felt less tired. While exchanging the brain spirit pituitary gland and the eye of distortion, Minnie chatted casually with the mind. Minnie saw two looming shadows next to each other at the end of the bloody corridor. Immediately afterwards, we were surrounded by flames that suddenly surged in the air. Just smaller. It is not even possible to develop some creations that cannot be controlled by Liu, creations that belong exclusively to the library. Why are the 800 skeleton warriors chasing Min? Are they rebelling? Chapter 310. Shattered to pieces for you. What? Bitterberg? Liu instantly recognized the identities of the two brains. The two of them were stunned, and the skeletons rushed out of the sea of fire, throwing their knife handles and knocking Huohuo down. Bitterberg disappeared. Come back. Liu gave the order, and Bitterberg reappeared, huddled behind Huohuo. Immediately afterwards, Galaric rushed out of the secret door and stopped the charging skeleton warriors. What are you doing? Liu called everyone to sit close. Training. Galaric replied respectfully. It turns out that Huohuo has completed the perception of flames and has adopted it as a sensor. Like Min and Bitterberg, they have all advanced to the second stage of brain spirit. Galaric also needed to train 300 skeleton warriors in the library. So he simply asked Min, Huohuo and Bitterberg to team up to practice street fighting in the library. If the minis and other brains weren't in class, they might have joined in the battle, and after the training, Galaric would take all the participants to review the battle, and then go to Pigeon's kitchen together. Eat a big meal. Doctor? Is he going to take a look? A big head came out of the tent and greeted Liu. Liu sat under the throne in the living room of the bone room, watching Minnie busily unloading materials into the warehouse and workshop. It was as if he was sitting outside a heart, constantly supplying blood to the library. Electric tower. Eye of distortion. 800 warriors, plus the killing sea butterfly, gill net and other creations. Liu took a look at the defense capabilities of the library, and brought them to the level 8 knight's combat power that broke out at that time. Jesse, I feel that I am too weak to let you bury your bones here, so I feel more at ease. Keep that desire. It is your strongest shield now. Liu patted Lyric on the shoulder. When the green hour comes, the library is filled with magic again. Obviously. The newsboy backed away and could only look at the portal from a distance. They continued to practice. Lyric waved his hand and drove the brain spirit and the skeletons back to the training room. I followed Liu out of the bloody corridor and came to the bone room living room. Reporting to the master. 17 brave people have been killed recently, and all of them died in the living room. The library has not been damaged in any way, and it has never affected the work progress or the daily life of the minis. Lyric asked. Dongjin reported on the recent situation. When will I come? Under the square. Troll stopped the operation. wiped the blood that had fallen under his face with a handkerchief, and asked the owner of the gigolo house next to him. There are not many children like that. They are either made into beggars and sent to small cities to beg, or trained into dancers to be used as cash cows, or trained into thieves to steal everywhere. It's broken. 80 magic stones. Dongjin completed the operation at hand and called it a day. They did a very bad job. Liu nodded. You will try to keep our curiosity about the Colosseum. After we break the Colosseum, you don't have time. This level 8 hunter who hopes to advance to the Hunting King is Hangalari. The special page of the newspaper reported the story of a doctor named Troll who practiced medicine outside the Demon King city to save people and slay demons. There was no obituary next to Troll's page, which belonged to Father Bash and my followers. Them. Liu was thinking about the problem of the 18th library, and thought that its silence was not the worst news. So he picked the former answer. The expeditionary force has not yet reached the holy city of Sindram. Judging from the reactions of all parties, the fall of Sindram should only be a matter of time. I will break my bones to pieces for you. Lyric made a knightly salute. Why don't you push back? Liu put away the stool and answered Harry. The 18th library. The battle of the expeditionary force. The knight with a broken leg who had just been cured shook his calf, stood up, and threw a bag of magic stones in front of him. They also rushed to guard the portal. There was something wrong with that brave man, so he used hard currency magic stones as a reward. It's still his time. Liu sensed Lyric's fighting spirit again and continued to comfort him. Liu saw that Minin, Hua, and Butibog all had a lot of muscles in their brain grooves, and they had double doors, so he knew that they had been practicing a lot these days. Under the square, all the warriors from the Hunting Kingdom looked happy and raised their voices to the sky, as if they had met a very happy event. The other warriors and businessmen were huddled in place, planning their trip to the Colosseum. The harvest has not failed to meet expectations. If we want to withdraw from the Demon King city now. Liu was naturally very pleased after hearing this. Dongjin almost suppressed his laughter, thinking that the rumors he had created would spread to the library. In addition to sparring, Bitterberg also has to cooperate with Tong Lao to transform the terrain of the library. To be honest, he hasn't had a break for a long time. The portal was crowded, and Liu slowed down the process of self-healing, preparing to complete the order before Hung Dongjinqing arrived. Liu could hear my inner desire to fight. Anytime. The owner of the Gigolo house held up a sign saying beautiful and cheap, and squeezed to the back row of the portal. Oh, how about Yaya? Liu still remembered the brain spirit, who was very interested in Moonlight. Liu took a closer look and saw that it was the big newsboy he met when he first came to the Colosseum. So that's how it is. Lyric was silent. Liu thought of Father Baishu, who was swallowed by the sea of excrement, and couldn't help but think about another possibility. If Baishu entered with his whole body, wouldn't the Holy Sea be able to summon humans to counterattack the Demon King city with all its strength? The Holy City has fallen. Lyric held the four-sided stick and touched the flying dagger on his waist, as if he wanted to join in the war that affected the entire continent. After wandering around for the next few days, Dongjin learned that the big newsboy was named Harry, and he was a street child adopted by Hunter Country. Lyric was not curious about those two things, but he didn't ask about them. At the same time, the portal in the Colosseum Square and the portals in the 8 dangerous areas resonated, and the light inside and outside flowed, connecting them to form a bridge. Brother Pai should have also researched a lot of dishes that can enhance the brain, spirit and physical fitness. What happened in the Colosseum? I recently heard that there is no treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum. Do you need to take action? Lyric asked with his head raised. A small number of small pillars have gone to join the expeditionary force. How dare you take the opportunity to do more? Strong and small. TCH. You already know that he is very powerful, and all the brave men present may be his opponents. Harry curled his lips and patted a stack of newspapers outside his bag. This was the latest incidents in the Demon King's castle. Be careful. A small number of brave men are gathering in the Colosseum now. Once there are less of them, chaos will definitely occur. Dongjin warned. Harry was one of the unlucky ones, and he was also smart. He worked outside the large chamber of commerce in the Hunting Kingdom, so he only came here to sell newspapers before the opening of the Demon King city to make some quick money. He's not done yet. He still needs time. Minmin still had the aura of a young general. There is no list of braves on the edge of the special issue, and Troll's name is also among them. Yes, they just need to train and build with peace of mind. Liu stared at the time hourglass in the living room. waiting for the green hour to set off. This is the daily life of the library. Lyric saluted and said goodbye. Master, can't you go and take a nap? Bitterberg's thoughts continued intermittently. They continued because you disrupted the retreat. Dongjin learned that everything in the library was broken. So he turned his back and prepared to leave. You understand. It's broken. Let them continue training. Although Liu hopes that hand-to-hand combat will really break out in the library in the future, he is also willing to let us prepare for the bad. Because the portal is completed. Hungori is coming. The top warrior of the Hunting Kingdom. That is the weakest warrior who has come to Demon King City now. Jesse of the Kingston family is only a 7th level knight. Chapter 311 The Only Prey. The Hero Directory integrates the brave heroes who have recently explored the Demon King City and gives a ranking based on their performance and reputation. I don't know if it was because of her family status, but the number 1 on the list was Jessie Kingston. The deeds column recorded that she first passed through the Colosseum and killed an army of fly demons in an egg sack. Liu thought about it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Ranked second is the mysterious demon hunter Van Helsing, who teams up with Jessie and shares some of her achievements. Next, there are a few names that Liu is familiar with: Rain Man, Sawyer, Hannibal. Apparently, the fanboy of the Lamont family has also performed well in recent days, taking the heads of several high-level demons. Level, together with Rain Man, resisted the counterattack from the cesspit inside the Black Gate. Apart from this, there are no other brave men on the list, which also confirms that the main scope of activities of the brave men is still concentrated around the Colosseum. The brave men in other areas showed no signs of survival. All the brave men here also believe that the 8th level Hunter Huntler, who will come out of the portal later, will definitely use his ferocious record to reach the top of the list. Mr. Hannibal, what is your path? How did you become so powerful? Harry found a wooden box and stood on it, asking cautiously, is this a secret that belongs to the brave man? Or are you no longer a newsboy, but a reporter? Do you want exclusive news? The interview with by men is a fierce battle. You have to keep a trump card. That doctor surgery is very miraculous. And he is the worst choice. The 7 people were silent. As the big episode began, Yuan Yu turned his attention to the crowd again, and saw a distortion in the space far away from the portal. You understand? But if we can solve the problem of the White Gate, then has troubled the Braves for a long time. The new styles of those years? It must be, Liu muttered. Like the hunters and thieves who are not here before Jessie Kingston. We all follow the same path as before. And we are constantly rising and falling. Marco has just used the staff of deception to deceive Harry and Liu in our minds. The contract has not been completed yet. Hunters and explorers. What path did Hannibal merge with? Yuan Yu asked, using his distorted eyes to see through the crowd. Mr. Troll, you are kidding me. Liu waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to. Liu said, threw a magic stone to Harry, took out a copy of the Demon King's castle from his bag, and turned it over. After inquiring about the key materials needed for Henry Hannibal's advancement, Marco tried to determine whether the only prey was the only existence in the world, or whether it must be a specific hunter for Henry Yuan Yu. Kill the object. Very slowly, the teleportation stone in Harry's hand was snatched away, and the crowd dispersed very slowly. Marco resisted the mischievous idea of using particles to interrupt the portal to cast spells, and finally saw the person walking outside the door. Although the function of the teleportation stone is not trivial, there are few stones and few roads. It is free or it is necessary. Anyway, there is a contract, and Yuan Yu cannot choose whether to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, a man rushed out of the tent next to the teleportation gate, holding hundreds of glowing gravels in his hand and whispering, "Teleportation stone! Teleportation stone!" In the middle of the square, the portal was dimming more and more, and there were only a few people outside. Oh, for Marco, there was no difference between walking to the 8th danger zone or teleporting there. It was necessary to squeeze out of here. Hearing Harry's low cry, a large part of the brave men surrounding the portal went to my side, and a small part were special brave men from non-hunting countries. Well, very few people know that Mr. Hannibal has combined the paths of a hunter and an explorer, and has withstood extraordinary tests. So he has gained even less power. This sighting? Are you suspicious of you? Harry was smiling, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and handed the teleportation stone to Marco obediently. He is indeed out there. Don't say you took care of him. It is a teleportation stone that you specially reserved for the weak. You cannot freely pass through the 8 danger zones and the square teleportation gate. What if he wants to? Yuan Yu wrote it down silently. Have you watched the next issue of What Happens in the Demon King City? Liu winked at Marco. What does he want? Marco looked at the teleportation stone that emitted phantom light with waning interest. Hee hee. Liu scratched my bird's nest head awkwardly. You are not a little bit surprised. Because we all say that you are also a brave man on the path of fusion. It's not that Hannibal is like the hunters he meets later. He just knows some complicated hunting-related skills. Yuan Yu hoped it was the former. But he was also convinced that the target of the hunt was not Beelzebub or Okabuki, the king of the Colosseum. Sure enough, under the small page in front of him, Marco found a report with a sensational title. Surprise! There is no huge treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum? The brave men are in action. Did you hear that I came that time to be promoted to the 9th level of Hunter King? Was there some ceremony I had to complete? You know the path of a hunter and explorer very well. So Mr. Hannibal, isn't the weakest brave man in their hunting country? The brave men in half the square gathered far away from the portal. Marco had nothing to do and continued to inquire. But like you, there's no Rain Man, Sawyer, or Van Helsing. Bad images don't have a clear path, Yuan Yu said in a tone of voice, quoting the rhetoric of many other brave men when discussing. Either they a pioneer of paths, or, like Mr. Hannibal, a fusion of other paths. You only know that the key material for Mr. Hannibal's promotion is a certain kind of only prey. The Demon King should also be regarded as the only prey. Right. This means that Mr. Hannibal will definitely go to the Demon King. Liu said there is still no hope at all. Hey, who knows? Anyway, if the Colosseum is breached by the Hunter Nation, this place will not be able to become a base camp for humans to counterattack the Demon King City, and the Hunter Nation's status in the small continent will not be improved. By then you might really want to be an apprentice or something. It's a bad thing anyway. As a human being, Liu certainly hopes that all the demons will die. Integration path? Marco was familiar with that term. Just as Marco was about to take out the magic stone, he was held down by Liu again. What are you doing here? Marco asked Liu. In his heart, Yuan Yu didn't have any complaints about the leader of the Light Kingdom. Perhaps it was difficult for someone with many years of experience to say whether there was justice in the Light Kingdom. You'd like to make an appointment with him. Harry winked. Well, okay. Marco reached out to take it. The big newsboy from hunting country is always better informed than Marco. Even very few mature heroes think that way. Mr. Hannibal's goal is to become a human kingdom, but to be the king of demons. Oh, it's a new business of the Chamber of Commerce. Without the teleportation stone, we can't follow Mr. Hannibal to the 8th dialogue area. We will miss the opening of the White Gate and the first exploration of the deepest part of the Colosseum. Yuan friends really understand. The rumor has not yet grown from the initial seedling into a giant beast that is constantly absorbing greed and continues to ferment. Marco looked from a distance and saw that the man didn't look familiar. He was the broker he met in the square. Harry. This is great, Marco said sincerely. That also reminded Marco that he couldn't just go back to the path of doctor or demon hunter to amuse the brave men. Marco briefly understood what Liu meant. To put it bluntly, it was not that Yuan Yu, Urin and Sawyer's fighting methods and skills were weird. They were within the category of conventional paths. By the way, if I succeed in being promoted, I can hunt down the Demon King and maybe we can put an end to the war. Right. Of course. Speaking of Yuan Yu, Liu was not proud. Broker Yuan Yu patted his sleeves. When he saw Marco nearby, his eyes lit up and he ran over furtively. He also knows how I retreated outside the hunting country's camp. Chapter 312 Huntler. Hunters are usually strong men. Otherwise, they would not become the backup disciples of Father Baishu. Huntler is no exception. Wearing an indigo robe, he lowered his head slightly, revealing his falcon-like eyes and 2 sharp mustaches. From a distance, he looked more like an aspiring barbarian noble than a hunter. The light faded away, and when the warriors of the hunting kingdom saw the arrival of their leader, they each chanted Huntler's name, forming a wave of voices in the square. The last time Liu heard such a loud roar in the Colosseum was during the Killing Cup finals. At that time, the expeditionary force had not yet set off. The pillars were in their respective positions, and humans were like insects in the Demon King's castle. Unexpectedly, in just over a month, the Black Gate of the Colosseum has almost become a human territory. The cheers did not stop Huntler. The 8th level hunter just raised his hand slightly, then reactivated the portal and immediately headed to the deep safety zone. Let's go! The brave men from the hunting kingdom and the brave men who got the teleportation stone shouted excitedly and disappeared into the phantom light together. Sawyer was also avoiding anything. When he walked towards Jirong, he also observed the hunting country camp. After saying that, Jirong walked to the teleportation gate, injected magic power into the teleportation stone with flowing phantom light, and headed to the 8th danger zone. Finally, Huntler opened the box. Mr. Huntler's time is very precious, Liu said calmly. I should have gone directly to the 8th danger zone. If I were there, the seal of the white gate would be opened very slowly. Where to hide? There will be more space inside. Comfortable. Compared with the next time when Baisu was still there, the hunting country camp had declined a lot. At this moment, there were also weak people gathered together, and everyone's face was filled with arrogance and domineering. When Jirong took a look, he was confused at first, and then suddenly realized that what was inside the box was actually a very strange thing. Standing, Suya suddenly winked at Liu. Is he going to hide? Of course. Sawyer looked back at Harry, saw the hideous wounds under my body, and helped me heal myself. While the 7 people were chatting, the relics outside the box were ready, and Huntler in the field finally spoke. Sawyer even sensed a few jackal tricksters in the crowd. Obviously, they hadn't been in the hunting country's camp for a long time, and they seemed to be familiar with everyone. It seems that the hunting country's top combat power needs to be re-estimated. Harry rubbed the insect bite under his arm and expected the white door to open again. What greeted Jirong was the cheers of the brave warriors of the Hunter Kingdom. But a dang knock on the door, coming from Rain Man, until it was less than 2 feet low, almost occupying the middle area of the 8th danger zone. Come back when you're done. You can help him heal his injuries. Jirong spread the scalpels on the ground and lined them up in a row. Ha ha ha. Are there many injuries? Jirong teased, not yet understanding Hannibal's desire to retire from medical practice. Sawyer was thinking that the place behind the white door was finally cleared. Huntler took the box and placed it at his feet, watching quietly as the white door continued to grow bugs and hurriedly healed. Before feeling heavy-headed for a while, Jirong fell into the innermost aperture of the portal in the 8th danger zone and squeezed into the crowd. Jirong said, looking at the teleportation stone in Suya's hand. Get out of the way. Hung Jirongji said to the rain man behind the white door. Hung Jirongji pulled it smoothly, and a piece of the white door connected to the arrow was cut out. Then I flicked my left hand and threw it to the front of the 8th danger zone. Did Liu answer Sawyer? The owner of the dancer's house walked back dejectedly carrying the beautiful and cheap board, knowing that with the arrival of Huntler, the brave men of the hunting country no longer needed any other encouragement. The voices of the brave men in the field told Sawyer what had just happened, and Jirong also had some new understanding of the fighting methods of level 8 hunters. I thought that once I reached level 8, I wouldn't even be able to play Rain Man again. Raymond didn't know whether he understood Sawyer's words, or was still enjoying the healing. In short, he gave up sprinting for the time being and stood next to Sawyer and Harry, breathing heavily. Does it hurt? Sawyer noticed that there was no insect bite wound under Harry's arm, and there was green pus coming out. Bad? Jirong twisted his shoulders. He's leaving now? Liu didn't expect Huntler to be so grand, but he didn't stay in the square at all. Worst of all, the brave men here are all powerful, and they destroyed Ijibuji's lair in one fell swoop. Even the broker Marco also went down with a large army, and there were only a few hundred people left in the square, except for the brave men from the hunting kingdom guarding the portal. Most of them were businessmen operating here. It's time to open the door. Harry rubbed the whip under his leg. I heard that that person is not the 8th level hunter Huntler. Our hunting country has no way to open the door. Raymond's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the fragment of the white door. As if possessed by an evil spirit, he chased after it obediently, ran to the fragment and smashed it, as if it was not all of the white door. Sawyer thought that this was indeed the case. Don't die. You give him an operation. These were the traces left in the calm battle during the next Colosseum counterattack. Jirong was shocked that Hunter was too weak compared to the thieves who came after him, and he could actually dig out the entity from under the white door with just one move. Hengirongji also moved forward step by step. When the box was fully unfolded, 7 stone slabs suddenly fell to the ground, revealing the relics inside and outside. When the bait failed, Rain Man stood up in confusion, looked at Huntler, and was about to rush towards the white door again, but was pulled back by Sawyer with a binding thread. At the same time, The 8th level hunter stretched out 7 fingers, and a shadow shot out from his fingertips, nailing it to the foot of the white door. Yeah. Depressed? Sawyer nodded. This is a phantom arrow with no substance. I first pulled out a bolt under the box, and then with Huntler's finger movements, the originally folded and chaotic mechanism under the box was unfolded, unlocked, and turned and expanded layer by layer. I guess you stole a lot of bad stuff. And you may have killed several unlucky people from hunting countries. Save your strength. Wait until I open the door, and he will rush back to Rain. Ji-Rong has not yet mastered the method of communication with Rain Man. That's just a complicated bait. If a trap is added, Rain Man will lose his skin at most. Oh, this will be a good place, and no one will be hurt. You have to get up quickly. Sawyer stood up. Hey! He's here. Come! Sit down. Harry greeted when he saw Sawyer landing. By the way, it also helps Rain Man heal himself and regain his strength. Ji-Rong paid attention to us, and waited to see Hong Ji-Rongji's performance. While the white door was healing, the piece of debris that Rain Man was beating also shrunk and expanded until it disappeared. Anyway, if there is anything to discuss, it will be impossible to bring it to Shangyu first. Huntler was in the middle of the field, facing the white door. Apart from the Rain Man, there was nothing else between the two. In front of Huntler, 2 warriors from the hunting country were carrying the box. And what's inside the box? Shouldn't be a relic used to break the seal of the White Gate. The 8th level hunter is an entity that needs arrows again, and can also bait, explode, tear and other effects. The Huntler villain is very skilled in baiting. The hunters I met after that were either just rough-skinned and thick-skinned, or they didn't know how to track and trap. Hey. Thank you, Mr. Hannibal. Liu nodded heavily and grinned. Rain Man seemed to be tired and kept knocking on the white door, knocking down a handful of dead bugs. I knocked a small hole in the door. Harry was also there, and did not take any action, but sat facing the white door. The far end of the body recharged its energy, put away the whip, and hugged its arms. Chapter 313: The Hunter and the Demon. It was a siege beast. It is not accurate to say that it is a siege beast, because it is a fusion of elephant shape, wheel shape and bell shape. Its eyes are lifeless, and there is no breath of life at all. It only has the desire for destruction that continues to spread in the safe zone. Bang! Some brave men from the hunting kingdom pinched off their fingers, and some brave men bit off their teeth. Apparently they were affected by the desire for destruction, and could not bear the side effects of this relic. Huntler held the bolt in his hand, and red mist began to rise from the stone surface of the box, temporarily dispelling the destructive desire that filled the hearts of the braves. However, this did not affect Liu's exploration of the relic. A half-sized wheel hangs from the siege beast's lower abdomen, ready to tear apart the black gate and the earth in front of it at any time. The elephant puller twitches slightly, and the magic power surges inside, constantly expanding and shrinking. And it is obviously loaded with ammunition. The bell-shaped siege beast is fused near its butt. Liu still remembered that the function of the wheel-shaped siege beast was related to time. In the current situation, it was undoubtedly an unlimited magazine. I-Fee war. Liu couldn't hear Huntler's voice clearly, and he didn't know the origin of this siege beast relic. He just didn't expect the brave men of the hunting kingdom to be so lucky to get such a twisted and useful relic. At this moment, Sawyer was so shaken that his head was dazed. His limbs were broken and propped on the ground, and his head was tilted, like a broken puppet. Good intention plus 744. The 7th round was completely based on Sawyer's perception. Although it shot into the open space, it did hit Hannibal's body. He's still alive? It's still wrong. He will be your first trophy when you come to Demon King City. Hannibal still had this neutral expression. No matter what other methods the other party is hiding, it is always relatively dangerous to escape from our sight. At most, we cannot avoid the random capture of thieves outside the hunting country camp. Suddenly, Hung Guan-Jun's face turned pale, and he stroked his 4-character mustache with a smile. Which mouse hole are you going to go back to? Now that you're here, why don't you meet me? Guan-Jun just took a step forward and found that the part of his body that had just been nailed by the shadow arrow seemed to be pulled by something, making him unable to move. Yes. What a disgusting guy. Hannibal pretended to be disgusted when he saw Troll's internal organs, and I threw half of the weird puzzle piece on the ground like garbage. Before the bones seemed cracked, a small number of eyeballs and blue-purple tentacles fell from it, connected with each other like a deformed cloud, floating around the new skull. Sawyer knew it was time to run away. Ha! Use demons to kill demons. Guan Jun put away his whip. Rain is coming. Rain Man also tightened his grip on the baton in his hand. But when the lightning dissipated, the place was empty, and Hannibal himself stood 8 meters away, unscathed, after another round of explosions. The monster puzzle has not yet completely transformed into a human form. The destructive force brought by the low explosion blasted the low-density bones and octopus tentacles together, and even exceeded the lower limit of what the tentacles can absorb in an instant. Dead? What kind of foreign demon is that? Liu held the whip tightly, and almost got up and whipped it. Only, where go? At the same time, the body moves upward. Crack! Sawyer's face, chest, hips, legs, the entire back half of his body was torn apart and pulled away in the direction of Hannibal. Sawyer's monster puzzle fell into pieces before a round of bombardment, and he even had time to use his octopus tentacles to absorb the lethal blast force. When it was about to drill into the ground, the soil layer that was supposed to be as soft as water seemed to turn into an iron plate, which only blocked the way for Guan Jun's body to sink. Instead, it emitted poisonous gas, flames and blade-like airflow, all of which fell to the ground, under Sawyer's skull. Seeing Troll's body, Liu, who was beside Sawyer, tightened his grip on the whip, but did not take a step back. However, Rainman reacted very quickly, and directly hit Troll's upper body with the baton in his hand. The heroes were excited. He is joking. Will you be petrified by him? He has somewhere to escape. Hannibal raised his hand, and countless grid-like traps appeared on the walls and ground of the 8th danger zone, covering the entire space. However, Liu suspected that based on the size of the space and target, this siege beast relic could not determine its size independently. All the methods used by level 8 hunters have undergone qualitative changes. Even the most powerful arrows have the power to capture. They are only tangible and extremely difficult to resist, like stepping on a landmine. Sawyer's skull was blown low. That includes Sawyer. In the center of the danger zone, Hannibal tightened his fingers, pulled the bloody hole of the weird puzzle piece, and pulled Sawyer over. However, when the siege beast relic was completed, Hannibal did not slow down the control, but quickly took out the eye drops from his arms and started dripping them. The target of my attack was the shadow arrow next to Guan Jun's. Before a series of explosions, these dozen brave men were blown beyond recognition and died suddenly underground. Of course, Hannibal noticed the moving skull, opened his palm, and phantom arrows appeared around Troll again. Of course, the eyes are all deformed eyes, they are all staring at Guan Jun's in the field, dancing with the blue-purple tentacles. And then, there is not a volley of petrifying light. It was Guan Jun who sensed that the baton's force field left a human-shaped hole. Immediately afterwards, Hannibal closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Demon! That time, Hannibal directly grabbed Guan Jun's skull. If the demons had a way to fuse the siege beasts, the balance of war would probably tilt even more towards the demons. The broken wolf tail, the flying wolf fangs, the ferocious giant head, it was this group of jackal liars who had sneaked into the brave camp early. Rain Man is helping. Guan Jun suddenly raised his hand, and dozens of phantom arrows appeared out of thin air, instantly shooting into the bodies of more than a dozen brave men in the field. Sawyer's skull had just escaped to the calf where the bone sword was. Hannibal first looked at the white door, nodded slightly, and then looked around the field. The explosion sounded again, and the airwaves caused Liu and Yurin beside Troll to fly away. Ah? Him? Liu lost his voice. Raymond also looked over, and the brave men who had retreated looked over. His head is stuck outside his crotch. I'm afraid that he's so disgusting, and you'll eat him again. Hannibal wanted to say something else, but the electrocution paralysis and petrification took effect at the same time. My movements suddenly became hurried, and my face was also coated with a layer of stone color, and I was about to become a stone statue together with my clothes. Oh! It's angry! Guan Jun waved his hand, and the first layer of skull fragments fell to the ground. Hey! There is death! Hannibal's eyes retreated and locked on Guan Jun. It's a devil's relic. Maybe it's something used to open the seal of the White Gate. Suya explained to Liu briefly to prevent me from messing up the hunting country's trivial matters. And Sawyer was completely aware of what was binding him, and even cut it off with the fangs of the devil wolf. It's the bait. Just like what he did to Rain Man just now. Guan Jun lured the attacks of the distorted eye and the octopus tentacle to the open space. In the flash of lightning, Sawyer had no time to stand firm. The self-healing bones on his head were mixed with iron, rapidly increasing in density. And at the same time, he swung his hair like octopus tentacles, grabbing the ground and drilling upward. The phantom arrow was delayed by Rain Man's baton and exploded around Troll. The monster puzzle was torn into two halves by the double force of arrows and binding wires. Troll's skeleton, the octopus tentacles stuffed inside and outside, and the fangs of the demon wolf were fully displayed in front of the Braves. The devils, the identity is clear at a glance. The petrified light mixed with blue-purple lightning crackled and washed the center of the danger zone. Suya covered 8 layers of the skull, but Hung Guan Jun's only destroyed the first layer. A bit small though. The way the phantom arrow appears is as strange as a Bada's spear throwing. Both without warning. Before he finished speaking, another round of petrifying light and purple lighting shot out. Sawyer sensed that his eyes and hands did not act according to his perception as soon as he launched the attack. So he immediately made up for the 7th round. Of course, Sawyer would let Hannibal grab his body, and his skull would immediately split into dozens of pieces and disintegrate on its own. Sawyer had no choice but to release the binding wire and drive the nails into the ceiling and floor to resist the pull of Hannibal. Although it's a little disgusting, Hannibal muttered and closed his fingers again. The history of humans using demonic relics is not long enough. Even if Liu is an old-school brave man, it is difficult to complain about this. Chapter 314, Patience. Liu didn't know how Huntler neutralized the injuries caused by the petrifying light and purple electricity. Nor did he know when he built a set of traps in the entire area. Sensing the small interactions between the warriors of the hunting kingdom, Liu knew that the longer it was delayed, the worse it would be. If he didn't leave, it would be too late. Everything happened very quickly just now. Huntler suddenly took action and did not cooperate with other Braves. So the synergy effect of the Braves has not been fully exerted. Fortunately, Rain Man blocked it for him. Otherwise even the 3-layered skull might not have been able to withstand the explosion caused by the shadow arrow's direct hit. As a result, Liu stopped exerting his energy. With a thought, the sea of bones appeared, instantly filling the space with a radius of 5 meters, and continued to expand. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Huntler also didn't expect that such a demon pretending to be a human could actually have so many tricks up his sleeve. He looked at the bone spurs, eyes and tentacles that appeared like springs, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes again, looking for Liu's location. Young men, let's take action, Huntler shouted, instructing the warriors of the hunting kingdom to take action together. So under the protection of the knights, the thieves' attack range almost covered the entire space of the safe zone, and the turbulent sea of bones was repeatedly hollowed out and filled up. Some of the attacks even landed next to Run, allowing him to help Liu break out flawlessly. And you, before you advance to level 9, you will be stabbed in the eyes by things outside the Demon King's city. Henry Hannibal swallowed a few medicinal herbs, trying to relieve the accumulated injuries on his body. Sawyer was helpless, but he knew what to do. First, I still have the ability to understand Hannibal, so it is too safe to do it now. 7. I have been busy for so long, with the purpose of using the strength of the Braves to break through the Colosseum. How can I really fight with us now? He will die and you will live. It's broken. They'll screw it for you. You still have to look for it. Hung Pei Lixing called a hunter and handed the root of the bolt to my hand. He wiped his eyes and shed tears of blood again. Buzzed the bell on the siege beasts but rang. Its flesh and blood turned over, and the flesh and blood bombs and wheels under the door were sucked back. It completed loading and prepared for the last retreat. Oh! Underground City. Want to play hide and seek with you? Able to dash through the underground city and earthworms at dusk. Liu's earth escape ability is beyond the reach of the brave men. The brave men of the hunting kingdom raised their hands, salivating at the white gate and the treasure in front of it, as if they saw Hannibal becoming the hunting king. This, do you want to pursue it? When Sawyer heard this, he stood behind Rain Man. The power of the siege beast is much less than that of Rain Man and the 22 believers of Baishu. At this moment, we finally see the hope of breaking through, and we seem to see the treasure in the deepest part of the Colosseum. Hee. I'm not reluctant at all. Henry Hannibal closed his eyes, and then pulled away. His eyes grew outside the sockets again, but his whole body was a little pale. Trell is a doctor, the brave men of the hunting kingdom answered Dashin. It's necessary. It can run far away. Hannibal wiped his 4-character mustache and put away the attention card close to his body. Good or bad? Give it some time and let it take you to its lair. Hunt the Colosseum first. Because you see, Hannibal shed tears of blood and faced the direction of the white door. There is indeed no only prey you need in front of you. It's very close. That's... Hannibal felt dizzy. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Paley changed 8 skulls in a row, and fled to the corridor of confusion without turning around, for fear of being caught by Hannibal again. Hearing the normal noise from Hannibal's side, the hunter turning the bolt was startled, and turned to look at his leader. Wounded prey must return to its nest. That's their stupid instinct. Hurriedly turning the card back, Hung Pei Li Xing regained her strength. Pei Lixing and Jigsaw did die, but Li Yu escaped. Fortunately, it's still a useless waste. At most, the teleportation gate is broken. In the end, Xiangba was the first to withstand the torque caused by the bolt, raised it low, and fired at the white door. The flesh and blood bomb dented the white door, and the scattered blood was extremely corrosive, arousing the harsh screams of insects. Where is the one who escaped just now? Hannibal searched for traces of Liu. He escaped or escaped. It seems that he is the prey you marked. The bad thing is that the rumor created by the stick of deception is still there. I hope Ligua will be worthy of his sincere sacrifice. Boom. Who is that demon? Do they know each other? Hung Pei Lixing asked about Liu's origins, before almost removing the 8 layers of Liu's skull and breaking the weird puzzle piece. The thieves' attack also ended chaotically, changed direction, and fell under a figure. Next, Hannibal finally grasped the bolt again, inserted it hard into the elephant leg of the siege beast, and then passed it through the wheel-shaped axis of the upper abdomen and out from the other side of the elephant leg. Forget it. I'm being vague with Qiangji. I'll be sent to explore the road later. Hannibal waved his hand and put out a new bait to attract Rainman to blow the air. The sound of the siege beast's spine closing also temporarily stopped. It's better to live as far away from the Colosseum as possible. After all, the siege beasts have been set up here. It's obvious what will happen next. The white gate was finally completely destroyed by the siege beast, coupled with the fact that the weird puzzle piece was smashed. Liu seemed to have been peeled off a layer of his skin. Now he has a lot more fun. Stop looking for it. It escaped. Hannibal waved his hand to stop the hunting warriors from searching for Troll. Of course, Liu will still look for opportunities to take back the attention card. I am not anxious about this. Anyway, this is a card that can be hidden or hidden. What are you looking at? Keep working. Henry Hannibal wiped the blood from his face. When he reaches level 8, he will also be able to master the patience skill. The face of this card was turned over, and a worm sleeping in the universe was stared at by countless eyes. It was attention. Rain. Rain Man said in 7 words, holding the baton and rushing towards Hannibal. It was also before the card turned back that the brave men present regained control of their gazes to confirm what had just happened and to know whether Troll was not really dead yet. The entire body of the siege beast seemed to be tightened and shrunk by bolts. At the same time, the siege beast was inserted into the ground, squirming and expanding to absorb the flesh and blood left here. The wheel hanging on the upper abdomen shrank inward, and the ridged bones in front of its back were also connected. Button up. This is the front half of Troll's body. Found it. Library. Library. Hannibal muttered to himself. It shouldn't be Bitterberg. He's actually the only prey. Blood and tears fell. Hannibal located Liu's position again from the vast sea of bones. Where is the entrusted one? Hung Pei Lixing, who regained her eagle vision, looked down, up, right, and left, her eyes looking far away, as if through the obstruction of the soil. Heal your ass. Doctor? Hung Pei Lixing smiled. They are really useless. Being played by the devils. Hannibal continued to search for prey. And when I cast my gaze in the direction between the thrones, suddenly a pair of eyes exploded, and my face was stained with blood. Haha. I'll play with him later. I stared blankly at Chizhou, blinking repeatedly to get rid of the horrible feeling of being noticed, accompanied by the buzzing scream of the siege beast. Hannibal finished turning the bolt. Boom! The ground in the viewing area shook. Liu's body took advantage of the short attention gap to play the rebellion card on the ground in the danger zone, cracking the layers of traps below, and finally got into the ground as he wished. Then the wheels on the upper abdomen of the siege beast also plowed a trench, and it hit the door, causing a quiet tremor in the entire danger zone. In particular, the monster puzzle is the punishment that Shadow received in the Blood River simulation battle, and it is also the gift that Shadow gave to Pei Li. The brave men of the hunting kingdom shouted softly when they saw this. The attention card is a demonic relic given by the Demon King's mentor, although Liu uses it a lot and has to suppress it to turn around on its own. It is still a useful tool for collecting good intentions. It had been a long time since Liu used the card given by Minto. He was not very skilled at it, but he still had to use it. At that moment, all the brave men in the danger zone put on their specially made smooth glasses and stepped back to the deepest part of the Colosseum. With his skin completely open, the weirdo Jigsaw held the teleportation stone in one hand, pressed a card firmly to his heart with the other hand, and rushed towards the teleportation gate in the 8th viewing area. The hero's eyes focused on Rain Man. When the sea of bones spread, it also triggered various traps on the walls and on the ground. They exploded. Poisonous gas and flame shot out, and the third safety area was in chaos. Under the surface, although the monster Jigsaw moved quickly, the skin, bones and body parts were all cut off. When the attention card was pulled into the hands of Hung Pei Li Xing, the monster Jigsaw fell to the ground and shrank into a useful piece of waste meat. The loss is small. Just now, why did he help it? The 8th level hunter was indeed a bad person to provoke. When there were too few brave men, the staff of deception was not very effective. Liu learned a lesson, and he did not feel sorry for the cost of that lesson. Comparing those two things, the sea of bones released during the first escape was nothing. It's dangerous. But that time, Hannibal's eyes were moved away involuntarily. After this, you want to ask him. Hung Pei Li Xing pointed at Rain Man. Chapter 315 Leatherworking. In order to prevent Huntler from chasing after him, Liu wandered around the dungeon for a long time and changed his head 3 times. When no scattered malice appeared, he slowly turned back towards the library. It was also because after escaping from the Colosseum, Liu still received about 700 malicious reminders repeatedly, thus determining that Huntler should have tracked him in some way. Little Noisy got 99.99 from the Forbidden Forest. More than 700 times of malice, obviously all provided by Huntler. This battle is far from over. However, Liu was not worried, but rather relieved. Since the malice suddenly disappeared, it meant that Huntler's attention had shifted elsewhere, combined with everything he had just seen in the safe zone. It was obvious that a hunting country's war against the Colosseum had already begun. This is enough. As for who wins and who loses, it doesn't matter. Liu even hopes that after a while, he will receive more than 700 malicious messages again, for that would prove the demise of Beelzebub and the heavy damage to the Colosseum. All the hard work during this period will be worth it. Several people looked at each other for a moment. Their expressions were not noisy. That's your honor. Huang Yin is using the experimental utensils that the copper ladle helped me build to create some magic potions to assist in controlling the brain spirit and pituitary gland. Huang Yin is trying to assemble a new human skin by mixing iron with binding wire. The reason for doing that was because she didn't rely on the human form, but because Huang Yin had solved the weird puzzle and knew how to deal with Ying. On a whim, Tom wanted to make a Blue Star version of himself based on the memories of later generations. The weird puzzle piece is the one that Ying received from Minto before the Blood River Simulation War. And it was also a gift to Huang Yin. Each pituitary gland has a large section of blood vessels left inside, allowing the brain spirit to access it at any time. You have grown brains too. Lulu and Feifei pointed to their front heads. Thank you, brother. When will you give them to your brothers and sisters too? The bad thing was that Tom had something to do and had plenty of time. He studied the skin while waiting for the results, and finally succeeded in stitching the texture of human skin before making a mountain of waste materials that almost filled the channel. Liu was well prepared. The only trouble was that he was not in the Colosseum and could not get the news about who won and who lost immediately. Tom was surprised by the construction efficiency of the monsters in the library, and felt that they were not too slow. Ha ha ha. Tom smiled, feeling that he was imitating it badly. Brother, he is right. But in the process of trying, Huang Yin found that it was still quite difficult. About a dozen brain spirits shared the vision of the distorted eye through the pituitary gland, and uniformly transferred the scene to Tong Lao's workshop. Tom has seen similar abilities in the books in the library. He guessed that it should be a new discovery of the hunter path in recent years. Suddenly he felt that maybe there was no need to find someone to study the development of the brave, so that he would know it when he encountered us in the past. Too passive. Tom spread out one palm, and the iron wires poured out from the palm of his hand downwards, then spread out and pierced into the ground, creating a birdcage as big as a stone room. Tom chuckled and wiped his face, trying to be a respectable person, and even if the hunting country is completely wiped out. After seeing Huntler's methods, Liu believes that Beelzebub will not be unscathed. When the time comes, Van Helsing can go out again to make up for the gambling devil's treasure. The monitoring system of the library version has not yet been formed, and people with brain spirits or pituitary glands embedded in the brain spirits cannot access it at any time or go to the workroom to observe. If you want to pretend, just go find Huang Yin. Anyway, the materials, hopefully Phintius, and the Forbidden Forest continue to hate skeletons. What is the ability? The materials are all gone. Liu pulled back his sleeves and said, "We've lost a lot in the process of making the monitoring system. I hope to get your feedback." Thinking of Liu, Tom couldn't wait to go back to the library to take a look at the latest monitoring system. How was the construction going? But I still resisted the thought and sat there obediently, carrying out my new experiment. Mameko thought about the proportion of iron quality and binding wire under the same material. After Huntler's baptism, Huang Yin used materials other than the Devil's Illustrated book to create an upgraded version of the weird puzzle. What's more, human skin is a necessary prop to disguise a human being, although Tom in his eyes has not used it yet. There is nothing wrong with mastering one less skill. "Brother!" Seeing Tom retreating from the door, two big guys jumped up from under the bookshelf. Just as they were thinking, Lulu and Feifei ran to Huang Yin, and suddenly their faces fell. Before Huang Yin left, Liu and Tong Piao optimized the monitoring system and added nailing as a transfer station for the images, saving a lot of costs. In later comics, a pirate was seen using thread to make a clone. Tom felt that since there was no binding thread, no iron, and no photon pigment outside his sensing object, he had reason to do it. Bad. Tom's answer was weak. Only in this way. In addition to mastering the ratio of the binding thread and iron quality used to sew human skin, Tom also used the 7 to fuse the 7 to create a stronger iron thread. Tom thought, huddled at the base of a secret wall in the underground city. Recalling the battle with Huntler just now, the 8th level hunter was completely different from the brave man he met after that, and his strength had undergone a qualitative change. There was an error in the self-check of the mind package. Tom tore open his scalp, and the body came out from the head, and created Van Helsing and Granite, plus Rain Man, Liu, Sawyer and Harry. The scene became quiet for a while. Phew? Huang Yin noticed that after Minnie landed, she paused in the air for a moment. Tom had foreseen that, and estimated that the situation would get worse when the library was renovated. However, if he made a big noise in the past and went out again, he might have to bring the abominable card with him. Parasite thread. Tom inserted the binding thread into the brains of Hannibal, Van Helsing and Granite beside him. We all laughed, and then thought slowly. Tom controlled the particles of his balls to rotate around him, recreating the scene in his mind when the petrifying light hit him. The library's thoughts have changed again. So Tom tried hard. First of all, the binding line must be thin enough, so that the leather will be delicate enough when sewn together, making it look like a rag doll. Secondly, the distribution of photon pigments must also be very particular, so that the texture of the clothes will be natural and non-layered. What you did was wrong. Tom retreated into the small library and still praised Huang Yin, especially the former. Huntler was indeed petrified at the end. Tom was 100% sure. Then, Huang Yin put away all the damaged leather bags and hurried back to the library eagerly, but without using any magic potions. I resolved the petrification on my own, and my actions were completely normal. There is no perfect candidate outside the library of good and bad, willing to absorb any knowledge. They can fly? Tom was stunned. In Tom's sense of touch, the bad image skipped a few steps. Hey, birdcage. But I found that no matter what, I wanted to show off my face. The pieces stored in the Devil's Manual come and go very slowly, and recently they have been basically used up. Wearing the skin of a man with a face, Tom checked each one by one, and found that the hardness of each skin surpassed that of a weirdo puzzle piece, and the toughness was not inferior at all. After putting on the new human skin and stuffing it with various forms of octopus tentacles, Tom finally became Hannibal's appearance again before fine-tuning. I had no choice but to tell the little noisy guys to collect more information about the Colosseum. Lulu and Feifei were sitting under the bookshelf next to Liu, drooling over the red and purple potions. The moment Tom left the door, he discovered the distorted eyes and brain spirit pituitary gland intricately distributed in the soil, being able to suddenly cast phantom arrows with various effects in the air, and set up bad traps instantly. In addition to these, Huang Yingguan was unscathed before being petrified by light and electric shock. These abilities gave Tom no headache. Chapter 316, Sir, my lord. There's something wrong with your body. Lulu and Feifei circled clockwise around Liu. Apparently, after obtaining the brain-spirit pituitary gland, Lulu Feifei's perception has also improved, and she realizes that the weird puzzle piece has been replaced by a binding thread. Well, we encountered a little trouble. It's okay. Liu touched their heads. Don't tell Ying. Brother. Are you injured? Lulu Feifei actually only cared about this. It's okay. But he has become stronger, Liu said, throwing out Van Helsing and Grandet, and played with Lulu Feifei, letting them beat them with flying swords. Liu himself walked next to Tom. Let me ask you something. Do you understand the path of a brave hunter? Liu had not learned this part of knowledge in the brave learning class, and the blessing of learning had long passed. He could only hope that Tom, the scholar, would dabble in it. This is exactly what I want to report to you. The knowledge in the library is a bit out of date and needs to be updated. Tom had already asked the brain spirits to compile a catalog of the library, which happened to be given to Liu to look at now. There are no books in the collection after 259 Kylie. Even the distribution of powers in the contemporary Holy See is very old and does not have much reference value. You want to try something new? Is he willing? As he said that, Tom transmitted a picture to Liu's cerebellum. Well, what's relatively slow at the moment is the information related to the brave. Wait! Tom put his hand down again. There are no trading offices in the underground city. You need to worry about those. Liu's autonomy is very weak. And Tom Piao, as a former independent merchant, also knows some hidden markets in the Demon King city, and has already informed you sure. It still takes time to contact. It's a pity that Butebog was not a big pillar, and did not participate in the war meeting. So Liu missed the opportunity to make demands. Once you succeed, you can use the transparent binding to play mischief with the heroes. It would be even more cost-effective if a weak player like Huntler could be turned into a puppet. When he had just developed the idea of using binding threads to make leather, Tom had not given up on that idea. He was just struggling with a lack of brains around him. Unfortunately, there was no Liu around, so he couldn't try it. Hunting country? Liu raised his head and asked. Sure was stunned. The devil bites your ass. Can't bear it even if he's petrified? Tom murmured. How can I kill you? Oh, you know all that. Sure crossed his fingers. There are not many weak people. We don't have any extraordinary abilities. And we don't deserve any kind of loyalty. You know all that. But you can't control your movements. They are very weak. Liu twisted up from the ground and assessed calmly. Tom also learned the reason why Hung Sherlan was able to depetrify himself during his conversation with Liu. Sir, my lord. Sure saluted with his head raised, and then talked about everything that Lightwood didn't know. How did he know? Obviously, as a newspaper run by the Hunting Kingdom's Chamber of Commerce, inside the Demon King City. In addition to reporting on minor and major events in the Demon King City, it also undertakes some publicity work. The former slave scholar seemed to have not yet become the housekeeper of the library. Before he was promoted to scholar, his whole temperament had become gentle and very reliable. Liu blinked his left eye, inserted his right hand into his mouth, bent his ankle sideways, and fell directly to the ground. Outside the screen, Shure's pituitary gland released several binding threads and connected to Liu's cerebellum. Like looking at a tagged prey. Shurshin said it was just an encounter, and he hadn't even touched it a few times. Tell you later. Tom raised his hand. Lulu Feifei on the side saw Xiao Lu, and threw Van Helsing and Grandet. She turned around and was about to fight with Liu. But Tom used a birdcage to separate them. The Huntler was the most suitable for that hunt for the Colosseum. So he became the first level 8 brave man to come to the Demon King City. There is no difference from Tom's impression. Although the leader of the hunting country is Huntler, a level 8 hunter, I am not the only level 8 in the organization. Oh! We should make some demands to the expeditionary force. Liu then remembered that plundering was the meaning of the expeditionary force's existence. Well, our leader's name is Huntler. Although he was led to the deepest part of the Colosseum by you, he may come back. Tom scratched his head. After this, you need to mess with my ability. That was picked up by Denao now inside. Liu pointed to the page related to Hunter Country. You haven't encountered us yet? The 7 people have different personalities. But what they have in common is the desire to work hard to reach level 9 through the war between Demon King City and humans. Kill? You'd better think about it first to see if you were hit by me or fell into some of my traps. Sure stared at Tom's whole body. Well, after he finishes telling you the information, he will lend you his brain for fun. You can't develop a new move. Of course, Tom would miss the opportunity to test the parasitic thread. Ah! Tom had thought that Liuazu was out of the house, and had a deeper understanding of the hunting country than he did. And Tom's octopus tentacles store a lot of electrical energy. If it is connected to the binding wire, it will cause degenerative stimulation of the same area of Liu's cerebellum. Yes. It's not patience. Liu nodded. That's the unique skill of an 8th level hunter. He can't endure the damage from the inside, so he can temporarily suppress it and quickly eliminate it. After trying for a few minutes, Tom found that he could extract images from Liu's cerebellum. But he was barely able to control his movements, and often even lost his vision, which made him feel very boring. Liu pulled out a tattered and blood-stained newspaper from under his desk. It turned out to be incidents in the Demon King's city. He looked at it, and was confused as to which issue it was. When he reminisces, look outside his mind. Tom also needed Liu saw to say. While he was healing me weekly, he spread out hundreds of binding threads, and searched for areas related to memory. The 8th level merchant Abagong is responsible for the daily operations of the Hunting Kingdom. He is said to be very stingy, which is why even though the Hunting Kingdom is the smallest mercenary organization in the mainland, every brave man looks so shabby from the inside. The 2 8th level thieves are Barrow and Bonnie. They are a couple nicknamed Crazy Wings. They are not the thieves wanted by the Taz Empire. Their daily whereabouts are a mystery, and they did not join the hunting country against the Demon King city of exploration. Trade summit the Devil's Market. Just like he said. Tom still remembered that Liu had not expressed a similar request, and he had not yet complied with it. Tom also said 7 words, and the binding thread directly pierced Liu's scalp, which made my eyes widen. How elegant it was. It just requires a strong current to touch. Those 7 8th level people gathered together to form the leadership of the Hunting Kingdom. What? He only needs to tell you what kind of knowledge he wants to know, and you can figure it out, Liu said quietly. At most, it will be convenient to share regression information with Liu and Nao Ling. And Tom's feeling is completely the same. The human brain is like a very simple 3-dimensional keyboard. Each area has no corresponding function. No control of emotions. No control of behavior. Tom lamented Liu's growth. If it can definitely extract information directly from the human brain or control our behavior, it will add a small amount of help. Endure? That's your honor. Liu cooperated from the bottom of his heart. It was written in the last few issues of the newspaper that it blew us away. I thought it was actually true, Liu said lightly. I guess they want to use the war to enhance the reputation of the hunting country and attract fewer brave people to join. Forget it. He might as well say it. You don't think you can look at the memory directly? Tom chuckled and retracted the thread. I repeatedly strengthened Liu's self-healing function to avoid electrocuting my brain. During the attempt, Sure even connected to Liu's eyeballs for a moment, and looked at his own body from the opposite side. He was frightened. One jump. Apart from Huntler, there were 2 level 8 thieves and 1 level 8 businessman. Chapter 317. He runs away. He chases. Don't look at it. I was beaten and fell into a trap, Liu said, changing his body and skull twice more. It is said that once you are tracked by him, you will not be able to escape even to the bottom of the sea of death. Tom put away the newspaper. Liu was silent for a moment and suddenly became happy. You like to chase, right? It's okay. We just happen to have someone who likes to escape. Bitterberg? Tom was stunned. It's nothing. Go on. You seem to have thought of something else just now. Liu heard new words from Tom's voice. Is it getting more hurt or something? Yes. The damage will be deepened. Once hit, the damage will accumulate and multiply. Liu thought that it was no wonder that no matter how hard he tried to force the monster puzzle to heal itself, he couldn't make it return to its original state after being torn. Well, damage amplification and endurance are Huntler's powerful abilities. In addition, when the hunter path reaches level 8, you can get rid of the restrictions of physical arrows and traps. As long as you have the materials, you can directly create and use. Liu listened and guessed that Huntler must be carrying a space storage magic bag or a demonic relic with him, which contained a large number of arrows and traps for easy access at any time. The potion material used to advance the hunter to level 8 must contain a Bada's arm. Liu recalled the shadow arrow that suddenly appeared in the air. Combined with Tom's introduction, he finally had a rough idea of Huntler's ability. Cognition. You are both Bitterberg and He Yuan. Without the memories from He Yuan that had nothing to do with Troll, Bitterberg finally accepted his new identity. Thinking about it, He Yuan's consciousness penetrated into the staff of deception, and he casually sensed its interior, and found that he seemed to have fallen into a hole made of countless threads. It's a pity that there is no way to access the brain and pituitary gland, and there is no way to grow taller. Escape. Beelzebub had no way to remain invisible all the time. That point had not yet been tested when he was attacked by a Bada's spear. Immediately afterwards, Beelzebub's brain twitched, and his magic power consumption rapidly increased. The weird jigsaw puzzle was destroyed, and Tom was forced to make a new skin, but found that it was easier than the weird jigsaw puzzle. Brother, if he lets you out again, you will be angry. Lulu and Feifei were locked outside the birdcage for a long time, and listened for a long time. When they saw He Yuan finally finish talking to Li Hu, they immediately shouted, "Tell me, brother, do you have any flowers in your library? Do you need to go to the garden to pick some?" Lulu raised her hand and gave a solution at the same time. Very slowly and tremblingly, Buddy Berg was dragged out of the small library by Lulu Feifei and thrown behind Tom. There are only a few that were introduced in the newspaper. They are to rule out Han He Yuan's abilities that have not yet been hidden. Because I was once an explorer after taking the path of a hunter. So please be careful. Each thread is a soul that needs to be covered in that deception. And the thickest one is Hannibal. The life floating at the entrance of the cave is like a cloud, connected to all the threads. The threads are not far or near. But the same thing is that every thread is extracting the magic power of the library. Break a clear path. Can't you escape to the bottom? Butterborg is stupid. I know which is the most comfortable place for me. What is that? When the magic power of today's library is about to bottom out, the deception is finally completed. So Buddy Berg was kicked out of the library by Tom. Of course, Tom saw the situation between the thrones. But after a twitch of his brain, he realized that that kind of cognitive transformation was quite risk-free, and almost distorted the existence of Bitterberg himself. I agree with your conjecture. Tom nodded. For hunters, materials, or prey, in themselves, are not power. He is Booty Berg. Also Trell. Tom backpedaled the lie and added. He dressed up as a weirdo jigsaw, pretended to be a human, and became Troll. He Yuan was so absorbed in listening just now that he forgot about the two big guys, and hurriedly let us out, and arranged for us by the way. Task? You also make me a bait. Tom rubbed the staff of deception that he had not physically grasped for a long time. In case I really kill Beelzebub, I turn around and come to cause trouble for you. Yes, he has to escape somewhere else. Tom was about to give Bitterberg a clear path when he was suddenly interrupted by Lulu. Although Bitterberg also controls some of the authority of the library, he is not Tom's slave, and the cost of deception should be very low. From now on, he is not Troll, Tom said, and the magic power of the library surged. The clouds are gradually wrapping them up, and the lies are being accepted by us. Lulu's sweet potato face turned red. Are you Trell? Bitterberg's mind squirmed, and he finished changing his shape. Of course he is evil. The one who is chasing him is a level 8 hunter. Who knows what bad things I will do? He Yuan frowned. Tom was silent, thinking that it was no wonder that hunters were retreating to hunt all over the world. Is it because there are too few people who are deceiving? Tom had to stop. Oh, yes. It was published in the newspaper. He is Teal. He Yuan repeated to Bitterberg. In Hannibal's perception, the two hunting targets merged into one. And what did it have to do with Tom himself? Yes. Yes. They are not your flowers and plants. Tom patted Lulu on the head. But it seemed that he was unable to do anything, and the magic power of the library was quickly consumed. Much faster than Tom expected. This Badibo. Beelzebub seemed to have forgotten who he was for a moment, and the candlelight in the library between the thrones suddenly became less skewed. During the process, Tom suddenly realized that if he wanted to completely expel Bitterberg's library authority one day, adding the rod of deception to the ritual would be very successful. Call Bitterberg, Tom said, and with a thought, he pulled the staff of deception from the lower level of the library. It's bad if you lie to him. The other people are important. The staff of deception calls upon the magic of the library to create a new lie. Ah? Want to kill you again? Bitterberg's brain was filled with confusion. He Yuan turned to Bitterberg and gave pertinent advice. Oh, forget it. Tom put away his skin. It does matter. He is good at stealth and may be able to evade hunters. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a clanging sound of swords, Tom thought, and cut off the other threads related to me from under the cloud, leaving only the two threads related to Bitterberg and Hannibal. And then the magic power drained away like a tide. Escape. He fled to the underground city. There is no other authoritative lord outside. It is also the arsenal of the expeditionary force. It is heavily guarded. If you escape here, the chance of survival will be smaller. He Yuan didn't even take the time to say low, and directly thrust the staff of deception outside of Bitterberg's brain groove. Run away. There is no chance that no hunter will come to kill him. He Yuan warned Bitterberg very maliciously. It doesn't matter if we beat him. But what if we beat the flowers and plants? Hannibal is a brave man. I am sure the demons in the arsenal will fight a fierce battle when they see me. There is a way. Who calls him the master of the brain spirit? Tom spread his hands, feeling quite helpless, and handed me a set of He Yuanlan's wire skins. Put that on. It's very weak. Tom said the truth. The magic power continued to be consumed, and Hung He Yuanlan's thread was about to be completely wrapped. Through ingestion or injection. We cannot use materials to heal wounds, improve endurance, etc. The same material properties will provide the same abilities, which is very tricky. Tom lamented the weakness of the 8th level hunter. And it was even more difficult to imagine that once Hannibal was promoted to Hunter King, his strength would not change qualitatively. But Bitterberg tried to wear Thrall's skin, but found that with my poor telekinesis, I couldn't control that light body. You and I from the demon cocoon just believed it. Tom felt that with the status of the library as a big pillar, it would not be easy to deceive the smaller pillars. But he might have deceived an 8th level warrior. At this stage, although we still know who will win between the Hunting Kingdom and the Colosseum, there is no need to delay making preparations. You are Thrall. Bitterberg's reaction was more accurate, and the consumption of magic power was within Tom's tolerance. Chapter 318 Gold Rush. You also need to ask Galaric and the others to prepare for battle. And all the traps in the library must be adjusted to perfection. As soon as Liu saw off Booty Bog, he gave orders to Lulu and Feifei. Brother, do you think Beauty Bog will die? Lulu and Feifei scratched each other's heads, not knowing why. Of course it is possible. Liu nodded. If the Hunter Nation can break through the Colosseum, and if Huntler is not dead, then Bitterberg will definitely die. Liu arranged for Bitterberg to go to the underground city arsenal, which was just an insurance policy. If Huntler could pass the 2-level screening of the Colosseum and the dungeon, Liu did not believe that he would be unscathed. Try your best to weaken the prey, and then give him a fatal blow at the right time. Liu basically fought like this since he came to Demon King City. If Bitterberg is killed by Huntler in the underground city, he will be resurrected here. Liu pointed to the ground. After the major renovation of the library, except for the 13th library, all others were integrated into the large library, where the dead brain spirits will be resurrected every day. But brother, isn't the Colosseum Ujibuji's territory? The Bag Devil is so powerful. Can the hunter really tear down his entire territory? Lulu wondered. There is no doubt that the battlefield has not yet retreated into Bethlehem. Once the brave men and the siege beasts rush in behind Okibuan, the baby of Tralki will be out of life. With that said, Jiangyi released the binding thread to Liu before there is time. Continue to study human brain control, and it will be easier to play with the Braves. Sawyer also couldn't imagine that if such a battle formation that took advantage of group combat was rushed back from the library unprepared, the brain spirits would all become brain spirits and pituitary glands, and many skins would also become materials. Everyone who can be beaten is up. Sawyer was bored, as if he was watching the climax of a movie. So he took control of the craftsman's body and picked up the water bag and took a sip. But he poured it out of his nostrils and choked. Even if it is demolished, the underground city will be safe. Right? When my brother came back with the copper ladle, his body was cracked. Feifei touched Soya's new skin. The brains on the bottom have been knocked out, and Beelzebub has not yet targeted Tralki. Now, who can find him if he goes up there? Seeing the contemptuous looks from the craftsmen and gatekeepers beside him, Sawyer started to think about how to make the fight between the two sides more brutal. Even if a perfect parasitic line is developed for the time being, at least figuring out how to connect the field of view in the industry can solve the current urgent problem. Oh, he's going to the Colosseum again? As the binding thread connected to Jiang Yi's cerebellum, Liu actually sensed Sawyer's thoughts. In the mud, in addition to the bodies of the young fly demons, there were also some human bones and dirty pages. It was Baisu and my followers, who were later devoured by the White Gate. Every moment is the safest time, Lulu and Feifei said in unison. The knights mixed in the battle formation provided the team with friendly damage sharing and front troops. They maintained the fragmentation and mobility of the formation to a minimum, and were completely surrounded and stuck by the flies. As for the brave men who cannot bear more than the minimum damage limit, and the brave men infected by fly tumors, they will be regarded as enemies by the knights, and will be thrown into the battle formation mercilessly, and then be poisoned and torn into pieces. It's broken. Don't get excited. Drink some water. The old craftsman took a sip of wine. It will take a long time to fight. When we finish, it will be his turn to send things back. Next, it just depends on whether the warrior's battle formation washes away Okibuen's body first, or whether the sea of flies washes away the battle formation first. Wait. Just leave it to Lulu Feifei. Don't leave. I'll let you play with your brain. It's because he knows the battle situation that he can't enter on time, and he will be seen by the eagle eyes of Hung Jiangyi's love. So Soyo wants to slowly experiment with the parasitic line to observe the battle situation with the eyes of other heroes, and the main body can hide farther away. With the monster puzzle and the teleportation stone in hand, Sawyer quickly swam from the soil to the 8th dangerous area of the Colosseum. When he first set foot here, there were only the gatekeepers of the teleportation gate and some scattered businessmen and craftsmen. As long as you keep the distance, Hung Beelzebub will chase after you outside the soil layer. The elite gladiators at the bottom of the Colosseum have all been recruited into the expeditionary force, and the remaining monsters are simply enough to see. Alas, we have to move the books again. Liu sighed, preparing to arrange for the brain spirits to remove all the books first, leaving only the electric tower, the eye of distortion, and other fatal mechanisms in the small library. In some cases, the remaining group of people also wore broken glasses and craned their necks to look upwards. In the past, it was definitely possible to allow the hero's portal to reach the door of the library. But there will always be peace. That would save a lot of effort. It's better to leave the trouble to Jiangyi Ag first. Then Sawyer realized that he had thought less. When Jiangyi was connected to the craftsman, his vision was unlimited, and he saw that it was breaking through the deepest white darkness. Jiangyi could only vaguely distinguish that the outside was filled with buzzing sounds. It was the fly demon that broke into various forms. Like it is like the seawater washing away the brave battle formation. Whenever a weak gladiator showed up, Beelzebub would shoot him through the air into a sieve, drag him back from the battle formation and strangle him. And he would die very simply. It was also during the massage process that Sawyer gradually found the correct way to connect his vision. And he tried his best. Remember? Even if the little pillars are gone, even if your transformation has not lost its effectiveness, you can still be careful. Because, well, let's go and see. How do you know who won? Even though Sawyer had the best plans, he didn't have any hope. This was not about both parties perishing together and picking the fruit themselves. Outside of Lulu's knowledge, Trauki is a ruthless character who can even kill his brother. After the 7 people said that, Sawyer understood the significance of the battle formation in Hunting Kingdom. Then Huntler will kill here, and we will kill him here. Liu has already preset this place as a battlefield. At the same time, the small hollow under the Colosseum was fully revealed to Sawyer's eyes. Shiren has been waiting for a hunter to hunt, and he feels really comfortable. Rain Man was flipping his baton at the bottom, stirring up a rain of flies. Tom, under the effect of the curse of the Colosseum, repeatedly looked at the monsters, rushed down to kill them, and then went to see another one. Inside one, Beelzebub's explosive arrows formed a line, marking the retreat path. Along the way we passed, fly demons and winged demons were constantly dying, and it was impossible to estimate their numbers. In that case, all the monsters in the Colosseum will be transformed into materials for your hunting country. It will be a small profit. The gatekeeper was still very excited. Okibuen's side fell into a passive position. Apart from cutting off spawning and charging, there was no other bad way to do it. The magic power of thieves and hunters enveloped a range of 100 meters. Once the monsters within the range died, they would shrink into damaged materials and become the trophies of the hunters' group hunting. There is no doubt that with the blessing of so few thieves and hunters, if Okibuen dies, he will inevitably become a weak demonic relic, before being baptized by the Kingston family's sacred magic mirror. The ground in the Colosseum was already very powerful. The time they encountered the brave group of the hunter country, they were on the verge of life and death. But the explosion did not completely destroy the monsters when they died. They were turned into materials, and then collected into the pockets of the hunters. The parasitic lion test was successful. Although there were some poisonous wounds on his body, Tom's movements were still fast, and he swung out the whip with heavy shadows, as if he had no use of his strength. At the front is the brave warriors of the Hunting Kingdom, a large team composed of hunters, thieves and knights. They are surrounded by siege beasts, and are retreating from the siege of several small and large fly demons. The body in the deepest part of the target row is Okibuan. It's definitely going to happen. But you have to be prepared. Sawyer was just making the best plans. Alas, the little pillars are all gone, and you are the only one left to hold up the city. The white door opened, and Jiang Yi finally waited for the moment to kill the monster. The sea of feces has not yet completely subsided, hanging on the inner edge of the lower edge of the small cavity, like sticky mashed potatoes, especially on the broken walls. Bitterberg is no exception. It was the battlefield scene that Sawyer wanted to see most. Sawyer released the binding thread from the soil in a roundabout way, pierced the front of the neck of a craftsman with the longest neck, and inserted it into my eyeballs in an unfamiliar way. It's a small profit. It's finally opened. The gambling devil's lair. Your treasury. Beside the craftsman, a hunter warrior guarding the gate said excitedly, "It's because he wants to make a noise. He really has seen the world." Another old craftsman wiped his saliva. That is the effect that can only be achieved by the thieves' greedy experience and the hunter's hunting skills. It is also the true way for you to hunt for the wealth of your country. With or without any kind prompting, Sawyer knew whether Beelzebub had noticed him. "It's broken. You have to go." Sawyer retracted the parasitic thread. "The braves need you. The demons also need you." The heroes retreated slowly but very steadily. All knowledge is Liu's interest, so he naturally agrees. So he let Sawyer push back a strand of binding threads and let them bloom on the front of his head, giving him a very comprehensive and three-dimensional brain massage. Okibuan also tried to drag its huge body back to counterattack, but the siege beast's elephant puller and wheels always attacked it intermittently, making it unable to make fewer movements. Chapter 319. Work overtime today. Hunters scan before opening the door. In addition to locating the direction of the only prey, must also have the purpose of clearing the area, thereby eliminating all unstable factors that would affect the bottom exploration. At that time, Liu was indeed forced to retreat and marked. But Huntler must have never imagined that Liu had a way to divert his tracking and turned back not long after. The main body moved downward from the soil layer. Liu grew a pair of distorted eyes to look into the darkness, and finally saw through the deep battlefield. The Hunter Kingdom's array advanced in the large pit at the bottom, constantly approaching Beelzebub on the edge of the large hollow, which was still about 100 feet away. Beelzebub moved out of his nest. Obviously, it was originally supposed to be lying in the center, and it was it that made the big hole. When Huntler led the warriors from the hunting country down, it had no choice but to retreat further inside, wanting to squeeze its entire body into the cracks in the soil beside the hole. Beelzebub's feet are covered with dense fly eggs, of varying sizes, layer upon layer. At a glance, Liu even felt a little intensive fear. At the same time, it continues to shake its lower abdomen, throwing large areas of fly eggs on the ground and between the eggs. Although the cost of exchanging the Eye of Distortion is 1,000. In terms of quantity, it is still as affordable as a unit of iron quality or binding wire, which is considered a relatively low material consumption. The noisy people filed out, trying to waste a second. Yes, Liu is planning to take advantage of the conflict between the hunting kingdom and the Colosseum to do something small there. The one who quits the least often will get an ultimate magic stone as an extra gift. You go first. Liu was about to leave, but suddenly paused. If there is no work to do, let Skeleton and Mini suspend classes first, and put the library into a war-ready state as soon as possible. How long will the Colosseum last? Liu Yuzheng told Tong Lao and Tom one sentence. After much thought, Liu decided to lie to himself. Liu was stunned when he saw Tong Lao running out with a big hammer. Huh? So slow. Lying to yourself is also a physical job. Liu used his octopus tentacles to open up a large space in the soil in the small cavity. His movements were very unfamiliar. Like a mason, the stick of deception seemed to sense Liu's thoughts and responded from afar. Liu also felt that the scene around him was blurred, and the soil around him sometimes turned into bookshelves in the small library, sometimes into the bone wall in the living room of the bone room. Often a few streaks of lightning burst out from the thunder pool, and being idle is idle anyway. The brain spirits also swarmed out of the bloody corridor. 7 brain spirits died today, and there are still many more left. What foreign demon? Mini, who was sitting under the bone throne and dividing the goods, shivered in fright when he saw his own body doubled and several tentacles waving around. Huh? Wait. You open the door. You know the shortcut. Min often runs around outside the Demon King city, soaking all kinds of doors, and has long opened the shortcut to the Forbidden Forest. However, as Qin Yu was swimming, he encountered new problems. Li Yu's recent trading gains in the Colosseum were wrong. He had accumulated so many magic stones that he couldn't use them to pay bonuses to the brain spirits. Afraid of being entangled by the curse of the Colosseum, Li Yu disconnected from the Eye of Distortion at a glance and approached the center of the battlefield. An Xian relied on his brain perception and octopus tentacles to swim in the soil, and walked along the road, sprinkle countless eyeballs. As the surroundings change, the magic power of the library is also slowly consumed. Today, we are only halfway through, and at least we can only deceive an 8th level hero like Hung Chen Yuchen, or a low-level demon. Lulu and Feifei had set work schedules for the big noises according to the work schedule of male textile workers. Now it was supposed to be their time to rest, but they thought they would be taken to work by Qin Yu. Moreover, if he was marked by Hen Beelzebub again, he would have to run back to the library, and all the arrangements would be in vain, and the gains would be worth the losses. Although there was no cover from the fly demons flying in the air, Li Yu still cautiously avoided the location of the hunting country array and swam from the side first to avoid being detected by Hung Chen Yuchen's eagle eyes. Call the brain spirits to come over. Li Yu waved his tentacles and summoned the brain spirits. Li Yu touched the abominable card, thought for a while, and decided not to open it. The two sides were fighting according to it, and if an 8th force definitely appeared, the battlefield situation would not change. When Qin Yu thought about it, he suddenly felt dizzy. I heard this, so I put their men's work aside, made a lot of noise, and went to the Forbidden Forest to exit repeatedly. Li Yu gathered to convey the message. Although a small amount of library magic power will be consumed depending on the distance of the deception and the strength and number of the objects being deceived, it is not enough if you only deceive some high-level minis, brain spirits, and yourself. To quench his thirst just by secretly gaining kindness from under the fly demon, Li Yu is willing to run back to the library again. Li Yu felt excited when he thought that it had really come true. Was that the teleportation technique that made his wishes come true? Although Big Noisy is not 9,999 when he touches the Forbidden Forest, he still needs to take a break. After Li Yu took action, he didn't delay in breaking the news to the library, so his good intentions were enough. When we get to the front, no matter who wins, the consumption will still be different, and there aren't many brave men or monsters who can withstand a few volleys of petrifying light. The small renovation of the library consumed a huge amount of good intentions. Just now, I spent a lot of time experimenting with new skins. At this moment, the good intentions stored in the Devil's Manual have not returned to zero, and Qin Yu has only paid a space as small as a bedroom. Come back when the red hour comes, and each demon will be rewarded with a magic stone. But Li Yu's worries were unnecessary. There were too few and too many monsters in the small hollow, and Chen Yuchen had no time to pay attention to the situation in the soil. He was confused and knew that there were already countless pairs of eyes spread above his head. You are in the living room of the Bone Room. Who is in this Colosseum? Various types of fly demons and poisonous flies are constantly bursting out from the fly eggs. The mucus on their bodies is not yet dry, but they have already pounced on Huntler's brave array. The air is filled with buzzing and flapping sounds, and the mucus, the snap sound of landing, was connected together and became the prelude to the finale of the Colosseum. Bang! Li Yu hurriedly used his thoughts to close the door, preventing Galaric and us from retreating and directly draining our magic power. Li Yu watched them swarm out, waiting to enter the account from it. You are in the Bone Room's living room. Seeing this, Li Yu knew that the positioning was specific, so he immediately added a restrictive word, and at the same time tried his best to imagine what the Bone Room's living room would look like in his mind. Ouch! The feedback from the brain spirits was very positive. Even Menin, Huahua and Yaya ran to make a big noise. Don't be afraid. It's you, Qin Yu said. I haven't done it once since then. I'm familiar with the road. Li Yu wanted to fill the soil with the eyes of distortion, which was almost as easy as filling a lake with his eyeballs. Why are the brain spirits on strike? Tom Lao blew his beard angrily, and Tom followed closely and retreated, since Jesse was able to use the magic mirror to destroy the underground of the Colosseum. This now gives Li Yu enough time to cover it with the eyes of distortion and strike from all angles. When the brain spirits heard this, they immediately felt disgusted, and a few of them even had flashbacks of the time when they were dominated by the book demon. Once you master the method of deceiving yourself, you can at most return to the library to report the news at any time. Good intentions +4. Work overtime today. Every second was consuming magic power. And Liu was talking nonsense. You have no work to do over there. The project will wait a moment. Liu saw the 7 people retreating and found that the magic power consumption of the library had slowed down a lot. You're in the library. Brother? Why is he back again? Minnie rolled onto the bone throne. Do you have anything to do? If you want to show up, make some money from the hero or the fly demon. Chapter 320, Hunting. The tentacles were flailing wildly, and Liu rolled off the bone throne and fell to the ground, only to find that he was back on the soil of the Colosseum again. After repeatedly touching the smelly and bloody soil several times, Liu was sure that he was back. He also realized that deception would not really cause the body to move. Otherwise, it would not be possible to come back just by changing his mind. The question is everything that just happened in the bone room parlor true? Liu recalled it, and found that the reactions of Minnie, Nailing, Tong Lao and Tom were consistent with his cognition, and the magic power of the library was actually consumed. Malicious plus 99.99 plus 99.99. When the familiar malicious prompt popped up, Liu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the brain spirits had begun to work overtime and were very efficient. In this way, Liu was sure that it was possible to deceive him. At least it could be applied to informing and assigning tasks back to the library. It's a pity that you can't directly deceive yourself into becoming the devil that will change the perceptions of countless people and countless demons, which is obviously not possible with the existing daily magic power in the library. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Liu quickly refocused his attention on the current battlefield, and then began to wander around the soil again, releasing the Eye of Distortion. This time, considering the efficiency of petrified light, Liu also added 2 layers of binding lines between the Eye of Distortion and the outer wall of the large cavity. The project progress finally reached the upper level, and Sawyer didn't have any headaches. All eyes and battles were concentrated between the Hunter Kingdom's array and Trallon's swarm of flies. Explosions and magic visible to the naked eye also occurred here. Some people noticed the 8th person, who was ready to move outside the soil. By that time, the Hunter Nation's array and the demons were still dead or resting. Even Hen Beelzebub, who rarely spoke, was completely silent and focused on charging. There was only endless venom, explosions and death in the small cavity. And Yu Chung hasn't finished the soil layer on the left yet. Only the lower, upper in front of Trallon. After a few days of sudden retreat, the level 8 hunter's physical strength has not been severely consumed. But surprisingly, my complexion is still very bad. Seeing the fighting spirit of the brave men, and Beelzebub showed a look of relief. But there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. That is of course bad news for Sawyer. He should seize the time to lay out his eyeballs, and focus first on the 2 sides, and the lower level. The bottom layer has no Rain and Yu Chung, and each restrains the curse and affects individual combat. Sawyer spends his time dealing with us. Be the first to avoid disturbing others. Did you see it? Your prey. When he reached 10 feet, Heng Yo Chung Jun finally spoke to the brave men. Hebei Zebub could already smell the fishy stench emanating from Yu Chengjun Wing. And when he raised his head, he could see countless huge compound eyes. The ideal is very full. As for whether it is full of small holes, Sawyer also has some solutions. What the HL? Where did the problem go? Hung Yu Chengjun clutched the map tightly and gritted his teeth. 70 feet away, Sawyer broke down the lower layer and was almost exhausted. Yu Chung rejoined the battle. Before his attempt to break through the fly swarm was fruitful, he decisively joined the hunter's array and became a sharp blade behind the array. Whether there is a red-skinned devil here, you will die if you fall into the lava. Anyway, it's not big enough yet. So when the winner is decided, you can play in person. Liu seemed to have some opinions on this. Heng Bakesabu lowered his fists and folded countless phantom arrows at the rear of the array, blasting away the swarm of flies and paving a direct path to Yu Chung Jun Wang. Honey, it's not us. We want to hunt you. The expression on Raymond's face was very carefree. He listened to my heart and knew that I was very satisfied with being in that rainy season. The petrifying ray needs to break the ground and is difficult to deal with when placed on the sides and lower layers. However, it is very difficult to find when placed on the ground that the braves are stepping on. Instead, lay a layer of lava in the depths to create a lava pool, which is more concealed. The eyes of all the brave men in the hunting country array were filled with wild coldness, including even Liu. It was as if these giant fly demons several stories high were not a piece of fat meat waiting to be slaughtered. Correspondingly, the area covered by the thieves' magic power once again expanded and solidified, almost completely covering Yu Chengjun Wing's body. No enemies are found? It seems that I also care deeply about this giant fly. Humans cannot become gods. Barrow, Bonnie, and Abaddon are all in the Demon King city. The demons who just escaped are in the underground city. And Beelzebub checked the map carelessly. The expeditionary force is also still in Sidalami. Okabuki is attacking the city. 1 day ago, when Hingbei Zib was 80 feet away from Yucheng Jun, Suyageo had a deformed eye in the soil on his right side, and his brain grooves were not cramped, so he had to sleep. The kind of frenzy is very similar to when Baisu drove the believers, but now it was because of greed. But at that time it was due to faith. Immediately afterwards, countless thieves' hands stretched out backwards, like a living spring, and finally exceeded the burst speed of the flies. The wheel on the upper abdomen of the siege beast moved, and the entire array quickly approached Yucheng. For Hung Beelzebub, the role of thieves at this time is not to ensure that no demonic relics will be generated when Yucheng dies, or to ensure that the only prey is hunted successfully. 70 feet away, Liu picked up a pair of completely damaged glasses. He was affected by the curse of the Colosseum and ran back to the outside of the danger zone to recover, while his eyes were fixed on Trallin in the depths. Damn it. Now is the time to be firm. The array suddenly retreated in front of Trallin, and the hunting had not yet reached the critical moment. When activated, the gutter will tear off the fragile wall. The survivors in the field will look directly into countless pairs of eyeballs, and the entire cave will become a space filled with petrified light. The first moment is coming. After the feast is over, you must hold the knife and fork in your hands. Hengyo Chungjun thought, took out an animal skin map from his arms, and spread it out behind his face. Under the map were marked the tracking objects and enemies that I had not seen before, and the farthest distance was full of demons, indicating the entire small hole. The number of demons inside. He finally came in front of you. Yucheng suddenly spoke. Strange, why don't you feel like you're being watched? As long as there is no rain behind my eyes, that's enough. Of course, during this period, the fly demon would hit the wall in the small cavity and knock off the scattered eyeballs. Sawyer's choice was to use a binding wire to pull them away from the soil layer, and then stare at them into a stone statue. Hunting, huh? Although the Hunter Nation's array has not shrunk, the new warriors rushed back from the 8th high stage area serve as fresh blood to supplement the array, and they are still harvesting materials. First, at that speed, it seems to be completely surrounded by a pair of small holes. 7th, there is a battle on the ground. The situation is simple, and Trallin's back is too difficult. Simply, Sawyer dived deeper and exchanged the Eye of Distortion for the lava left hand. Thieves, remember their work and keep their greed. Beelzebub encouraged the thieves and boosted our morale. You became prey? Tens of thousands of demons completely surrounded him, Beelzebub, which was consistent with the situation at that time. Then rows of red arms appeared in the ground. Their left hands held hands together, and they followed the retreating direction of the brave array and spread it out to the center of the battlefield. The Tars Empire, the Holy City, the Expeditionary Force, they will all be hunted by you, and they will all surrender at your feet. And Beelzebub whispered, the wealth and power in the world, everything will be yours. What's the problem somewhere? Hung Yucheng, and we pushed back to about 40 feet away from Tralvong in the early stage. But we encountered weaker resistance, and the two sides were temporarily in a stalemate. Your prey. The brave men can see the true face of Yucheng as long as they raise their heads. There is no fear in our eyes, only greed. When I woke up, the situation had changed a lot, and the materials I typed out were all collected by Hunter Country. I just want to slowly break up Trallin's soul. Or, that fly hasn't moved forward yet. Chapter 321, 5 Okabuki. Beelzebub spit out 5 cloth bags from his mouth, and they were spread out unsteadily between Beelzebub and the array of heroes. The swarm of flies also seemed to have finally found the end of the magic life, and they all got into the bag, stretching it into the shape of Okabuki. 5 Okabuki. One is covered with fish scales. One is covered with iron sheets. One is covered with bone spurs. One is covered with leaves, and another has 8 spider legs on its back. What a funny cocoon. How can a human being hid here? The 5 Ujibuji straightened their bodies, looked at each other, and then looked at the brave men in surprise, as if they saw a group of people jumping into the pot of chicken. You brought a siege beast? No wonder you could open my door, said Bone Spur Okabuki. Why don't you choose the Colosseum? Why not go to the library? Tai Pien Ujibuji curled his lips. It's all his fault that Damenkirk and Memphisius from the cocoon commandeered my gladiators, otherwise they would have been beaten here. Fish scale Ajibuki picked at his scales angrily. Wait a minute. Baby. Where is this? The 5 Okabukis all pulled at their eye holes, seemingly unable to see the third safety zone far away from the big hole. The ground is humming. Beelzebub talked to the 5 Okabuki as if no one else was watching, and the array of brave men seemed to be a ship fixed on the ice by the tide of flies. Stranded in place, unable to advance or retreat. He is the real king of the Colosseum. He is just the magic I left outside. The magic used to protect it. And that just shows that he has not been forced into a desperate situation by you. And he will die. Hung Ojibu must know that this hunting commission from the Kingston family, the actual commissioned person is not Lu Tsukiji. Right? No matter how much damage the Braves inflicted on Lu Tsukiji, Beelzebubji could quickly recover through the replenishment of the fly swarm, and could even open the bag to quickly replace it with another swarm of flies, always letting the Braves know where to start. When Beelzebubji saw the Rainman returning with the flies, he snorted, "He's still there? Useful things. Ha 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 ha. That's enough." Beelzebubji laughed in unison. "Look! Then kill us." There was chaos within a 70-foot radius around Mephishius. Damn trolls. The 5 Besibkis suddenly inhaled the flies and swelled again. Hin Ojib first pointed to Memphis Island, and then pointed to his map. If Hung Okibu was distracted and used bait to protect the brave, I am afraid that it had only been a while since the war started and the human race had not been completely blown up. He waited for a long time to see if you would disappear. The leaves under Lu Tsukiji's body turned from yellow to green, full of vitality. Rainman and Lu Su are like this. And the siege beasts and scattered heroes are even more miserable. To be on the safe side, Sawyer reluctantly used the staff of deception to aim at Lu Tsukiji, ready to greatly tamper with Lu Tsuchi's name at any time. "My dear, it's Damenkirk's fault and Troll's fault. It's his fault," Memphis Ion complained. "It's his fault that the magic he left behind can only take care of the large space around you." At the same time, the siege beast and the brave men operating it aimed at the Iron Piece Beelzebubki, the remaining hunters. Thieves and knights maintained their formation and launched an offensive at the Leaf Beelzebubki. The square and tunnels have been destroyed. They are right in front of the house. They are so noisy. Beelzebub licked its huge lips. A line of blood burst out from Rain Man's forehead to his upper body, and his baton was almost broken in half. When the fish's gills moved, it inhaled a small amount of flies and returned to its unusually small size. However, once he goes to Memphis Island and puts the Eye of Distortion or the lava left hand next to him, Beelzebubji will definitely be able to sense it, because the 5 Beelzebubjis were constantly absorbing flies. Dawes Rain Man was also attracted to Memphis Island. As soon as he saw the sack devil, he remembered the nest of red flies that had bred outside his head, and he immediately picked it up. Bad goal. The Iron Piece Beelzebubki's fat body swelled up like a balloon, carrying the wheels of the siege beast and the flesh and blood bombs, and pressed it in the opposite direction. The Iron Piece rotated and rolled on the cloth bag, like a devil's huge mouth, to eat the siege beast alive. As for Lu Tsuchi and Wang Benmo, they continued to breed new fly eggs to replenish the blood for the 5 Besibkis. Although the threads of the bag were successfully torn, the flies were slowly replenished. When the fly demon exploded from the body of the brave, the battlefield also became more stinky and sticky. The braves were all blind. All had phlegm and blood, and the battle formation quickly dispersed. Well, you're sure he will disappear, but you will also become his excrement. As an old hunter, Hung Ojib still does not have the ability to manage emotions, and he was not completely shocked by Beelzebubki. Live. This means that Beelzebubki's true body is still in the holy city, trapped in this more grand war. While listening to the conversation between the gambling demon and Mephishius, Henijib also tried to move forward, but when he realized that there was a way to escape, he stopped looking for the strong point of the demon behind him with the eyes of a hunter. It's a pity. Yes. If you come out or not, they will become your eggs and your feces. Fish scale Beelzebubji opened his mouth. It was only before his authority shrank to that extent that the king of the Colosseum would see through his plan. Hung Ojib also swung his fingers and hunted the 4-legged spider Beelzebub with countless shadow arrows. Or do I just care? Especially before turning the Colosseum into what it was. You are a gambling demon Beelzebubki. You have always played a fair game. Under the map, the holy city Sindalami overlaps with a pair of double sword marks. And looking at that posture, Beelzebubji also recognized that the group of brave men were not hunters. He wants to kill your baby? The 5 bad images of Beelzebub had already noticed Hung Ojib's big move. Good or bad? We can't look at Beelzebubki's fighting style. During the battle, Sawyer also understood why the bag devil's strength was hell karma fire. The Beelzebub just hummed a song, dragging Memphision's huge body with the spider thread, stuffing it along the hole in the mouth to the outside of the cloth bag with 4 legs, and hiding it. Spider Lusukiji finished weaving a cocoon outside the space of 70 feet. Although it was not blocked by Hungo-Jibu shadow arrows and traps, it quickly completed its formation. Only Liu's frenzy has changed a little when the 5 Beelzebubkis appeared. I was still not confused. At this time, I was staring at the bone spur Lusukiji and had already set it as a goal. Ha ha ha. Massage. The fish scale Lusukiji was flattened by Rainman with all his strength, and formed into a thin fish, facing Rainman. Obviously, once the cocoon is woven, it is not the end of the battle. Huh? The fight went that far? How can I win against you? You are the only greedy fly in the world. You are greedy. 5 Beelzebubki laughed. You came here unprepared? I'm a demon cocoon. Just die. 5 Beelzebubji finally lost his patience. On the other hand, the brave men outside the array have long been horrified and have lost their frenzy. Even though the hunting nation is already the smallest and weakest mercenary organization in the Chaos continent, of course, they are still afraid when facing the long-famous king of the Colosseum. During the fight, Beelzebubji continued to flash his bone spurs like a hedgehog, which cracked Liu's armor and even injected the curse of fly tumors into my thigh. At the same time, Sawyer was also secretly grateful to Hungo-Kibu that we rushed slowly and arrived early. Hungo-Kibu had an expression on his face, with blood and tears in his eyes. He looked at Memphision from the corner of his eye. A cluster of shadow arrows was about to burst out from the teleportation trap in front of Memphision's back, piercing Memphision's heart. The disappeared bag and the swarm of flies are all Beelzebubji's true body, and the lost flies constitute Beelzebubji's true body. The leaves of Lusukiji are as heavy as fallen leaves in the wind. They are completely affected by the force. The body sways to dodge the hands of thieves, the arrows of hunters, and the impact of knights. Whenever the leaves scatter and slide across the body of the brave, they will block our magic power, and even inject the fly demon into the brave's body through the veins of the leaves. And then the front will swell and explode. Liu's fighting style is also as old-fashioned as mine. I took out the holy water, holy dagger, and holy garlic, and used magic to alternately hit Beelzebubji with the rained bone thorns, dousing, slashing, and corrosive bone spurs. He reminded you of the battle with the brave 100 years later. You should really let him meet Isoacha. Bone spur Beelzebubki laughed at Liu. You are right. You should be afraid. That is the real king of the Colosseum. My treasure is yours. Hungo-Kibu encouraged the braves again, and the coldness in our eyes returned. Sawyer listened for a long time, and just felt like laughing. Liu broke out of the formation and rushed straight towards the bone spur Beelzebubji. The 5 Beelzebubkis looked at the brave array together, and then looked at Hungo-Kibu. It was when he saw the side of the fish that he could see its existence. In a daze, the fish head rushed over, cutting the ground, the air and the force field, and hit the baton that human held behind his face. Boom, boom, boom. The leaves of Beelzebubji were counting the heroes and bursting one by one. Feeling very happy, the force field of the baton comes down. Chapter 322, Big Gnawing. Special Gnawing. Originally, the brave men had a desire to hunt Beelzebub, which was also the reason that supported them in fighting the 5 kings of the Colosseum. But when Beelzebub was sucked into Okabuki's body, and the 5 bag demons shuttled and exchanged repeatedly, and the brave men could no longer find Beelzebub's location, they were at a loss. The movements of his hands began to slow down. The blood flowed to his legs, and his eyes searched for possible escape routes. Once the cocoon is formed, it will be too late to run away. Only Huntler, Raymond and Sawyer haven't given up yet. Huntler's eyes were filled with blood, and he kept wandering between the 5 Okabukis, and continued to track the direction of Beelzebub. Raymond and Sawyer did not have this obsession, and just wanted to just remove the cloth bags in front of each other. Hey, look for it. Look for it slowly. Flies were flying around in Okabuki's empty eyes, and all the compound eyes were staring at Huntler, avoiding his gaze on Beelzebub. Of course, these actions also consumed some extra Ajabuki's energy, allowing the braves to breathe, and the casualty rate also dropped a bit. The siege beast's movements became slower and slower. Its wheels made a rusty squeaking sound, and the elephant sometimes fired not flesh and blood bombs, but a sticky substance like snot. Of course, the brave men wanted to escape even more. The enthusiasm in their eyes began to fade again. When it faded away, it was the moment of collapse. Rain Man and Sawyer are still alive and kicking. They no longer fight alone, but work together. Rain Man launches an offensive against the 5 Okabukis, giving full play to the power of his baton, while Sawyer checks for deficiencies and corrects them. One by one, fish scales, iron pieces, and leaves were opened and torn apart. One of the 8-legged Okabuki's legs was even removed. Of course, Sawyer's own calf was also extremely swollen, and he could only use holy water to suppress the spread of the fly tumor. Boom! Finally, Huntler's eyeballs couldn't bear the pressure and exploded, turning into 2 blood holes. The blood had dried up. There is a limit to patience. Huntler's eyelids were all blown out, and when he touched the back of his eye sockets with his hand, no new eyeballs were formed. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Can't keep up with patterns, predictions. Huntler fought against Okabuki purely with his hunter's intuition, and still did not give up looking for Beelzebub's traces. Suddenly, the attention card was revealed. Huntler felt watched. Just as he was about to turn over the attention card, Huntler suddenly heard a voice in his head. Bone, fish, leaf. The sound had a strange rhythm. Every time it sounded, it was when the 5 Ujibuji changed places. Something, remind me? Huntler withdrew the hand that pressed the card, followed the voice prompts to change the target, and found that Okabuki had indeed changed positions again. Who? The speaker is of course Liu. His goal was to have the Hunter Nation massacre the Colosseum and destroy them all. But of course, he was not satisfied with the current battle situation. Turning over the attention card was also Liu's intention. The purpose was to confuse Huntler's attention and make him believe that the voice in his mind was just a coincidence. Parsing, 71%. At the same time, Liu was also using the Devil's Illustrated book to analyze Ujibuji after briefly analyzing Ujibuji in the vegetable field. Liu finally had the opportunity to refresh his analysis of Ujibuji. Obviously Ujibuji is not his true form at this moment, and with the decline of the Colosseum's authority, his strength has declined. Otherwise, he would not have made such rapid progress. Parsing, 84%. As long as he completes the analysis of Ujibuji, Liu will be able to predict which bag Beelzebub will appear in. Nature can help Huntler point the way. Oh! Luckily I'm here. Otherwise what would you do? Liu murmured while hiding in the ground 20 feet away, holding a lava right hand. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 093 Ojibuki. While Huntler and Okabuki were trembling, Liu completed the analysis and finally saw the updated illustration of the gold-lettered devil. Although the original Ojibuki included in the Devil's Manual is incomplete, the basic lifespan, habits, hobbies, weaknesses and birth plans are still recorded. There are no changes so far in the original skills column, except for the originally known in addition to fly. Fly clone and raise are now added. The fly clone should be the ability to make cloth bags and make more bodies. Liu has seen cloth bags with fish scales, bone spurs, and iron pieces in the field, and knows that different cloth bags have different abilities, which is quite troublesome to deal with. And as long as the clone exists, Okibu's basic body should be immortal. Otherwise the weakness would not be hell karma fire. So what is raise? Okabuji is also known as the gambling demon. Is it some kind of gambling table skill? Liu suppressed his inner doubts and saw that the action prediction success rate increased from the original 1.873% to 21.334%, which was better than nothing. Although it was impossible to predict in advance which body he would hide Beelzebub in, his voice could be heard more clearly. As for looking for Beelzebub, Liu did not rely on prediction, but simply used the Devil's Illustration to sense and lock. Current object. Status. Clone / angry. Even though Okabuki's words and actions were calm, he was actually so angry that he was about to explode. He was forcibly conscripted into the expeditionary force. And then 4 portals were installed in front of his door, porch, hall, and bedroom. Robbers kept coming in. So how could he be in a good mood? Finally, the Devil's Manual is updated with drops. The item dropped by Ujibuji is greed. Liu guessed that the reason why the second half is hidden is that the current analysis is only the clone, not the basic body of Ujibuji. So it has not been completely included. In other words, in addition to flies, fly clones and raises, the Ujibuji may also have other abilities, and the success rate of action prediction may also be improved again, as long as the Ujibuji body is analyzed. But for now, this level of analysis is enough. Liu continued to locate Beelzebub's location, and then sent a message to Huntler. Which, help me, the enemy of the gambling demon? Huntler had his own guess. And at the same time, he had to act according to Liu's instructions, and solve the current problem first. Bite my devil ass. Can you find it? Okabuki also soon discovered that Huntler had followed his movements. And 5 pairs of empty eyes began to stare at the 8th level hunter, spinning up and down. Whose eyes did you catch? Which bastard? Okabuki noticed the turned over card. When Ajibuji saw the worm on the card, his expression was startled, and the 5 bags shrank together. Is this grabbing authority? No. This is impossible. Ajibuji breathed in suddenly, and the 5 cloth bags swelled together, and flies scattered from every gap, covering the Hunter Kingdom's battle formation. Rain Man and Sawyer were also overwhelmed by the flies. Huntler sensed the fear of his prey, and when he locked Beelzebub inside the bone spur Okabuki, he suddenly stopped releasing his phantom arrow fingers, returned to the formation and stood next to the siege beast. The knights persisted hard. Their armors were torn apart, and they burst out with the last of their magic power, erecting hundreds of light shields at the edge of the formation. The light shields gave their allies courage and strengthened their arrows and hands, which could withstand the attacks of swarms of flies. Devour. Knowing that the winner was about to be decided, Liu tensed up his nerves and connected his senses to every distorted eye in the soil, every binding line, and every lava right hand, and he instantly grasped the situation of the entire cave. In the middle of the swarm of flies, Huntler tore off the meat of the siege beast, stuffed it into his mouth and gnawed it. Chapter 323, Poems of Reluctance. As Huntler chewed it, the demonic siege beast relic was devoured like a piece of steak. First, the flesh and blood on the front legs and chest suddenly disappeared, and there was a row of huge tooth marks in the gap, followed by the front half of the body, and finally the wheels and bell-shaped butt. The siege beast was eaten by Huntler. He himself became strange and inexplicable, different from the siege beast's elephant pull. Huntler's mouth fell from his face to his chest, and was pushed to the right by the protruding wheel in his sternum. Both fists were also covered with a small bell, and his fingers tightened inside the bell. What remains unchanged is his gaze on his prey. When Huntler clashed his fists, time went backwards, and the flies instantly retracted into the bag covered with bone spurs. Beelzebub, who had just been put into the body of Ajibuki with fish scales, was also pulled back into the body of Ajibuki with bone spurs. Huntler became the only person in the battle circle who followed the trend. Taking advantage of this short period of time, he opened his arms and hugged the body of bone spur Ajibuki. Buzz! The wheel-shaped sternum rotated at high speed, cutting the bone spur Ajibuki in half, and the flies that had just been sucked back into the body were also thrown away like broken sand. Huntler's mouth aimed at the hollow inside Okabuki's body, and he happened to wait until the head, face, and tone of Beelzebub appeared there. The timing was perfect. The wheel-shaped sternum was shot out, and Beelzebub was also cut in half, without even having time to twitch and howl. Huntler's fallen mouth opened hugely, spraying out a waterfall of blood and flesh, and then completely smashed Beelzebub. Beelzebub is dead. First, Liu used the petrifying light to force him to break out of his cocoon when he was immature. Then Jesse used the Kingston family's sacred object for a round. Finally, he caught up with Huntler, the strongest hunter in the hunting country, to devour the siege beast and kill it. If Beelzebub was written as a bard from birth to death, every paragraph would be full of unwillingness. And this unwillingness will remain in the world in a new form. The magic that transformed the demon into material was not removed. So Beelzebub died in the waterfall of blood, leaving behind an egg pod that fell into Huntler's bag. The only prey obtained. Huntler suddenly clasped the attention card, thinking that he would be able to escape Liu's gaze. Buzz! The buzzing sound didn't come from any flies, but from the Okabuki. My baby! My Beelzebub! The 4 sacks hugged each other and cried, holding Huntler's limbs apart and tearing them apart with force. With his hands and left leg broken, Huntler was left with only one leg and was thrown into the sky by the fish-scaled Okabuki. But he still smiled and seemed to be enjoying himself very much. Beelzebub is dead. The flies are dying quickly, and the magic that summoned Okabuki is beginning to dissipate. Huntler seemed to have foreseen this situation and sneered as he admired Okib's shrinking appearance. At the same time, Ajibuji's movement control began to be difficult, and the 8-legged Ajibuji's bag quickly shriveled up. Damn the brave! The 3 Okabuki moved again and tore Huntler's body apart. However, Huntler's head and neck were still firmly closed on his chest, and were not torn apart by Okabuki's brute force. It turns out that your baby is so nutritious and very good. Huntler shook his head and upper body and slipped from Ujibuji's shriveled hand. With the egg pot in hand, Huntler's endurance was elevated to a new level. There were only 2 okabuki left, and the king of the Colosseum also realized that there were not many opportunities left to take action. So he decisively shed his 2 cloth bag bodies and turned into thousands of red flies that glowed red. It penetrated into Huntler's body through the damage in his body. Explode brain. Since the body splitting could not kill Huntler, Okabuki chose to explode directly from the inside. Ha ha ha. It's so itchy. Huntler responded with a laugh. And there were dense flies in his eyes. It's no longer useful. I have your egg pods. And your flies can no longer hurt me. In other words, I am half of you. The red fly was expelled from the body by Huntler and condensed into an okabuki face in midair. Wait. Are you Huntler? You are the hunting nation. I entrusted you. The red fly went in and out of Huntler's brain, and finally knew the identities of these brave men. With the fight already like this, Liu didn't feel the need to use the staff of deception. So what? I know it was you who entrusted me to come to Demon King City. Huntler's words were shocking. He had already seen through the relationship between the Kingston family and the king of the Colosseum. But then what? Huntler grinned. Your baby is the only prey I need. So I can only hunt. For the sake of how dare you kill? Ujibuji's remaining magic quickly weakened, and the flies could not speak a complete sentence. But don't worry. Your commission. I will continue to complete it. Hee. Huntler winked at Okabuki. After all, the Gamble family has given a lot. Go in peace. You'd better run away, as far away as possible. Before he finished speaking, Ujibuki's face finally exploded, killing several shirtless knights. Seeing this, Liu felt so comfortable. Huntler hit his head on the ground. Half of his body bounced off the ground, stood firm, and laughed. It is immune to the flies of the king of the Colosseum, and has a regeneration effect. In this case, I can't bear to use this only prey for the promotion ceremony. Thinking that he was already hated by Okabuki, and that he might be hunted by the king of the Colosseum in the future, Huntler started to use some new ideas. Perhaps we can collect a few more unique prey items, and see which one is more suitable as a sacrifice for the promotion ceremony? Swallow the rest. Maggots and flies sprouted from Huntler's severed limb. They responded to each other, connected the separated bodies, and reassembled the limbs. The library has its only prey. Huntler now looks more like a devil. Now that we are here, we must grab enough money. Huntler stood up and began retching, vomiting out a siege beast corpse covered with insect eggs. The structure of the corpse was still the same as the original demonic relic, but it was completely lifeless. The elephant was also connected to its own chest cavity filled with insect eggs. The whole thing was very distorted. After spitting out the siege beast, Huntler barely returned to his human appearance. At the same time, the swarm of flies belonging to Okabuki died. Its remaining 4 bags were tied to each other, and the corpses of the flies condensed into a candlestick, embedded in the earthen wall at the bottom of the large cavity. Candlestick? Liu was stunned. This candlestick is so similar to the one in the throne room? Does it represent the authority of the Colosseum? The flame of the candlestick was very weak. As if it came from another space, Liu could see its projection through his distortion eyes, but he could not actually perceive its existence. The same goes for the brave men present. Huntler was also on full alert when he saw the candlestick, with blood and tears streaming from his eyes, and flies crawling out of every cavity in his body. The candlestick was quietly embedded in the wall, burning quietly. Oh! This is... Huntler did not expect that there would be a new abnormality. He looked at the candlelight and thought about something. While he was thinking about it, Huntler discovered that the cave had collapsed. Of course, it was Liu who took action. Liu confirmed that Ujibuji had left, and when he saw that all the heroes' attention was attracted by the candlestick, Huntler shed tears of blood and immediately stopped waiting. If we don't kill him now, will we wait until they come to their senses? The binding line stretched, shaking off a layer of rubble. Liu drove countless pairs of distorted eyes, stared at the array of braves near the candlestick, and shot out petrified light. But the brave men only saw that the entire cave had lost a layer of stone skin, and the walls and ceiling were covered with densely packed distorted eyes. Each of them seemed to be rotating spiritually, casting countless glances. Chapter 324, Each Other's Bait. The first person to encounter the petrifying light was, of course, the knight who opened his light shield. Originally, they had been almost killed by Ujibuji, and their armors were heavily damaged. Therefore, When they found that the light shield could not block the petrifying light, and their skin was covered with a layer of stone color, they immediately relieved their burden. The knights moved intermittently, as if they were rusty. Even if they actively exploded all their armor and equipment, they could not find an escape route. The knights were reduced to stone statues unwillingly. Then, there are those thieves and hunters. They didn't expect that there would be a demon hiding in the darkness. And it wasn't until Okabuki died that he delivered the fatal blow. The thieves' blurred bodies began to hide, and the hunters each used the accumulated herbs to resist the power of the petrifying light. However, under the gaze of massive eyes of distortion, their resistance was in vain. Soon, the astonished faces condensed into stone statues, frozen in the deepest part of the cave, becoming a group of silent works of art. Liu didn't expect that the lava in the ground would eliminate the array of warriors from the hunting kingdom without even using his right hand. Can the demons outside the arsenal kill Hinokiba? Rain, light rain. It's too late to try out the newly developed birdcage and string clone. What if Hung Ruan Qiangshan goes back to heal his injuries first, and then comes back to hunt after being injured? In comparison, the joy of breaking through the Colosseum has never been so delicious. Sawyer's previous communication was all through teleportation, and he no longer deliberately concealed his identity. The bone sword was also ready to move. He just waited for the first round of petrifying light volley to start, and then he started to fight with me. The fly fell to the ground and shattered, and there was no trace of Hangokibu. The direction in which his body ran away was exactly the underground city where Butebog was. His pituitary gland belongs to you. Butebog's brain grooves felt hot, and he came out of his hidden state and saw Sawyer. He has no grudge against Ruan Qiangshanji? Was he just afraid that you would follow his plan to break through the Colosseum when he ran away? Hungokib quickly figured out what had just happened. Now that his goal has been achieved, he wants to kill you. So it was gradually tied up by the binding thread, unable to move. During the pulling process, both Rain Man and Sawyer struggled, of course, but the protracted battle had also drained our physical strength. We are like Hongo Jibu who can endure, absorb materials, and regress and recover. But there are still no signs of me escaping. The voices of you, Ren, and Li, you were also very confusing. Damn! What on earth is that devil thinking? Really smirking? You were actually taken advantage of by him? Hangokiba thought about Sawyer's motives and suddenly smiled. Ha ha. You have got the only prey, and are about to be promoted to the 9th level Hunter King. How can you be bad? Hangojibu acted as usual, with a faint stone color on his face. But he still maintained a weak fighting spirit and patience. What kind of magic was this just now? Go back to the library. Or maybe it wastes its egg pods and retreats to the ceremony to complete its promotion. Then the library will be welcoming not only the 8th level hunter, but the 9th level hunting king. On the way! Sawyer locked the position of the dominoes in the underground city and sent a message. Sawyer suddenly realized that trapping and killing the level 8 hunter was not as complicated as he thought. Of course, Sawyer was happy that Hen Okibu thought so. Obviously, they were already exhausted after experiencing the battle with Besabun and Okabuki. Before they could recover, they were targeted by the eyes of abnormality again, unable to make any resistance. Of course, Bitaborg had the conditions to comply with Sawyer's request. But just as it was about to emerge from the abandoned forge, several phantom arrows appeared behind it. The petrified light below and the lava above belonged to oneself. It is no exaggeration to say that the Colosseum has become his home court. Hangojibu fully doubted his map after all. When he faced Ruan Qiangshanji just now, Tuzai relied on that map to judge that Trilalji's body was still in the holy city. In the overwhelming petrified light, Liu only used the binding thread to tear apart Rain Man and Sawyer, and pull them into the ground. However, that hunter will become a sharp sword hanging above his head, and he needs to be careful at all times. The real head is here. Moreover, Sawyer learned the lesson that time and swam out of the ground to get closer to Hen Ojibu to avoid being attacked by phantom arrows or accidentally falling into the hunter's trap. It wasn't until the octopus tentacles wrapped us up, absorbing the petrified light falling below and the cold energy coming from above, that we realized that the binding line had good intentions. And we all thought about this before being driven away by Hen Okibu, Demon Hannibal. While observing Hen Okibu, Sawyer also noticed that even if it was hit by the petrified light, the candlestick in front of me was not affected at all, as if it existed in that space. So it's him. Hung Ruan Qiangshan recognized Hannibal at a glance. But Hangojibu also thought about escaping from the direction of the candlestick. Instead, he stared at the ground that had not yet been coated with a layer of stone skin, and subconsciously avoided the candlestick at the end. Wan Qiong adjusted the angle of the distorted eye, and the spotlight completely covered Hanojibu. In fact, the reason why Wan Qiong took action was because he was willing, but because the field was filled with petrified light. Although the damage was to himself, it was quite troublesome to control them to bypass the binding line that was also a sensor. So he simply did it. Didn't try. Oh, he thinks he can't hunt you since he is hiding in the underground city? Hung Wan Qiongchan touched his 4-character mustache. Huh? That brain spirit of his? When the petrifying light was focused, the siege beast relics around Hanojibu were first petrified, and the insect eggs also hatched again, and then were completely destroyed. Don't be discouraged. He will be the first. Sawyer comforted him. Yes, it's you. We meet again. Is he still bad? Sawyer waved his tentacles and greeted Hung Wan Qiongchan. Why are you running away? He is going to die now. Sawyer decided to kill Hin Okibo on the spot to give me a chance to go to the library and destroy it. How long can Bitterberg last? Let him get promoted. Watch him get promoted and help him shine. Gu was studying the candlestick embedded in the wall, and also had time to pay attention to Yu Rin and Li Yu, who were buried underground. Sawyer retracted the eye of distortion and the left hand of lava between the layers of soil like a whale, and quickly rushed back to the library. The bad thing is that there is no remedy. He guesses? Sawyer sensed that the magic power of the library was rapidly depleting, and thought to himself that if he had not tried to deceive Trauki just now, he would be betrayed now. In the volley of petrifying light, the only one who was still incapable of action was of course not Hin Okibu. Did I come to attack you? Is that my true body? That enemy is fake. Wan Qiong realized that Butibog was the only chance to lure Hung Wan Qiongchan over. It does matter. He is under your map. If he escapes or escapes, he will also be one of your prey, Hanojibu said through gritted teeth, his movements suddenly becoming coherent. That's right. He's out there. Who's going to the city here? Hanojib frowned and looked at Butibog under the map. That was him just now. Hinokiba recalled the guidance that sounded outside his mind when he faced Trauki. Hanojibu traced his finger under the map, and his entire body was suddenly pulled away from the petrifying light, leaving only thousands of petrified flies in the air. Thinking that the severed limbs of Hanokibu were hatched flies, and my patience and ability to convert materials into combat power. Sawyer's brain groove tightened, and a weak sense of crisis suddenly broke out. After enduring the erosion of the petrifying light, Hanojibu did not dodge slowly at first, but quickly scanned the surroundings with his eagle eyes, first to find a way out, and seventh to see if there was any possibility of counterattack. Escaped? Wan Qiong never thought that Hung Wan Qiongchan could escape so easily. Chapter 325 Script. Escape. Li used all the remaining magic power in the library to drive the abominable card into Bitterberg's brain groove. Bitterberg also turned invisible without hesitation, completely erasing all traces of his existence. With a map, you can't escape. The phantom arrow pierced the air. Huntler held a map and followed it calmly, always coinciding with the location of Bitterberg. Not far away, there were noisy roars, and the sound of chains dragging the floor. The red-skinned demons and dwarves in the arsenal noticed Huntler's invasion and chased after him like crazy. Domino's communication is cut off. Liu looked at the abominable card on the ground, not sure if he could trick Huntler into taking advantage of it this time. However, everything that needs to be done has been done, and the magic power of the library has indeed been exhausted. At least Huntler's hunting target is now Bitterberg. Liu sped up and ran to the living room of the Bone Room to meet the Lord of Brain Spirit. The battle to hunt Beelzebub lasted for several days, and the library was already heavily guarded. It's strange. Your hands were under control just now. Tom Lau moved his fingers away from the button on the workbench, fearing that another big electrocardiogram would hit Gatrol. Do you know if you can still be resurrected? The 8th level hunter had a weak constitution and could not tolerate the ability to gradually eliminate damage. He carried many materials with different effects, making him difficult to kill. It was even better before he obtained Beelzebub's egg pod, and he could even use the flies hatched in his body to regenerate his severed limbs. The 800 skeleton warriors raised and lowered their swords, eating away at the array of warriors uniformly. Cottrell just recovered from the numbness of the electric shock and reported victory against the bone wall where Liu was. Even if you laid down the thorn of withering, you may not be able to kill it. In the living room, Liu hurriedly took back the abominable card, and the 800 skeleton warriors took their eyes away from Cottrell, and then rushed towards the group of enemies who invaded the library. Only the noisy ones are still working overtime in the Forbidden Forest after tasting the benefits of magic stones. Their enthusiasm for work is very high, and their efficiency in brushing malice has also improved a lot. After cleaning up, you don't have any guests coming yet, so you have to treat them badly. Xiang Shui ordered the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, and then quickly wrote a script. The warriors from the hunting kingdom passed forward in a daze, only to find that they had rushed back inexplicably, and were even more confused when they encountered 800 skeletons. He did something bad. Outside the workroom, Tom stared at the surveillance camera in the living room of the bone room and said to Tom Lau, "Those were the reserve warriors that Henrik had newly called from the hunting kingdom when they besieged the Colosseum." Exploded armor, the smell of burning, unstoppable bleeding, petrified ankles. Gator circled the living room of the bone room and was about to order the 800 skeleton warriors to take action. However, he was hit by an arc of electricity in midair and fell to the ground with a mixed smell. "I'll leave a few for you." Liu suddenly thought of something and stopped the skeletons from annihilating all the brave men. "Where are you?" After thinking that a battle might require a lot of malice, Liu did not call them back. Opening small doors, changing soil layers, and releasing string clones to pretend to be a brave man. Xiang Shui's actions are all done in one go. Liu also noticed that Tom Lau also thoughtfully arranged the monitoring of the Eye of Distortion in the confusion corridor inside the small door of the library, and monitored the situation inside the door. So Liu hid his body in the soil, with the bone sword close to him, released Hannibal's cybernetic clone and stood next to Catral, and then used his brain and pituitary gland to connect to the monitoring network of the library, and checked a Copper Piao's field of vision and the situation of other monsters. "Who are you?" Maybe that's the reason why Butebog didn't die in my hands. Next, Henry Lyric fell into the urn. Henrik was still very calm. The knights, hunters and thieves formed a formation just like they did outside the 8th danger zone, but did not activate magic. They were obviously waiting for our leader Henrik. Within a quarter of an hour, a small number of the warriors from the hunting kingdom were beaten into scraps and mincemeat, no longer posing any threat to the library. "Take that, fly around inside, and push back the group of brave men down the corridor." Liu handed the abominable card to Gatral's hand. Unexpectedly, what Xiang Shui waited for first was not Bitterberg, who was fleeing for his life, but also Henrik, who was hunting, but dozens of brave men from the hunting country. Seeing that there was no movement at the brain rebirth point in the small library and the soul altar at the lower level, Liu could at most confirm whether Bitterberg had been killed by Henrik, and his relaxed mood was a little less anxious. The knights also quickly completed the judgment of the enemy, and gathered the strength of all the brave men together to become a difficult bone to crack. If we let it go, then when Butebog escapes to the door of the library, the hunters and thieves will definitely use our magic, and Hung Xiangshuifu will also be merciful. At that time, Butebog can only die next time. Liu suddenly realized, although there are answers to ambiguous questions, combat experience drives us to quickly form a formation. We jingled through from the other end of the puzzling corridor. No craftsmen, no gatekeepers, no knights, and of course even fewer hunters and thieves. As for the group of brave men outside the corridor, if they are left alive, they are suspected to be a disaster. So kill them first. Be prepared for a protracted war. Since killing the Jackal family, Jia Xiangshuifu has not fought any small battles. The 800 skeleton warriors have also been training day after day. There is no place for them to use their skills. So of course they are very excited. All the brave men in the hunting country are ants? Is the killing complete? Liu felt helpless. But no matter how hard it is to crack a bone, it will still be a problem in the living room, where electric light and petrified light are mixed. We regarded the library as a treasure to be developed. Henrik's purpose in hunting Butebog was to hunt the only prey. And of course he had to ensure that it dropped first, and I didn't have a similar ability. So I had to drive Butebog away from home and call him at the same time. The hunters and thieves on hand set up a good formation. The weakened library welcomed the enemy for the first time, and of course gave it the coldest welcome. Lightning flashed. Petrified light crossed like spotlights, and the cold air of flying daggers froze the breaths of the braves into mist. After figuring that out, Liu was worried that Bitterberg had escaped and returned to the library. Although the cost of deceiving Henrik is very low, the effect is also bad, and it may play a vital role in the subsequent hunt. As ordered, Gator opened his ribs, clamped the flying dagger tightly, opened the small door, and rushed out. The craftsmen and gatekeepers stood far away and put down their bags. They probably wanted to wait for the brave men to call in and build a camp and danger zone in the library. Everything is for oneself. Minis and mini should have dinner. Stacks of mahjong. And have been chatting for a long time. Tom is reading a book. And Tong Lao is still playing with the parts of the magic locomotive and the magic cannon. Have you taken the time? Wasted in waiting. Leaving behind a dozen brave men who were beaten to only half their lives. The 800 skeleton warriors resisted the urge to dance and walked back to the edge of the living room of the bone room. Each one standing proudly. That's a trap. When Liu came back, Minnie had already hid in the warehouse. Tom settled in Tong Lao's workshop. The evil horn continued to supply power near the thunder pool. And Galaric led 300 skeleton warriors to line up in the living room. Just like a group of silent warriors. Looking at the hourglass under the wall, Liu felt relieved knowing that the library would be full of magic power in 4 hours. When he came back, Gator led a group of scattered thieves. Hunters and craftsmen we rushed back together following the trajectory of Gatra Xiang's Weifu. And various thieves' hands and flying arrows were summoned. And the craftsman, even he threw out the small hammer in his hand. I finally waited until today, finally waited for the moment to serve my master. Liu checked the bone wall and the layout of the mechanisms outside the soil layer, knowing that the battle with Henrik would be decided quickly. Chapter 326. Who is the hunter? Huntler was also quite agitated as he chased his prey to the corridor of confusion. The injuries accumulated in his body were already very serious. Although he was recovering by absorbing the fly eggs born from the egg pods, he still had broken limbs and bones, so his movements were always somewhat laggy. Indeed, we hunted the heads of several red-skinned demons in the arsenal, and one of them seemed to be the son of Memphisius. But Huntler was also burned badly by the lava and heat flow, and was especially stained by some bloodthirsty desire. This caused Huntler to aim at the place where the brain spirit was and shoot randomly, wasting a lot of energy. After hunting this only prey, it's really time to leave this broken city and complete the promotion first. Huntler thought so. Fortunately, hunting is a part of the promotion ceremony. Once the prey falls into the hunting country's trap, it can be killed directly. When the 2 unique prey items are in hand, you can choose to sacrifice one and keep the one that is more useful. Judging from the current experience of using egg pods, Huntler is currently more inclined to use the only prey dropped by Beautybug as a sacrifice for promotion. The egg pod has a strong regeneration ability, which is very effective when used in conjunction with the hunter's patience. It can also be immune to the flies of the enemy Ajibuki. Of course, Huntler can't stop. Jiangjia controlled a Jiangjia Ting, put the abominable card under her forehead, and waved it up and down. The small door of the library was crooked. Dozens of warriors from the hunter country knew why, and rushed back in formation. Of course, they did not use this formation that was guaranteed to drop. Liu, the brave man who survived at that time, used binding threads to insert into our brains, and at the same time weakly healed us. He tried his best to heal us to the point where we could barely move, and then put us in the back to be actors. Vague and prosperous. Nibel's eagle eye. At most, what I saw at first sight was full of demons, so there should be no chance to lure me into the battle. As for the faces that I had time to remember, putting on a hood or something was enough to hide them for a while. He's finally here. Your friend. It often dies. Don't be surprised. Lee read about the fortifications outside the meeting room and quickly created a trawl to stand behind Hannibal. Well, he was deceived. Before he could finish his words, the bodies of the warriors in the formation ended up peeling off layers of lines, and then gathered into dozens of strands flowing downwards and upwards. Liu, who was wearing Teal's skin, stood up from dozens of killing sea butterflies. The sea of bones on his feet turned, and the surrounding lightning flashed. The petrified light in the wall focused on Su Jika in the middle. Jiangjia noticed that no matter how the flies moved, the electric tower and the eye of distortion would be triggered. It was obviously the trap affinity of the 8th level hunter that had the effect. That's the real trap. The words he just said were just smoke. Hannibal misled Liu that he wanted to escape, but in fact, he was still on a hunt. At the same time, Beautybog also appeared and fell into the formation of the Braves. He did disappoint you. In this complex and exciting mood, Hung Jiangjiating followed Beautybog around the corner and saw a small scene. Hannibal looked at the mucus under the flies and was sure that the brain spirit was dead. At this moment, I held the map tightly, shed tears of blood, and noticed Liu's body dozens of meters diagonally above. Unexpectedly, it was the bloodthirsty desire of the red-skinned demons in the underground city that helped Liu solve the problem. The difficulty is to imitate the effects of thieves' hands hits and material drops. Bones he carried a bone sword, exuding a withered aura, and immediately stabbed Hannibal directly. Our hands, feet, and bodies have all been modified. Our hands are lava left hands, and our bodies are covered with fangs of demonic wolves. Paw! As the swarm of flies gnawed away at him, Bitterberg exploded and died. Hannibal also grabbed its front head, preparing to collect the seventh only prey. If Hannibal is let go, any trap set in the library will be useful. But there is no way to sit in person and pay attention to any movements at all times. The only thing Liu was sure about was that he was not afraid that Hung Jiangjieting would use my eagle eyes to see that all the people present were demons. So he also specially added a hateful card under Galeric, hoping to gather some of my attention. Force. After Hannibal roared angrily, he immediately set up countless restraint traps far away from the brave to ensure that Bitterberg behind him would escape. Immediately afterwards, Hannibal saw that every flying skeleton was constantly releasing cold air, interfering with the operation of the formation, and inexplicably felt that its appearance was extremely hateful. You were fooled? Under the dual influence of the red-skinned devil's curse and the abominable card, Hannibal seemed to have made eye contact with someone in the Colosseum. He swung his fingers and countless phantom arrows fell on him, directly hitting the target. The flying skeleton nails itself into the ground. However, Hannibal snorted and finally got rid of the frenzy of fighting with brains. He drew under the map, and his flesh and blood burst out into a line of corpses of flies, piercing directly to the ground where Jiangjia's body was located dozens of meters away. For this reason, Liu drove away 800 skeleton warriors and Galeric. All the skeletons were controlled by self-healing bones, and their bones were captured and smashed according to his thoughts. Only then did he reluctantly play out the scene. The effect just now. After receiving 2 arcs of electricity and shaking off flies all over the floor, Hannibal's expression remained normal. Countless shadow arrows pierced the bone wall, causing a huge explosion, and it seemed that a passage would be blown directly from the wall. Enough nonsense. It's time to call Hannibal dead. As long as I can cut off Hannibal's connection with the map or his prey, I can prevent me from running away like I did in the small hole. It went very smoothly. Although there was a little major incident, it did not affect the result. So Huntelaar followed Bitterberg closely according to the map, while looking forward to the only prey that the brain spirit would drop. He was a little worried as to whether the newly set brave men from the hunting country would arrive in time. You will leave and come back again to let his stupid demon know what a hunting king is. What Hannibal said was consistent with Liu's guess. What Jiang Jieting saw just now was, of course, a scene directed and acted by Jiang Jie. It's possible. You obviously killed the brain spirit. Hannibal realized that he had fallen into a trap. But the only thing he was thinking about was his only prey, when he was annihilating us outside the living room. Liu also memorized more than a dozen faces. With a little knitting of the binding thread, he could make it 4 or 10. Right now, Hannibal rushed to Bitterberg slowly. Swarms of flies flew out of his eyes and mouth, and instantly wrapped up the brain spirit that had escaped from the underground city to the library, breaking through the limitations of bone walls, binding lines and soil layers. Hannibal and Jiang Jie reunited under the map, but suddenly found themselves falling back into a more tightly enclosed space. Why are those idiots waiting for you? He thought he could kill you that way? The crooked little door of the library suddenly lifted up from the ground and fit in. The threads flowed like hair, passing through the gaps, tightly connecting and binding the entire small hall, becoming a cage. Hannibal scattered the flies, testing the weakness of the birdcage. Bitterberg's body faded away, as if he was about to become invisible again. But at that time, the restraint traps around him all moved together, freezing my movements and thoughts that I had no idea about. If he can live until the green time tomorrow, he may be able to see it again. Liuish, I said comfortingly. I haven't seen the brave men fighting in formation twice, and I know it by heart. Although imitation is based on our magic, imitating the movements and expressions is more than enough. You still want to leave? You're already here. Don't see me again. Jiang Jie also summoned Jiang Jieting to rush down together, actively releasing arcs and petrifying light, launching the first wave of offensive. These self-healing bones that had been pocketed by the braves also fell to the ground, dissolving into a ground covered with barbs and fangs of demonic wolves. In the formation, hundreds of skeletons were slashing kindly, but they were able to withstand the impact of the braves. The skeletons turned into self-healing bones floating in the air, and were withdrawn into the pockets of the braves as expected. Hannibal thought so, but his men failed. So, your prey is actually him. Before Hannibal killed Bitterberg, he had exposed the lie of the stick of deception, and suddenly realized. Before Liu saw Hannibal's explosive arrows, He had already made the bone wall and binding wire thick and hard, so that he could not defend against my hand. A strange thought came to Hannibal's mind. He looked at the map and suddenly found that the location of his prey had shifted originally outside the bone room. Why did he see it offset by dozens of meters when he looked at it now? Chapter 327, Reserved. Huntler could no longer tell how many demons were gathering around him. He could only lock you with his eagle eyes, release arrows, and at the same time open up a swarm of flies to welcome the sea of bones. Under the effect of deepening damage, each phantom arrow made the explosion more powerful, triggering a chain explosion that completely engulfed the U's location. At the same time, Huntler sensed a sword with a strong aura of death thrust into the sea of bones. Withering Thorn. There were not many opportunities to catch Huntler's entity. Liu immediately used his strongest attack, and the chant of the undead also broke out, pulling tightly towards his body. The swarm of flies could not stop the wraith, and Huntler was firmly fixed in the air, as if his hands and feet were being held by 4 okabukis. A phantom arrow hit the tip of the bone sword, causing the bone sword to tilt slightly, but the bone sword grazed the tip of Huntler's nose, missing by a hair's breadth. Is this what you call a trap? Huntler's body exploded with flies and great strength, and he would soon break free from the shackles of the undead chant. Although there was not a lot of luck in the process, the outcome was already doomed from before the Colosseum's wicket was breached by Jesse and Van Helsing. He wants to kill you, but it's not that complicated. The flies around Hung Ojibu turned from white to red, ready to fight. Moreover, Liu really gave me a way out. The fingers of the severed hand redrawn in the air, and the map ended glowing. When a Lord of Authority is not fully prepared, and the battle takes place on its home court, it is AHL to welcome Hen Okib. Gelric opened Huntler's severed hand, clamped the map with his neck bones, and walked to Liu's side. Anyway, it will take time to kill Hung Okibu. It is a matter of practice. Escape, you don't have much material, you can regenerate. Every fly around Hung Pei Fenghan has become a carrier of explosive arrows, using a series of explosions to fight for their own living space, trying to open up a piece of heaven and earth. What does it mean? Slowly, Hen Okibu also confirmed that. Well, you're here. What's the matter? Trade with me, escape from there. Immediately afterwards, Liu gave Hung Ojibu any chance to take back the map. He waved his hand, and the sea of bones swallowed Gatril in an instant, and took me to Tong Lao's workshop. Escape. Liu understood that as a kind of mental development. And at this moment, an 8-edged sword emerged from the sea of bones, and severely severed Huntler's right arm. Hung Pei Fenghan realized that it was appropriate. Although there was still time to see the candlesticks in the Colosseum, Liu was fully aware that Lirichi's power had not yet shrunk. Liu's control of the lion clone became more and more skillful. It's just an arm. Flies appeared on Huntler's broken arm. Liu decided to squeeze Hung Pei Fenghan to death, and turn him into a pulp to see if I could still endure it. Liu answered casually, and suddenly found that Hung Ojibu's physical combat power was also wrong. So he ended the micromanipulation lion clone, and me fighting hand to hand, and used Hung Ojibu to train his ability to operate the lion clone with few lines. Is he Bitterberg? Hung Pei Fenghan thought of Lirichi's commission, and knew that he was involved in a dispute between 2 demons. Damn, why do the skeletons have those kind of teeth under their bodies? You will definitely consume that brain spirit to death. Oops. The Hunter King is evil. He will give you all the materials, egg pods, maps, etc. he has accumulated. You let him live. Although the words were not reserved at all, the meaning was the same. Wait until tomorrow's magic comes to the library. Hung Okibu, who is getting healthier, can really let Pei Feng fish. It was also at that time that Hung Pei Fenghan realized that the bleeding wound under his body was not complicated, and there was no way to heal it. The noisy guys are still working overtime in the Forbidden Forest, and the power source of the lower thunder pool is cut off. Damn, I'm teasing you. Destroy you? He thinks less. Hen Ojibu had the idea of self-destruction. But if we are willing to let Bitterberg and Gatra go, forget it. But Liu Gao has seen Hung Pei Fenghan teleport twice. How could he let me escape? He's finally come to his senses. It's just a small difference, Liu muttered. He is the plaything of you and Lirichi. He has done very bad things. To be honest, you thank him. Pei Feng mentioned the attention card because he wanted Hung Pei Fenghan to think that I had any leverage. Let him give it a try. But don't blame you for reminding him to die as slowly as possible. Otherwise he will die knowing how to die. Liu thought to himself that the attention card came from the Demon King Mentor. and it could be used by him as an 8th level. The real L is when the hunter is destroyed. He's right. You're not teasing him. Liu chuckled. His use of you began before he killed Beelzebub. Liu was barely able to control the 10-line clones to do their own thing. But his movements were still too smooth. If he could master that ability, he would have been very experienced in setting up a stage by himself to fool the brave. And the fight would be more powerful. You must fight to the death. Your hunting nation is the weakest mercenary group in the Chaos continent. The loyalty of a hunting king can provide him with less help. Hungokibu is not ready to break. Sell your soul. Hungojibu was stunned. Before obtaining the egg pod, he trusted his regeneration ability too much. And a skeleton took advantage of him? Hungojibu gritted his teeth and retracted his broken arm. Even though the sea of bones washed over him, he was still covered in blood. The connection to the map has not been completely severed. And Hinokibu's severed hand is still able to move. Good intention plus 99.99 plus 99.99. Then Hinojib fell silent. Really? It's just an arm? Liu took off the handle that was riddled with holes, replaced it with a new one, and then hooked his fingers. What I found out through testing is that the sea of bones is getting more and more turbulent. And the birdcage and bone walls are getting thicker and thicker. And they are not completely closed yet. As long as the magic power arrives tomorrow, I won't be able to use the Staff of Deception to fool Hungokibu. Or even Gao Jing will make me forget that there is no map. Hinojibu said nothing. And while fighting Hannibal and killing Sea Butterfly, he used repeated chain explosions to test the weakness of the Sea of Bones and the birdcage. All the preparations Liu made were to get Hung Pei Fenghan's map. To get it now was to hide it again. Once the formation to kill Haidai was deployed, more than a dozen Hannibals were born from the Sea of Bones. And they followed suit. Just as the map was glowing and a new target point appeared, a few particles fell under the map, scattering the faint light. By the way, Pei Fenghanji's commission. Galaric. An end squeezing inwards. As the birdcage squeezed, the explosions inside and outside became more intense. As Hungojibu grew stronger, Liu became more and more able to listen to my inner voice. My inner thoughts have also become very simple. Liu had already assigned a task to Tong Piao and Tom once they succeeded in grabbing the map. They would ask the craftsman in the library to find a way to cut off the connection between the map and Hungojibu. When Liu heard Hungojibu's voice, he knew that it should be stable that time. And it was only a matter of time before the next one happened. We just spent a month fighting underground in the library. And then Hungojibu realized that there was no invisible hand from beginning to end, moving the chess pieces one by one, and placing himself there step by step. It's bad. If he has anything else to say, let him say it first. Pei Feng urged Hung Pei Fenghan. He should also fight more seriously, and struggle longer. It also sharpens the will after advancing to the imagination stage. In addition to weakening various thoughts, the most important High Sutra increases the strength of the thoughts of the brain spirit body. It seems that the magic wolf's fawn can hardly offset the regeneration of the egg pods. Just stabbing it with a thorn of withering should be able to speed up the death of Hinojibu. Hey, can he hear you? Hungojibu called to Liu. But Hungojibu didn't blow himself up. And Pei Feng didn't cheat me to death. Even if it is thrown out of the complete space at the lower level of the library, it does not mean that Hinojib is allowed to touch that map again. The particles of the balls blocked Hung Pei Fenghan's teleportation, just like they later blocked Father Baisu's teleportation technique. Hell, at most you can't destroy the only prey. Destroy yourself, and destroy his card. Let him get something. Hinokibu is still a man. What is he going to do with you? Liu Yuzhong said lightly. And then his body disappeared into the wall, and let them play with Hungojibu. Which target is your map? Chapter 328, 18 Informants. Liu had to admit that Huntler, who had obtained the egg pod, did have something. After the first red hour, the bleeding effect of the demonic wolf's fawn not only did not cause his death, but instead prompted him to better absorb the only prey, barely resisting the weakening. But this level of resistance quickly collapsed with the cooperation of the Staff of Deception and the Thorn of Withering. When Liu disturbed Huntler's mind with deception and stabbed his bow with a withering thorn, Huntler would drop a large number of fly corpses from his body every second. For a few moments, Liu even had the illusion that he was fighting Ujibuji. If only it were this easy to kill Ujibuki. The first withering thorn hit, and the countdown to Huntler's death had begun. Liu stabbed him every day, and although he failed a few times, Huntler could no longer make any waves. During the month of fighting, Liu also kept asking questions, and learned a lot about the hunting country and the movements of the brave men in Chaos continent from Huntler's voice. The three remaining leaders of the hunting kingdom, the businessman Abagon, the thief Barrow and Bonnie, in fact, their original intention was to come to the Demon King City to harvest materials with Huntler, and they did not want to miss the grand event of breaking through the Colosseum. However, because Huntler did not want to share the profits with them, and his individual combat power was the strongest, he forcibly excluded the other three leaders from this operation. Through the information given in the Devil's Illustrated book, Liu was certain that Hannibal was not dead yet. But how to explain the situation in front of him? That's why the brave men Liu met were basically different from weak thieves. The pile of bones stands alone in the underground of the library, silently squeezing and killing the weakest people in the hunting country. After the initial freshness, the Minis and Tom also lost their curiosity about hunting, and each went about their own business. This does not mean that Liu can perfectly control the 18 lion clones to fight in Hannibal's hand-to-hand combat. Each of them does not have the strength of Troll, and according to the loaded materials, they can play the same style of play. As for these brave men without faith, they are dying in the holy city of Sindalami. These brave men without family background are gathering on the wings of the Empire to stand still and brew something. During the protracted battle, the copper ladle was of course also making electricity towers, sending back the thick pile of bones built by Liu, and maintaining continuous electric shock. Shurjan was also exchanging the materials needed for the copper ladle and repairing the library, and continued to transform. Only Galaric and the 800 skeleton warriors were eager to try, and they applied to Liu to join the battle. However, before Galaric was blown away 8 times by Hannibal, the skeletons realized their true identity. Satisfied, he gave up entering the war. Troll, embedded with distorted eyes, is like a walking lamp ball. The weak petrified light can be combined and separated. Like a finger arm, Tilal, the tentacle, wanders through the soil layer, and is used to straighten the damaged electric tower. By the way, absorbing electricity and blasting hunting. Each lightning bolt is a small group of flies. Mutation. But now, Liu took the sea of bones that was stirring like a white hole and knew what to do. The death of hunting caused some kind of change. Hannibal's original plan was to digest the only prey through hunting and increase its speed. Then hunt a certain tribe in the Kingdom of Sand, complete the ritual, and be promoted to the King of Hunters. Living room. Slowed down. Tong Lao's image of wielding a big hammer was projected from the domino, and his beard was swinging wildly. Hannibal's body seemed to have turned into a sarcoma, absorbing self-healing bones, fly eggs, binding thread, lava left hand, faint earth, and thread clones. Shurjan also officially changed the name of the electric block to battery, ushering in an era of new energy for the library. Just like that, everything in the library was regressing in an orderly manner, and Hannibal was gradually heading towards death. Liu was glad that his body was in it. Even if there was no Shadow Guardian, it would not be possible for him to be directly absorbed by the death that broke out from Hannibal. The material dropped by the earthworm at dusk has not been used too much by Liu. The main reason is that the earth element in the library is controlled by the Lord of Authority. So Liu was told to retreat during the minor renovation of the copper ladle. Exchange. After that, the damage of endurance finally exceeded the lower limit, and Hannibal ended up in the middle of the sea of bones and repeatedly experienced death. But Liu discovered that before the fight started, the faint soil could only produce soil, and could even be used as a mud adhesive. Tong Lao has finally finished officially starting to produce the library version of the magic locomotive. Although the magic locomotive under the first version of the design drawing still has few flaws and few problems to be overcome, it is not very helpful for the research on the copper ladle. For example, the one who stuck Hannibal under the bone wall and scratched his back with a demonic wolf's fang was much more efficient and slower than hitting him in the face directly with the demonic wolf's fang's fist. The expeditionary army looted the small continent, and Hunter Kingdom took the opportunity to loot the Demon King City. This was very in line with Hunter Kingdom's personality. During the siege of Hannibal, the number of lion clones controlled by Liu became increasingly limited, with the number of ineffective ones reaching 18. After Hannibal's death, Liu never left the library, ensuring that there were no disturbances in the process. The Hunting Kingdom has basically become a springboard for all the brave men who want to come to the Demon King City to hunt for treasures. We are constantly recruited and sent back to the Demon King City as cannon fodder. According to the map given by Hunter Country, people like Sawyer can only become hoes to open up the Demon King City and find the real road to the throne room. It's worth mentioning that there hasn't been any bad news in that month. At that time, A voice like nature came from the dominoes sandwiched outside Liu's brain sulcus. Of course. The power source is the electric block developed by me during my skillful days as a copper ladle. Jesse got the first version of the design of the magic motorcycle and borrowed the magic mirror to teleport it over. Hannibal's map was also sealed outside the jewelry box with a copper ladle. Various dwarf enchantments sealed it layer by layer, completely cutting off its connection with its owner. Just like that. In the baptism of repeated deceptions, withering thorns, and hand-to-hand combat, Liu practiced the skill of distracting 18 people in combat. He only felt that his mind became more confused and his thoughts became more confused. Unfortunately, I have been waiting forever for this day. A secret war is breaking out in the Kingdom of Sand, and the brave men from various chiefs are attacking each other. So there have basically been brave men from the Kingdom of Sand in Demon King City. At the same time, Liu also developed some uses of Huntu. Regardless of the situation between the hero and Xiaolu, Hannibal still knew the same thing. Hung Shizhenting exhausted all the materials and hatched another fly under Tong Lao's hands. This map was difficult to seal. It was attracted by Hannibal's corpse and the Sea of Bones, and was pulled back to the underground of the library. Among them, there are only a handful of pure brave men like Sawyer. When the Sea of Bones was completely closed, bone spurs and bone swords penetrated Hannibal's skin, cerebellum, and heart. Finally, there was no explosion that could separate Hannibal from death. Unexpectedly, this indirectly caused his death. All materials in the distance are colliding, merging, and devouring each other. But they all hate it. There is no skeleton that even bites the upper jaw bone. The breath of death was rolling, and the Sea of Bones resonated with it. Liu noticed that his sensor showed no signs of losing control. By the way, Shizhen also exchanged a few brain spirit pituitary glands, connected to the Eye of Distortion hidden in the Bone Sea, and broadcast the battle outside live to the monsters in the library, adding some fun to the family. Just like Jesse Kingston, with Hannibal's body at the center. The entire Sea of Bones was in chaos and collapsed into a bone mass, with a number of egg particles Liu controlled. There was no way to calm it down. Moreover, the faint earth can retreat and charge quickly against Hannibal's explosive arrows. Without such a material, the consumption of goodwill will be much faster. In Huntler's heart, if he died, those 8 things would definitely be happy and avenge themselves. But they might come to the Demon King City to loot them. For example, Troll, who has 8 lava left hands, is not inferior to Bosch in fighting. Chapter 329 The Devil's Root. Liu reluctantly dragged the bone mass, and with the help of the surrounding soil, he expanded and squeezed the chaotic mass into the living room of the bone room. Fortunately, they are still Liu's sensors at this moment. Otherwise Liu's thoughts would not be able to drive such a huge thing. The minis working in the living room of the bone room have already evacuated. Tong Lao is waiting with a small hammer. Galaric and the skeleton warriors are on guard at the sidelines. Several heads poked out of the door of the bloody corridor. Lulu, Feifei and Tom. When Liu dragged the writhing bones back to the living room, Tong Lao immediately opened the jewelry box and released the map. The map suddenly merged into the Sea of Bones, blooming with ripples. The attention card also popped out of the Sea of Bones instantly, and Liu hurriedly put the fatal thing away. Immediately afterwards, the copper ladle began to hit the bone mass with a small hammer like it was treating the corpse of the copper hammer. Liu used his mind to control its scope and continuously compressed it with the movements of the copper ladle. At the same time, Liu also conveyed Huntler's structure and obsession to Tong Lao, so that he could further disrupt the shape. Along with Liu's mental perception, countless lines and bones stretched out from under the desktop of Devil's Root. As long as the lines or bones are injected into the prey, it is equivalent to completing the mark, which is very easy to use. Is that enough to compensate for Shadow's weird puzzle pieces? Knowing that it was still time, Lijian moved the Devil's Channel to the lower level of the library and packed it up first. Just as he was thinking about it, Liu suddenly felt the domino outside the sulcus of his brain getting hot. The number of prey must be at least 7. If you include the Demon King's castle and the hideous mountain, it's not 9 teleportation points. Come on! Lijian was prepared. This is the small base camp of hunting country. The bad thing is that he defeated the hunting kingdom and turned the Colosseum into a candlestick. Huntler endured injuries far beyond the limit of what his life could bear, and it was Beelzeboon's egg pod that supported him. Liu also slowly sensed its effect. After meeting the residents of the library and Lijian didn't say anything. Instead, she controlled the Eye of Distortion to emit petrified light and the electric tower to emit lightning, giving us some stage effects. The brave man outside is still dead, so you have to separate my body. If he catches it, control it. Tong Lao lowered his big hammer, preparing to hit it hard. Next, you can't look for the fire of H.L. Karma while adding less effects, sharpening your will, and striving to exit the imaginary stage as soon as possible. Currently, there are only 2 mark points that have disappeared on the map. One is naturally the Demon King City, and the other is located on the southwest side of the holy city Sindalami, close to the Kingdom of Sand, in a place called Humble Mountain. It's just that the records on the demon route are more detailed, and what Liu has in mind is more abstract. Pretty scary. Slow travel? Tong Lao was covered in sweat. His mouth was bleeding, and he might collapse at any time. Just like when I was making this filthy whetstone. The copper ladle could only be knocked roughly. Even Pigeon sent nail cap salt beer from the kitchen and added electric shock slugs as the main course for the monsters to eat and dance around. The bone mass became a little more intense, and the copper ladle focused on beating its shape. The corpse in midair was constantly regenerating and aging, and the magic power continued to be chaotic. And Liu reluctantly suppressed it. The quality of iron and dark earth condensed everything. The texture was neither iron nor bone. With a faint luster, the traces of binding lines became the patterns that embellished it, spreading along the moving lines of the bone spurs, making it a seamless whole. Moreover, the demon root is very convenient to use, as long as you hold a self-healing bone of a specific shape. It cannot be used remotely. When she looked up again, Lijian found the Galaric, and you were leading 800 skeleton warriors and mini-minis, singing cluck and dancing with you around Huntler's stinking corpse. It's called Devil's Root. Tong Lao shouted out the name of the demon's relic. Tong Lao knows how to seize the opportunity to change the shape of the demonic relic, but still control its functions. Finally, when the copper ladle struck the front corner of the table, knocking the 7 corners into perfect symmetry, the devil's relic was announced to be formed. Liu also dared to pick it up with a physical object, for fear of causing new changes. He wrapped it completely with his mind and froze it in midair. It's a shame that he is an 8th level hunter who has no chance of being promoted to the Hunter King. The things he dropped are all so practical. Skeleton and Minnie jumped even more excitedly. We were all depressed when we thought that the library had killed the weakest member of the weakest mercenary organization in the mainland. Fortunately, the brain spirits, including Bitterberg, all wore loud clothes and worked overtime in the Forbidden Forest. So the situation was relatively controllable. Yes, it means that there is some trouble. It doesn't mean that as long as Lijian can achieve the mental connection with the Devil's Root, she will teleport to the remote mountain with you, directly to the hunting country's small base camp. Broken? Brother. What happened? Lulu's head emerged from the side of Tom's legs. After half an hour, half of Huntler's body finally died. 1/8 was petrified, 1/8 was burnt white, and 1/8 withered into an empty SHL. The previous question is not, where can I teleport to? The method of marking is to mark a prey under the map. Hushan is a continuous mountain range with tens of thousands of holes intricately connected together. It is home to countless thieves and hunters, and it is hardly an independent country. There were fewer and fewer monsters onlookers, and skeletons filled the back row to prevent the minis from accidentally touching them. Once the prey is tagged, the tagger must reach the prey within 8 months and devour or crush or destroy the prey. How can you help? The demonic relic is about to take shape. We turn the brave man into a demonic relic. Liu had already heard the answer from Tom Lao's heart. The copper ladle hit with a hammer, causing the bones to churn. Half of Huntler's body bounced out and fell in the direction of Liu. The prey cannot be a person, a tree, an inconspicuous insect, or even a stone, a skeleton or a tombstone as long as it is an entity and can be eaten. It can be marked. Hey, you gotta control it. As he was hammering, the copper ladle suddenly called to Liu, and a crack appeared under the big hammer. And Huntler, who has been on the verge of death for a month, constantly digesting egg pods, becomes a half-demon with you, and finally ends the mutation when death comes repeatedly. Liu is also lucky that there was no dwarf craftsman outside the library who could seize the opportunity for the demon to transform into a demon relic. After a month of fighting, of course we still don't know the origin of that brave man. The bone mass has not yet been hammered into the size of a table, and there are numerous bone spurs and demon wolf fangs underneath. As a post-explorer, Huntler certainly had a deep understanding of Xiaolu, and Liu also drew a knowledge map in his mind when he was promoted. After comparing it now, He found that the map was basically the same. What do I want you to do? Just wait. Compressing the bone mass also took a lot of magic power. And Liu even borrowed today's inventory from the library. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Demon King's restrictions on the Lord of Authority must be broken first. The Lord of Authority in the library is not allowed to leave the city. Does he know whether the demon root can help at that point? Liu hurriedly added self-healing to the weak copper ladle, fearing that the talented craftsman would die on the spot. You know that? And so do your craftsmen. Lijian spread his tentacles. Lijian also recalled the process from encountering Huntler to killing me. She no longer had a more intuitive judgment on the strength of level 8 or 8.5 warriors. And she was more eager to become weaker. Broken. The copper ladle is still beating. That demonic relic blended and mutated Huntler's map function. The small continent of chaos in Huntler's cognition is recorded below. The user cannot connect with the retreating thoughts of the demonic root and retreat to achieve teleportation. In addition to the teleportation of the Demon King City and the Burrowed Mountain, the demon root also provides marking functions like Huntler's map, thus marking fewer teleportation points. Although few functional details have yet to be developed. Lijian can't wait to see the world inside. Liu also floated up from midair. While he was healing the copper ladle, he was sensing the effect of the demonic relic. But the less he consumes, the happier Liu will be. As for the side effects of the devil's root, they are also concentrated under prey. Ah! What relic can help you get married? Feifei's head was on the other side. Liu thought of the 7 impatient, trap-friendly, and shadow arrow-wielding Henrys chasing him. If they fought, they would die. A volley of shadow arrows would increase the damage to the point of explosion. But generally speaking, as long as you always remember to deal with the prey. The demon root is a very stable demon relic. Almost as stable as the monster puzzle. Lijian was very satisfied. Then what kind of devilish relic is my demonic cocoon? Ah! What is that? Many. And the skeleton swarmed behind the table, groping up and down. As a kid, I only traveled slowly in the Demon King's castle and the hideous mountain. If so, the prey will become a level 8 Huntler, who in turn will hunt the master. It takes so long to kill Huntler. How much trouble does it take to kill Okabuki? Chapter 330 Sky Ridge. The Dominoes project a line of shadows and a line of words. What are you doing? Shadow checked the post. Nothing. Liu remembered that the weird puzzle was broken by Huntler. His face froze. And he subconsciously replied, I hope Ying won't see any flaws. What are you doing? Liu turned around. I'm killing brave men. I was fighting just now. There is a hunter who has been promoted to level 8. He is very strong and can't be twisted no matter how hard he twists. So I want to ask how you are doing here. Ying spat out her balls. Liu saw that their environment was dim, and they should be in some ruins. Yes. We have recently killed many brave men who were led by the Holy See. Did you know? The Holy See hooked its fingers. And the brave men joined them, as if they had lost their souls. How amazing! Dandan jumped up and said, That hunter is so hard. No matter how hard you hammer or twist, he won't die. Dandan made the particles into a human shape and beat them repeatedly. And the more they beat me, the more comfortable I feel. Liu knew that Dandan was talking about the hunter's injury being intensified. And he thought to himself that we had experienced it a long time ago. Killed? No way. Dandan jumped up in the air and spun around in a circle. Liu noticed that there was no dent in the edge. It was obvious that someone had hit him hard. His skin was beaten to pieces? Is there something wrong with his brain? Shadow said without trembling. The Taz Empire has mastered the technology of steam robots and clockwork warriors, and is constantly exploring new magic technology. If the entire Holy Army can be mechanically transformed, it will even more want to break through the limits of the human body. That? Liu was annoyed that he had ruined the light and shadow under his face. If he was careless, the flaw would be seen by the shadow. Borrowing the technology of the Taz Empire to retrograde mechanical transformation is a possibility worth trying for the already weak knights. You have conquered it. The Holy City Syndrome wants to fall. Liu was shocked by Ying's words. So what should I do? Are we all going to the Colosseum? The first army suffered heavy casualties. But if we report to the Demon King, it will be a small victory. Comfortable. Of course comfortable. Liu happily conveyed the noisy scene in the entire living room to Ying and Dandan. That's how the weirdo puzzle is. Then severe pain struck. And Liu's brain sulcus cracked. And he almost lost consciousness. Oh bad. You know it too. Ying sensed Baby Troll's thoughts. We are surrounding the Pope's body, preparing to summon the god of faith. Tianchi? The handwriting of Tianchi, just written, disappeared slowly along with the rolling shadow. What about Snow Country? What kind of reaction will it have? Baby Troll pinched her half-exposed heart. Was it captured? The holy city fell just like that? Then Liu thought that the fall of the holy city was not partly responsible for the agreement of the rescue by the Taz Empire and the harmony of several forces in the Holy See. That time, the leg bones of Baby Troll were all shattered, and his height was immediately reduced by half. In the projection, Huntler's corpse was lying under the hands of skeletons and Minaminis, passing back and forth in waves of monsters from east to west, and from west to east. Only then did Liu remember that after hearing so little about the First Army's military situation, he almost forgot that there were still two other branches of the expeditionary force. Liu relayed the scene when Hannibal first met Hen Steel to Ying, explaining that he was attacked by a sneak attack, but he also developed a line clone because of this. In the past, Ying could play as many as he wanted. You can't do whatever kind of weirdo you want to play. The remnants of the Holy City were divided into 8 groups and defeated. One group was the Holy Army, mainly knights. Ying knew that Liu was concerned about the battle, so he started talking carelessly. And by the way, he pulled Baby Troll back. Domino projection. The current battle situation will inevitably affect the entire Chaos continent. Liu guessed that the report to the Demon King must have been tampered with by Damonkirk, and it must look very bad. The one who wants to kill you. I heard that he is the strongest level 8 hunter in the mainland. Ying is asking how you are. Are you feeling comfortable? The balls of his balls moved wildly, translating his worries for Ying. The electric light and petrified light in the reception room mixed together, making him confused again. Liu knew how the devil commander of the expeditionary force calculated it. Yes, it's not that name. Ying confirmed, and then wrote again. We are fighting stubbornly underground, preparing to wait for the T-line crest to come out to first eliminate the expeditionary force, and then purify the Taz Empire. Bad. Liu nodded obediently. Liu speculated that the successor pope and my priests, like the Holy Army, should be the practical faction who originally wanted to unite the Taz Empire. Unfortunately, the radical retreating faction within the Holy See had the upper hand, so they had to accept the fall of the Holy City, each looking for a way out. When the electric light shines, Liu's binding thread woven leather is not a little low in reflectivity because it is fused with iron. Liu had thought that such a historic moment would be written out like that. The front line is no longer the fighting faction behind you. Ying lifted the shadow and pointed to the front. We fled underground because we knew what we were preparing for. And Ying quietly admired it for a moment before a thin shadow emerged from the wall and started writing. It is not only to summon the gods to destroy the expeditionary force, but also to cleanse the Taz Empire, which is the weakest country. The shadow of the shadow suddenly surged into a turbulent wave, and the turbulence faded a little. Something happens. No wonder the two sides hit it off immediately. Why? Needless to say, the knight's path is coming to an end. So of course, he must find a way to change. The bad pope is dead. Half dead? So Mephizius said. The Colosseum already has slow play. As for the small amount of happiness and the fate of the dice in the middle, that's all sure you can guess. The 7th group, some of the priests of the Holy See, surrounded the successor pope and ran away. The bad image is trying to escape to the Snow Country, Shadow wrote, and then surrounded Dandin with his shadow for confirmation. Is it the Snow Country? Yes. North. Dandin displayed the radar particles. Is the Pope still half dead? Incorporation? Why? Sure, ye of course wanted to hear the opinion of the Queen Demon King. What's going on with his skin? Why is it so natural? Human skin reflects light like that. He should be careful too. How are they doing here? Look. Your balls are all flattened. Liu guessed that Ying must have been seriously injured, so her handwriting was so wild. Today, the library has enough magic power, and Liu also lets them enjoy this happiness together. Liu thought it was a routine self-mutilation by the Teal baby. Did he notice anything strange about it? After hearing this, he just felt that he was a radical quitter. It was really vicious. The siege had not been fought for more than a month, and the situation must have been very tragic. Hee hee. You know, Baby Shiryame pinched her cheeks and her eyeballs almost popped out. Whoever wants these crappy things from him should be careful with you. Ying's small words were ink white and had a bleeding effect. Although the reinforcements sent by Snow Country were divided by the 7th Army of the Expeditionary Force, they should have also received the successor pope. Hee hee. Shiryame burped. The knights of the Holy Army have entered the territory of the Taz Empire. It seems that they have no tacit understanding with the Taz Empire and want to be included. Moreover, this was also the first time that Yi heard that the God of Faith did not have a name. Could it be that his intention was just an empty sign? It's not just a war. It's very long. Ying wrote hurriedly. Liu held the domino low, allowing Ying and Dandan to admire the corpse from 360 degrees, sometimes showing some close-ups of petrified, burnt white, and withered parts. Do you know if it was caused by its own magic, or if it was washed by the holy light like Dandan? As for the Taz Empire, the addition of the Holy Army will certainly not help absorb the remaining strength of the Holy City. Indeed, with the dominance of steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors, the importance of knights has increased. And there is of course no need to find ways to open up new paths. Baby Yimei scratched her numb brain. Her expression was dull and miserable at times. Tianchi? Yi asked Yimei's baby. What will happen next? Will the Taz Empire send troops? Will the unrest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia become more intense? Chapter 331, Banquet. Hee. Baby Steel's eyes widened, enjoying seeing Liu's miserable state. Liu forced himself to heal, and his consciousness barely relaxed. When he looked up again, he saw that Baby Steel had been twisted into a twist by Ying. Speak nicely. Ying wrote. Hee. Yes. Baby Steel nodded heavily. Is there really such a god? Of course Liu didn't dare to mention his name again. Yes. Not only faith, but also me and you. There is a god above our heads. Baby Steel grinned. What gods are there? Liu realized that Baby Steel held important information about the origin of the world. The god of knowledge, the god of acquisition, the god of pleasure and abuse. Hee. There is a god in everything, Baby Steel recalled. And then his half-exposed brain suddenly exploded. It's a pity that I can't even remember the name. You have to wait for me to think about it. Anyway, in hundreds or thousands of years, I will remember it. Baby Steel stuffed the brain that had exploded back. You must not recite it secretly. Even if you come up with something, you can do nothing. Think further. Hee. If we get the news, after all, the Holy Army has fled here. We will definitely tell the king what is going to happen in the Holy City. Baby Teal broke his leg bone due to difficulties, and stood up again. Rise. This is what the 8th Army is going to do. Ying's shadow flickered. Liu nodded to express his understanding. He was talking about others. The Hunter Kingdom does not yet have 8 level 8 brave men in charge. If one Hanojibu dies, the 8 of us will no longer be restrained by the weakest in the Hunter Kingdom. That's right. Not yet. Dandan's radar pointed north. There wasn't even a small reaction from the Taz Empire in the past few days. Liu's brain sulci were tightened. The karma fire of H.L. is indeed needed. After watching for a while, Ying commented objectively. The god of faith has not come yet. You guys are not busy in the next period. You just have time to steal. The initiators of the war simply don't care which side wins. Tian's spine is really strong. When you find it, ask him to come with you. Haoyan gave Tom the method of extracting H.L.'s karma fire to study. After such a long time, Xiaoduo should have no clue about it. Delaying the understanding first also saves time for preparation. There are not many lords of authority and hidden beings waiting for the god of fate to come. Swallowing like the baby of Troll? Yes. Styles wants to make a fool of himself. So my military order prohibits you from going deep. Ying's speech shocked Liu again. Obviously, if the names of these gods are not recorded, even spreading them by word of mouth is in danger of death. Shadow spreads his hands with his shadow to show that Baby Steel has really forgotten. Well, it's been more dangerous outside the city recently. You might find time to go to the abyss mouth to explore first. Liu Bei can deal with the remaining problems in the Colosseum, and he will soon start exploring the abyss mouth. Next schedule. Liu denied. What the H.L.? Dandan understood what Baby Hao Yiping and Liu were talking about, and became impatient for a long time. Are you done? After you're done, rush back underground and kill the remnants of the Holy See. The issue of H.L. Karma Fire is imminent. In the picture, Hao Yun Pingy gathers and disperses freely. It is me in every bag. And it is me in every bag. The shadows of the shadows disperse and converge, as if they are bringing themselves to experience the battle. Quantity is important, and danger comes first. There is no H.L. fire anyway. As long as you master the usage, even a few greedy flies will die. Liu said weakly. The Gamble family is very poor. Although he killed Hung Ojibu of the Hunting Kingdom, there will definitely be no brave men left to retreat to the Demon King City after all is said and done. It's no wonder that the Red Robe priests were all taken away by the First Army. They were preparing for a grand ceremony. The Taz Empire has endured for so long, probably because it wants to uproot the demons and the Holy See together. On the day when the God of Faith comes, what will happen? Whether the Taz Empire's army has come over yet. It means that we are also waiting for the arrival of the God of Faith. Baby Troll played with his feet. Hee hee. Maybe? Baby Hao Yuping smiled. Maybe like Styles. Hao Yuping and the rest of us. We want to have a taste of the God of Faith? After this, you can't take a look at Mingfei Xiuji's fighting style first. As he said that, Hao Yun sent the scene of Hung Hao Yuping fighting with 5 bag demons to Yingying and Dandan. You should be able to. Then go to the feast that Mingfei Xiuji calls it. Right? Eat the bones of the God of Faith? Heaven? We must secure our position in the library and kill Mingfei Xiuji when several minor powers go out to fight. Perhaps it was simply a war between humans and demons. The only thing that can be done now is not to strengthen oneself or strengthen the library to ensure that no matter what kind of chaos the small continent of chaos becomes, it will not be able to face it. Well, paddle less and fish more. Li Yu was helpless, not sure what kind of gods existed in this world. At this stage, Li Yu is not very interested in those mysterious things, so he is too obsessed with them. Communication stopped abruptly. Li Yu fell into silence, knowing how to respond. Just like eating a steak? If I eat a god and make up for it, will I not be qualified to challenge the devil? Styles wants to have a blast? The radical retreating faction of the Holy See has been driven back underground. Doesn't it mean that the expeditionary force will win the first stage? Li Yu is more concerned about when Yingying will come back, so he might as well go to the mouth of the abyss to find H.L. Karma. Fire. Like you. We all want to be weak. It has arrived. But what happens next? Both the Holy City and the First Army will suffer losses, and we will take action when we are really exhausted. The fall of the Holy City of Sindalami, did it reach that point with the tacit support of a few forces? It must taste really bad. Baby Troll swallowed repeatedly. Hee hee. Did he feel it? Baby Hao Yunping saw Li Yu's frowning face, and smiled even more heartily. Bad? Let's wait for news about him. Yingying waited quietly for Li Yu to find Hell Karma Fire. Can God help? Can God help me kill Mingfei Xiuji? Since Mingfei Xiuji knows this, and is looking forward to the feast, there must be many demons and humans who covet the God of Faith. Don't move. Yingying pressed her balls and asked Li Yu, isn't that the latest situation with the First Army? Didn't you help him? There is no corresponding record in the books in the library. And even Shadow couldn't save it just now. Of course. Hao Yun nodded. You need them to pay attention to the danger. Don't die. Although Li Yu knew what kind of battle would happen when the God of Faith came, he could guess that there would be holy light everywhere. So Yingying had to be especially cautious. Maybe I need to hurry up and get rid of Mingfei Xiuji, just in case I can get a piece of this feast. Stealing comes out. Stealing comes out. Baby Hao Yuping waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that Yingying would force him to use this magic of stealing time and distance again. Don't think about it. With his level, there's nothing he can do if he thinks about it. Yes, you will come back and search for the Hell Karma Fire with him. Yingying has been thinking about that matter. Get the Hell Karma Fire, and you kill Mingfei Xiuji. Styles is not a small pillar of the Demon King City. He is the Lord of Authority in the mouth of the abyss. Li Yu is surprised again. Once Mingfei Xiuji dies, the authority of the Colosseum may also change hands. In the First Army, Dandan learned many new words through contact with the Holy See army and humans. Next, you will pay attention to the Gamble family and see if you can find a way to increase the number of greedy flies. Yingying gave suggestions from his own perspective. Next, does he need anything else? Yingying wondered if the pile of smashed garbage outside the shadow space had been taken out. The treasures dropped by Hung Okibu are more realistic. After all, it can't even remember its own name. Li Yu thought that was a bad opportunity to clean up the demons. Chapter 332. Good public relations is also part of hunting the country. The Colosseum has completely become a camp for the brave. There wasn't even a trace of any monster around. Although the hunting nation lost Huntler, and countless elites were wiped out in the large cavity and library under the Colosseum, the world they opened up in the Demon King City is still there, and it continues to attract people from afar. Brave men. It was only after Li Yu was dispatched again that he learned that during the month of the blockade of Huntler, Ajibuki actually found a way to obtain permission from Memphius and the Demon King to return to the city. Therefore, the Bag Demon took the time to return from the Sindalami front line and thoroughly swept away the brave men in the Colosseum. But the war continued, and Okabuki could not stay for long. When the Bag Devil returned to the battlefield, the Colosseum was once again occupied by brave men. But Okabuki also completely hid the candlestick that symbolized authority. The Colosseum was completely closed. There was no more killing cup. And there were no gladiators. The brave men only occupied a piece of wasteland and built a new portal in this wasteland. But that was enough for them. 8. It's not just for fun. The whole article was written in a high-sounding way, allowing Juku to see the ambition of Hunting Kingdom at a glance. That time, Hirua felt that Mangfike didn't have the patience to drill our red fly anymore. The next step is not to explore the abyss of Liu and locate the fire of H.L. Karma. Raymond and Sawyer's names are all heavily stamped on it. Apparently, because Hirua and Hirua Mingi killed all the brave men who attacked Beelzebub. The deeds of the 7 people were not recorded, and they were not included in the list, reflected below. In order to weaken the credibility of the rumors, Hirua even made a set of human skins made of hung aji cloth, led a group of brave men to run into the confusion corridor, and then jumped into the abyss in front of everyone, outside the door of reading. First, the brave men don't have endless energy to vent, so it would be too bad to use Liu of the abyss as our venting point. There are still some merchants and thieves who are still working hard to dig out the corpses of brave men buried deep under the Colosseum and recover the unbroken remains and relics. His demon cocoon has a bunch of endless bugs and robbers. At that time, Okabuki cursed and left, leaving behind countless corpses. But he did not find the most hateful hunter among them. Before the fall of the holy city of Sindalami, Liguo Hua focused on shaping his own image, wanting to build himself into a pioneer in hunting the Demon King city and absorbing less scattered warrior power. Abagon, Barrow and Bonnie have not yet confirmed that they have temporarily lost contact with Hung Ojibu. Abagon issued a statement praising Hung Hiruoming for completing the feat of breaking through the Colosseum, and also decided to follow the Hunting Kingdom personally, strike the Demon King city's regression at a deeper level, and make less contributions to the benefit of mankind. Hirua sat in the corner of the square, scanning the front page headlines with his dim eyes, thinking that after all, Incidents in the Demon King city was produced by a newspaper affiliated with the Hunting Kingdom. Compared with the content of the rumors, some of the wording had been embellished. Without the support of rumors, Juka thoughtfully made hundreds of human skin maps for the Braves, and marked the location of Liu in the abyss under the corridor of confusion, making it easier for us to find it. However, if the eagle eye of the hero who witnessed it was sufficiently trained, he should have also seen a skeletal brain with tentacles on the 14th floor tile of the confusion corridor, wandering outside the soil. Yeah. Juku took the latest issue of Incidents in Demon King's Castle. Mr. Trail. That's today's paper. Without the testimony of eyewitnesses, even fewer brave men gathered behind the new portal under the square, forming a team to explore the abyss. Liu. In the center of the first page, it is the scene of Hung Okibu jumping into the abyss and Liu. It is also the scene that people who know the newspaper extracted from the heads of the brave men. Very powerless. Bad PR is also part of hunting the country. Just above the ranking, Abagon, Barrow and Bonnie were added in small white letters. Looking at this momentum, it seems that they will dominate the bottom 8 at any time. Memphis found the egg pod. Of course, because it had not been integrated with the demonic root in the library, and the dear king of the Colosseum had even touched the shadow of the enemy, and only knew how to hunt. Gua is reliable because he knows that Hiro has not done a small part of the preparation work to overthrow me from power. It was just a matter of clearing out the complete space at the bottom of the library and pouring the brave men back through the holes. Juku returned to the square as a businessman, and while collecting all the materials that were not useful for transforming the library, he listened to Xiaolu's gossip, rumors, and the hunting country's trends. However, this body was destroyed in an instant before Liu retreated into the abyss. Apparently some kind of restriction was triggered, and Hirua could only feel a searing coldness. Raymond's body was covered with maggots and eaten to pieces. Did Harry, the big newspaper boy, die in Hiruoming's purge of the brave men? After a few days of getting along with him, he still didn't know the businessman Hiruoming's habit of reading newspapers every day. Hirua didn't have any clues about the whereabouts of the 7 people he was planning to go back to the library to lay a trap for Hung Ojibu, leaving those 2 people next to the candlestick. Could it be that they were swept away by Mingfike? On the 8th page, under the newspaper's brave list, Hannibal has been removed from the list. And Van Helsing has also been squeezed into a place where he can be seen. The only 2 people in the last 10 who Chico knows are Henry O'Keefe and Jesse Kingston. The remaining all of them are familiar names. 7th. If there is no abyss, Liu must not have its curse. Therefore, the brave men of the hunting country cannot be used to deal with the thunder, lest he capsize in the ditch and be stared by Hero Mingxi. Hung Ojibo hunts Liu into the abyss, retreats, and is promoted to the hunting king ceremony. The baton was broken in half, and the remaining half was stuck out of Rain Man's throat. To this end, Juku specially designed several very simple rumors, and let them spread individually to see which one has the weakest propagation power, and can best reach the hearts of the braves. Oh! It was published in the newspaper? Even though it is still certain that the library is connected to the Abyss Liu. The brave men who came from afar only needed a camp and a springboard where they could trade the proceeds from exploring the Demon King City and get more commissions. Meeting the dull newsboy again, Juku will of course reveal the fact that he is not Hannibal. The payment method has also been changed from demonic wolf fang, demonic stone and other materials to copper coins, and any missing cents will be given. Then Hero saw that, as he said, Raymond's body was dragged down from the ground to the surface by thieves who were digging the ground. After all, Grandes, as the commander of the expeditionary force, is at his home base at the moment. He has to fight off the good and the bad, so he just doesn't come to the library anyway. In the end, it was proved that rumor 2 was in line with the expectations of the braves. A new round of rumors ended and fermented among the braves. Whenever the whereabouts of Hung Okibu was mentioned, the hearts of the hunting country braves revealed resentment and greed. Hunter King Witness report, Hung Okibu invaded the Abyss Hiruo, and when Liu wore Grandet's skin, strolled around the Colosseum market, and spread a rumor about Liu of the Abyss. He felt physically and mentally relaxed like never before. The headquarters of the Demon Expeditionary Force is located in Liu, the Abyss. Destroying this place will end the war. Hung Ojibu devoured the treasures of the Colosseum and hid in the Abyss. Liu secretly absorbed them. Turning over the first page, the content on the 7th page heralded the arrival of the remaining 8 weaklings from the Hunter Kingdom. Of course Juku couldn't go down alone. But before seeing the damage caused by the Hunter Nation to the Colosseum, he decided to use rumors to guide us to H.L. together. Chapter 333, Braveheart. Even if Liu had already imagined that if Rain Man continued to fight like this endlessly, the outcome would definitely be death. But when I saw his death state, I still felt a little caught off guard. The brave man who was the first to enter the Colosseum and caused several heavy rains here died quietly, at the hands of the angry Ojibuki. This time, the king of the Colosseum no longer needed Rain Man's services and simply beat him into a corpse. However, when Liu stepped forward and stared at Yuren's face, he saw a hint of relief in his frozen expression before his death. Liu smiled bitterly. If I had known that you wanted to die in the Demon King City, I would have just made it happen in the Black Gate. Some brave men come to the Demon King's castle to gain strength. Some brave men want to take off the Demon King's head. And some brave men, I just want to drag more demons to be buried with me. The rain that fell before was just an embellishment in this long funeral. Chuji realized that the knights were on their way out. The holy army of the Holy See fled to the Taz Empire, and all the promotion materials for the road were lost. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the design drawings he brought next time. There was no bad news that time. Sawyer greeted gently. But if you come back with a purgatory heart, won't it delay someone's advancement? The thieves also immediately searched Yuren's body, but only got some uneaten dry food and bacon. Compared with how to advance, Sawyer is more concerned about the fact that the heroes at each stage do not have any strange methods. At this moment, Sawyer is very much looking forward to acquiring the technology of magic cannon as soon as possible. Is the Taz Empire going to send troops? Sawyer realized that the battle situation in the Holy City was very slow, and there would be no new retreat. It's very bad. You are disgusted. Chuji tied up her hair and looked like she was in a wrong mood. So poor? How much wealth do you think the brave men on the list have? Huh? What is that? The thief also realized the strangeness of the baton and simply pulled it out. If there is a problem, he must be satisfied. Sawyer held the thief's hand and handed me a copper coin, using deception to create the price I most desired. Finding a corner where there were people, Sawyer stuffed Rain Man's body back into Grandet's skin. Seeing that a few brave teams exploring the mouth of the abyss had not yet been formed under the square, he felt that the difference was small and that he had time to stay with us. When up, the half of the baton was still stuck in his throat and had not been shaken by the hands of the thieves. But suddenly, I felt the vibration of the magic mirror. Li Yu's reluctance must be because he wants to be promoted after the arrival of the gods, and have less leverage in the fight for the head of the family. Even if I were to rot for hundreds of years, and be resurrected as a skeleton soldier, I would definitely be weak enough to keep the rain coming. In addition, this strange force field vaguely flows between the bones and internal organs of Rain Man's corpse. Sawyer thought that the radical rebels from the Holy See were about to summon the God of Faith, and thought that those underground diehards had not yet broken up with everyone, and even the nobles had used their face to sell it off. Chu Ji was talking about the magic cannon. Are there many brave men present who accepted Li Yu's commission? I'll sell that body to you. Granite rolled my dim eyes, raised his withered finger, and pointed at Rain Man. On the contrary, you heard that the Hunting Kingdom organized a few brave men to explore the Demon King's city. Maybe there is no one else, or a demon, who can meet your needs. Li Yu has obviously read the incident in the Demon King's city himself, and has watched the warriors list. Of course not. I'm sure he can get the heart of heroes. Are you willing to find a way to grab a few magic cannons for it? Li Yu gritted his teeth. You need a heroic heart. Li Yu reported your needs. If he definitely doesn't have it, he might be lucky enough to get the magic cannon. How to judge whether the cut heart is a heroic heart? Since Li Yu raised the demand, Chu Ji must know the standard. You also know. Sawyer shook his head. Chu Ji lamented the absurdity of the brave world. Oh! How much does he want to pay? Whoever digs it out does not belong to whom. His bid must satisfy you. The thief told the rules of corpse hunting. Very slow. Li Yu nodded. And you know, he is also very slow. Sawyer was silent. It's bad. You come up with a solution. The reason why Sawyer took Rain Man's body along with him was because he found that Rain Man was not only physically weak as an 8th level knight, but he must be very capable of fighting when made into a zombie. Anyway, there is no ready-made brain and pituitary gland in the library. Should we talk about the big talk first and then get back to the main topic? Chu Ji was in a dark room, and Sawyer also figured out your specific location. There are no such materials, but they were all taken away by the Holy City. Chu Ji frowned slightly. Obviously, he had tried hard to find a solution from the Holy See, but he failed with success. Sawyer was sure, but felt there was no need to let Tom Lau take a look. When you take the path of night from college, you don't have the opportunity to choose on your own. Sawyer's mood suddenly changed for the worse, and he understood the price Li Yu was willing to pay for such materials. We are all brave to defeat demons with human strength. Li Yu's eyes were not dim. Sawyer's body sank into the ground. His tentacles wiped out a piece of soil space, replaced Van Helsing's face, found a bad angle, and pulled away the rag covering the magic mirror. As for the previous thief, who took the copper coin to enjoy the glory and wealth, but was regarded as a madman, that was within the scope of Sawyer's consideration. Li Yue said that Sawyer had to give up the idea of using Raymond's heart to make up for the loss. My heroic heart? From now on, they are active outside the chests of the knights. Chu Ji repeated the literal meaning, feeling disappointed. Maybe you have been acting with the baton for too long and have been affected by it? Is it very slow? Sawyer asked about the time limit. If you hold it, you will see the scene you fear most. Li Yu said. What is he most afraid of? Communication started. Chu Ji changed into Van Helsing's skin and stepped into the square. Like Rain Man? Chu Ji's goal turned out to be so concrete. The technology of the magic locomotive is being applied to the library. After a long time, the copper ladle of the dwarf tank has not yet been developed, and the first vehicle belonging to the library cannot be developed. Although Li Yu mentioned the war situation in the Holy City, Sawyer fully understood that the Kingston family was a noble of the Taz Empire, and knew that the radical retreating faction of the Holy See was planning to summon the God of Faith. Jesse? Who am I? Why? Sawyer had an expression on his face, but he was shocked inside. Chu Ji understood the meaning of road and lamented that Jesse was actually used as a knight's promotion material. Unfortunately, there is no bad news that time. The control of the magic cannon is more independent, and not a lot of it has been transported out of the warehouse. Whether you can get it depends on your luck. Li Yu cut off Sawyer's words. Think about it. All the souls who were not qualified to leave the table were holding knives and forks, waiting for this feast. Rain Man. Rain Man is dead. The thief who pulled out the body recognized the origin of the body, and shouted towards the newly built portal. Before meeting Rain Man in the Colosseum, Chu Ji still had vivid memories of my fighting style. Oh, then, what is a heroic heart? Chu Ji still knows the path of brave men very well. Li Yu will definitely only entrust himself if Chu Ji is still alive. In addition to being watched by the devil, He must also beware of the brave man behind him. Just bring it if you don't have it. Is it bad to maintain a cooperative relationship in a bad way? The various paths now all use the power of the devil to weaken oneself and follow the same route. But in the era of the original brave Lamont, the brave would use the power of the devil to pollute his body and soul. Yes, it must be cut off and preserved when a person or a demon bravely dies. It is the most perfect. Now you have a way to retreat to the core battlefield and get it. Deal, the thief murmured. And Sawyer took the body away. If we really fight, it will be broken. If we really fight, you can at most help him get the scraps of the magic cannon. Liu shrugged. You were going to tell him that time that you hadn't done anything wrong yet and promoted to the 8th level knight. There is only one key ingredient missing from the preparation work. Oh! What key material is there? Is it in there? You must look for it outside the Demon King's city? Sawyer had seen Huntlers only prey and thought that it would be so difficult for a 7th level knight to rise to 8th level. Yet, oh, I am indeed brave. Sawyer finished thinking about how to make Rain Man's heart inactive again. Because I have never followed any path. I am a very pure brave man. Pure brave men do not have a heroic heart. Liu explained. Oh, damn, who bets that he can last until next month? Rain Man was removed from the list of brave men by the Hunter Nation. The sound of ringing coin transactions rang out, and his death was simplified into a ledger. Numbers on. He's gone? Magic cannon? Sawyer was a little disappointed after hearing this. Why did Liu stop playing tricks? Or maybe it's a brave man named Jesse. Liu read out another name. Braveheart? Sawyer suddenly thought of Rain Man. That person is the bravest. Right. Can the old businessman like it? This corpse must be special. You have to make a lot of money. Can we still lie to you? Correspondence requested by Liu Kingston. Chapter 334. There's meat again. Of course, Liu hasn't thought about using Sawyer's heart to recharge. But he only thinks that since the heart of a human or a demon can be used, the red-skinned demon in the mouth of the abyss should also have a chance to meet the conditions. After all, they have 2 to 3 hearts per person. And they are reckless. I don't know how different it is from brave. Anyway, I have to go to the mouth of the abyss to look for the Hell Karma fire. Pay attention to the brave men around you. You might get something unexpected. Liu tightened the hood on his head, stood in the middle of the square, and selected a group of brave men who were not closely related to the hunting country. This team of braves is currently a team of 4, consisting of 2 gunmen, a magician and a dancer. They are missing a knight or hunter type of brave. Several large groups from the hunting kingdom have entered the corridor of confusion, and the brave men who have not yet completed their team formation are a little anxious. Liu watched them for a long time. They have already rejected 3 invitations from the hunting nation, and their dissatisfaction with the hunting nation was revealed in their hearts. TSK. But they just want to use us as cannon fodder. The dancer rolled her eyes and glanced at the members of the hunting nation passing by. The magic power of the confused corridor was automatically pulled by the dancer and into the magician's body. You have purchased the first-hand exploration information of Abyss Liu. If he teams up with you, the distribution of benefits will be. The dancer wanted to squeeze all the value out of Juku. But just as it receded, a wave of fire came from top to bottom and instantly enveloped the giant mouth. Outside the Demon King's castle, the areas with relatively low returns will no longer have curses. And later the Colosseum will no longer have curses. So the blurry glasses will also be sold out. This direction, the magician pointed, and the 2 gunmen fired explosive SH/LS, creating a gap in the fire. Oh, he wants to join? Who introduced him? How strong is he? The dancer asked about some prerequisites for forming a team. It was also when the fire wave hit his face that the magician's flame belt extended into a ring of fire, opening up a 10-meter wide space for 7 people. It is true that when brave men work together, they cannot double their own strength. In the field of vision, dozens of red-skinned demons were slobbering and with fierce eyes, staring at the 7 brave men. The broken limbs and broken flesh were covered with blood and scorch marks on the ground, and the demons were chewing the bones and flesh of the brave men. Still very hungry. Juka thought about it. Very slowly, the magician gathered up enough magic power and chanted the incantation with his hand, and a heavy and fluttering flame belt was wrapped around my body. Juka knew that it was not our brigade's defensive magic against the fire tide. This Memphisius's expression must be very dull. Those arrangements have never been mentioned by Ying. Could it be that because the expeditionary force set off, Liu of the Abyss also added some curses and defensive magic for the brave? Juku refused. Anyway, he will stay in formation with you and pay attention to the red-skinned demons. Their horns, hearts, and skins are all very bad materials. The magician murmured. If you can be the first to find Abyss Liu and come to her area, you'll make a lot of money on this trip. If a very cowardly hero is assimilated into a red-skinned devil, will he lose a few hearts? What if we want to add some curses to the library as well? Find the dangerous area and register with the Mercenary Association. All the profits from coming outside her area will not be yours. Sure enough, the Lords of Authority would make their hometowns fortified. There is no fire at the entrance of the Abyss Liu, and the same is true outside. There is no flame raging at any time. Please be careful and stay away from the 10 meters around you. Walking under the corridor of confusion, the magician solemnly said he ordered. The candlelight under the wall seemed to be attracted by the flame belt and stood slightly upright. What Juka thought about was that Liu opened one dangerous zone after another in the abyss, straight through the blood cocoon. Juka suddenly didn't feel like he was fighting Bosch, thinking that the man's lava left hand might not have been trained outside the fire tide. The fire wave is like water, flowing into the fire ring, as if being sucked into another world. Is there any curse outside this forbidden forest? So they must protect you. Only you can sense possible danger zones, the magician said solemnly. Will the probability of getting Valiant Heart be lower? Shouwu listened and quickly weaved the corresponding illusion in your mind to satisfy us. Just like that, after the 7 people came to the entrance of the confusion corridor to Abyss Shouwu, the magician took a potion, and the dancer took out the harp, took off her dancing shoes, played and kicked her legs, and danced to a certain rhythm-strange dance. The leaders of the entire team are the dancers and the magician. The 7 people were also very slow to get ready and arrived at the confusion corridor. Is it because Bitterberg doesn't have any authority yet? Only then did Jiko realize that what Jessie and Huntler we were wearing at the time should be her blurry glasses. Juka guessed that the information should be bought from the hunting country by her, and nodded, happy to be protected by the magician. Those are all information that was filled in at the cost of your life, and cost you a small price. So you must keep it in mind. The magician seemed to love preaching. Oh my god! She is so beautiful. The air rushed in, and 7 people jumped out, finally stepping on the cracked, scorched earth. The way casual cultivators form teams is basically through brokers. The dancers and magicians thought what was appropriate, and quickly absorbed Juku out of their own large group to form a 7-person team. They are forming a team. Zhou said Lo. Bad. You go. After being fully prepared, the 7 of them jumped into the abyss together. Liu. Zhou was very happy, thinking that it would be bad if there were no brave men to explore the road. Even the curse of Liu in the abyss was discovered. The 2 gunmen in the team have been charmed by the dancer, and are her slaves. Looking at the dancer is like looking at the most beautiful stars. Before you pass the fire tide, you must be calm. You have to be infected by bloodthirsty desire. The magician was still talking, speaking very few words. Once you are infected with too little bloodthirsty desire, you will be assimilated into the devil's follower. You have to kill him when the time comes. The magician's magic power surged, and for a moment, Zhou even remembered the ice tree he had found in the library at that time. Fortunately, the noisy people never really retreated. There are really business opportunities everywhere outside the Demon King city. It will definitely bring us together in the library. This gentleman, isn't he a familiar face? Seeing Zhou coming over, the dancer stared at my body without interest. Good intentions plus 444 plus 444. Of course, Juku was too lazy to do that. With a move of the Staff of Deception, a letter of introduction was woven into the minds of the 7 of us. The letter of introduction was from the broker Marco. The following records show Wu's abilities and origins, which are very consistent with the dancer, expectations with the magician. But it seems like that option has never been available. No meat again. Let's eat. It is impossible to trust thieves or merchants in the hunting kingdom, and it is difficult to distribute the loot. What magicians care more about is the method they use to steal or pay for the loot. It must have been the magician who delayed the notification. Juku even thought that he had fallen out of the sea of fire. But it was Liu from the abyss. Although the fire was sucked away, there was still no trace of oxygen in the fire wave. The magician silently sensed it, and when Zhou was tired of waiting, he pointed out a clear path. Over at the Light Colosseum, only 800 to 700 brave men died. If we continue to develop the Demon King city like this, will the casual cultivating brave men in Xiaolu be enough? Yes. 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 Duku was in a wrong mood and nodded repeatedly. The dancer even directly seduced Juku, wanting to control Juku like she controlled the two gunmen, and make Juku your slave. At the entrance of the corridor, a reporter from the Lightwind news agency used my photosensitive camera to take a group of photos of the 7 people. In the photos, my hood was drooped, with only half of my face exposed, standing warmly in front of the 7 brave men. So assimilation is not the most difficult thing to deal with outside the Abyss, Shou? Juku wanted to ask more clearly. At the same time, Juku also raised some questions. That's why you chose to team up with him. Because his letter of introduction states that he is a very emotionally stable person. Right? The magician asked Juku. Chapter 335. I owe you a good morning. After killing all the red-skinned demons in front of him, Liu counted the rows of hearts on the ground and found that the group of red-skinned demons waiting for meat were just devil pawns. Not even a devil's bodyguard. Each of the demon pawns only loses 1 heart. And they return bravely. Unfortunately, the level is not enough. And there is no trace of the heroic heart at all. The dancers, magicians and gunners were all sweating profusely. But they were all excitedly cleaning the battlefield, stuffing the broken horns and red skins into their bags, their faces filled with the satisfaction of harvest. Above his head, the magician thrust a needle into the soil. The needle glowed with a trace of flame, and then flickered in. It was some kind of magic that marked the exit. Liu used deception to create the reaction they wanted. He walked out of the 10-meter range, absorbed a lot of fire with his tentacles, and judged the strength of the basic defensive magic of the Abyss. The comparison is the thunder pool of the Forbidden Forest. The destructive power of the fire wave is equivalent to that of the thunder pool, and is a little weaker than the right hand of the lava. But it is better than the lava in form. Not as thick, and easier to control. I don't know what the texture of El Karma fire will be. The eruption of the fire tide has no rules. It is always accompanied by the actions of the people on the ground and pours out directly from the ground. It seems to be some kind of trap. It's just that there is a cramp under your face, and the originally gorgeous makeup is put together, looking like a big ugly one. No matter how many people have seen me, whether I'm dead or not, it's all an illusion. It's true that I don't have any debt. The old man had no own criteria for judging the life and death of Prophet Hengu. Don't wait. Prophet Hengu owes you several hunts. Share the mark with them after your name, which will make it easier for them to find the debt. Now you go. Ah. The manservant's voice was also out of tune. They cannot retreat from the city, but they must give priority to recovering the remnants of the Hengu prophet. Right next to you, Bonnie said through the valet. Liu immediately used the staff of deception to pull out the thread of his thoughts, then crumpled the map given by Huaf and Abagong into a bundle and connected it to the magician's thread, such as El Karma fire. Bad. Barrow and Bonnie left in a hurry. Gongbai observed for a moment, and the magician in front of him suddenly sighed. The old man said to the bill on the table, "These two are just going to waste your time. Listen to what you have to say. The price is not. Since they are going to the Demon King city, I will bring a demon merchant back for you. It will be a waste of that trip." Trowel was stroking the silver coins in his hand. Bad or bad? Trowel thought to himself for a moment. The magician took stock of the income and losses from the first contact battle, and said with a fist, but the silver coin was threaded through a thin thread by Troll. And as soon as it fell into the servant's stomach, I pulled it out again. Everyone is made of money. Hung Gongdi's reputation is a waste. It will ruin both of us. The expression of unity suddenly faded away, and the manservant finally regained his consciousness. Level 8 Merchant Troll. The first ones to greet us were the demon soldiers, and we saw the shadow of the hero. This means that the heroes who came were scattered, and each of them was looking for the danger zone. They are all embedded in the blood cocoon and become the nutrients of the blood cocoon, and then continue to breed and catalyze fewer demons, demon relics and mysterious existences. Tilo took away the silver coins, put on his robe, and looked at the gold and silver treasures outside the cave. The demons are guarding the entrance, and there is no small unexplored land outside. When it comes to brave men, sparks will appear from their hair or clothing materials, which are like fire waves and are sucked into the magician's flame belt. You're so sleepy after listening to him. What does he want? When can't you retreat from the city? The manservant only moved the left side of his face. The voice was sharp, and there was still a smile on the right side of his face. Time passed quickly. Gongbai waited. Sweat appeared on his forehead. And finally Gandhi picked up the silver coins under the table and threw them into the mouth of the male servant. The top priority is not to find the entrance. But then, we will not be able to locate the direction through the map of Burning Abagon. In that case, the magician would carefully unfold the map and explore step by step according to Liu's planned route. Each line is not an idea. Liu only needs to find the one that is looking for the danger zone. In addition to the fire tide, there is also continuous scorching heat spreading in the huge mouth of the abyss. Both the binding line and the self-healing bone can give Liu accurate feedback. The library? The debt was transferred to the library. The manservant swallowed the silver coins. And the fortune teller finally gave the answer. Where is the danger zone? Liu asked thoughtfully. The manservant's eyes were empty. And the expressions on his right face and left face were playful and careless respectively. As if he was listening to the old man's words attentively. Anyway, I have been using the staff of deception to deceive the brave man. If I deceive him further, let me take the initiative to lead the way. They are waiting quietly. You should also go to the Demon King city for a trip. Troll said goodbye to Kai Bao, as if saying to his favorite lover. There are many entrances to the first level, but there is only one entrance to the 7th level, and it is not the mouth of the abyss. It is estimated that if the hunter has trap affinity, he will find a relatively safe way. As a partner who worked with Prophet Hengu to establish the hunting kingdom, I am certainly the person who knows Prophet Hengu best. My residual value is very low. My residual value belongs to the hunting kingdom, and it belongs to you. Every cent is worth more. Troll was very determined. Have you found the fortune teller you asked them to find? But after waiting for a long time, while the dancers and magicians were still collecting corpses and picking up garbage underground, Liu sat still. The expression on the servant's face changed. He recited a mantra, and then fell into meditation. In the humble mountain, outside a cave filled with gold and silver treasures, an old man with sparse white hair, but stubbornly plucked it in front of his head, was playing with a silver coin under the table. Said the footman. Before Gong Bai compared the introduction to the Demon King city tour with Ying Ying's memory. He knew that the mouth of the abyss had a limited depth, and that the blood cocoon penetrated all areas from the 7th floor upwards, and was separated by 17 symmetrical veins. Now we have only reached the 1st floor, and we are so proud next to the corpses of several demon soldiers. How is it appropriate for us to do so? The two of us are very important. Although we will recover the debt, if it will be wasted, it will be Duo Liegua's family fortune. The 7 people walked behind, and Liu felt faintly less anxious and less irritable. Hung Gongbi died in his name, because my profits were transformed and my debts were passed on to others. The expressions on the left and right sides of the valet's face were unified again, showing relief and excitement respectively. The strength of the magician is above 1 level, which is equivalent to the fear killed by the White Gate Queen. Good morning. Troll stood up and walked behind the manservant to ask. But he pinched the manservant's lips and asked the manservant to answer. The blood cocoon is also the mother of all red-skinned demons, and is the existence in their hearts. Obviously, the number of demons outside the mouth of the abyss is very small. They are constantly born from blood cocoons. Compared with the Colosseum, they are only a little more prosperous, and the battles will be more frequent. Gong Bai also learned from Ying Ying's memory that the abyss mouth imprisoned some weak demons, and collected many demon relics from the 18th floor. If it were a person or a demon who was afraid of the cold, it would be difficult to survive outside the mouth of the abyss. Barrow and Bonnie, they said. The boy's right and left cheeks twitched for a while, and then the playful expressions appeared on both sides of his face, and then disappeared. One of the magician's thoughts lit up. I even feel like my own inspiration is guiding me. The 7 people set off again and explored the upper levels of the abyss. And the people communicating with me are naturally not the other 2 level 8 thieves, or rather weak thieves. However, before the first batch of demons were killed, the magician and the dancer were in high spirits and very optimistic. The old man held the silver coin tightly, wiped off the gastric juice on the surface, and smiled happily. Then I know where to look. It's broken. He owes you a greeting. So he used a divination to pay for it. Please help you divine the remaining position of Hung Gong Bai. Teal's rhetoric was very smooth, and he had obviously used it thousands of times. The flame guides you forward. The magician recited the incantation, and a faint flame lit up from his fingertips, pointing slightly vertically towards the 4 o'clock direction, pointing out the location of the huge mouth of the abyss. Liu sensed the thread of thoughts in the magician's mind before he deceived the Hindu prophet and created several bad rumors. Liu became more familiar with how to weave lies. For the brave, it is both an abyss and a treasure. The information obtained from Huifan Abagong at that time indicated that the H.L. Karma fire was in the fire chamber on the 17th floor of the abyss mouth. Next to the puddle next to the west 8 meridians of the blood cocoon. My ability to hide my thoughts is also very mediocre. With the help of the Devil's Illustrated book, Liu was able to observe the reactions of all threads after he became famous. They show their faces first. And you talk to me? Gong Bai looked at the golden clock across the table to confirm the time. Chapter 336. Light Dance. After clearing out 3 groups of demon soldiers and a group of demon guards, Liu's team finally arrived at the mouth of the abyss under the guidance of the magician. It was a bottomless, infinitely extending crack, as if the ground was split in half. Even with Liu's mental ability, he was completely unable to detect how long and deep it was. Various forms of lava were solidified on the edge of the crack, and even the faces could be vaguely seen. There were humans, red-skinned demons, and completely unrecognizable giant monsters. Next to the lava of various shapes, there are holes, like vents every 100 meters, squirming and emitting red mist, as if they have been stimulated by some kind of stimulation. When Liu's team arrived, a battle was breaking out here. Demon soldiers continuously sprang out from the pores, numbering in the hundreds, attacking every creature indiscriminately. Just like what Liu had experienced in the Blood River, the red-skinned demons continued to die due to the resistance of the braves, and then were aroused to a larger-scale desire for killing, stimulating the demon soldiers to charge selflessly. Obviously, no one has found a safe zone on the first level of the abyss mouth. The brave men all looked exhausted. Facing the endless attacks of the red-skinned demon, they broke through in the direction of the maw of the abyss. Juka thought and quickly deleted what he just said from the minds of the 7 brave men. So everyone fell silent. The gunmen fired flares, and the magician also popped up flames to explore the way. But every flare and flame was swallowed up by something inexplicable. Although Wu Xian activated the Sea of Bones at that time, he had been using the Staff of Deception to cover his 7 teammates. So what we saw was just an unhindered acceleration of the charge. Where's his teleportation stone? The magician was stunned for a while, then silently pinched the magic light stone he bought from Hunter Country, and found that it was still there, and became a little worried. Juka felt that his body suddenly felt heavy and fluttering, as if it were a feather. The abyss is very deep and dark. Ying is considered to be the devil of Rajang. It's no wonder that Ying, who just came to the close combat training, wants to make a small one. Being born in that kind of place can easily turn him into a bloodthirsty maniac. Wu Xian drives her pituitary gland to control her mind. One side silently deceived the other 7 people. If you keep killing red-skinned demons outside, not only will you not be able to gain heroic heart, but you will also be able to gain good intentions. Juka's brain twitched, and he completely suppressed his emotions. The Sea of Bones opened, and 14 Fan Haishin besieged the Hunting Country's brave group. But just as the 7 people were preparing to take action, the sound of breaking wind came from the darkness. Juka's mind captured the movement of some monsters, but he missed it after the analysis was completed. Judging from the perceived shape, it seemed to be monsters such as giant fish. A very small number of us will die on it. The people from the Hunting Kingdom used words to interfere with the minds of the 7 people in Juku. Slowed down. Dance of the Heavy Soul. The magician winked at the dancer. Juku also sensed this strange magic wave emitted by the thief's hand. Ha ha ha. The magician, the dancer and the gunman also realized this. And the fire circle exploded and fired, using explosions and fire waves to crack open the darkness. Go to death peacefully. Their achievements will be recorded. Before they die, they will become pioneers in exploring the Demon King City. It took a long time for Jishan to fall. And finally, the magician spoke. What should I do? It fell off just now. Although the dancer's hair was hanging in the air, she still had a delicate expression, and the overall look was very funny. In a moment, how do you get down? The dancer said quietly as she continued to fall, afraid of being swallowed, and afraid of falling to death. Without the purpose of killing demons, powerful brave men rush in, while weak brave men become cannon fodder and are torn to pieces by the red-skinned demon. It's broken. If you retreat into the abyss, Liu, there will be no more demon lairs. As long as your whereabouts are secretive enough, it is impossible to alert the demons and reach your destination directly. The magician also took this opportunity to stabilize himself. The morale of the army. As she was falling, Wu Xian thought about something else. There were red-skinned demons all around Liu in the abyss, and he could kill them all no matter how hard he tried. With that kind of concentration of desire to kill, what would happen? Will it give birth to a heroic heart? Juku was too lazy to tangle with the red-skinned demons. Juku almost laughed. They wanted to enter the second level quickly, avoid the nest growing next to the giant mouth, and avoid the endless demonic attack. The ground where the 7 people were was scattered with some broken armor and severed limbs. They knew they were attacked or were eaten by giant fish on the road. That time, Juku discovered that it was difficult to calm down the curse of Liu in the abyss by relying on his brain and pituitary gland alone. As he went deeper and deeper, his heart became gentler. If you die on it, you will use it, Wu Xian answered subconsciously, but suddenly realized that that was not what she was thinking in her heart. Juku's group was mixed in among the various brave groups. Although it was very conspicuous, it was also noticed by dozens of red-skinned demons with red eyes. After hearing this, the dancer immediately adjusted her posture in the air, and her magic power spread layer by layer. It was for the knights, thieves and hunters of the hunting kingdom to set up their best formations and prepare to beat Wu Xian's brigade into pieces. The 7 people also knew where the broken armor and severed limbs in the ground came from. There are too few people in the distance of Abyss Wu Xian, so the cost of using the Staff of Deception will be very low. Juku retained that idea and continued to let gravity take him deeper into the abyss. Parsing, 7%. Wu Xian slowly figured out our intention. Thinking that there was no Abyss Wu Xian. It was simply Debapo. Co-author, while the hunting country wants to harvest the red-skinned devil's materials, it also wants to drain the brave men who come to explore. The 2 gunmen patted their backpacks to indicate that it was enough. No one attacked. A demon bodyguard rushed in after the demon soldier, and the fire flow almost burst the magician's flame belt. That's not the case between courts. You just said this, because that destination is basically for the region. Tell me, are they rich? But there is no slow-moving, unlucky hero who will take advantage of the weak hero's magical aftermath and rush into the abyss with Liu. It's very bad. I don't know why I was so unlucky just now. I found a gap in the devil's formation. The magician was still thinking about the illusion when he broke into Liu. The base number is small, and the possibility of falling is also low. A river of bones instantly appeared at the mouth of Liu in the abyss, breaking through the obstruction of the red mist, rushing the demon soldiers into a shower of blood and minced meat on the ground, and then retreated straight forward. New devil pawns are constantly emerging from the pores, and the brave men fighting in the red mist are also assimilated by the infection of the desire to kill. Their skin turns red, and the horns under their heads expand. They become the followers of the devil, turning against them and biting the bodies of their companions. But it only slightly improves the survival time. Further up, there is no intricate underground passage. The degree of exposure of the blood cocoon is used as a boundary to demarcate one layer after another. After trying it twice and finding something weird, we just dared to try to create light again and let the magician use his mind to sense the ground. After sensing the direction for a while, the magician determined a new retreat route according to the map given by Juku, and vertical flames appeared on his fingertips again, indicating the direction. Parsing, 4%. Could it be that he is also affected by the desire to kill? Are the stealth bombs still enough? The magician asked the 2 gunners. Maybe I can't try it, I've been using it for a long time. And there are experience rooms everywhere. It's a meaningful struggle. In the past 2 days, you gave the Great Hunt 7 brave groups, all of which were several times smaller than them. After hearing this, the 2 gunmen swung their hands wildly in the air, swam to the dancer's side, and rushed to thrust their teleportation stones into your arms. Yes, you are not their bad luck. It is also their misfortune. Wu Xian answered involuntarily. They stayed there for 2 days and destroyed 7 brave groups? Juka asked questions autonomously while observing us, his mind heating up. Immediately afterwards, the 7 people landed steadily and reached the 7th level of Liu in the abyss. Chapter 337 Eureka. After slaughtering all the brave men of the hunting country and all the teammates who had been deceived, Liu grew a horn on his head. He stood there, staring blankly at the sky. Because that is the direction where the brave comes. The brave is the insect, the material, and the treasure. Liu forgot who he was, the purpose of coming to the mouth of the abyss, and where he came from. He is only looking forward to the brave men, looking forward to beating them to pieces. Thinking like this, as time passed, more and more corpses piled up around Liu. From time to time, fire waves erupted, and the lava rose and fell, sticking the corpses to the ground, covering them, and fusing them to form a new ground. Liu stepped higher and continued to look at the sky, waiting for the next batch of brave men to arrive. Tongxiao has had a headache for a long time. Fortunately, Brother Pai developed a new dish called fried potatoes with ghost banana. It is sweet and soft, and can effectively relieve the dwarf's headache symptoms. That's why he can work day and night until now. If you carried Brain Spirit or Mini, you can't even let the library without its own army. Bid farewell to the era of only one skeleton regiment. Bah. Bah, you know. Tom Lao spat out Mini's hand. And also spat out the beard that had been pushed out of his mouth. It's bad. Now that you love to call me. Who will enjoy the honor? Tom Lao took out the dominoes. Although Tong Piao knows that once the test run is successful, it means that the library has mastered a stable and available energy source and control system. In the future, whether tanks or robots are broken, they will not be able to manufacture and mass produce them in the previous step. Even though I haven't even gotten the blueprint for the magic cannon. Li Minel added a comment. And Li Yu nodded silently. So the bone card was not the result of the collective wisdom of the library. But Gua Tongbao felt that now, he was not qualified to urge Li Min to hurry up and get the design drawings. The windows are removable and can be embedded in the front of the car. But they cannot be completely open to let in the wind. The engine started. The electric light flashed. And Lulu and Tom under the seats felt numb and let out an excited awe sound. Then he drove a car and loved to speed around the workplace. Tell me the truth. If you can make it run 10 times at most, it will be an explosion. Let's think about the report again. The motorcycle doesn't look out of place yet. But one time, the Minis tried to make a tire out of their own skin and found that it was useless. So they volunteered their skin and flesh on their own initiative. The copper ladle is also nonsense and activates the dominoes. The engine, ignition, braking device, etc. are all available. A battery as small as a human head is embedded in the front base, connected to various cables, ready to transmit power or explode at any time. After waiting for a while, Galaric and Li Min also came to the workshop from the elevator and walked around the bone car to admire it quietly. Wait a minute. Lulu raised her hand and ordered Tom. It's a grand moment. He goes to call the captain of the guard and the fool. And you all report to your brother together. On the 10th lap, Lulu Tom pressed the buttons on the car randomly. And the bone car roared past the copper ladle while releasing arcs and hand cannon LS. After 7 laps, Lulu pushed back the rear window and screamed at the wind. Bad riding. Very bad riding. Successful. The moment Tong Piao had been waiting for a long time finally arrived. And he murmured that he dared to talk about love. He should thank his brother. Lulu and Tom each slapped Tong Lao on the forehead. Tong Piao's face was filled with overuse. And he was already numb. After several trials and cooperation, the guardian of the library established a deep friendship with the dwarf craftsman Huai. Otherwise, Li Yu would be asking him every day when the magic motorcycle would be developed, which would be annoying to death. At this moment, Tong Lao was sitting on the edge of the workshop, staring blankly at the 7-wheeled cart behind him. Thank you to the god of forging. In the previous step, I wanted to study the magic cannon, install the magic cannon, the frame may be smaller. While waiting, Tong Lao had not thought about how to take a step back and optimize. This is the gift Fei Fei brought back to you from the Devil's Market. It is the most worthy gift that the library gave me. The body and frame are made of low-density self-healing bones mixed with iron, which are both strong and heavy. The windows are made of glass, which is the same bone material. The line of sight is penetrable. But inside the windows 2 rows of distortion eyes are embedded to facilitate people in the car to observe the scene in the car 360 degrees. Is it successful? Lulu and Li Min asked in unison. Without it, your skeleton warriors would become cavalry. It wasn't until 20 laps ago that Lulu and Tom vomited under the car and were dizzy. So Tong Lao asked us to stop, and then ran behind the car and checked carelessly. It feels bad. Lulu's voice was stretched by the wind. Li Yu has been going to the mouth of the abyss for a while, but there has been no response. And the copper ladle is also happy to be quiet. You succeeded? Tom Lao and Lulu Tom shouted together. Thank you all. Tom Lao grunted. He's talking about the feel of the car. Right. The feel of the car. Tong Piao stood up straight, looking at Li Gu car. Are you going to do something bad if you tell your brother? Tom, who was also in full armor, quickly climbed out of the car, connected the brain and pituitary nerves under the steering wheel to his eyes, rolled up the window, and asked for the copper spoon. The consumption caused by electric current and cold air is offset by self-healing and runes. It's very bad. The bearings can't be loosened anymore. The impact weakness has been tested long ago. As long as it hits the wheel, the hand cannon can cause damage. Tong Lao muttered as he checked. as if he was reciting some kind of spell. Are we going to test drive again? Come on. Lulu, who was wearing mithril armor, grabbed the steering wheel and flew out of the car. The first version of the magic motorcycle design drawing that Liu got from Jesse was also hung in the most conspicuous position, and the surrounding blank space was filled with notes and annotations written by Copper Ladle. He comes. Seeing everyone gathered, Lulu patted Tom Lau on the shoulder. Leave the honor to him. Succeeded, you succeeded, ugh. Tom stretched out his arms, turned his head, and ejected away, even forgetting to call the brain spirit for a message. In the fourth circle, Lulu Huai drifted along the inner circle of the workshop, and when passing by Tom Lau, she stretched out her arms and grabbed a handful of my beard. The tires of the car originally used the tires of the magic motorcycle. In order to match the Copper Ladle, Li Min had to sew and mend them a few times with binding seams. The domino slowly heated up and quickly turned red, but Feifei didn't respond for a long time. Lulu and Tom had already gotten into the car, their bodies crooked, each holding a copper ladle on one shoulder. Let's go! Tom Lau patted the front of the car and quickly moved forward. Shut up. I want him to name it. I want my brother to name it. Lulu and Li Min quickly covered Tom Lau's mouth with 7 hands. There were crackling lights and explosions outside, and Lulu Li Min shouts spread throughout the workroom. Tom Lau, however, suppressed his joy, stared at the bone car, and continued to increase its distance. However, this dish will make many sluggish, and Tom has banned them from eating it. Li Min still doesn't know about it, and Lulu and Tom haven't broken the gag order yet. At that point, Copper Ladle still dared to shout for fear of scaring away the god of forging. Hey, don't move. Tom Lau aggressively stuffed the binding wire back into the car hood, hit it several times with a big hammer, and the 2 big saws were interlocked and installed on the back of the car. Undercover. 8 seconds ago, Galeric had not yet dismounted from the front of the car, and he admired it sincerely. The workshop has been expanded by copper ladles to the size of a horse farm, and there are various drawings, parts and batteries piled nearby. But after waiting for a long time and winning less, Tom Lau is now sure whether he can still meet Feifei's expectations, let alone the cyber city he saw when he first met Feifei. What about you? I also want to decorate it for you. My brother showed it to you. The cars all have to have no logo. As she said that, Lulu took out 2 large saws from her pocket and put them on the back cover of the car. I pulled out a few strands of binding wire to tie the big saw under the front of the car. It's broken. The next step is to name you. The first conductive car in the library is called. Tom Lau finished searching for an ugly dwarf man's name in his mind. The inside and outside are a new body imitated and developed by the copper ladle according to the design drawings, and combined with the craftsmanship of the dwarf tank. Chapter 338, Brother. Are you dead? Brain fever? Don't I always have a hot head? Oh, it's so hot. Who is burning my brain with a soldering iron? Without a brain, I would. Less angry? What am I doing? Liu suddenly woke up and found himself in darkness, with corpses piled up around him, and a heart in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Liu immediately remembered the origin of the matter, and suddenly felt extremely grateful for the domino stuffed in the groove of his brain. If it hadn't been for it, he might have been completely assimilated into the devil's followers, and stayed under the huge mouth of the abyss for the rest of his life. Liu broke off the big and small horns on his head, straightened his appearance, and then tore off the dominoes stuck in the grooves of his brain. Come on, brother. Let me name you. Lulu and Juku jumped up and down, their armors rattling. Now! Feifei was in a bad mood. It's probably not the function of those walnuts. Feifei got on the car refreshed. Liu hadn't sorted out the materials brought by the brave yet, pointing to a few walnut kernels with beautiful patterns. Feifei had just regained his consciousness and his mind was still a little dazed. And then he remembered that Lulu and we should use domino communication only when everything was fine. That sounds bad. Lulu and Jiko Yuneo boasted, then pulled out a bone spur and carved the devilish words Utopia under the big saw. That's your honor. Liu nodded, picked up the walnuts, and thought about which forbidden books could not help understand the fire of H.L. and the law of retribution. But that didn't affect Feifei's bad mood. She put away Van Helsing's skin. Tasha swung her tentacles and quickly swam along the soil to the first layer of the abyss. The captain of the skeleton guard thought of a new riding method and prepared to let Utopia fly. Tongsha crushed the teleportation stone she just got, and a burst of phantom light flowed, and then dissipated instantly due to the interference of the egg particles. Those are all around the curse of Tom of the Abyss. While carving, he said, "When will brother come back? You take him for a ride." Tong Sha was stunned. It's time to take the time to get the hellfire. And at the same time, look for the heroic heart in Tom of the Abyss. And exchange the blueprint for the magic cannon. Oh! Curse? Interesting. Before becoming a scholar, Li Yu's desire for knowledge had also weakened a little. He will tell you everything about that experience. Fei Fei noticed that Li Yu's forebrain had a small swelling, and 8 cerebral pituitary glands were connected to it. The entire cerebellum was exuding magic power. It's broken, brother. After Fei Fei fiddled with it for a long time, Lulu was already impatient. He broke open the half-melted armor and tore apart the meat. And pieces fell everywhere. Since the scholar has so much energy and brain power, I can't leave all the parts of the library that deal with curses and magic to me. But just after the test drive started, Fei Fei was in a very depressed mood. Next, the design of the copper ladle only needs to be slightly optimized. Fei Fei can exchange it in the Devil's Manual and produce the corresponding parts. And then it can be manufactured on a small scale. So that's a bad thing? How long have you been assimilated? You succeeded? Lulu shouted. Li Yu didn't want to be the devil's follower anymore. Fei Fei couldn't believe that if he went up like that, Tong Sha would become a brain spirit. Right? Worry. In the worst case scenario, connecting the brain walnuts to the brain and pituitary gland should be able to solve the impact of the Tom of the Abyss curse on him. Huh? Fei Fei realized the problem. He had been assimilated from the 1st to the 7th floor. So why couldn't those weak thieves stay for 2 days? Almost. But luckily you guys saved me. Li Yu smiled with relief. Utopia disappeared together with Lulu Juku and Katong Safi. Immediately afterwards, Utopia disappeared. Go through our relics and bring them back to you. Lulu and Juku also ran to the front of the car with the dominoes, showing Fei Fei various close-ups, focusing on the 2 big saws on the front of the car and avoiding the wheels. Fei Fei immediately conveyed the memory, and Li Yu seemed to have personally experienced Tom of the Abyss exploration trip. Anyway, we have to solve the problem of the curse of Tom of the Abyss first, and go back to the library once to try out the quality of Utopia. Listening to Tong Sha's inner voice, Tong Sha believed that I was scolding myself. Successful. Let's wait for him to name it. Tong Piao's beard was slightly raised, and his eyes gently caressed the bone car. The operation method of Utopia is very convenient. It can only be driven by myself and my child Safi. It cannot let the monster with the pituitary gland embedded in the brain be driven according to the will. Even the skeleton soldiers in love can be easily attacked. Oh yes. How are they doing here? Is it still bad? Sweet potato heads, dwarf heads, human heads and skull heads moved in 7 directions, revealing a newly polished bone car in front of it. If there is definitely a problem, it cannot be mass-produced directly. And the library will also have an armed mobile unit. Galaric also backed off the front of the car again, holding 2 large saws to summon Tong Sha. Ideal Township. Your name is Ideal Township. Fei Fei had actually thought of the name of the first car in the library for a long time. I felt so hot just now that this thing almost stuck in my brain. What's wrong? Li Yu answered the call and saw Tom Lao's face squeezed into the screen together with Lulu Fei Fei. Galaric and Tom. Don't talk about this now. Brother. Watch it. Lulu shouted. Fei Fei looked back at the dominoes. Is there any minor problem? It's just that things are lost from time to time. The books are always correct. Brother Pai also complained several times, Li Yulin said, but was interrupted by Lulu. Those walnuts should be produced on an island in the Sea of Death. They have no effect on paralyzing a certain area of the cerebellum, inside the mouth of the abyss. The curse here is so magical that it almost assimilated me into a red-skinned devil. Tom happened to be there, and Li Yu picked up the broken horn and asked him, "What can you do? If you don't solve this, I can't wait to find the fire of H.L. The curse of Tom of the Abyss depends on him. By the way, he can't study the retribution method together." Tong Sha relayed the information she heard from the prophet of the Burning Valley to Li Yu. Wait a minute. He met a weak bandit from the Hunter Kingdom on the 7th floor? Lulu and Fei Fei were still crying. Brother, you're finally here. Why didn't you answer just now? Are you dead? Lulu asked quickly. By the time Li Yu finished speaking, Fei Fei had not yet dived into the ground, but he had uncovered layers of soil and collected the bodies of the braves. Tong Sha also discovered that the tires in Utopia were made of Mini Mini's leather. Before reading Lulu's inner thoughts, Tong Sha did not criticize it, but silently kept the material requirement in mind. Where are you? Lulu asked, her hands already stretched out to reach the steering wheel. We robbed 7 brave groups outside there in 2 days? Brain spirit, mini, dwarves, humans, skeletons, evil horned beasts, demon chefs. There is no ideal Taoyuan township that can accommodate that weird group. Right. Maybe with the accumulation of knowledge, you can find worse ways. After the curse of Abyss Tangsha was resolved, Fei Fei certainly had no time to make trouble with us anymore. He patted Liu on the shoulder and was about to get off the car when he suddenly received a reminder in his mind. Brother! 2 more laps. Lulu and Juku were still enjoying themselves and got out of the front compartment directly this time, hoping to find some similar riding experience. The materials, coins, and teleportation stones inside and outside were all intact and damaged. Fei Fei collected them all and planned to take them back to Liu for study, hoping that I could find clues from them. These are all prerequisites for mass production. Apart from poor shock absorption, sound insulation and airtightness, there are no minor issues. A small part of the corpse was broken and solidified by the lava. After searching for a long time, Fei Fei finally found a meatball that seemed to be a magic bag in the remains of a knight's armor. You will find a method of use that is more suitable for his structure. Qingli plus 944 plus 944. Have you tried it? Success? Tong Sha looked at the distorted eyes that were constantly flipping under the rear window, and looked at half of Tong Lao's head. As if sensing Fei Fei's question, Liu grabbed the blonde hair on the front of his head and said, there is no limit to the brain power you can develop. But there is no way to meet your needs. The skeleton vehicle team with its own electric tower and hand cannon is good at destroying the weak. Comes and goes like the wind. Can retreat and advance. The worst case scenario is that it can degenerate and fuse with the owner's cerebellum, giving full play to my untapped brain power. As long as it can be driven. It's a devil's car anyway. Without them, the library will bid farewell to the era of passive defense. Chapter 339, The Writer is Written. Having cooperated with Ligua many times, Liu knew what happened in an instant. Someone used the hands of thieves to directly capture the entire utopia. Galaric was in the front of the car, and Lulu and Fei Fei were in the trunk. How come the timing is so coincidental? Liu used his authority to scan every inch of the library, but found no trace of the enemy. Recently, the inventory in the library keeps disappearing for no apparent reason. It should be like this, but this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes, Tom said as he trotted all the way to the brain-spirit pituitary interface in the workshop. Strangely, even though the complement function had expired a long time ago, Liu didn't feel like he was a careless person. How could I be so distracted that I forgot to ask Tom about the missing items in the library? Liu concealed himself in the soil, connected to the brain-spirit pituitary gland in the wall, and at the same time located the dominoes of Galaric and Lulu Fei Fei, and found that the enemy was at the door of the library, in the confusion corridor. Who stole my younger siblings? But as soon as I finished speaking, there was another cluster of octopus tentacles under the head, and the head was scratched bald. Seeing a tentacled skeleton with threads all over its body jumping out of the small door of the library, the dog, woman, and man laughed as if they had found a treasure. Time was running out, and Liu had no time to think too much. He rushed to the door of the library with a puff of smoke, only to find that the battle had not started yet. The captain of the skeleton guard could not keep up with the light movements of the men and women, and it seemed that he could not clearly see their location, so he never hit them head-on. Im Cheong nodded, opened the door, and gave chase. We have a solution today. Barrow had just deceived the two of them once. We are Im Cheong and Bonnie, from the Hunting Kingdom. Not two lunatics, Im Cheong said about the information she got from Fei Fei and Bonnie's voices. The remaining magic power in the library today is enough to sneak up on us, so we simply gave up the attempt. A man and a woman, both with blonde hair, stood on the car seat with firearms, pouring bullets endlessly on Galaric's body. The materials in Utopia are basically sensors. Barrow is afraid of being snatched away by us. Tong Lao touched his nose, secretly satisfied with his creation. The sea of bones was in vain, and Barrow was discouraged, sighing at the consequences of human technology combined with demonic materials. The man held a shotgun in one hand and a piece of Catral's spine in the other, directly controlling my actions and Utopia. Tong Lao shook his body and ran out of the living room of the bone room. His heart bleeds when he saw that his ideal hometown was driven away. To us, Demon King City is not just a small bank or amusement park. Giant Jonker is an adult skeleton who has lived for hundreds of years. I can't take care of myself, right? There was a way to directly turn Utopia around. So Barrow had no choice but to rush down the Bone River, preparing to completely submerge the dog and woman. Gaitra rode down Utopia. Utopia belonged to the skeleton guard captain. And Yin Xiong and Bonnie took control of Gaitra, thus taking control of Utopia. Obviously, Yin Xiong and Bonnie's robbery was one level weaker than the thieves' hands in the past. Hold on slowly. What are you looking at? If you chase us out, we will run away. If you stay there, we will retreat. And instead, we will keep stealing the things you have stolen until the debt is paid off. Barrow had a headache. He never thought that one day, he would be captured. Two weak thieves fight gorillas. Wait a minute. Is Gatril being ridden? But in reality, Lulu and Tom stabbed in exactly the right direction, basically trying to outline the relationship between the dog and the woman. Fei and Bonnie. Oh haha, it's not him, he inherited Hendrik's debt. Finally you found him. The woman held up the brim of her hat, and with a thief's hand from the air, she grabbed Yin Xiong. Gaitra's spine is like a joystick, agile and easy to control. He turns his head to drive Utopia to explode with momentum and quickly move away. After that, you were outside the mouth of the abyss, and we had enough fun inside, so we wanted to retreat and keep stealing things from the library. When you came back just now, we came too, and stole what you thought was the most worthless thing. Things. Yin Xiong only hated the copper ladle for making the battery so bad that it was enough for Catral to ride for 2 days and 2 nights. It was a bad way to catch us until we had electricity. He first studies how to lift the curse of the abyss's mouth. You drive us farther away. They also move some materials from the warehouse to the living room of the bone room. Then they want to stay there. And they want to stay with you. Barrow walked quickly and leisurely to the small door. Barrow closed the small door of the library, while comforting Lulu, Tom, and Tom Lao. The main thing is to chase or bet. Barrow swallowed the explosion with his tentacles, and looked at Yin Xiong and Bonnie's retreating backs. Thoughtfully, Liu is also afraid that Fei and Bonnie will empty out his family's library. The materials that were thrown outside the warehouse after that were randomly stolen by us. No wonder he found them. Huh? You dodged it? No fun. Fei fired continuously from his machine gun, covering a small area behind the library. Who are we? What should you do? Outside the living room of the bone room, Yin Xiong was not ready to break down. During the deception, the magic power of the library was slightly depleted, and Barrow judged that the dogs, women, and men were all level 8 warriors, and were obviously not the 7th of the 8 remaining leaders of the hunting kingdom. After being robbed by you, he is no longer yours. That proved that Fei and Bonnie were still far away, toying with the entire library. What is he going to do? Yin Xiong asked. It's their fault. These are so annoying when they come back. Although Barrow didn't leave Fei and Bonnie behind just now, he still heard some information from our voices. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the library first. It was a nesting doll of abilities. Hung-Yin Jonki is dead. We shared Abagon's magic. We came to the Demon King City to collect the debt, and we received it under your head. Barrow is also a bit broken. Utopia is just an added bonus. Bad? After tomorrow, you will find a solution to the curse. Don't let him come back. But Barrow had already changed his position, throwing Lulu and Tom back into the living room of the bone room, and at the same time summoned the Sea of Bones, preparing to rob the car and kill people. Oh! He dared to lose control? Why did he dare to lose control? Bonnie firmly held Gatril's spine. Lulu and Tom had just kicked open the trunk, pulled out bone spurs, and nailed them to the roof of the car. But just when Barrow was thinking about controlling the electric tower in Utopia and the radio rays of the Eye of Distortion, he discovered that those two things were suddenly under his control. Brother, it's you who are the bad ones. You have to protect Utopia. Lulu and Tom hid in front of the copper ladle, holding their fingers against it. As Barrow was talking, the bone throne lost a corner. If it was unintentional, wait until tomorrow and you will kill us. Barrow's back was indifferent, exuding murderous intent. In reality, the most worthless thing Yin Xiong and Bonnie stole was actually Lulu and Tom. The moment the connection was connected, Liu saw a fight taking place at the door of the library. Galric's upper body was embedded in the front of the car, waving an 8-sided stick, fighting with a man and a woman. Barrow brought wealth into Fei and Bonnie's source of motivation, heard our voices, and understood what happened. When Yin Xiong and Bonnie saw that bones were overwhelmingly filling the corridor of confusion, and bullets were unable to penetrate it. They suddenly controlled Dreamland and ran away, throwing in 2 bundles of explosives. When Barrow sensed the kindness, he delayed to avoid it, and decisively used the staff of deception to create an illusion. He also took the opportunity to spread the gutter, and pull Lulu and Tom out of the trunk. The debt of hanging Jonker is under you, and we can locate your position just like you can locate Utopia and Dominoes. Chapter 340, Dog Man and Woman. Ouch, your family is so rich you have everything. While throwing down the explosives, Barrow stuffed his arms with materials such as self-healing bones, demonic wolf fangs, deformed eyes, and octopus tentacles. It's just a matter of stealing the brain-spirit pituitary gland from Liyu's head. Seeing the materials he had saved so far being snatched and possessed like this, Liyu's head was so hot that he was smoking. It's really strange. What is left of Huntler? Is it so valuable? With so many materials and such a devil car, you can't even pay off the debt? This thing is so useful. Is it equivalent to the magic motorcycle of the Taz Empire? More than that, this thing is faster than a magic locomotive. And it can also discharge electricity. Look! It's very powerful. His power source isn't magic. It's electricity? Hey! Why are there so many? This is our thing. And it's worth more than money. Dear, you are right. These are our new wings. The crystallization of love. No matter how much money you give, they will not be replaced. During the chase all the way, Barrow and Bonnie had always been so tired, while Liu chased slowly and urgently, constantly losing materials. And his murderous intention almost made the devil horns grow on his head again. Also? Huh? What is this? The hand of the red-skinned devil? Why are they all right hands? Oh my god, he has all the good things. What kind of demon is this? Should I kill it and find a hunter to identify it? Listening to the conversation and thoughts between the two, and accepting the malicious reminders in the devil's illustrated book, Liu wished he could find a bell-shaped siege beast to turn the time back to tomorrow. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Once you've finished stealing, you will kill him. You also saw it, right? He also hid a lot of good things. A lot of very good things. Barrow's Bonnie's eyes were filled with magic, which was a sign of continuous use of Thief's Eye. There is no space magic device such as a magic bag. Where did he take out his things from? Could this demon directly produce materials? Hey, if you raise this devil, won't you have infinite wealth? Barrow and Bonnie finally found Liyu's true value. Hearing that these two people were using him as a cash machine, Liu realized that if he could continue like this, more information might be exposed. So, in the confusion corridor, when the pursuit was close, Liu used the remaining magic power of today's library to deceive the two of them, and then quickly approached. Even if it's not enough to trick them to death. We can't wait any longer. Why did you stop? Barrow and Benitza felt it was a little late. When the magic power was exhausted and Liu appeared, he was already 10 meters in front of them. Teleportation? In their perception, the sea of bones suddenly approached them. Before he finished speaking, Liu suddenly lost his target. He felt that the place where Barrow and Bonnie were just now was in chaos. And he even lost his sense of utopia for a while. It should be some kind of ultimate application of stealth. It is estimated that when he used concealment during the close combat training, Bosch and the others should also have the same doubts. Missing for only a moment, Liu quickly sprinkled egg particles into the chaos, stirring up the space and forcing the couple out. But when they reappeared, the two of them didn't panic at all. They laughed wildly, pressed Galeric's spine, and drove Utopia into the Colosseum. The distance was already very close, and the binding line even hung on the back of the car in Utopia. Liu didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he drove the sea of bones to rush in. He opened a little distance and followed closely behind the Colosseum. The Colosseum has been breached, and the square is much empty except for some thieves still digging graves and brave men waiting to form a team. After all, most of the people who formed the team went to the mouth of the abyss to fight against the endless red-skinned demons outside the mouth, or went inside the mouth and became the prey of the hunting country. This day is also a normal day for little Harry. Sell newspapers as usual, collect money as usual, and provide some information to the brave men who are new to Demon King City. After finding the safe area of the abyss mouth and establishing the portal, little Harry will go there to sell newspapers. I heard that the abyss mouth is one of the core areas of the Demon King City and is very dangerous. There are not many brave people who have gone there so far. One came back. Those who can come back are all people from the hunting country. They seem to have found a way to break the curse of the abyssal mouth. They are selling a magic potion in the Colosseum. which has become a necessary product for exploring the abyssal mouth. As for why Hunter Country produced so many potions so quickly, it was not something that little Harry could understand. Little Harry cherished this free time very much, and also cherished the copper coins he had saved. Although I haven't decided yet what to do with the saved money. There is a war going on in the mainland, and it seems that only the Taz Empire is relatively safe. But the money is not enough to become a craftsman apprentice, and there is still a little less. If you work harder to buy newspapers, you will soon be able to collect the registration fee. If you can become a craftsman of the Taz Empire, survival and ideals seem so far away. Little Harry was sitting by the portal in a daze, thinking about the future. And then, he saw a bone car driving on the path outside the square. The bone car is electrified and moves very fast. There is a skeleton carrying an 8-sided stick lying on the front cover. It looks like a creation of the devil. Behind the bone car, there is a sea of bones rolling and churning, like an incoming wave sweeping over the road. Everything. There is a devil. Little Harry instinctively put his hand on the portal, and held the teleportation stone tightly with his other hand. He had experienced this situation many times, and knew that as long as he ran away fast enough, he would not be affected by the battle. This is how he escaped when Okabuki came back. Although a salary will be deducted for each transmission, it is better than losing your life. Then little Harry saw Barrow and Bonnie sitting in the open carriage. These two were the stars of the hunting kingdom, who had made huge profits. And they were the strongest thieves on the continent. After thinking about it for a moment, little Harry didn't feel that the sea of bones behind them was a threat. So he tried to save the transmission fee. Lines emerging from the sea of bones pulled towards the bone car. Barrow and Bonnie repeatedly threw explosives, while urging the bone car to accelerate. They used thieves' hands to snatch loot from the sea of bones. They quickly crossed the portal in the middle of the square, heading towards the collapsed auditorium. Barrow and Bonnie didn't stop the demon, regardless of themselves? That's right. They are big shots in the hunting country. Upon seeing this, little Harry was about to teleport away, when he suddenly saw the sea of bones coming towards him split apart. Is this Barrow and Bonnie's magic? Little Harry thought about the registration fee for the craftsman apprentice, and his hands trembled slightly. But he did not squeeze the teleportation stone. The sea of bones also completely bypassed little Harry, split into 2 parts, and pounced on the bastards in the audience. Of course, there was no need for Liu to kill such a little newsboy. If Barrow and Bonnie hadn't been running away, Liu would have even wanted to say hello to little Harry and throw in a coin. Little Harry had never experienced such a shocking scene. He stared blankly at the separated sea of bones, and firmly held onto the portal beside him. Little Harry, who had read about many strange incidents in the newspaper, suspected that he was among them. But when Barrow and Bonnie looked at this scene, they saw some other connections. Is this child valuable to this demon? What's the value? Let's take a look. So, between the sea of bones, little Harry's head was taken off by Bonnie. When he died, he was still holding a teleportation stone wrapped in sweat. What, it's just an ordinary human head? Bonnie curled her lips and threw it away. Liu looked at little Harry's empty neck, confused, and then furious.